What's up everyone, S here, and today we're diving deep into the complete story of The Dragon Awakened Mage, from chapter 1 all the way to N. It all kicks off with a booming shout. Vassal Zaman Raymond. Right at the bustling city gate, a couple of guards are holding up a man trying to get through. The guard glances down at the man's identification, his eyes widening as he looks back up, a little intimidated. Raymond. The name sends the guard's mind reeling. Isn't that the name of a founding family? And there he is. The man with the dirt-streaked face and piercing red eyes, our protagonist, the nobleman Rassel Zaman. The guard gives him a once-over, taking in the tattered, filthy clothes and the bandages wrapped around his arm. Despite his ragged state, his powerful build carried the undeniable air of a prestigious family. No matter what he wore, his noble bearing shone through. Why's he dressed like that? One guard muttered to the other, "Huh? You know him? He's from the founding Zaman family." The other guard was floored. What? Then why does he look like that? They started whispering behind his back. A nobleman dressed like a beggar? Guess the founding families aren't all they're cracked up to be, huh? I heard the White Tower is recruiting mercenaries. You think that's why he's here? No way, he can't be that broke. A noble becoming a mercenary? Get real. His mind drifted to a dark past, a time when he too had worked tirelessly just to get to this point. He remembered the price his family paid when tragedy struck, all to prevent their house from collapsing completely. He pictured the battlefield, engulfed in flames, crawling with his father's enemies. He thought of the one who stabbed his father in the back after he fell in battle against the Empire. He and everyone in the castle had to evacuate immediately. They were forced to flee their home, and he knew he had to enter the magic tower to win back his family's land. Back then, he was just an innocent boy, tears streaming down his face as he was evacuated with the others. But even then, his eyes were fixed on the noble figure of his mother, crying out, "Mother!" A shimmering necklace hung around the young boy's neck, but he was still screaming, filled with a desperate longing. No, my mother is still. It was an impossible dream. Inside the tower, 3 thrones sat, reserved for the 3 most powerful figures. Standing before them, he recalled how he'd been kicked out of the academy even before he could register for the magic tower. A formal announcement echoed, making his entire body tremble. Vassal Vamol. The examiner's voice was ice cold. You've failed 3 subjects. This is completely unprecedented in the Academy's history. The man continued to humiliate him without mercy. You might be good with theory, but you can't even reach the 2nd circle of magic. Someone else chimed in, you'll never withstand the mana flow constriction. Why don't you just choose a path other than being a mage? Those words were like daggers twisting in his heart. Mana flow constriction. Because he was born with a narrow and weak mana flow, he couldn't absorb much mana, nor could he output it effectively. For a mage, it was the cruelest sentence imaginable. He sat in a corner, lost in those dark memories, his mind heavy with thought. Still, thanks to a stroke of luck while working as a mercenary, he did manage to reach the 2nd circle. Vassal looked down at his hands, but he was still just a 3rd-rank mage. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from inside the tower. A herald from the tower rushed out and announced, "Registration for temporary work has closed for the day. Please come back tomorrow." The crowd waiting outside the tower gates erupted in anger. "We've been waiting all day. What are we supposed to do?" He listened silently to their complaints. There was nothing to be done. The crowd quickly dispersed to find other options. "Hey, I heard the museum is hiring temporary mages. Want to check it out? What'd you say?" Sitting in a corner, he overheard them. They were just looking for 1st circle mages to do cleanup duty. Outside the tower, the scorching sun beat down, mirroring the helplessness in their voices. Coming here was just asking for humiliation. In that lonely corner, he sat by himself, watching the world go by. A look of utter helplessness flickered in his eyes, followed by a bitter, silent laugh. Then, Rasso reached into his pocket as if to pull something out. His destination, the Grand Louvrium Museum. Inside, a guide led the new hires. "This is the largest museum in the kingdom, and you are now in the main hall of the Louvrium." The guide continued as they walked. "We have nobles visiting this week, so this place must be absolutely spotless." It turned out he and the others were hired as the cleaning crew. He stood quietly to the side, listening to his assignment. Vatso followed the guide, his footsteps silent, but suddenly, something caught his attention. He walked towards a particular room and looked up. "Huh? This place, it looks so familiar." He was standing in front of the mythical creatures exhibit. Vatso whispered the name of the room aloud. Mythical creatures. He hesitated at the doorway, reluctant to enter, but then something strange happened in his pocket. The object his mother had given him as a child began to vibrate violently. He froze. He quickly pulled it out. Why is it suddenly shaking like this? In his hand was the ring his mother had given him long ago. He watched it tremble in his palm. Mother's ring? At that moment, he felt a strange pull from the room. He glanced up, then hesitated again, a deep sense of foreboding keeping him from stepping inside. But his body moved against his will. My feet are moving on their own. He stepped into the mythical creature's room as if pulled by the strings of fate. The guide, confused, looked for Vatso. Huh? We're missing someone. Vatso! Vatso Zaimon! He frantically searched for him. By now, Vatso was already deep inside the exhibit, standing before a colossal skeleton. He felt a strange frequency. Mother, are you trying to tell me something? Please, tell me. His eyelids grew heavy and closed on their own. In the space within the ring, a memory surfaced. He and his mother had been in this very room when he was a child. Back then, he was just a cheerful, mischievous boy. His younger self had noticed something peculiar in the room. He tugged on his mother's hand, pointing towards a small, hidden-looking pathway. The memory jolted him back to the present. His eyes flew open, and he followed the recollection from his childhood towards a glass display case. He remembered a path, and a ring that looked just like a dragon's eye. Vatso slowly slid the ring onto his finger, a storm of confusion in his heart. Why was Mother crying? Why did she bring me here? His arm fell to his side, the ring had stopped vibrating, an ancient dragon's heart, a colossal skeleton. What was the connection between them? He stood there in silence, then let out a helpless laugh. I must be imagining things. His gaze fell to the ring on his finger. It really is. Suddenly, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. The ring erupted with dazzling bolts of lightning. A voice resonated around him. When the heart and the eye intersect, another eye shall open. You are qualified to become a new legend. I shall grant you another chance. That was the moment he realized it. The wheels of fate had shattered, and the life he had always longed for was about to begin. A system window materialized before him. Holy Dragon King's Eye is analyzing world information. Winner Rasto Raymond's status window and quests are being activated. Faint calls echoed in his mind. Raymond! Raymond! He was bewildered. Huh? What's that sound? It sounds angry, but I recognize it. Whose voice is that? His eyelids fluttered open, revealing a strangely familiar scene. Rasto shakily got to his feet. Yes? The professor was furious. I know I grade generously, but how dare you fall asleep in my class? The nerve. Rasto was completely lost, his face still clouded with sleep. Staring at the man before him, he was stunned. Professor Hubert? His eyes darted to a classmate. But he passed away. What's with that guy? He scanned the classroom, his gaze sweeping from one familiar face to another. His classmates turned to smirk and mock him. What is happening? Everything felt surreal. Rasto brought his hands to his face, slapping his cheeks, trying to make sense of it all. His lips trembled. Taking in the scene around him, he slowly accepted the incredible truth. Have I returned to the past? He stood before a hazy reflection of himself. This kind of magic. Can you even call it magic? When the holy eye opens, you will become the foundation upon which a new myth is built. So prove that you are worthy. The future of his new myth was a divine one. He understood now. They must have. Suddenly, he noticed the familiar ring on his hand was gone. Did it say, another chance? As he stood there staring blankly at his hand, Professor Hubert opened the door and stepped out. Was this Mother's doing? The professor turned to him. Vatso. Without another word, Rasto bowed his head to accept the blame. It's not like you to sleep in the middle of a lesson. I apologize, sir. The professor reprimanded him. It seems we need to have a private chat. Come to my office during lunch. I understand. Hubert walked away, leaving him still bowing his head. I'll be waiting for you then. Watching that familiar figure walk away, Rasto felt a strange sense of appreciation. How long had it been since he'd gotten into trouble at the academy? But honestly, the feeling was kind of nice. The professor ambled down the long hallway. Just then, an angry voice cut through the air. Hey! It was his bully from all those years ago, shoving him hard in the neck. Rasto spun around, his eyes flashing with anger. What the hell is your problem? The bully arrogantly sneered back. My problem? His lackey standing beside him didn't waste any words and moved to strike. You seem a little too relaxed, you bastard. But before the goon could land a punch, he was stopped. He's afraid of being seen, Frederick hissed. The professors are watching. The blonde-haired bully turned back to Rasto, his voice dripping with contempt. I'm pretty sure I told you to copy my homework for me, and yet you just dozed off. Rasto stared at the familiar face, Frederick. He used a threatening tone and a furious glare. If you don't want to get beaten to a pulp, follow me to the bathroom. Now. The three of them walked off, leaving Rasto standing there. A small smile played on his lips. That's right, this is how it happened. Suddenly, a system screen flickered into existence right in front of him. It appeared out of thin air, leaving him stunned. What is this? Quest. Escape the bullying. Objective. Teach the 3 class bullies a lesson. Reward. Low. Grade magic stone. Curiously, Rasso reached out and touched the system screen. Is this a hallucination? He couldn't believe what was right in front of him. No. It's real. Seeing him hesitate, Frederick grew impatient. Hey, what are you doing? Are you coming or not? His voice was laced with the kind of pathetic threat that only inspired contempt. You know running won't do you any good, right? We're inside the academy, Frederick taunted, a sinister smile spreading across his face. If you're scared, go on and try to run. Rasso looked at him with defiance. All right, I'm coming. A plan instantly formed in Rasso's mind. Forget the quest for a second. First things first, he was going to teach them a lesson. After countless years living the life of a mercenary, the intimidation tactics of these kids were nothing compared to the killing intent he'd faced from actual monsters. The 3 of them quickly gathered in the bathroom. These guys were just children playing tough. Frederick took a drag from his cigar and provoked him, finally decided to show up. You little maggot? Hearing him call him a maggot, Rasso replied calmly. Yeah, of course. You filthy cockroach. The goon next to him, hearing the insult, flew into a rage. This guy's lost his damn mind. Rasso slowly stepped towards him. The lackey hastily raised his fist. Looks like you're asking for a beating, huh? Without another word, he charged forward. But Rasso's strength was on a completely different level now. A punch like that was nothing more than a mosquito bite to him. He countered with a powerful blow to the gut. The goon staggered backward, spitting saliva as he fell. The other lackey saw this and charged in, furious. You piece of trash. He barely got the insult out before a fist connected squarely with his face. Frederick watched calmly as his 2 lackeys were taken down one by one. He scoffed. Seriously? Tossing his cigar aside, he sneered. Since you can't use magic, did you go and learn some cheap martial arts? Can't expect much more from a fallen noble family, I guess. Rasto stood silently, listening to his taunts. Frederick slipped 4 rings onto his knuckles. We can't use magic in the academy, but it looks like you didn't know we can still use minor artifacts. Without wasting another second, Frederick lunged, his fist clenched. Die, you little punk. But Rasto didn't even give him a chance to attack, sidestepping the blow with ease. The powerful punch was effortlessly blocked. Frederick stared in disbelief at how strong Rasso had suddenly become. In one swift motion, Rasso twisted his arm back, snapping his wrist. He screamed in agony as his wrist was snapped out of place. Just then, the ghost girl crumpled to the ground. Vassal's taunts cut through the air, mocking the boy who was overshadowed by his brothers, a fool so useless even his own family had given up on him, a coward who dodged the strong, only to prey on the weak. Vassal's words grew even sharper, calling him a worthless piece of trash. Now you listen to me. A commanding shout echoed through the restroom. He left them with a piercing glare. From now on, watch your step, unless you have a death wish. The 3 bullies were left sprawled on the floor. As he stepped out of the restroom, Vassal suddenly slumped against the wall, a wave of regret washing over him. Did I take that too far? His eyes were hollow. My eyes feel so tired. Just then, the system interface materialized again, piquing his curiosity. A low-grade magic stone, consumable. The system deposited a small stone into his hand. It was tiny but sharp to the touch. Consumable. Vassal hesitated. Does it want me to eat this? He stared at the crystal in his hand. It's edible. Don't tell me I'm actually supposed to eat it. A fierce internal debate began. People don't just go around eating rocks. He eyed the crystal with uncertainty. But, in the end, he made his decision and popped it straight into his mouth. A system notification chimed. You have absorbed the lowest grade mana stone. As he chewed, he considered its taste, realizing this could be another opportunity, just like his return to the past. After swallowing the mana stone, a formidable power surged through his body. The energy erupted in an instant. Huh? A notification flashed. You have received mana from the mana stone. An incredibly potent energy sent waves of pain searing through his core. The stone was unleashing immense power within him. He could feel it overflowing. The mana is spilling out. Notification. Mana in the magic circle is increasing. His heart pounded in his chest as the magic circle absorbed the influx of power. After a few moments, the torrent of energy finally began to subside and stabilize. He looked down at his hands, a grin spreading across his face. This method of absorbing mana stones was fascinating. With this, I can definitely overcome my mana flow constriction. The fall of his family, his expulsion from the academy, and his life as a third-rate mercenary. I can change my own destiny. He walked away, his spirit high and his body brimming with newfound strength. Meanwhile, Vassal made his way to Professor Hubert's office. Come in. Excuse me, Professor. Professor Hubert was already seated, waiting for him. Have a seat. As Vassal sat down, the professor spoke gently. Vassal. He glanced at the tea and delicious-looking cakes on the table. You seem different today. Professor Hubert had noticed his strange behavior during class earlier. Could it be, he thought, before speaking up, are you facing some difficulties? He took a sip of his tea. I've heard that some of your classmates have been giving you a hard time, Professor Hubert. In his past life, he was the one who helped him until the very end. The professor's kindness warmed his heart. I've always wanted to say this. Having returned from the past, he was now confident in his own strength. You don't need to worry about me, sir. Professor Hubert couldn't believe his ears. Thank you for your concern, Professor. The professor cleared his throat. Well, as a professor, it is my duty to look after my students. Before him, Vassal seemed like an innocent child. Hubert then handed him a book. In any case, you fell asleep in my class, so you must be punished. Professor Hubert opened the book to a specific page. This won't be easy. Write an analysis report on pages 62 through 74 of Advanced Elemental Studies. He then closed the book with a snap. This is a section that even the upperclassmen struggle with. The system interface immediately appeared. Notification. A quest has been generated to complete Professor Hubert's assignment. Rewards will be based on the quality of completion and Professor Hubert's satisfaction. Reward. Lowest grade mana stone. Edible. Vassal stared at the reward. Even homework is a quest now? Seeing him lost in thought, Professor Hubert asked, What's wrong? Is it too difficult? Vassal quickly snapped back. Not at all. He eagerly accepted the assignment. Thank you, Professor. Because of my limited mana, I threw myself into theory to compensate. Even after becoming a mercenary, I never stopped studying. He remembered his past self, staring wistfully out a window. But in this life, something else was just as important as studying. That crucial element was mana flow training. Mana is the current through which magical energy moves. It's absorbed through respiration, travels through the mana flow, and gathers in the heart. He recalled a past battle, desperately trying to fight a colossal beast as it relentlessly attacked him. Vassal had struggled to counter its blows. From the heart, one can release mana to create magic, like the fire magic circle. In other words, the stronger the mana flow, the more mana you can gather and the faster you can cast. Suddenly, his memory shifted. The monster had attacked from out of nowhere, smashing into a massive boulder and shattering it to pieces. My mana flow is incredibly narrow and weak. He had been slammed against a wall. Just then, a faint light, the light of his mana flow, had emanated from his back. He had felt it. Huh? Abruptly, Vassal was pulled into a deep abyss. Did the heavens take pity on my unfortunate fate, or was this just a stroke of luck? He lay on the cold ground, and after regaining his senses, Vassal pushed himself up. His gaze fell upon a vast, open space. It was an ancient ruin of unknown origin, and hidden within were 2 spellbooks. He quickly reached out his hand to grab them. Abundant Flow and Mage's Body. Mage's Body was a spell that replaced muscle fibers, turning them into a part of the mana flow itself. In other words, the stronger one's physical body, the more robust their mana flow becomes. It didn't make much of a difference when I was in an adult's body. But now, while my body is still developing, the results should be much more dramatic. This time, I will overcome my mana flow constriction. Under the twilight sun on the academy grounds, he pushed himself to his limits. I'm out of stamina. After a grueling training session, he gasped for air. So tired. I guess that's enough for today. His entire body was numb and trembling, on the verge of collapse. But a glance at the system screen showed the numbers still weren't high enough. Almost there, he thought, leaning on his knees. Just a little more. With a final burst of energy, he broke into a desperate sprint. He finally collapsed onto the ground. I can't move another inch. At that moment, a shadowy figure was watching him from afar. How am I going to get back to the dorms? The figure looked on with an envious glare. What a useless effort, Vassal Ryman. The scene shifted to Professor Hubert, who was looking over a stack of papers on his desk, thinking to himself with admiration, I can't believe he could draw such profound conclusions with just those academic materials. Still, Hubert wanted to be certain. Are you sure you prepared this report entirely on your own? Vassal nodded confidently. Yes, sir. I can guarantee it with a mana oath. Hubert's eyebrows shot up. A mana oath? That's quite the confident attitude. Vassal's face was beaming with excitement, even as he made such a solemn vow so frankly. The professor didn't press further. He simply picked up the report and smiled. I am very satisfied with your work. The system interface appeared, immediately notifying him. You have completed the quest. You will receive your rewards, which include a low-grade mana stone, a support gem of equivalent size, and an increase in related knowledge and effects. Does this mean the deeper and broader my knowledge becomes, the stronger I'll get? Vassal's red eyes turned toward his professor with a new idea forming in his mind. If that's the case, then Vassal couldn't just leave yet. He remained and suddenly spoke up. Professor. Professor Hubert looked up, curious as to what he would say next. Vassal said slowly, each word deliberate. Have a favor to ask of you. After hearing his request, Hubert was a bit intrigued. You want to use the faculty library? May I ask why? Hubert explained. The student library has more than enough books to meet your needs. Vassal immediately replied with perfect calm. I've already read all the books there, sir. The professor's finger slipped in disbelief. All of them? What? He leaned back in his chair and exclaimed, that's impossible. But even if what you say is true, using the faculty library is another matter entirely. He clasped his hands together, his expression turning serious. I will have to determine whether you are qualified. And because of that, Vassal's system window was now flooded with assignments from Professor Hubert. Standing under a green tree, Vassal let out a sigh. I didn't expect him to give me this much homework. Haha. But I guess that's just how he is. He's a tough professor. Sweat dripped down his face, and Vassal wiped it away. But he knew it was worth it. The deeper one's understanding of theory, the more powerful their magic becomes. He had to gain access to the advanced knowledge in the faculty library at all costs. Vassal uncorked a glass bottle, even if it's a bit of a hassle. He took a swig of the water he'd brought along. But since the reward for completing the quests is a mana stone, I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him, calling his name with clear annoyance. Vassal Ryman. Well, look who's training so hard. My friend had to suffer because of you, you know. Vassal turned to face them without a hint of fear. So? Are you here for revenge or something? Anton burst out laughing as if it were a joke. Me? Revenge? His face darkened as he spat out an insult. Don't flatter yourself. Who would bother getting revenge on a useless piece of trash like you? Vassal glared back, his crimson eyes burning. Just putting you in your place is enough. Anton walked past him, deliberately shoving his shoulder into Vassal's. He flashed a malicious grin and said, See you in class. His lackey followed behind, asking, Huh? Aren't you going to teach him a lesson right now? You idiot, there's no one here to be our audience. A gust of wind blew past, making Vassal's hair and scarf flutter. He thought to himself, class. He knew exactly what Anton was talking about. Practical magic combat, a class where students were graded based on the results of their sparring matches. Vassal remembered all too well his pathetic state in that combat class. It was the place where he was most despised and bullied. A memory flashed of Anton standing before him, surrounded by crackling flames, a sadistic and triumphant grin plastered on his face. I can't believe I was foolish enough to forget those memories. But the situation was different now. Vassal was no longer worried about that. I'm prepared. The system interface appeared, displaying his main quest. Achieve the 2nd magic circle and expand your understanding of the skills you currently possess. After that, Vassal dedicated himself to studying theory, focusing intently on his essays. He also continued his physical training, pushing through even as sweat poured down his face. He submitted a massive stack of assignments to Professor Hubert, and the reward notifications from the system became too numerous to count. That night, Vassal stood before his desk, his expression one of fierce determination. Small, shimmering stones were laid out on the tabletop. I have the mana stones. His hand reached out to grab them, but paused midway. Vassal thought with a flicker of anxiety, will my mana flow be strong enough to control all of these? His eyes widened in thought, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his cheek. He then closed his eyes, centering himself and calming his nerves. I just have to trust in the training I've done. Vassal put the mana stones in his mouth and bit down, devouring them just as he had before. For the first few moments, his body showed no reaction. But then, a torrent of magical energy erupted like a raging inferno. A blinding white light exploded outwards, enveloping Vassal and making him stagger. His vision was completely whited out as he felt an intense heat coursing through him. My body feels like it's on fire. His knees buckled slightly as the fire-aspected mana continued to surge uncontrollably. I have to create a flow, fast. He clutched his face, concentrating with all his might. I need to pinpoint the flow of the mana. Vassal's hand pressed against his chest, gathering the chaotic power into a core at the center of his body. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to follow the sequence, rotate the energy, and forge a new magic circle. His heart pounded within the flames as the mana circle took shape. If I fail, my heart won't be able to withstand this. The magic circle grew larger and increasingly intricate. Vassal took a deep breath and steeled himself. But I've already made my decision. He breathed in and out steadily, focusing the mana flow into the core. He held his hand over the core, keeping the magic from destabilizing. I have to obtain it, no matter the cost. With a sudden boom, A pillar of mana shot straight out of Vassal's window into the quiet night. A completely new sensation washed over him, and he realized, I did it. The mana gathered in his chest was now flowing with a steady, stable rhythm. But at that moment, he was utterly spent and began to lose consciousness. A single thought echoing in his mind, the second magic circle. Vassal collapsed onto the floor, passing out while the mana continued to circulate around his heart. The system chimed with a notification that he had completed the quest and would receive his reward. Your knowledge of the fire attribute has increased significantly. The power of your fire magic has been enhanced. Identical notifications appeared for his knowledge of other attributes as well. After an exhausting night of leveling up, the morning sun shone into Hubert's room. Excellent. I can't believe you managed to complete all the assignments I gave you. Hubert sat at his desk and spoke to him in a serious tone. All right, this is the final question. Before speaking, he considered his words carefully. This question was more fundamental than the previous ones, a question rooted in practical application. Hubert finally asked, of the 4 structures that comprise magic, which is the most important? A look of surprise crossed Vassal's face, and he couldn't answer right away. Professor Hubert watched him impatiently. Ah, that's right. I'm asking my student a question to which I myself only recently discovered the answer. He slapped his hand on the desk, intending to change the subject. Never mind, I'll ask a different question. But just then, Vassal spoke up, cutting him off. The answer is... Hubert froze upon hearing Vassal's response. He was stunned, thinking to himself, he knows the answer? Vassal met his professor's gaze and calmly stated, the answer is spirit. The answer was incredibly concise yet profound, but Vassal delivered it with a tranquil expression. Hubert's hand on the desk clenched into a fist. He adjusted his glasses and pressed further. And why do you think so? Vassal's eyes darkened slightly at the question. He looked down at the palm of his hand and replied, magic is... He pictured a complex zodiac chart in his mind. Magic is the art of materializing something into the real world by using mana. This world classifies that process into 4 distinct levels. The first is synchronization, the stage where one learns the fundamental laws of natural phenomena. That's the mental image, a space where we visualize what we've learned in our minds and construct formulas to deploy visual manifestations. Finally, there's deployment, where magic is actualized through that formula. Understanding, construction, and deployment can all be learned through effort and practice. However, the mental image isn't something one can achieve through sheer effort alone. It's the courage to break your own limits and reach for free imagination that determines the level of your mental image. In Rasol's mind, he imagined holding a flame in his hand. This is a flame. Then he closed his eyes and began to manipulate it. If I treat this flame as an arrow, the flame instantly reshaped itself according to his will. Then it will become a second circle magic, fire arrow. Like the mana floating above his head, if he imagined something else instead, it would become something entirely different. In Rasol's shadow, however, was the image of a withered branch. If my imagination is not limited, suddenly, a crack appeared. The shadow shattered as a strange creature broke through, leaving flames in its wake. Then I can even create things that don't exist in this world, things of pure fantasy. His words silenced Hubert. That's right. A small flame appeared in Rasol's palm. Just as shadows are cast where the sun shines, he clenched his fist, extinguishing the flame. Or like hot ice, everything begins with understanding the world. Rasol looked forward with full confidence. But it ends by upending the laws of that world. His thinking was no longer naive as before, but instead showed a profound mastery of magic. That is the true nature of magic. Hubert looked at his determined eyes, which made him exclaim, this child is just as I thought. Professor Hubert smiled and said, the student library is too small a world for you. Thanks to his approval, the system immediately notified him that the quest was complete. Rasol was allowed inside the faculty library, surrounded by bookshelves several meters taller than him. As he observed, Rasol was in awe of the library's immense scale. Just the first floor alone is this vast. Sunlight gently streamed through the glass windows, and every space here was clean and tidy, a stark contrast to the student library. He selected a few books and placed them on the table. 3. Dimensional Ballistic Magic, Advanced Magical Herbology. Rasol cheerfully opened the books and began to read. They were incredibly practical. His eyes lit up. He mused to himself while studying the information, not forgetting to review the fundamental theories of magic. Suddenly, the sound of unfamiliar high heels approached Rasol's table, but he remained focused on his book, paying no mind. The woman glanced at the book he was reading and praised it. Oh, you're reading quite an interesting book. Rasol's heart leaped into his throat, his eyes widening in shock. He quickly spun his chair around to look behind him, but there was no one there. What the? The woman's voice spoke again. Over here, kid. The woman appeared in a form-fitting dress, holding a walking stick with a hat that matched her outfit. This person is... She smiled at him, while Rasol, stunned, uttered her name, Daria Snow White. Rasol hastily stood up and bowed. It is an honor to meet the master of the fire tower. I am Rasol Raymond. Sweat poured down his face as Rasol only dared to sneak a glance at Daria. She was an 8-circle archmage. Very few in this world could compare to her, despite being over 80 years old. But she used a colossal amount of mana to maintain her youthful appearance. The foremost magic tower of the red magic faction, Daria Snow White, master of the fire tower. Daria replied cheerfully, "Oh, so you know who I am?" Rasol wondered to himself, but why is she here? There's no need to be so tense. Daria offered him a lollipop to calm him down. Think of me as just a fellow traveler on the same path. Rasol looked at the candy and pointed blankly at himself. For me? And so, they walked together through the faculty library. With Rasol sucking on the lollipop, Daria spoke up and asked him, "But how did a student like you manage to get into the professor's library?" Rasol answered her carefully. "Professor Hubert granted me permission to enter." Daria turned, feigning surprise. That stubborn old coot did. Hearing the nickname she had for the professor, Rasol could only chuckle nervously, thinking that Hubert's ears must be burning right now. Daria continued their discussion. "Besides, what you're studying is quite interesting." She sensed the flow of magic around Rasol's body and remarked, "Your mana is incredibly pure, and its distribution is very stable too." Daria's eyes glowed from her inspection magic. How exceptionally rare. A sense of anxiety suddenly arose in Rasol's heart. Did she figure something out? Daria stood beside him and reassured him. "Don't worry," she maintained a very friendly smile. "I'm not here to lecture you or anything." Rasol quickly bowed his head to show his respect. "Thank you, ma'am." Daria's walking stick tapped the floor with a sharp thud. Well then, a surge of power appeared and glowed around Rasol, startling him. Daria had teleported away, but not without leaving him with a word of advice. Strive to develop your abilities to their fullest, kid. Rasol looked up with glistening eyes, stunned for a moment before he could reply. "Yes, Master of Fire Magic." Rasol remained in the library until dusk. He carefully closed the library door, still feeling a flutter of excitement. To think he would meet her here. Rasol smiled. What an unexpected stroke of luck. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his train of thought. "Isn't that Rasol?" Behind him were the bullies, along with Anton. "Why is he coming out of the professor's library? Who does he think he is?" Anton sneered at his friend. "Well, he must have latched onto a professor, but that won't change anything." He turned his back and walked on. "Go on, try your best. It's useless no matter what you do." Rasol didn't argue with him, only offering a silent smile. The next day, during practical magic class, the students were all seated in the observation stands. The instructor explained the rules at length. The first person called would proceed to the dueling floor and choose an opponent. Professors would usually pick the weakest student, allowing that student to choose someone of their own level. Rasol heard snickers from those around him. "In my past life, I was always the first one to be called." The other students chattered loudly. "It'll probably be Rasol again this time." Of course, he has mana constriction. Some were even more obnoxious, calling out to him, "Rasol, please pick me. I need to raise my grade this semester." "Hey, pick me. Don't pick him. Silence." At first, the crowd was quietly chuckling, waiting for Rasol's name to be announced. But they froze, stunned, when the name that echoed was not his. Anton Frederick. Anton immediately walked down the steps amidst the confusion of countless students. Anton? Why is Anton first? He walked past the professor, and both of them shared a mysterious smile. Anton whispered to him, "Thanks, Professor." The professor narrowed his eyes and replied, "Compared to the benefits from the Frederick Merchant Guild, this is nothing." Rasol looked down at the scene and thought to himself, "I knew it." Anton stepped onto the dueling floor, his eyes scanning the crowd. Then, Anton looked straight up at his intended target. "What are you still sitting there for? Get down here." The name Anton chose could, of course, be none other than Rasol, who crossed his arms and looked down at him coldly. Rasol Raymond. Professor Hubert poured himself a cup of tea, sat down, and said, "If you intended to come here, you should have given me a heads up." Daria Snow White faced the window, gazing at the scenery outside. "Professor." Then Daria turned and walked further into the room. "It's fine." She sat down on the sofa and said, "Isn't it perfectly normal for a teacher to visit a student?" Her finger tapped rhythmically on her teacup. Daria then asked, "So, you gave a kid named Rasol a pass to the professor's library?" Hubert was quite surprised that she suddenly brought this up. "Yes, I did. Did he cause some trouble?" Daria lifted her teacup, seemingly in a very good mood as she replied, "No, it's just been a long time since I've seen something so rare." Hubert misunderstood Daria's meaning. which made him look down at his hands worriedly. You're right. Rasol's mana constriction is an abnormal pathology, even on this continent. Daria suddenly scolded him. You really are a fool, Hubert asked, startled. What? Daria revealed the truth to him. That child has already cured himself. What did you say? Daria gently set her teacup down to explain. She touched her lips and stated, the boy has already completed his second magic circle. Hubert was utterly shocked and exclaimed, Rasol has achieved the second circle? Back at the training arena for the practical magic class, Rasol had stepped down to the floor to face Anton. Before him, the system suddenly displayed a notification. This time, the mission was to win the magic training session. The rewards were a low-grade mana stone and the unlocking of a subspace. Rasol was particularly interested in the second reward. He smiled, thinking, subspace, a magic that only the wealthiest mages can use. It would be incredibly useful for storing mana stones. At that moment, Anton began to speak with harsh words. Hey, Rasol the bug, don't you realize the situation you're in? If you want to live, he commanded Rasol with extreme arrogance. Beg me. Rasol burst out laughing at his words. Ha, beg? Me? Not to be outdone, he unleashed his own blazing mana flow. Seeing Rasol use mana for the first time, Anton was utterly astonished. That magic? Could it be? Up in the professor's observation area, the signal rang out. To your positions. The match will now begin. Anton immediately created a magic orb in his palm. He gritted his teeth in frustration. A guy with mana constriction has achieved the second circle? Impossible. He unleashed his second circle spell, Flame Burst, launching a massive fireball. Rasol was slightly surprised by the heat rushing towards him, but he quickly raised his hand to create a shield. Rasol's shield caused the flame to change direction and fly upwards. Rasol frowned, looking at the brilliant light radiating from the fire magic. Upon seeing his reflex, a professor clapped and praised him. Incredible. The boy eroded the shield and utilized its angle to protect himself from the intense heat. Meanwhile, the professor colluding with Anton was feeling extremely anxious. Rasul Raymond. Has this kid been hiding his skills? Anton flexed his arm muscles to unleash another flame burst, groaning weakly. Can you withstand this? Suddenly, the magic radiating from Anton began to fizzle out, enraging him. Damn it! My firepower! Rasol noticed his abnormality and immediately seized the opportunity. Now is the time. Rasol concealed one of his arms to cast his own second circle spell, the very same fire arrow he had created before. Then, Rasol swiftly launched his arrow. When Anton saw the arrow piercing through his layer of fire, he was shocked. Fire arrow. He immediately pulled his arm back and created a shield for himself. He really did achieve the second circle? The fire arrow launched by Rasol was immensely powerful, striking Anton's shield like a pillar of fire. Anton trembled before that overwhelming power, but his arrogant nature still wouldn't let him feel fear. You damn bastard. Before he could recover from that surprise, his eyes widened again as he looked forward. Rasol now looked incredibly fearsome. He was holding another arrow in his hand. This is absurd. How has he already fired a second flame arrow? The arrow shot past, burning fiercely and heating up the air. It wasn't just one, but countless other fire arrows flying towards Anton at the same time. The two professors questioned each other. Is that dual casting? I'm not sure. The portly professor said, I don't think it's dual casting. Perhaps his casting speed is just so fast that we're mistaking it for dual casting. After taking a beating from Rasol for a while, Anton started to get cocky again. Is launching fire arrows all you know how to do? As his shield gradually turned from gold to red, he thought, then I have a way. Anton cast a second circle spell, Fire Ward, creating a polygon shape around himself, a magic shield with a specific resistance to fire. Rasol didn't flinch at all. Instead, he smiled with satisfaction. I've been waiting for you to use this move for a while now. Meanwhile, Anton was still very pleased with his defensive shield. If I counterattack after his mana is depleted, victory is surely in my hands. Rasol extended his hand and slowly created gentle gusts of wind. Wind Seal. He gathered a vortex in the middle of the arena, the wind blowing with incredible force. Anton's jaw dropped in terror as he screamed, What is this? Rasol unleashed his second magic circle, launching a wind arrow spell that shot straight into Anton, sending him reeling with whitened eyes. Watching the boy identify the shield type, pinpoint its weakness, and switch his attack magic, the professor's eyes lit up. Is this really the same Rasol I know? The other, more conniving professor, was sweating bullets in sheer astonishment. From behind their chairs, a familiar set of clothes stepped out to watch the match as well. Anton collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach and groaning like a crushed ant. His face contorted in pain, his heart pounding from the shock of the blow. Rasol closed in on Anton, his fist already clenched and brimming with fury, ready to teach him a lesson. Anton desperately tried to utter an incantation, but Rasol's punch was far faster. He took the full force of the blow to his gut, silencing him instantly. Anton struggled, spitting out a mouthful of saliva as his vision blurred and his mind went blank. He feebly tried to lift his arm to cast a fire spell. In response, Rasol swung his other arm forward. This punch landed like a wild beast, savaging its prey, smashing right into Anton's face. The professor couldn't stand it anymore and shot to his feet, yelling, "What kind of magic is that? Stop the match at once." But another voice cut in. "That's not magic, is it?" Hubbard watched the match with perfect calm, advising, "Look closer, look at what's protecting Vasol." The other professor immediately turned to see what Hubbard was pointing at. That powerful aura enveloping Rasul's body. Is he using mana like a knight's magic shield? Professor Hubbard smiled with satisfaction. I have no idea where the boy learned it, but he certainly knows how to use it. Vasol then drove another punch into Anton's head, the strike massively amplified by the magic shield, making it devastatingly powerful. A voice seemed to echo, "You've found a way, Vasol." At that same moment, he unleashed every ounce of his strength. It was so immense that a golden aura erupted around him as he swung his fist, smashing it into his opponent's face. His pupils glowed crimson red as Vasol stared down at him, his face a mask of pure murderous intent. A second later, the guy crashed hard onto the ground, landing so forcefully that the tiles beneath him cracked and splintered from the impact. Everyone who witnessed the scene could only stare, their eyes wide with shock and horror. The middle-aged man with the glasses was also drenched in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, how could? Someone seeing him just standing there dumbfounded asked, "What are you doing?" causing him to turn with a sheepish look. It was Professor Hubert, sitting beside him, who was now laughing heartily and urging him on. "Come on, hurry up and announce the winner." The man looked at Hubert's eyes, which were closed in satisfaction, and stammered, "Ah, yes." Instantly, he raised his fist high and declared in a clear voice, "The winner is Vasol." Standing with one hand in his pocket, Vasol Raymond wiped the corner of his mouth as his name echoed through the arena. The middle-aged man hurried over to him. "Well done, you may go now." But contrary to the man's wishes, Vasol nonchalantly replied, "It's not over yet." The man asked in surprise, "What do you mean by that?" Vasol, looking at the system panel before him, slowly began to speak, citing the professional rules. He started to educate the man. If the winner chooses not to stop, they are entitled to call out their next opponent. Hearing this, the others began to sweat nervously. Standing in the arena, he powerfully raised a single finger and pointed, "You're next." The system immediately announced, "Mission: win the magic duel. Complete. Reward: 12 lowest grade mana crystals. Additional rewards will be granted for consecutive victories." His pupils flared crimson again as Vasol curled his lip into a challenging smirk. "Come on then." Not long after, Professor Hubert stood by a window, a cup of hot tea in hand, murmuring, 14 consecutive wins, is it?" He glanced down at the pile of papers on his desk and thought with a touch of admiration, "That kid is pretty sharp." He pondered deeply, realizing that even after meeting him just one time, he had recognized Vasol's latent mana potential. He looked at his own reflection in his tea and wondered, regardless, how did that student manage to develop so quickly? Professor Hubert recalled Vasol's ferocious fighting style and quietly uttered his name, Vasol Raymond. Over on Vasol's side, the system was pinging nonstop. "You have completed the mission. Reward: spatial bag has been unlocked. From now on, rewards will be automatically transferred into the spatial bag. You have received a mana stone reward." Notifications like this flashed one after another, until a final one appeared. "You have received a reward marked with 3 enormous question marks." This message caught Vasol by surprise, and he turned to look at it with a confused expression. Less than a second later, the spatial bag opened right in front of him, and Vasol was once again taken aback by the sight of the swirling purple circle. A reward inside the spatial bag? He slowly reached his hand into the mysterious pouch. Suddenly, he felt something so strange it left him completely speechless. Vasol pulled out an ancient, golden yellow map with a single red X marked on it. He hesitated. "Is this a map?" The system quickly displayed a notification. "Mission: go to the location marked on the map and carry out the task assigned upon arrival. Light will guide your way." Reward: locked, 15 mid-grade mana stones. Note: use after obtaining the 3rd magic circle. Vasol stared at the last sentence, contemplating. Use after obtaining the 3rd magic circle? He recalled the complex, red-orange circle filled with strange symbols and couldn't help but wonder, the 3rd magic circle. Before my regression, I tried countless times but never reached that level. Can I really do it this time? And what's more, he held the map, still having no idea what the destination was. Where in the world is this place? Vassal headed up the stairs to the library, figuring, if I can make use of the information in the professor's private section, I might find a clue. In the end, he emerged with a stack of books, carrying a sliver of hope. Vasul eagerly opened one and began to read. First, the outskirts of the Endymion kingdom. He flipped to a nearby page. Next, the coastal border of the empire. Still not finding what he was looking for, his face fell. It has to be mentioned in here somewhere, he grumbled, some record of the overseas regions. The library was filled with the constant rustle of pages, accompanied by his voice. This book, and this one here. Even after checking thousands of books, Vassal had to cover his face and groan in frustration. Oh, no. Not a single place matches the location on that map. He walked out, defeated, rubbing his chin and cursing under his breath. Damn it. I've wasted too much time searching for this location. A new idea struck him. For now, I'll just focus on achieving the third magic circle first. At that moment, he looked up and noticed everyone standing in 2 rows up ahead, whispering about him. That last time. Hey, look. Vassal narrowed his eyes as he looked down at them, realizing he wasn't being hated or bullied anymore. Although a smile played on his lips, his heart felt incredibly sad. He was still a loner. Suddenly, someone called his name, Vassal Raymond. Hearing the voice, he immediately turned his head. Vassal saw him and let out a small ah of recognition. He looked up at the professor, a bright smile spreading across his face, as he responded with enthusiasm. Yes, sir. Outside, the sky was a brilliant blue, with sunlight filtering down through the lush green leaves of the trees as the professor's voice rang out. Summer vacation is almost here. As he poured a cup of steaming, fragrant tea, he casually asked, Do you have any plans? Vassal, sitting across from him, watched him bring the teacup over and answered bluntly, Not yet, sir. Professor Hubert sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and began, In that case, would you be interested in working on a research project with me? Vassal let out a surprised, Huh? The professor pointed to 2 books on the table. Based on your contributions, your name could even be listed as an author right after mine. What do you think? Vassal leaned forward, picked up the book, and started reading. It wasn't long before his eyes went wide with shock. Professor Hubert, seeing this reaction, felt confused. Vassal? What are you thinking? He quickly snapped the book shut, stammering, I'm sorry, Professor. He didn't hesitate to politely decline. Actually, I already have my own plans for this summer. Professor Hubert's brow furrowed with suspicion. Is that so? You just told me you had none. Vassal handed him a book. I have to go to this place. Professor Hubert looked down and read slowly. A vacation getaway inn. He exclaimed in surprise. Mandiva? After some hassle, he finally climbed into a horse-drawn carriage, and the old driver set off. Sitting inside and looking out the window, Vassal took a deep breath of the fresh, natural air. He summoned his spatial bag, thinking, This is a long trip. I'd better eat something to keep my stomach full. Vassal popped a crimson-colored item into his mouth. This should fill me up. Outside, the old driver was wiping away sweat as he drove the horses. Phew, it's a real scorcher today. Suddenly, a red aura pulsed from the carriage, making him exclaim, How strange. It turned out the aura was coming from Vassal. He closed his eyes, making a firm resolution in his heart. Before I reach Mandiva, I will obtain the third magic circle. Meanwhile, Professor Hubert was still in his room, deep in thought. Actually, he rested his chin on his hand, thinking, the boy going to Mandiva, this might be a good thing. He imagined a sun-drenched beach with a brilliant blue cocktail sitting on a table. Then, he pictured a woman in a white shirt and shorts, her platinum hair shimmering as she sunbathed next to a tray of pastries and a cocktail, musing to himself, She's probably in Mandiva already. He brought the imaginary cocktail to his lips, taking a long sniff, his tone weary. First it's protecting the Empire, then it's giving lectures on magic research, and on top of all that, I have to nurture my students. He remembered that year when he was an authoritative woman, a figure so commanding that the students could only look up at her in fear. The Count echoed out, 9, 6, 3. Then she raised her palm, summoning a spiritual energy that swirled around. Clad in a white outfit with red accents, complete with gloves and a red and gold hat, she gazed at the energy on her hand and began to explain. For all mages, there are 3 numbers that hold profound significance. The students looked on, their faces filled with astonishment. She recalled the card that overcame 1,000 perils. The number 9 represents the final destination on the path of magic that a person pursues throughout their life. The second card, from a battle with a monster, showed the number 6, signifying the completion of the 6th magic circle and the immense hardships one must endure to become a grand mage. Next was the card depicting a person under an ancient tree. The number 3 marks the turning of the first page, when one begins their solitary journey on the path of magic. She gently set her glass down on the table, musing. Speaking of solitary, folding her arms, she wondered to herself, I wonder if that child is doing well right now. The person she was thinking of was none other than a young man with blood-red eyes, the infamous Vatso. Meanwhile, on Vatso's end, the old coachman stopped the carriage and called out, We've arrived, sir. When Vatso didn't appear, the old man grew worried. Why hasn't he gotten out yet? He mumbled before calling out hesitantly. Sir, you can get out now. The old man then shouted in alarm, Sir! A moment later, a hand shot out and fiercely grabbed a piece of bread. It was Vatso, ravenously devouring bread in one hand and a sausage in the other. As he ate, wiping his mouth and staring at the spread of delicious food before him, he sighed internally. I guess I used too much power to stabilize my rampaging mana. Vatso took a sip of water, recalling the moment he passed out. Luckily, the old coachman was there to save him, holding him up and yelling, Sir, wake up! He chugged the glass of water in one go. But well, I finally achieved it. Finished, he slammed the empty glass down on the table. Vatso summoned his blazing red spiritual energy, a smirk playing on his lips. The third magic circle, a crimson circle with strange symbols materialized. And even he was surprised by his own power. To think I could break my limits just a few months before returning. Vatso picked up 2 coins from the table, telling himself, but this isn't enough to get complacent. He lowered his head, his resolve hardening. I have to go further. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Quest 1. Find the marked location on the map and receive subsequent tasks. As you approach the area, a guiding light will show you the way. Vatso held the map, a headache forming as he thought, Ugh, I know I have to find the marked spots, but this is my first time here. After all, suddenly, a voice from outside caught his attention. Tour of Pompeo Volcano, with the most professional guides, a huge discount, today only. Legend has it that the majestic Pompeo volcano was once just an ordinary mountain. It transformed into a volcano because one day, a very special creature came to reside there. Vatso gazed at the scenery, pondering, its mere presence was enough to alter the nature of an entire region? He looked at the crimson mountain, seeing the silhouette of a monster, and deduced, in that case, there's only one creature in this world with that kind of power. The monster in his mind was a mighty fire dragon, none other than a flame dragon. At that moment, the tour guide, wearing a dragon-shaped hat, was putting on a show, letting out a few roars. The crowd around him was thoroughly entertained, clapping continuously, but Vatso's face darkened. All right, I'm splitting from the group here. Just as he was about to leave, the guide raised a hand and announced, Let's get ready to move on. He silently leaped off the cliff while the guide was still speaking. Our next destination is... A few seconds later, the guide looked around in confusion. Huh? Are we missing someone? Vatso's feet were submerged in the clear blue water. He gazed at the colossal waterfall ahead, lost in thought. I gave up the reward and the chance to grow stronger from that quest. Standing before the cascade, Vatso held the map in his hand. All for this. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Because it's connected to my lineage. Suddenly, a golden light floated up from the map. The specks of light continuously rose and coalesced, instantly forming a golden orb. Then, to Vatso's astonishment, it shot forward. He watched the brilliant light skim across the water's surface, wondering, could this be the guiding light they mentioned? After a moment, it plunged straight into the water. Vatso let out a short breath. Ha, so it's inside the waterfall. He quickly swung his arm back, summoning a glowing circle. He shouted, Wind arrow. Instantly, a weapon materialized from the circle and shot straight into the waterfall, parting the water for him. Vatso seized the opportunity and flew inside. Walking through the cave, he rubbed his head. Who would have thought there'd be a cavern formed from lava in here? He strode on, searching for what he needed, but after a short distance, a worry crept in. The rule said you had to reach the third magic circle before entering, but where are all the monsters or beasts? I don't see a single one. Vatso stepped up to the corner of a wall. He looked up at the rather majestic but abandoned structures, puzzled. Placing his hand on a pillar entwined with green vines, he tried to sense its age. I wonder how long this has been here. Suddenly, a strange noise made his ears perk up. He turned to see a dazzling golden light in the center of a large gate. Flanked by 2 stone guardian statues, he exclaimed, There you are. I was wondering where you were hiding, so this is it. Vatso slowly advanced towards it. His steps began to quicken. All of a sudden, he sensed something very strange behind him. A cold dread filled him. Damn it, have I forgotten my instincts from my mercenary days? I let my guard down. He frowned, glancing back subtly. I should have realized it sooner. If there are no monsters, no beasts, not even a single sound, it means this territory is being suppressed by an overwhelmingly powerful creature. His brow furrowed as he peeked behind him again. I should have seen it coming. Damn, is something off with me? He felt that strange presence at his back once more. I really should have known. How could I be so careless? He shot another look behind him, his brow furrowed. I should have pieced it together. Damn it, this place is being dominated by a supreme predator. His eyes darted back again. It was so obvious. A single, powerful entity is in control here. Frowning, he glanced over his shoulder again. I should have recognized the signs. Crap, this whole area is under the thumb of one incredibly strong being. He took another quick look back. I can't believe I missed it. The absolute silence meant a top-tier predator was nearby. His brows knit together as he peeked backward one last time. I should have understood. Hell, the lack of any life meant an apex creature was ruling this domain. He cast a final, wary glance behind him. It was a rookie mistake. This entire place is being oppressed by a single, immensely powerful entity. Vatso, enveloped in a blazing red aura, conjured a second circle magic spell, Fire Arrow. The red gem on the gate began to absorb his crimson spiritual energy. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes shot open, staring at the gem. It seemed to be affected by something, as it stopped and lowered its head. Vatso aimed his fire arrow at it, but the dragon remained completely still. He wondered, why did it stop? To Vatso's astonishment, the dragon suddenly rose to its full height. It stomped one of its feet down with tremendous force. The man looked down at the quaking ground. Then, its entire body collapsed forward, bowing its head before Vatso. Vatso was utterly bewildered. What is happening? The two spears in front of the gate parted, and a voice echoed out, You have proven yourself. The gem on the gate glowed with an intense light. It unleashed a wave of incredibly powerful energy directly at Vatso. After a moment, he clutched his head, groaning, Ugh, my head. When Vatso finally opened his eyes and looked around, he was stunned. The scenery had completely changed. He placed his hand on a sheet of ice so clear he could see his reflection, and whispered, Ice? Kneeling on the frozen floor, surrounded by giant stone statues, he asked in confusion, Where am I? He scanned the area. Was that teleportation magic? I was just in the cave a second ago. Suddenly, a strange sound drew his attention. He looked up to see a bizarre, glowing red weapon bound by several chains, and muttered, That's... The system then displayed a new notification. Quest 2. Defeat all ice golems in the area and overcome the trial of the fire gate. Trial rewards. 1 secret reward. 15 intermediate grade mana stones. He was stunned. Ice golems? Vatso glanced to his side. The stone statues were beginning to move. Vatso mumbled, The golems, you mean. They forcefully shattered the layers of ice encasing their bodies. They turned, surrounding the lone Vatso. He was horrified. I have to take down this whole mob? Without another word, he summoned a fire arrow into his hand. He swung his arm to the side. Damn it, this is a bit too harsh. At his command, the brilliant red fire arrow shot forward. It flew straight into the chest of an ice golem. Staring into the hazy dust from the impact, he calculated, To kill a golem, I have to destroy its core. The flames and ice turned to ash in an instant, but a single word echoed in his mind. But the ice golem he had just hit staggered back up. Seeing its chest, he felt a surge of fear. I only managed to crack it? Vatso gritted his teeth, staring at the situation. Just how hard is the ice they're made of? He raised his hand again to summon a different energy. If fire doesn't work, then I'll use wind. But something made him freeze. What? The ice golem was already charging at him with its arms raised high. He thought with dread, Can't I cast magic? Vatso defiantly thrust his palm towards it. Lightning. A few sparks fizzled and vanished in an instant, forcing a curse from his lips. Ah! The ice golem slammed its fist into the ground, shattering the frozen floor and sending shards flying everywhere. But luckily, he dodged just in time. Vasago stumbled back a few steps, his face covered in fresh scratches from the icy shrapnel, his mind racing back to the system notification. A single line caught his eye, Destroy all golems in the area and overcome the trial of fire. Wiping a smear of blood from his forehead, Vasago quickly summoned a second circle magic spell, Fire Arrow. His brow furrowed and his eyes sharpened with resolve. All right. As his body erupted in flames before the bewildered gazes of the ice golems, he declared with unwavering certainty, I will do this. Searing streams of lava erupted from a fissure in the golem's chest, blasting towards him. The impact created a massive explosion that blanketed the area in thick, choking smoke, forcing him to press himself against a corner wall to avoid the blast. Seeing this, the golem looked up, a hint of surprise on its monstrous face. Visago's pupils dilated, his mind already calculating his next move. Suddenly, a colossal beam of magma shot forward, striking a golem with exponentially more force than the previous blasts. The attack completely shattered the creature's massive form. Still holding his attack stance, Visago gasped for breath, thinking, "That's only 2 of them down." As he struggled to recover, a dreadful thought crossed his mind. "At this rate, I'll run out of energy long before I can defeat them all." And just as he thought that, the remaining golems began to stir. With one side of his face caked in blood and an overwhelming exhaustion weighing him down, Visago knew he needed a new strategy. Another golem swung its gigantic fist towards him, the impact creating a chaotic shockwave that forced him to scramble for safety. As he dodged, an idea sparked in his mind, flashing an image of a soldier shattering a solid object. To break through their incredibly tough ice armor instantly, he realized, "I need to focus all of my power onto a single point." In a flash of insight, Visago's eyes widened. He had it. The answer was density. Acting on his new plan, he thought, "First, I'll create some distance to cast the spell." He moved in a blur, vanishing from his spot and reappearing behind the pack of golems in an instant. Then, holding his hands parallel to each other, he began to cast, starting with Fire Arrow, molding the flame into the shape of a weapon between his palms. "Now, I'll add the amplification formula," he muttered, and the fiery weapon between his hands swelled in size. "Next, I'll layer on a formula to simulate fire lightning." The base of the fiery projectile began to glow a furious, incandescent red. Soon, more identical fire arrows materialized around the first one. With a slight grimace of concentration, Visago finally extended his hand, commanding the flames, and now, merged them all. 5 distinct weapons, forged from pure fire, now hovered menacingly in the air. The fiery projectiles began to circle the golems in a vortex. His thoughts raced, reaching a crescendo. The compression formula. Using both hands, Visago began to squeeze the spells together. The strain was so immense his eyes turned pure white as he poured every last ounce of his power into the unification. Just then, a golem took a heavy step forward, sending a tremor through the very ground he stood on. It then raised its arm, preparing to smash Visago into oblivion. Still wrestling with the volatile spell, he screamed in desperation, "Come on, please, just merge." Suddenly, a brilliant light pulsed from the swirling mass of fire. His desperate hope had become reality. The advancing golem's footing faltered, and for the first time, the other golems looked up in alarm. A massive, gaping hole had been punched straight through the golem's chest, causing its arms to break off and fall to the ground. The creature shattered into a million pieces, raining down across the chamber. Visago now stood firm, holding the newly forged spear of fire in his hand. His pupils had shifted to a brilliant gold, glowing intensely against his features as he aimed the spear forward, his gaze distant and cold. The system chimed in. "Your understanding of the fire element has surpassed its limit. Your intermediate proficiency in the fire element has increased dramatically." Visago glanced at the spear, taller than himself, and thought, "I can feel it. This power is at least on par with a 5th circle magic spell." He tightened his grip on the spear's shaft. Just maintaining its form was draining a massive amount of his energy. Shifting into a runner's stance, he decided, "I have to end this now." He shot forward, spear in hand, charging straight into the remaining golems. With a grim and determined expression, he flew between them, systematically impaling each one through the chest with the searing hot weapon. One was sliced clean in 2, yet its other half remained standing, its red eyes glaring down at him. He glanced over, his golden eyes blazing. 4 on the left. A flash of orange light followed as the spear carved a beautiful arc of fire, bisecting another golem and shattering a second one in the same motion. Now 2, he thought. Suddenly, a blue slash of energy cut through the air, forcing him to lean back and dodge. One of the last 2 golems counterattacked, firing a beam of white energy from its chest that cracked the floor beneath him. He looked down at the spear trembling in his hand as it began to flicker and fade away. There's only a little energy left now. Pushing himself to his feet, he repositioned the spear, holding it at his side. His eyes had returned to their crimson hue as he thought with grim resolve, "If that's how it is." He clenched his hand, gripping the spear for one final push. He lunged toward the final golem, roaring, "This is my last attack." The golem's maw opened wide as it seemed to shrink back, recoiling in fear. As he drove the spear forward, he pleaded internally, "Please work." Every ounce of effort he had expended was riding on this final strike. With sheer determination burning in his eyes, Visago screamed in his mind, "Just reach it." The spear's golden flame closed the distance in a flash, piercing straight through the golem. He could only stand and watch, waiting for the result. The golem's form flickered amidst wisps of white smoke and embers of red fire. Visago stared up at it, a massive hole now gaping in its chest. The last golem was finally destroyed, With a face etched in exhaustion, he whispered, "I." His eyes went blank as his face fell. Did it. And with that, his body finally gave out, collapsing onto the chaotic, war-torn floor. An ornate, wrapped object suddenly burst into a massive inferno, its flames threatening to consume everything. At that moment, a status window appeared. Horn of the Forgotten King, Fire Essence. Instantly, the burning horn unleashed a blinding light that flooded the entire space. The young man lay there, unconscious, his face still streaked with blood and grime, as another line appeared on the status screen. Entering the subconscious of the Forgotten King to receive the reward. After the system notification faded, he slowly pried his eyes open, his face a mess of dried blood, his gaze completely dazed and lifeless. He found his arms suspended in midair, bound by glowing golden chains. He struggled to clear his head and figure out where he was. The status window kept flashing. You have received the reward. Horn of the Forgotten King, Fire Essence. Entering the subconscious of the Forgotten King to receive the reward. He asked in confusion, Forgotten King? Wasn't that the horn of a fire dragon? His arms strained against the tight bonds as he continued. But seriously, is this really a reward? It feels more like I'm being tortured. A sinister, threatening voice echoed around him. You, the one who endured the trial of fire and reached the subconscious of a transcendent being. He grunted in pain, unable to speak, sweat pouring down his face as his eyes widened in shock. Huh, he thought desperately. Are these its remnant thoughts? My head feels like it's going to split open. The voice boomed again. I grant you a fragment of the king. Instantly, the crimson, flaming horn shot towards him, making him flinch in terror. The horn's sharp tip aimed directly for him. Bound by the chains, he was completely helpless and could only scream out in disbelief. What? In the next second, the horn slammed violently into his stomach. He let out a piercing scream of pure agony. Ah! His eyes bulging wide as a pain more intense than anything he'd ever felt coursed through him. The searing hot horn continued to push deeper and deeper into his abdomen, burning him from the inside out. His body erupted with an explosion of power, and a brilliant, fiery light radiated from his entire being, so intense that even his eyes blazed with uncontrollable energy. He roared in agony, but in stark contrast to his suffering, the mysterious voice simply commanded, "Use this power." His body, now overflowing with raw energy, exploded in a light so blinding it washed out everything. He continued to scream, lost in the pain and the power. The light illuminated the vast, empty space, and behind it, the silhouette of a massive dragon could be seen, watching him intently. After enduring the unimaginable pain, he awoke to the gentle morning light and the soothing sound of waves. He was lying sprawled on a sandy beach. As he came to, the salty smell of the ocean hit him, and he looked around, completely bewildered. He pushed himself up, wiping the grime from his face, and wondered, what? Where am I? Looking into the distance, he saw buildings with sea-blue rooftops that perfectly matched the coastal scenery. A thought struck him. Is this Mandiva? He ran a hand through his hair, at a loss for words, asking himself, what in the world happened back there? He then focused on the system notifications. You have absorbed the Horn of the Forgotten King and reached your limit. The mana exceeding what you can absorb has become potential. Your intermediate understanding of the fire attribute has reached its limit and will become advanced understanding of the fire attribute. He read through every line with intense focus. He then clenched his fist, and an immense torrent of red mana swirled to life around him. Staring at the crimson energy, he thought, is this really my mana? I can practically feel how close I am to the fourth magic circle. For everything he went through back there, this reward was absolutely top tier. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts, catching his attention. Glad to see you here, Vasago. He turned to see a middle-aged woman with platinum blonde hair and immediately recognized her. Lady Darian White Snow. The two stood talking at a nearby drink stall. She spoke first. I sensed a sudden explosion of mana, so I came to investigate. As she spoke, she handed him a drink. And I found you here. He smiled gratefully. Thank you. I never expected to run into you here, Tower Master. Her sharp eyes sized him up, her mind racing. He's nearly reached the fourth magic circle in such a short time. She analyzed him further, confirming her suspicions. His mana is even purer than before. The boy is a bona fide genius. He set his drink down and asked, so, what brings you to Mandiva, Tower Master? She gazed out towards the sea and the tall buildings. Not many people know this, but this is my hometown. He looked surprised. Your hometown? She nodded. Yes. That's why I come back here every summer. But Vasago, what brings you all the way out here? He met her gaze, thinking, I guess it's too soon to tell her the truth. He scratched his head and let out a soft sigh. He then placed a hand over his chest and declared earnestly, I came here to see more of the world, she replied. Oh, I see, but her mind was already elsewhere. Should I test this kid's abilities? She held her drink out towards him and said, in that case, would you mind helping me with something small? He looked at her, confused. Huh? She snapped her fingers, and motes of fire instantly swirled around him. The fire enveloped him without any heat, leaving him stunned. A moment later, a new symbol materialized on his cloak. He looked down at it and thought, this is the emblem of the fire tower. Darian took a sip of her drink, a slight smile on her face. Don't worry, she said coolly. It's something you can handle. Right on cue, a status window appeared before him. Quest: Darian Whitesnow's test. Help her deal with the pirate-run human trafficking ship at Mandiva Port and pass her test. Completion reward: Intermediate Mana Stone. After reading the quest details, he looked up in shock. Pirates? On board a ship, several men were deep in discussion. Darian explained, I'm sure you're already aware, but the Empire strictly forbids slavery. The scene shifted to a dark hold, where people were locked in cages as guards patrolled nearby. That's precisely why we don't allow those kinds of ships to dock at Mandiva's port. On the deck of the ship, traffickers were busy moving their illicit cargo. Darian continued, unfortunately, some ships have found ways to anchor just offshore, and a few have even tried to drop anchor near Mandiva. The two of them were now seated on a small boat propelled by mana, gliding across the water as she laid out the full situation. Of course, she added, I could handle this myself. Her expression grew more serious as she explained. But the objective of this operation is to rescue the victims and seize the ship, which requires a more detailed plan. Hearing this, Visago chimed in. So we need to lure them into an attack? She gave him an approving look. You catch on quick. Visago fell silent, lost in thought. He gazed at the massive ship looming in the distance, thinking, if the Tower Master herself were asking for help, hundreds of mages, perhaps even a true god, would come running without a second thought. Just then, the old woman used her mana to teleport onto the ship ahead, prompting Vassal to think, considering she specifically asked for his help. Then, he stared at the vessel, now certain that this was undoubtedly a test. As their boat drew closer to the massive ship, she called out to Vassal. Then she turned back to warn him. What's about to happen might be a little overwhelming for you, kid. Her tone grew serious, but the path of a guardian isn't always smooth sailing and glorious. He listened intently, absorbing her every word of guidance. She turned back with a slight smile. This is just another fate that we mages must face. With that, she stepped onto the railing of the boat. She then leaped onto the larger ship, turning back to him and declaring, I'll draw their attention now. In the meantime, you go and rescue the people. After giving her instructions, she shot off to execute the plan they had arranged. Vassal seriously contemplated her words about the path of a guardian. She soared high above the ship's mast, looking down. A confident smile spread across her face as she raised her staff and said, All right, casting it around here should be perfect. A powerful surge of mana then erupted from her entire body, her eyes glowing as she unleashed her magic. In the next moment, the entire sky surrounding the ship lit up with a blinding radiance as she hovered in the air, manipulating the mana and shouting down to him, Go now, kid. At that moment, a shout echoed, shaking the entire ship. She's attacking. Everyone on board scrambled to grab their weapons and attack her, as one person commanded, Quickly, move it! The sailors got into position, aiming their crossbows directly at her and opening fire. A man who appeared to be a leader raised his sword high and roared, Fire! With a single, loud command. A massive orb of mana blazed brightly above the ship's mast. Seeing the chaos she had caused, she couldn't help but let a triumphant smirk play on her lips. The men on the ship were fundamentally no match for her. Their attacks were useless, prompting one of them to curse loudly. Damn it, our shots aren't even reaching her. A flicker of anger now crossed her face, her hands glowing with crimson mana as she spoke with fury. You wretched scoundrels, you dare to hide within my territory? With that, she thrust her hands forward, sending a shower of fiery mana particles drifting down through the air. The tiny embers rained down upon the ship, striking terror into the hearts of the men. She added, Let's see if your skills are as impressive as your courage. The embers landed on the deck and immediately erupted into flames right at their feet, causing them to cry out in shock. What is this? They then scrambled to stomp out the flames, but it was completely futile. The more they stomped, the larger the fire grew. They screamed while desperately trying to stamp out the embers. What in the world did you do? The blaze then crept up one man's leg as he tried to extinguish it. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing his entire body as he let out an agonizing scream. Why is everything bursting into flames? Another cry rang out, Burning dwarf! And the entire ship was plunged into a sea of fire. Meanwhile, on the other side, a hand gripped the ship's railing and pulled itself up. Taking advantage of the chaos, Vassal snuck aboard completely undetected. Suddenly, a shout of, "Move it!" caught his attention, drawing his eyes to the inferno raging across the deck. Before the pirate could even launch another attack, the flames leaped forward and latched onto his leg. Instantly, his entire body was engulfed in fire, and his pain-filled screams echoed across the heavens. Witnessing this, Vassal was utterly astonished. To think it only took a moment. The other men on deck were equally shocked, unable to believe their eyes. It's already transformed into that shape, but Vassal quickly turned away, refocusing on his own mission. This was no time to be amazed. He opened a hatch leading below, his mind racing. First, he had to save the people Dahlia had mentioned. Down in the brig, the guard was likely still clueless about what was about to unfold. The guard sat there nonchalantly, muttering, "What in the world is going on up there?" Suddenly, a prisoner cried out, "The Marines are here! We're saved!" followed by the piercing shriek of a sword striking the iron bars of the cell. Vassal gave a slight nod and said, "Yes, but we need to wait until the pirates are all gone. For now, it's safer to stay in here." Hearing this, a woman immediately fell to her knees, clasping her hands above her head in prayer. "Oh, divine spirits, you have heard my prayers." Vassal glanced down at the unconscious figure beside him, then looked around the cramped space, wondering just how many people were imprisoned here. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he spotted something that sent a jolt through him. His attention locked onto a young boy huddled in a cell, and he was stunned. They were even going to sell this child into slavery? He gritted his teeth, the angles of his face hardening with rage as he cursed under his breath. "Those rotten dogs!" In the very next second, a group of men stormed in, pointing at him and yelling, "Who's there?" The sudden noise startled him, but their attention was immediately drawn to the corpse of their comrade lying on the floor. Recognizing their crewmate, they shouted in disbelief. "What? It's him?" One of them quickly drew his sword, aimed it at Vassal, and roared, "Get that bastard!" At his command, the entire group behind him charged forward to avenge their fallen friend. Vassal unleashed a torrent of blue mana, his face a mask of cold fury as he declared, "I'm the one who'll be getting you." He then chanted the incantation, "Magic Circle, Chain Lightning." Instantly, the entire group was ensnared by crackling blue chains, convulsing violently from the shock. With every single one of them neutralized, Vassal slowly advanced. One pirate, barely clinging to consciousness, gasped, "You're a mage?" He tried to say more. "If the commander arrives, then..." But before he could finish, Vassal uttered a single word, "Thunder," and a final jolt silenced him for good. Vassal then walked towards a cell, gently pushing open the door. He stood before the iron bars and murmured, "This cell." It was pitch black inside when a voice called out, "Are you a mage from the Harmony Tower?" Vassal responded with a single word, "Light," and an orb in his hand flared to life, illuminating every corner of the space. He looked down and saw that the person imprisoned in the cell was an elf. The man immediately stood up and said, "So, you are a mage from the Harmony Tower, aren't you?" Vassal then noticed the symbol on his own clothes and had a moment of realization. "Oh, so that's why they saw this symbol." He raised a hand to his chest and replied, "No, I am not a member of the Harmony Tower." Before he could finish his sentence, the man cut him off. "It doesn't matter who you are." The elf stood right at the iron bars, his face arrogant as he commanded Vassal, "Open this gate now." Hearing that tone, Vassal felt a wave of annoyance. His expression shifted. He had intended to open the door for them, but this guy's attitude was truly grating. He stared at the man's prideful, self-important face and found it incredibly irritating. To act like that even in this situation almost made him want to just turn around and leave. At that moment, another voice from within the cell issued a command, "Cease." An elf with platinum blonde hair spoke up, "Be mindful of your conduct." She was Ilo, and her voice carried an air of mystery. As soon as she stood up to speak, the person next to her rushed to her side to support her. "He's no ordinary person." She approached the iron bars, looking at Vassal's surprised expression, and said, "To possess mana as pure as a flash of lightning at dawn, this person." She offered a gentle smile with a beauty that could captivate any soul. "I can sense the fragrance of a spirit from him." Elo's words prompted the blonde-haired man to ask, "Not an ordinary person?" with a look of surprise. "What do you mean by that?" Ilo rested her chin on her hand in thought, and then said, "I can smell the fragrance of a spirit within his body." Vassal looked at her, utterly confused. "A spirit's fragrance?" A hooded figure couldn't believe it and spoke up, "That's impossible." The blonde-haired young man also voiced his doubt. "A spirit's fragrance emanating from a human?" Vassal brought a hand up to his nose and sniffed, "I don't smell anything." A voice cut through the air, causing Vassal to pause, Mage of the Harmony Tower. Ilo turned to look at the blonde-haired young man, who stood in flustered silence. He then walked forward and bowed deeply to Vassal with sincerity. Please, rescue us from this place. Everyone else inside the cell also bowed their heads, speaking in unison. We implore you. Vassal was taken aback by the scene and could only think in silence. The famously proud elves had changed their tune entirely because of one sentence from her. Vassal looked at the bowing Ilo and wondered, could she be a high elf? Or perhaps something even greater? In the darkness, a clicking sound echoed as he put his hand on the lock and slowly destroyed it. Guardian, Ilo approached Vassal and asked, have you defeated all the pirates and their captain? Vassal looked at Ilo with a puzzled expression and repeated, Captain? In another location, a person was struck down, collapsing to the floor. The victor turned his head, a weapon in hand. They are even stronger than warriors, skilled in magic. Staring at the wide-open door, the man flashed a sinister smile. Up on the ship's deck, it was absolute chaos as men were locked in a brutal battle. Damn it, arg! A man stood on the ship's command platform. A fire battle, how interesting. He reached behind his back and drew his sword from its sheath. Then, with a powerful kick, he launched himself down below, swinging his sword in a single arc that sliced through the flames. His 2 feet landed gently on the deck. He gripped the weapon in his hand, stepping forward angrily as he spoke. Are you all struggling with this kind of attack? The surrounding men began to cheer. It's the captain! The captain is here! You're finished, old hag. We're going to tear you into 100 pieces. The woman stood on high, looking down with a calm expression. How interesting. Her figure blurred in a flash of speed. Streams of pink energy enveloped her feet as she descended lightly to the deck. She stood on high, holding the staff in her hand, and looked down at the people below. The leader of the group looked at her and laughed, asking, are you trying to close the distance between us? She also laughed and replied, it seems you are the leader. He suddenly burst into loud laughter. That's right, I am the captain of this ship, Donclick. His entire body was enveloped by a stream of red power. Judging by the way you use your aura, you must have been a knight. What are you doing here? Donclick bowed his head and covered his face, laughing loudly. Does the title of knight pay enough to eat and cover the taxes? He looked up to the sky and roared, my brothers and I, the Click brothers, have made a fortune in the slave trade. Hearing him say that, she was startled and asked again, the Donclick brothers? He didn't answer, simply gripping the sword in his hand. He charged swiftly towards her, his eyes glowing red. The time is now. A voice rang out, startling Dahlia. That was dangerous. A wall of water erupted, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Vassal's silhouette appeared through the cloud of dust. He stepped back and created a protective circle. What is this? 2 spears materialized at his feet. A man appeared from nowhere, smiled, and said, you couldn't land a hit, huh? He raised his sword. You must be a mage as well. Vassal stood inside the protective circle, thinking, an aura from his sword? Is he a knight? It will be difficult, but defeat your opponent. Clear reward, mid-grade mana stones, quantity. 5. Elo stood behind Vassal and warned, Guardian, be careful. Looking at the man with the sinister smile, she said, he is the vice-captain of this ship. The man's lips curled into a smirk, but he let out a sigh. Even if you are a mage, you're still just a snot-nosed kid. With that, he kicked the person lying at his feet. You didn't kill them, you just knocked them aside. When you win, you should finish the job. He pointed his sword menacingly at Vassal. I'll show you how. Vassal remained silent, using his power without responding to him. Streams of lightning enveloped his body. Fire magic has a massive area of effect, if that's the case. Dahlia didn't answer him at all, instead asking him a question. Let me ask you something. Is your brother also a knight? Donclick raised his sword to eye level. He was, but of course, not as skilled as me. The rising flames angered him, and he swung his sword powerfully. More burning dwarves? She appeared mysterious, her lips barely moving. No, this time will be a little different. Hearing this, Donclick paused for a moment. In the flames, the shape of something was being recreated. 2 dwarves appeared, startling him. 2 of them? One of them brandished an axe as a weapon, and the more he slashed, the more they multiplied. It wasn't just 2 of them, a whole swarm materialized, surrounding John Click. They were the Hell Dwarves, summoned by the Snow White, Daria. Her eyes blazed crimson, a smirk playing on her lips as her creations lunged forward, catching him completely off guard. John Click whipped his head around, his mind reeling in disbelief. Impossible. Behind Daria, another figure had emerged. Why was a fire tower wizard here? In an instant, a shield shattered, sending a spray of blood across the deck. The attacker's sword slammed onto the ship's floorboards as he turned his gaze towards Rassel. He stared at Rassel, who was clutching his chest and gasping for air. Did he actually dodge that? The man scowled, replaying the strike in his mind. It should have cleaved him in two. Rassel placed a hand on his chest, channeling his power. Is he reinforcing his body with defensive magic? The attacker's expression twisted into a scheming grin. Whatever it was useless. He was nothing more than a cornered rat in a trap. Rassel's vision blurred with worry. Guardian. He could barely breathe. Knight. A memory from his past life surfaced. He'd met this man before. The one who slaughtered an entire group of innocent mercenaries just for bumping into his shoulder. Rassel collapsed to his knees, clutching his wounded arm, his breathing ragged. Just then, a white-haired man stepped in front of him, and the two adversaries locked eyes. The only one who could stop this madman was a mage. Rassel drew back his hand, concentrating his power as a powerful blast slammed into the knight's stomach. Second circle. Magic arrow. The force sent him flying, his body crashing hard against a wall as he coughed up blood. Rassel, supporting himself against the wall, staggered forward. He looked down at his hand, breathing heavily. Am I losing too much blood? He crushed a lock with his bare hand, telling the prisoners, Everyone, get out. Ilo and two cloaked figures emerged, bowing to him. Thank you, Guardian. Thank you. Rassel extended a hand to her. If you're all right, come with me. Suddenly, a voice cut him off. You little brat. The knight rose from the rubble, startling everyone. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. You should have taken my head. Rassel stared in confusion, thinking to himself, but I executed the spell perfectly. He spread his arms to shield Ilo, ordering, Please, get the other captives to the deck. The two figures behind her seemed hesitant, but Ilo clasped her hands and nodded in agreement. You want us to release these humans? You wish? Fine, Guardian. The knight cracked his neck and laughed maniacally. You really have time to be saving slaves? In the blink of an eye, he shot forward. With a terrifying expression, he unleashed a furious assault. Rassel quickly conjured a barrier. Worry about yourself first. The knight's weapon pressed deeper into the shield as he hammered away relentlessly, determined not to give Rassel a single opening to counterattack. A wicked grin spread across his face, his eyes glowing crimson in the gloom. The onslaught was relentless. Shield, 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 shield. Ilo and the others hurried to rescue the remaining slaves. I have to hold on, Rassel thought. They began passing out keys to unlock the cells. The captives were quickly being set free. Just a little longer and everyone would be out. A voice called out, snapping Rassel back to focus. Guardian, everyone is safe. The knight erupted in laughter. You think this will do you any good? All around them, large fires began to ignite. Of course, it will, Rassel replied calmly. His attacker just stared, a look of pure confusion on his face. Suddenly, Rassel's eyes transformed, turning a brilliant gold with slitted pupils. Because now, I'm going to destroy you. The two of them stood within a ring of fire. The knight gritted his teeth, staring at Rassel. What is this? Rassel met his gaze, his golden eyes shining brightly. The knight slashed fiercely before leaping backward, sensing a shift in the air around his opponent. He looked up, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Was he finally ready to get serious? Rassel remained behind his shield as the knight took his attack stance. He then charged forward, yelling, Then I'll just pierce you and the shield together. But suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted, stopping him in his tracks. Rassel now held a new weapon in his hand. Origin, Rassel Daemon. He took a stance, pointing it directly at the knight. Flame spear. The attacker's eyes blazed red, his own blade glinting in the light. A flame spear? Rassel readied himself for the attack. No, the knight realized. This is something completely different. This spear. The two warriors charged at each other, their weapons colliding in a brilliant flash of light. This magic was at least several levels higher than anything Rassel had used before. Meanwhile, John Click was still battling the dwarves. Damn it, he was completely surrounded. The more I kill, the more of them show up. I can't possibly kill them all. Exhausted, John Click panted heavily. What in the world is my idiotic brother doing? From the sidelines, Daria continued to command her minions. If he were here, we would have caught that witch by now. The dwarves rushed him again, and John Click cut them down with a powerful swing. He just had to hold out a little longer. Suddenly, the deck beneath his feet began to crack, a faint light glowing from below. John Click looked down, his face a mask of shock as the floorboards buckled and swelled, throwing him off balance. Huh? A massive pillar of fire erupted from below the ship, shooting high into the sky and engulfing him in the blast. Gah! He couldn't believe what was happening, roaring, impossible. Daria stood frozen, covering her mouth in astonishment. What is going on? A sound from behind made her turn. From inside the ship, the elves and former slaves were emerging onto the deck. I was too careless. The deck now had a massive hole in it, and lying motionless below was Rassel. He had taken care of everything. His face was peaceful, though his clothes were slightly torn and stained with blood. A notification window materialized. Alert. You have completed the quest and received your reward. You have obtained 1 medium-grade mana stone. From below, shouts echoed across the water. The leader is down. Surround them. Defense ships, assemble. Daria raised her head and lifted her staff. Ho ho, she chuckled as fires erupted around her dwarves. Perhaps I should reconsider this. She slammed her staff onto the deck, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that rained down on the smaller ships nearby. Aboard the escaping vessel, a pair of hands hovered over Rassel's wound, emitting a soft healing light. Rassel pushed himself up, asking, "What happened? Don't move, benefactor." Ilo kept her glowing hands in place. "My mana hasn't fully recovered, so the healing will be a bit slow." Daria's voice from the side made him jump. "Well done, boy. You defeated 2 knights all by yourself." "Huh?" Rassel turned to her in disbelief but was cut off. "I thought I only fought one of them." "It was actually 2, Daria corrected. "They're currently tied to the mast." Ilo then spoke up. "I owe you a great debt, though I cannot repay it immediately." She began her formal introduction. "I am Ilo, a child of the White Wax Tree tribe. I swear on the honor of my ancestors that I will one day repay this kindness." He placed a hand on his chest and smiled. "My name is Regressed Damon. I was only fulfilling my duty as a guardian." Daria interjected into their conversation. "Lady Ilo, don't forget about us, the people of the fire tower, ho ho." A loud voice called out, "Tower Master, we've finished checking the condition of the prisoners." "Excellent." She turned to Ilo and remarked, "Your retainers are quite capable. They're behaving completely differently than before." Rassel then turned to Ilo. "Lady Ilo, back on the ship." "What did you mean?" Ilo looked at him and asked, "Are you referring to?" Her next words made Daria look over in surprise. "When I mentioned the scent of spirits." The ship continued to slice through the waves. "Yes, that's it." Ilo's hair fluttered in the breeze. "Do you, by any chance, have dragon's blood in your veins?" Rassel thought for a moment. "Dragon's blood?" "Yes," she confirmed. "In truth, I carry the bloodline of the blue dragon, though it's merely a drop in an ocean." She gently took Rassel's hand, but even a small amount of dragon's blood is enough to attract spirits. Ilo lowered her head slightly, her next words surprising him. "I could smell the scent of spirits very strongly on you. That's why I wondered if you, like me, are of mixed dragon blood." Daria listened in on their conversation, thinking to herself, "So, mixed dragon blood is the reason for Rassel's rapid growth?" She turned her back to them, gazing at the sunset. That boy could become someone who throws the entire Endymion kingdom into chaos. No, not just the kingdom, but this entire continent. The ship docked, and everyone began to disembark onto solid ground. A group of heavily cloaked figures watched them descend. A voice called out, making her turn. "Lady Ilo!" Daria smiled and said, "I assume you'll be going into seclusion until you've fully recovered your mana, correct?" Ilo nodded. "That's right." Daria continued. "My estate is not far from here. If you don't mind, you're welcome to stay there. I believe you could also assist with Rassel's training." Rassel pointed to himself, bewildered. "Training?" Ilo, however, happily agreed. "If I can repay my debt in that way, then I would be more than willing." Daria placed a hand on Rassel's shoulder and looked at him. "Well? You don't want to?" He broke into a wide smile and replied, "Of course not. I'd love to." And so began the special training of the Fire Tower Master. Daria gestured for them to follow. "This way, everyone. Your luggage will be brought over shortly, thank you." As they started towards the tower, Rassel voiced his concern. "Tower Master, is this all right? The new semester is about to start." "Don't worry," she assured him. "Leave that to Professor Hubert." Along the coastline, a long line of horse-drawn carriages moved in a hurried procession. One after another, they galloped onward until the lead carriage finally came to a halt. A voice called out, "We've arrived." Immediately, the rest of the carriages pulled up before the gates of a large estate. As he stepped out of the carriage and followed her, Rassel couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is huge." Daria pushed open the doors, turning back with a smile. "Please, make yourselves at home." She then led him and the other former captives into the mansion grounds. Ilo looked around at the scenery in awe. "It truly is a beautiful place. Thank you for your kindness, Tower Master." But then, something caught his eye, compelling him to look back. A flicker of a memory surfaced. Huh? Wait a second, this place. He recalled a vivid image of a happy family of 3 playing, thinking to himself, "I'm sure I've been here with my parents." With that thought, he approached her and asked, "Tower Master, may I ask you something?" Hearing this, she turned her head and replied, "What is it?" he quickly asked. "This villa didn't originally belong to you, did it?" She seemed a bit annoyed by the question, retorting, "You make it sound like I stole it." Realizing his phrasing was a bit off, he said with an embarrassed laugh, "Haha, my apologies." But her next answer caught him by surprise. You're right, its previous owner was some merchant guild. I only bought it a few years ago. Hearing that solidified the images flashing in his mind. Just as I thought, this place was one of my family's assets. After speaking, she asked him, Is there anything else you want to ask? He smiled and replied, No. He gazed at the tall mansion, thinking, After my family fell, I heard it was sold for a pittance. He followed her into the grand hall, his mind racing with the thought that he never expected to return here one day. 1 week later, the door to the room opened, and a girl in a white dress stepped inside. The tower master said, There you are, Ilo. The girl entered cheerfully, saying, I heard you call for me. The tower master scanned her from top to bottom with a sharp gaze and said, What a relief. It seems most of your mana has recovered. She stood there with perfect poise, offering a gentle smile. It is all thanks to you, tower master. The woman set down her teacup and said, Then, about what we discussed before. Can you help Rastro with his training? Upon hearing this, Ilo conjured a water spirit and replied, When you say training, I assume you mean for his soul, the tower master confirmed. Precisely. Ilo then stood opposite her and asked, But where is Rastro? The tower master just chuckled and said, I sent him off to do something else. The scene shifts to another location, where an earth-shattering scream echoes from a cliff as he plummets from a great height. He then crashes into the water with a massive splash, churning up the entire area. A moment later, he breaks the surface, gasping for air. Wiping his hair back, he looks up and mutters, Damn it, did I fail again? He recalled standing on that same cliff earlier, when she had asked him, What did you learn from your fight against those pirate knights? I mean, what do you think you need? He remembered the battle, hesitated, and said, Well, that's. Then, looking at the gap between the two cliffs, he answered, Distance. She stepped forward, explaining, Correct. In combat, distance is crucial for a mage. Then she turned back to him and said, Watch closely. As she spoke, she conjured fire magic and began walking on air, saying, Think about closing the space. In an instant, her entire body shot across the chasm like a fiery comet. Enveloped in fire magic, she quickly reached the peak on the other side. It was a space-time displacement spell. Flash. She turned back towards him and declared, From now on, you will practice crossing this chasm using flash. Seeing his concerned expression, she continued, In the future, it will become a powerful tool for you. At that moment, a notification appeared on his status bar. Quest to learn the space, time displacement spell, flash. The reward was a medium-grade mana stone. Back in the present, he was panting heavily on the shore. He struggled to climb back up the cliff, his mind racing. Flash. It doesn't matter how simple or complex the magic circle is. Sitting atop the cliff, he looked down and thought, I can only learn this magic once I fully understand its principles. He stepped forward into the air again, stubbornly trying one more time. And unsurprisingly, another blood-curdling scream echoed as he failed once more. He climbed back up again, panting. Is this magic training or physical endurance conditioning? Drenched and exhausted, he closed his eyes and said, Focus. Think about closing the distance. He then stepped out again, and this time, he actually managed to create fire magic beneath his feet. With both feet enveloped in flames, he prepared to move forward. He shouted, Right now. But suddenly, she appeared and called his name, Rastro. The interruption broke his concentration, sending him plummeting headfirst. His body was covered in fire magic as he looked up in shock and yelled, Daria! Realizing she had called him at the worst possible moment, she looked a bit awkward and said nothing. It was only then that he realized he was falling again and let out a terrified scream. By now, night had fallen. The two of them were in a cave, and she gently placed a hand on her face, announcing, Starting today, you will learn about soul contracts. The three of them stood warming themselves by the crackling fire as she said, Elo will help you. Hearing this, Elo placed a hand on her chest and said softly, I am glad to be of assistance to you. Rastro politely mirrored the gesture, bowing his head and replying, Thank you, Miss Ilo. Afterwards, the two sat by the fire, and she began to instruct him gently. Please, slowly close your eyes. She was incredibly patient, guiding him step by step. And imagine something related to fire. Not far away, Daria watched the two of them in silence. Ilo looked at him and continued, Breakfast, the midday sun, or a burning flame, anything will do. Rastro followed her instructions with intense focus, concentrating solely on fire. In an instant, his entire body was engulfed in roaring flames. Elo couldn't help but be astonished by the sight. Incredible. For a human to possess such pure mana. She then slowly closed her own eyes and said, I will now enter your subconscious and guide you. With those words, she placed her hands on his shoulders and entered his mind. Inside his subconscious, She took his hand to lead the way. In a place illuminated by a full moon, she explained that most people don't realize that everyone, be they human, elf, or any other being, can enter the soul gate. They traveled through a misty green forest, a place of natural birth for all beings. Then to a desolate battlefield, a place of slaughter devoid of life, where the purposes of all things intersect and the gates open. A massive explosion of fire erupted. Daria, witnessing this from the outside, was stunned. Elo was in no better shape, wondering, what is this torrent flowing from his heart? An image flashed before her. A person wielding a sword, piercing through another's body amidst a piercing scream. She recognized it instantly. Is this hatred? The vision was so intense that she unconsciously clutched her head in pain, feeling faint. She struggled to look forward, her eyes filled with exhaustion. Still holding his hand, she saw a dazzlingly bright gate in the distance. What is this flow within his heart? She turned to see Rastro biting his lip, tears streaming down his face, and she knew. It was hatred. She looked at his face, twisted in agony. No, could it be? Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from them, enveloping the entire cave. Daria's eyes widened in utter shock. The light intensified, seemingly repelling anyone who tried to approach. But she rushed forward anyway. The brilliant light filled the cave, blinding anyone who looked. When he came to, he was lying in a room. He slowly opened his eyes to see Daria beside him. Seeing him awake, she asked, "You're up?" He struggled to sit up and looked at her. "Tower Master." He put a hand to his head, letting out a weak groan of pain before asking, "What happened?" Sitting on the bed and clutching his head, he said, "It feels like my mana went berserk." Just then, the door opened and Ilo walked in. Seeing her, he said, "Miss Ilo." Then his gaze fell upon her bandaged arm, and he asked, "Your arm?" Seeing his concern, she simply replied gently, "I'm fine, benefactor." At that moment, a thought seemed to strike him, and he asked in a self-reproaching tone, "Was it my fault?" He buried his face in his hands and said, "I am truly so very sorry." That night, he stood alone in the villa's courtyard, staring up at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. From her vantage point above, Daria could see his solitary figure, and called out, "Miss Ilo." She turned to look at the girl and asked, "What exactly happened?" Ilo recalled the events and explained, "It was horrifying. Sir Rastro's source of consciousness. When we reached the path leading to the soul gate, we couldn't proceed. A sudden, incredibly intense flow of emotion blocked our way." Daria put a hand to her chin, musing, "A flow of emotion?" Ilo confirmed, "Yes, it looked like a torrent of hatred." She lowered her head slightly, her eyes tinged with sadness, but it also felt more like profound sorrow. Thinking of him, she said with a heavy heart, "The sadness was so immense, I have to wonder how he managed to conceal it for so long." The next morning, a voice called out, "Rastro!" He turned and replied, "Yes, Tower Master." She approached with Ilo, saying as they walked, "We will begin a new training session today." He bowed his head obediently. "If you say so." But before he could finish, she cut him off with an order, "Clean up." He was a bit confused by her words and looked up with a, "Huh?" as if to confirm. She smiled and raised a hand, saying, "For 1 week, you will help the maids in the mansion. Clean every nook and cranny." He was taken aback. "Clean the mansion?" she continued. "During that time, Miss Ilo and I will be taking a trip to the capital." Ilo bowed politely. "I will see you next week, sir." He awkwardly returned the gesture. "Ah yes, please take care." Daria then added, "This isn't a punishment," which only confused him more. He readily agreed, "All right." He figured he would just clean and practice refraction in his spare time. As if reading his mind, she added, "Just so you know, I'm forbidding you from using magic for this entire week." Hearing that, his eyes flew open in shock, and he let out a grunt. After they left, he picked up a broom, looked down the long mansion hallway, and decided he might as well get to it. He gripped the broom with gusto and said, "Well then." He enthusiastically started mopping, singing to himself, thinking he could get some physical training in while cleaning since he just couldn't use magic. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he didn't even have time to react. His body tilted backward, the mop flying from his hands. A moment later, he landed hard on the floor right next to a shattered flower vase. He remembered Daria's words before she left. "Oh, and Rastro, about the cleaning. Just follow the headmaid's instructions." At that very moment, the headmaid and the other staff were there, receiving their orders from her. The headmaid was a stern-looking, middle-aged woman with glasses and a very serious expression. Back in the present, he had just broken Daria's vase, and the headmaid was scolding him. Realizing what he'd done, he quickly said, "I'm sorry." She promptly pulled on a pair of gloves and said, "I'm aware you're not allowed to use magic for a week, correct?" She then handed him a cloth and declared, "So from now on, You will clean according to my instructions." What followed was a week of cleaning with the head maid constantly supervising him. As he was dusting, she would remind him, "You need to support the bottom of the vase with your hand." Then, when he was sweeping, she would stand to the side and point, "Don't you think the area behind that door needs to be cleaned as well?" He would quickly apologize, a look of panic on his face, and she would continue, "But it seems you can't even see the dirt on the floor." And so it went, with the head maid lecturing him on the art of cleaning time and time again. When the work was finally done, he collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted and breathless, with no strength left. He sat there, horrified by what he'd just been through, his eyes heavy with fatigue and his face covered in sweat. The image of the head maid spun in his mind as her voice echoed, "Master Rastro, the carpet! The windows!" He couldn't help but shudder in fear, sweat beading on his forehead as he mumbled, "Is this some kind of mental training?" Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Master Rastro, it's time for lunch." She looked over at him and said, "Follow me." Hearing this, he felt a bit awkward and embarrassed, saying, "Haha, I'll eat later." Her expression instantly turned terrifying as she spun around and commanded, "Follow me." In the end, he relented and followed her, glancing at her nervously and replying, "All right." The kitchen was bustling with lively chatter. He found an empty spot for himself and settled in. It was only then that he noticed how many people worked there. Someone asked, "What's your name?" He turned to the old man next to him and replied, "Ah, I'm Rastro Raymond." The old man was stunned to hear the name, freezing up as he asked for confirmation. "Raymond?" Seeing his reaction, Rastro grew suspicious, wondering, "Does he know me?" But the old man's next words caught him completely off guard. "You're quite the handsome one, aren't you?" Black hair and red eyes. A maid sitting across from them clapped her hands in agreement. "He's right. You look so cool." A dark-skinned, sturdy-looking man clapped him on both shoulders from behind, laughing, "You look pretty strong too. Share some of those muscles with me." The sudden action startled him, and he just managed to stammer out a yes. As he walked, he thought to himself, "If I could use my mage's body, I could finish this in an instant." Over on the other side, everyone settled into their seats. "Here, take this." "Great work, everyone." The group then raised their glasses high and cheered. "Cheers." The moment our hero took a sip of his drink, the person next to him glanced over. A sudden, sharp slap on his back sent the drink spewing from his mouth. Confused, he wiped his mouth and asked, "Why won't you let me drink?" The man replied sternly, "You're still a student. Drinking is not allowed." Rastro reluctantly put his glass down, feeling foolish. "Oh, right. I forgot I'm still a student. I thought I was still a mercenary." The others laughed. "It's fine, it's fine." The old man then poured more into his cup. "You've got to learn to drink eventually." He gazed at the peaceful scenery ahead and added wistfully, "Besides, it's a sin not to drink with a view this beautiful." The whole group gazed at the sun setting behind the distant mountains. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, "There's one more sin." The group jumped and turned around. It was the head maid. Her voice was dead serious as she declared, "And that is drinking beer without snacks." In her hands, she held a basket of food. The others cheered. "All right, a toast to our newest member." Amidst the cheerful scene, her gaze fell upon our hero. Her eyes seemed to hold a world of unspoken thoughts. For the first time, our hero laughed freely among them, feeling completely at ease, finally able to be himself. The scene then shifts, showing him cleaning the yard. Later, he's eating and drinking with his new comrades. Finally, as night falls, he lies on the ground, relaxing and gazing up at the night sky. Day after day passed in peaceful routine. He would garden with the head maid, then happily chat with everyone while eating a piece of bread. Time passed just like that. Under a crescent moon, our hero sat in contemplation, looking up at the sky. Tomorrow will mark a full week. What is this feeling of dissatisfaction? Suddenly, someone approached. "It seems you quite like this spot." The moment he saw her, he stood up and said, "Hello." She adjusted her glasses, her expression unreadable as she said, "How many times a day do you plan on greeting me?" He let out a forced laugh. "Haha, do I do that often?" I hadn't noticed. She then stepped closer and asked, "What's your reason for being out here?" He let out a small ah. He looked up at the sky, a nostalgic look in his eyes. "Standing here reminds me of someone." Upon hearing this, she seemed puzzled. "I thought mages could teleport. Can't you just go see them?" The main character replied, "Teleportation magic is incredibly difficult. And even if I could, they're now in a place I can no longer reach." Hearing his answer, she asked casually, "I figured mages didn't have a care in the world." He responded bluntly, "That's not true." As if to hide her feelings, she turned away, crossed her arms, and said, "Tomorrow is your last day of cleaning, so make sure you do a good job." The main character politely replied with a simple, "Understood." Just then, she seemed to have a thought and turned back to him. I don't know much about magic, but I think you're a good person. Hearing this, he was stunned, his eyes widening as he stared at her. The girl, seemingly uncomfortable with giving praise, quickly added, even if you don't become a great mage, you could still be an excellent servant under my command. The main character let out a dry laugh at that. All right, I'll keep that in mind. The scene then shifts to the following day, where at another location, a grand carriage appears through a massive, ornate golden gate. You've returned, Tower Master? The Tower Master, Darian, dressed in white with red accents, immediately inquired, Are you not feeling well? Ilo also chimed in. How are you doing, MC? He quickly replied, I'm perfectly fine. She looked at him and smiled. Walk with me for a moment. They then proceeded inside the tower. You've worked hard this time. He, however, didn't feel that way and replied, Not at all. Tower Master Darian walked ahead, her back to him as she spoke. Finding a potion to restore Elo's mana took quite some time. Elf mana is very unique. She then stopped, planting her staff on the ground. And I had to check on something in the storage vault. The main character remarked with a sense of awe. You're really busy, aren't you? At this point, the Tower Master unexpectedly turned to him and said, This place, it once belonged to the Veman family. The main character fell silent, his expression immediately turning somber. She continued, Ilo mentioned that there is a powerful waterfall inside your heart, and it's the reason you cannot touch your soul. Her voice hesitated before she asked, That waterfall, is it because you feel you've been insulted? His hand clenched, trembling, but she didn't stop there, pressing on. Or is it anger? Or simply sadness? His eyes now reflected a mix of confusion and rage. It's all of those. And it reminds me of the first time I met you. Back then, you were still in the library, poring over research materials on magic, fighting all on your own. Your eyes were filled with determination, but also a deep loneliness. You were all alone in that empty library, just to learn magic. Looking back now, you were just a lonely head of a family, trying desperately to rebuild it all by yourself. After her speech, she got straight to the point. So, take this place. The main character recoiled in shock. What do you mean by that? Her expression remained neutral as she continued, I'm not giving it to you for free, of course. Become the combat mage of the Fire Tower and the mightiest warrior protecting this nation. Her powerful words left him utterly speechless. Without pausing, the Tower Master continued, Earn a fortune and buy this place back from me. He just stood there, dazed, as she laid out her offer. Then, the Tower Master's lips curled into a smile. Do you understand, young man? Hearing the words, young man seemed to strike a chord with him. She smiled, full of confidence and kindness. Don't struggle all on your own. Later, as night fell, the three of them gathered around a crackling bonfire. Last time, when I approached the soul door, I didn't awaken your consciousness. I only guided you with my mana. This time, let's go to the door together. He voiced his concern. What if I get hurt again, Elo? She gave him a thumbs up and a smile. I brought plenty of potions, so don't worry. He hesitated. No, that's not what I meant. She seemed to brush it aside and continued. All right then, close your eyes. Think of fire, just like last time. I'll awaken you within your mind. Hearing this, he slowly closed his eyes and focused on the flame. Within his subconscious, he opened his eyes to find Ilo already there. She asked, Can you see me? The main character looked at his own hands, realizing, so this is what my pure mana looks like. Ilo started walking forward. Let's go. Just like last time, everything is going smoothly so far. The two of them continued onward, until her steps faltered as she said, But, they had stopped at the edge of a cliff. This waterfall. It's still here. Below them was a raging torrent, endlessly churning and spraying foam into the air. Far across the torrent, a door glowed incessantly. It's extremely difficult to approach the source, which lies near the soul door. The main character, without any hesitation, stepped forward. This torrent. Ilo quickly grabbed his hand. If you get any closer. But just as he took another step, he was immediately and violently thrown back. He slammed onto the ground as she lamented. Just looking at it is dangerous enough. At that moment, thoughts flooded his mind. Graduating from the academy, choosing a tower, restoring his family, avenging his father. He stared wide-eyed in shock. He couldn't help but cover his face as he sat on the ground. I'm sorry. I can't make this thing disappear. Ilo placed a hand on his shoulder, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, a voice rang out. How's it going, MC? Hearing it, he looked up. Daria? Meanwhile, in the outside world, the maid appeared, stating, He's a good person. The two women stood side by side, sharing a moment. The Tower Master spoke. You won't just leave him be, will you? The maid simply replied, That's right. Back inside his mind, the MC's face was grim, his mind reeling. He remembered his conversation with the professor, who placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Walk with me a moment." He recalled the joyful moments with everyone here. "All right, let's welcome our new member." Then, he remembered his conversation with the maid on the 6th day. "I don't know much about magic, but I think you're a good person." And finally, Daria's confident, smiling face as she told him, "Don't struggle all on your own." At that moment, as if he'd had an epiphany, he exclaimed, "That's right." Hot tears streamed down his face, but he looked up with sheer determination. "I can jump over it." He told himself to think about compressing space-time. As he moved forward, Elo cried out from behind, "Don't get any closer." He reassured himself that he would be fine. The main character bit his lip and launched himself forward. "Even if I fall." His foot reached the edge of the cliff. "I'm not alone anymore." Elo watched, completely stunned. In the next instant, she saw his figure vanish like an arrow, shooting across the raging torrent. Flash step? The words flash step echoed in Ilo's mind as she stared at the scene in disbelief. The moment he touched down on the other side, a voice called out, "Benefactor!" His silhouette seemed to burn brightly before the glowing door. "You did it!" Immediately, a system notification appeared. "Quest complete. You have received 1 medium-grade mana stone as a reward." The main character stared at the luminous door, murmuring, "I've crossed it. Now what do I do?" The torrent still raged behind him. Just then, the voice spoke again. "Enter the door of light before you." The voice startled him. Surprisingly, the voice belonged to Elo. She smiled and explained, "You didn't expect that, did you? We can still communicate thanks to our mana link." On his end, another system notification popped up. Quest: Contract with a spirit. Summon a spirit according to Ilo's instructions and form a contract with it. Reward: 1 medium-grade mana stone. She then told him to place his hand inside the gate. He immediately reached out and touched the light. Still hesitant, he asked, "What's going to happen?" Ilo replied, "Now, it's all up to the spirit's decision." Hearing that, he closed his eyes and reached his hand forward, feeling for a connection. Eyes of various shapes and sizes began to appear all around him. No one knows what kind of spirit will appear. Ilo's voice echoed in the darkness. "It's even possible that you won't be chosen." Elo clasped her hands together earnestly, "So just hold out your hand and wait." In the outside world, Tower Master Darian watched him in silence. "That is all I can do." Inside his mind, with his eyes closed, everything was dark. "If it's too difficult, it's okay if no spirit comes. I won't be sad about it." His outstretched hand was completely relaxed. Suddenly, a monstrous figure appeared behind him, a powerful magic circle glowing beneath it. The main character's thoughts continued, uninterrupted. "I am grateful for the journey that has brought me to this very moment." The beast drew closer to his hand. Slowly, the main character's eyes opened. He was stunned to see what was below him. A small, dragon-like creature, its red eyes an exact match for his own. The little creature tilted its head, looking at him with innocent eyes. The main character wondered, "Is this a spirit?" On the other side, Ilo was moved to tears. "Benefactor, congratulations." The Tower Master let out a laugh. "That's not the only thing worth celebrating." Hearing this, he was startled and looked down. The main character realized he now possessed a 4th magic circle, and a look of pure joy spread across his face. The Tower Master remarked with admiration, "You've finally overcome your own mental barrier." He then sat down and looked at his system notifications. Another message had appeared. "You have acquired new knowledge about spirit summoning and have thereby achieved the 4th magic circle. You will receive an additional reward." The reward itself was a mystery, marked only with question marks. Just then, the little spirit flew up and settled right on top of his head. At that moment, the man and the spirit simply looked at each other. Ilo reached out and affectionately stroked its chin. "I don't think this is any ordinary spirit." Then the little girl asked, "Are you going to give it a name?" She placed the small creature in his hands and said, "Give it a name, and the contract will be complete." The Tower Master agreed. "Give it a wonderful name." He looked at it, deep in thought. "Red, huh? In that case." However, the name he suggested next left all 3 of them stunned. "How about Bacon?" The Tower Master looked like she wanted to bite her own tongue, while the maid had to turn away to hide her laughter. Seeing their reactions, he gave an awkward laugh. "Haha, I'm just kidding." Even the little spirit in his hands seemed to let out a sigh of relief. He then continued, "Then, how about Pepper?" Upon hearing its finally normal name, the little spirit smiled happily in agreement. The other 3 let out a collective sigh of relief. "That's actually pretty cute." The Tower Master conceded it wasn't bad. Seeing their reactions, the main character gave a sheepish grin and added, "Pepper is just short for pepperoni, you know." The tower master then cracked a smile, announcing that to celebrate, their official special training would commence the very next day. Elo chimed in with genuine earnestness, offering to personally teach him about the spirits. Cradling Pepper in his arms, our hero replied, "I'm really looking forward to tomorrow." Meanwhile, Pepper seemed equally pleased, contentedly licking its paw. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Pepper." And just like that, a month flew by. Now, everyone from the tower had gathered before the main gate. The time had finally come for the various towers to select their new students. Standing outside, they couldn't help but speculate amongst themselves. I wonder how many graduating students will be chosen this year. The bald-headed professor just chuckled, remarking that the outcome was practically set in stone already. Suddenly, a grand carriage pulled up, and a dignified voice boomed through the air. "The adjudicator of the White Tower has arrived." From within the carriage emerged two figures, one with orange hair and the other with white. Each tower was tasked with selecting individuals to train for the duration of the term. Shortly after, the adjudicator of the Gold Tower made their entrance, prompting someone to mutter, "If they don't get picked, who else stands a chance?" Next to arrive was the adjudicator of the Blue Tower. The discussions continued, with two men cheerfully agreeing, "You're right. That's why we must help these students more." Indeed. Professor Hobart watched them in silence. One of them said, "For our benefit. I mean, for the school's benefit." The other played along with a laugh. "Haha, of course, all for the good of the school." Hobart crossed his arms and clicked his tongue in annoyance, thinking to himself, who can even call themselves a teacher when they only favor a handful of talented students? Finally, the carriage of the Fire Tower adjudicator pulled up. A single hand emerged from the carriage door, and instantly, the faces of a nearby group drained of all color in terror. A formidable man with long, flowing red hair stepped out, and a terrified gasp rippled through the crowd. "Vermilion Usson!" Even Professor Hobart was taken aback. What is he doing here? The Fire Tower adjudicator's expression was anything but friendly as he scowled. He then let out a smirk, musing, "I suppose he hasn't arrived yet." Another professor began to worry. "Sending him as the adjudicator. Does that mean she has no intention of choosing our protagonist?" Just then, sparks began to flash and crackle in the sky above. Down below, the professor's anxiety grew as the main character was still nowhere in sight, completely unaware that he was already hurtling towards them from above. The Fire Tower adjudicator was instantly startled, his head snapping upwards. He immediately adopted a defensive stance, sensing a powerful presence. Meanwhile, our young hero finally let out a breath of relief, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. Standing on a rooftop across from the gate, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I'm late." Startled, our protagonist glanced down, his eyes locking with Vermilion Usson's, who had already spotted him. The adjudicator feigned disinterest, turning to walk inside. But a flash of excitement crossed his face as he thought, "This could be interesting. A good fight would be quite refreshing." Meanwhile, Vassal was at the gate saying his goodbyes. "Thank you all so much." He turned to Ilo with a cheerful smile. "I hope you have a safe journey back to your homeland, Ilo." Ilo bowed her head gently, replying, "Thank you, my benefactor." He then turned his head to the person beside him. "And you, headmaid." His words seemed to catch her by surprise for a moment. "I will definitely return." Vassal teased, "Until then, I'll be the master of this place, so please manage it well for me." Adjusting her glasses, she let out a small laugh. "We are well aware. I look forward to it as well." Vassal then looked up to address the whole group. "It may have been a short time, but I'm truly grateful to all of you." Daniel crossed her arms and asked him, "You don't need a carriage, kid?" Vassal massaged his own shoulder while nodding. "No, I didn't want to be late, so running was much faster." With one hand in her pocket, she suddenly made a proposal. "In that case, I have a small favor to ask of you on your way, young man." She held out a neatly sealed letter with a red wax seal. "Could you deliver this to Hubert?" Vassal quickly accepted. "Yes, I'll make sure he gets it." Before Vassal could say more, she cut him off. "All right, thanks, kid." Her abruptness left him feeling a bit confused. Not long after, Vassal found himself in Professor Hubert's office. The two sat facing each other on a sofa as Hubert, holding the letter, began, "It's a good thing you made it back in time." He read the contents with a slightly troubled expression. "However, in this selection, getting you chosen is going to be quite difficult." Professor Hubert then slapped the letter down on the table. "That's because something has come up that I must attend to immediately." Vassal just offered a reassuring smile. "It's all right, Professor." But Hubert clenched his fist, his tone turning grave. "All I can tell you is this." His mind flashed back to the tall, powerfully built man with the long hair, and he gave a stern warning. "Do not take him lightly. Do not underestimate Usson." He then rose slowly to his feet. "This selection," he walked over and placed a hand on Vassal's shoulder. "You don't just need to try your best. You need to be the strongest." If it's you, I know you can do it. Vassal glanced at him with a look of reassurance. All right, Professor, don't worry. Just then, the system interface materialized, displaying a new notification. Quest, Tower Selection. Demonstrate an overwhelming difference in class, and gain recognition from the Selection Adjudication Council. Council recognitions, 0 out of 10. Reward, Intermediate Grade Mana Stone. Several days later, in the council chamber, each candidate sat at their own desk. A professor at the front announced, "The first round of the selection, the written examination, begins now." As Vassal focused on his paper, he thought, "This written test isn't too difficult, probably because I've failed it so many times in my past life." His eyes drooped slightly as he paused for a few seconds. If there's anything I should be worried about. His mind drifted to the letter that Dania had asked him to deliver to Hubert. A letter from a teacher. Vassal recalled the number of business trips Professor Hubert took after receiving that letter. After this, his trips became more frequent, almost to the point where he could no longer teach his classes at the academy. Vassal then remembered the day someone passed away. Everyone standing heartbroken before a tombstone covered in white flowers. And not long after that, the year he took a leave of absence, Professor Hubert. He finished his exam and walked out of the council room, only to freeze at the doorway. I don't know the exact details of what happened. Vassal stared up at a tree, lost in thought. It must have been a truly dangerous mission for. His train of thought was interrupted by a scene on a branch above. A snake was coiled tightly around a baby bird, about to swallow it whole. In that moment, he felt just like that helpless bird, facing a high-ranking mage from the fire tower. Not long after, he was standing on the podium, being announced as the student with the highest score on the written exam, Vassal Riemann. The crowd below was stunned. Vassal got the highest score? You're kidding. He's actually a genius. I'm so jealous. He tilted his head, looking forward as a single thought consumed him. Can I stop it? The professor's death? The interview round was scheduled to begin shortly. The candidates sat in the waiting area until a proctor announced, "Please step forward when your name is called." Soon, his name echoed through the hall. Vassal Riemann. He immediately rose to his feet, his resolve hardening. I have to stop it. I can stop it. Vassal walked confidently down the green carpet toward the interview panel. Because the proof is right in front of me, he suddenly froze. In my past life, I don't remember Usin being one of the selection judges. Clasping his hands behind his back while looking at Usin, he realized, I've already changed the future. That means I have to join the fire tower and prevent the professor's death. Usin stared intently at the young man before him, while Vassal remained lost in his own thoughts. I must gain their recognition here. One of the other panelists reminded him, when the adjudicators ask a question, you are to answer concisely and with polite speech. Understood? Vassal simply looked at the man and replied with a single word, yes. The white-haired professor then raised a sheet of paper and began, we shall now commence. 300 years ago, the formula created by the mage Oregon Gong. The questions came one after another, and Vassal answered each one skillfully and without a hint of hesitation. One must apply the concept of repurposed materials to alter the formula. As he finished his answer, he thought with a bit of swagger, these interview questions are even easier than the ones on the written exam. As the white-haired professor continued with another question, Vassal's mind was already elsewhere. However, there's another part to the second round of this test. Suddenly, an intensely brilliant light erupted directly in front of him. Vassal stood his ground, unflinching. This was it, the test of enduring the mana pressure exuded by the selection judges. He vividly recalled his past life, coughing violently and doubling over before this very pressure. I always failed at this stage in my past life, but now as the mana washed over him, whipping his hair about his face, he thought with confidence, this time will be different. Usin ground his teeth, a cryptic smile spreading across his lips. Is this all you've got? The moment he spoke, a torrent of violet aura erupted from where he, Saturday. Vassal felt the immense, terrifying power of this new pressure. His eyes widened, and he clenched his jaw to withstand it. The other judges looked on, completely bewildered by the sheer force Usin was unleashing. The judge sitting next to Usin watched his gleeful expression and frowned, cursing inwardly. That man is a complete mad dog. If he keeps this up. The pressure became so intense that the judge had to squeeze his eyes shut, a panicked thought racing through his mind. The candidate could actually die. And yet, when he dared to open his eyes again, he saw Vassal standing completely unmoved, a defiant smirk playing on his lips. The judge was floored. He's actually withstanding it? Another panelist, a single bead of sweat rolling down his temple, could only marvel internally. Now this is a surprise. The other candidates couldn't handle the pressure. Some were clutching their faces, others covered their mouths, and some grabbed at their necks. Even the newly appointed proctors responsible for clerical duties were struggling in agony. A blonde-haired professor, however, just smiled deviously. He is most certainly a genius worth coveting. A series of notifications flashed in front of Vassal on his system screen. Council recognition. 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10. Usson casually brushed a speck of dust from his sleeve. His brow furrowed as he stared at Vassal. You're still holding on? A second later, he slammed his fist on the table and roared, causing the violet aura to surge with even greater intensity. Let's see about that. In the face of this overwhelming force, the muscles in Vassal's face began to strain, but he kept his lips pressed firmly together, his eyes burning with the resolve to pass this round no matter what. Usson was clearly not pleased by this display of resilience, glaring daggers down at Vassal. Less than a second later, the blonde professor placed a hand on his shoulder from behind, gently persuading him, we still have many other interviews to conduct. Let's stop here for now. Usson didn't reply, simply letting out a few short laughs. But his next words caused Vassal to clench his fists tightly behind his back. Just when things were starting to get interesting. How utterly boring. At that moment, the professors let out a collective, relieved cough, thinking to themselves, we're alive. The silver-haired professor placed the paper down on the desk and praised him. You did well. You may leave. Next candidate. Enter. A moment later, the door to the room slammed shut. Russell collapsed onto a waiting chair outside, panting heavily. Only now did he allow himself to relax, his face drenched in sweat. I seriously thought I was a goner back there. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Russell looked at the information on the system panel. Recognition from the selection committee. 9 out of 10. He looked up with a wry smile and sighed. So, even that wasn't enough for a perfect score. He really doesn't make things easy. In a dark room, where only a sliver of light pierced through a window, his name was spoken once more, Russell Raymond. As the professors left, they chattered amongst themselves. So that was the candidate the fire tower master had his eye on. He's the kind of student anyone would want to take in. What a shame. The white-haired professor behind them chuckled and said, Unsen, the youngest warrior priest. Are you really conducting military training? Unsen turned his head, revealing the scars on his face as he growled, What? Who are you calling the youngest? The white-haired professor, terrified by this aura, quickly waved his hands. No, I didn't mean anything by it. Unsen didn't say another word, simply turning his back and walking away, leaving the others both worried and speechless. Long ago, in a treacherous mountain forest, a fierce battle was raging. A group of pursuers closed in on a young man, their shouts echoing through the trees. Stop the newcomer. They quickly noticed a flaw in the golden barrier. No, there's a crack in the barrier. Back then, Unsen was just a naive boy, mercilessly trampled underfoot by another. The man then swung his sword down, striking the ground right in front of Unsen. What happened next is unknown. Only desperate screams were heard in the pitch-black night. Under the full moon in the quiet darkness, Unsen, now a grown young man, looked down at the bodies on the ground after a battle and sneered, pathetic weaklings. Unsen's body was covered in wounds, tears streaming down his face. He bit his lip, thinking, if they fall, then everyone is done for. Returning to the present, he frowned with worry. Outside the academy, a loud, clear voice announced the start of the third round of the examination. A professor stood on a platform before the students and declared, This test will be a treasure hunt. Holding a blue stone in his hand, he laid out the requirement. Within the vast forest on the hill, candidates must find these blue mana stones. The students looked up, listening intently. Your score will be determined by the number of mana stones you find and bring back. Vassal listened to the surrounding chatter and thought, It seems they want us to steal mana stones from each other. The professor quickly gathered everyone. All right, candidates, form a line. Vassal silently looked at his system panel again, deep in thought. He thought of Unsen sitting and drinking tea. If I can pass this third trial, Vassal sighed, wondering to himself, will Unsen finally acknowledge me? Aloud, begin, echoed, and the candidates all sprinted towards the forest. Vassal ran while calculating his strategy. First, I'll run as fast as I can. I have to do everything in my power. A while later, surrounded by lush green trees, Vassal slowed to a walk under the evening sky and muttered, Should I summon it now? Vassal cupped his hands together, creating a brilliant red aura. It'll probably be mad at me for a bit, but it'll get over it. Vassal held a small red creature in his arms, gently apologizing. It's been too long, Pepper. I'm sorry, really sorry. I couldn't use magic at the academy. Far from blaming his master, Pepper chirped happily, as if the long separation had made it miss him dearly. Vassal looked at the small creature while pulling something from his dimensional pouch. Pepper, can you help me with something? He took out a small red stone and held it up. I need to find stones that look like this. Vassal brought it close to Pepper's face, letting it catch the scent. After a moment, little Pepper flew off. Vassal watched it go with a hopeful thought. I've heard that spirits from the mana world are extremely sensitive to magical energy. A short while later, Pepper turned back and chirped, as if signaling him. Vassal broke into a grin. You've already sniffed it out, huh? Vassal slowly strode towards it. With Pepper leading the way, sniffing the air, Vassal followed behind and cleared his throat. All right then, let's go. The name Vassal was meticulously carved onto it. In a dusty, smoke-filled wooden house, a voice rang out. Finally found you. A figure in a black cloak grabbed the collar of a middle-aged man and demanded, Where is the mage you made a deal with? The middle-aged man, sweating bullets from fear, stammered, I don't know. I just sold him a few materials. For alchemy, that's all. That's all I know. The cloaked figure growled. And what about the alchemy formula? The cloaked figure, he narrowed his eyes and questioned. Are you telling me you had no idea it was for a heretical ritual? The innocent-looking man recalled images of skulls and eerie blue energy, his face filled with confusion. Instantly, the black-cloaked figure yanked him up, slamming him against the wall. He threatened, assisting cultists is an act of treason against the kingdom. These words made the man's eyes widen in terror. The mysterious figure threatened once more. I'll ask again. Where did the mage go? The man insisted, screaming, I really don't know. Then he hesitantly recounted. I only overheard that he was going to secretly follow a woman, one who had her disciple with her. The middle-aged man remembered Giesalt's face and slowly added, and he was going to confirm the identity of that disciple. The black-cloaked figure slowly lowered his mask, grinding his teeth and muttering, If the cultists want to confront her, she won't be the only one they have to deal with. It was none other than Professor Hubert. His entire body now radiated a crimson aura, and he was deeply worried. Giesalt will be in danger too. This can't happen. He rushed outside, a trail of red energy in his wake, his heart filled with unease. All the participants in this test are in danger. By now, night had fallen. A candidate kicked a small pebble as he walked, complaining, Damn it, what the hell is a mana stone? I can't use light magic or I'll give away my position. Suddenly, something rustled in the overgrown grass nearby. A dark shadow slowly rose, making him nervous. What is that? A powerful aura emanated from the shadow. A wind arrow. He stumbled into a defensive stance. You spooked me a little. Is that another candidate? He quickly turned to leave, not forgetting to glance back. Is he dead? Well, this is a competition after all. He schemed in his head. That guy. He might have had mana stones on him. But when he turned back, there was no one there. Where the hell did he go? He uttered anxiously, unaware of the terrifying skull-like figure with hollow, glowing blue eyes that had appeared behind him. He seemed to sense it, and quickly whipped his head around. A second later, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night. Vassal was still searching for mana stones alone in the forest. He pushed aside a leaf. This place. Looking at the scene before him, he wondered, Is this the center of the forest? Pepper pointed its head towards a bag full of blue stones, and Vassal's face lit up. There it is. Pepper playfully flew a circle around him, but Vassal felt something was strange. But why are all the mana stones in one place? He patted little Pepper's head. You did a great job, Pepper, then thought. And with that, I'm done. As he bent down, he saw a purple crystal. But this is a golem core, isn't it? He picked up the purple crystal and saw that it was cracked. It's been destroyed, Vassal speculated. It looks like the golem was destroyed before it could even be summoned. But by who? Suddenly, Pepper reacted violently, making him whip around to look behind him. Sharp spikes immediately erupted from the ground, shooting rapidly toward Vassal. He was horrified by the sight, his eyes wide, frozen for a split second. He threw himself to the side to dodge one of the attacks. A red aura enveloped his body as he dropped to one knee. Earth system magic. Vassal looked up at the sky to see bright, glowing orbs firing down rays of light. He was stunned. Even light system magic? The orbs immediately attacked him, but Vassal's agile movements allowed him to dodge them with ease. A massive explosion erupted in front of him. Vassal thought, the opponent isn't just one person. Suddenly, from behind him, glowing blue arrows shot forward. Luckily, Pepper saw them and unleashed a burst of flame that incinerated the arrows. Vassal laughed and praised it. Nice one, Pepper, who gave a smug little smile after the save. The moment the attacks collided, they created a huge explosion that filled the air with dust and debris. Vassal waved his hand to clear the smoke, staring intently ahead. Vassal looked at the three figures on either side of him and asked, Who are you? As they approached, he continued, To think that honored students, chosen by the tower. The orange-haired one glared at him with furious resentment. Vassal stood his ground, questioning them defiantly as he got a clear look at the third person. would resort to such dirty, cowardly tricks? Yes, he's quite handsome, he thought, but he couldn't stop himself from yelling, "Shut up! Why does a low-class piece of trash like you get to find the mana stones first?" The guy bit his lip, thinking, our group was supposed to be the only one who knew the location of the mana stones. This makes no sense. Then, his eyes darted over and saw little Pepper approaching. He was astonished. A spirit? The blue-haired mage realized. It's a spirit. Now I understand how he found the mana stones so quickly. Vassal Raymond. I never expected someone to hide such a high-level skill. Vassal put one hand on his hip, rubbed his head with the other, and gave a forced smile. What's so special about finding them quickly? His next words left the blue-haired mage stunned. The way you say it, it's almost like I wasn't supposed to find them at all. Vassal's lips curled into a smirk. Oh, that's right. Now I remember. He recalled seeing their group cheerfully talking with the professors and exposed them. I almost forgot. There must be some kind of secret deal between you and the professors, right? The blue-haired mage gritted his teeth, worried. Damn, this guy is sharp. But Vassal turned his head and offered, Anyway, I have no intention of getting involved. Just stay out of my way. The blue-haired mage quickly summoned his purple-pink aura and growled, Don't kid yourself. In the blink of an eye, Vassal appeared behind him, whispering, Go on, try me. You'll regret it. The blue-haired mage was stunned, and the orange-haired one's jaw dropped. A flash step? Suddenly, little Pepper flew to Vassal, growling, which surprised him. Pepper? He looked ahead, his expression turning deadly serious. Vassal suddenly realized, there's movement from the forest. He placed a hand on the blue-haired mage's shoulder and called out, Hey! The guy asked in alarm. The professors who helped you. Did they say anything about destroying all the golems? The blue-haired mage, sweating profusely, answered bluntly, Not at all. The other two walked over from a distance, adding, We thought that was strange, too. Vassal frowned, clenching his fists as a fire arrow materialized in his hand. His eyes sharpened. Something's coming. In an instant, a flock of crows burst into the sky. The sounds from the dark forest grew louder as black, undead figures with glowing green eyes advanced together. Zombies? Vassal exclaimed in horror. The others were terrified. Why are there zombies in the test area? This can't be happening. Huh? What? The blue-haired mage looked down and stammered, We have to run. He was about to flee but was blocked by the other two. His face was pale, drained of all color. In an instant, they were completely surrounded by a horde of zombies. One of them said in a panic, There's no way out. Suddenly, a wall of fire erupted around them. Yes, the blue-haired mage had attacked the zombies. That's a fourth circle magic spell. Vassal turned and barked out an order. From now on, each of you take a different direction. Deal with any zombie that breaks through the firewall on your side. Got it? The three of them were silent for a moment, stunned. He raised his hand and yelled, Did you hear me? The group finally snapped out of it and stammered, Got it. The blue-haired mage's face twitched. I can't believe I was about to pick a fight with a guy like him. If we had really fought, the losses would have been huge. Vassal worried internally. The firewall is only a temporary solution. Instantly, several zombies were struck by his fire arrows. He assessed the situation. I need to find the mages controlling these zombies. I have to find a way out of here. A zombie with a strength of 761 charged through the wall of fire. In a flash, a circular attack blew off half of its face. Vassal frowned as he looked at it. A zombie. Vassal quickly assessed the situation. Heretics who hunt for forbidden arts, and the blasphemous entities they summon. Vassal recalled, in the past, the Tower Master subjugated those heretics. He asked himself a huge question. So are these the remnants from that incident? What is their purpose here? Suddenly his eyes widened as if he realized something. Vassal muttered to himself while firing arrows at them. Could it be? They're hunting for me? The zombies hit by the fire arrows shrieked in agony. Vassal regained his composure and reasoned. No. Right now I need to focus on fighting. The magic they're using is a type of curse. Just as he predicted, behind the horde, two black-robed heretics were manipulating streams of green energy. One of them created shields from the earth. Vassal analyzed the situation. One characteristic of their magic is its very low mana consumption. The longer this fight drags on, the more disadvantaged we become. Mid-thought, he turned his head and ordered loudly, Everyone, use your mana efficiently. He proposed a tactic. Lower your firepower and aim for their weak spots. One of them gritted his teeth, while another grumbled, Easier said than done. The orange-haired mage looked at the light-based attacks hitting the zombies and tried to reassure them, but the Inquisitors will be here soon anyway. If we can just hold out until then. The blue-haired mage gritted his teeth and retorted, The Inquisitors aren't coming. Another was surprised. What? What are you talking about? Vassal, holding a fire arrow, agreed. He's right. Vassal thought of the people at the interview and muttered, "There's no way the Inquisitors." He frowned, stating the reality of the situation. Who came from the capital's magic tower wouldn't have sensed this evil energy. The blue-haired mage trembled, stammering, "So, we have to fight this entire horde by ourselves?" The blue-haired mage summoned ice energy in his hands, reduced the size. He then shot 3 crystals toward the zombies, and increased the sharpness. The other blue-haired mage yelled in fear, "Damn it! What's the use of fighting with such delicate methods?" The zombies on the other side were also being held back by the orange-haired mage's light magic. The blue-haired mage glanced at him and thought, "What? Even he's following her lead?" One of the heretics watching from a distance remarked, "They're quick-witted. They've already started conserving mana." Another grinned, showing his teeth. "The brats are imitating that wretched woman's student, aren't they?" He summoned a tall, muscular beast with a giant club in its hand and said smugly, "However, what if they run into a situation where they can't afford to save mana anymore?" On the student's side, they continued to relentlessly attack the zombies. Suddenly, the giant monster charged through the firewall, heading straight for the orange-haired mage. It roared, flinging slobber everywhere, looking incredibly ferocious. Their eyes widened in terror, and they all shouted in unison, "An ogre!" The blue-haired mage dropped to the ground, summoning a field of ice toward the ogre. The orange-haired mage also summoned light magic, attacking it. He clasped his hands together and fired a beam of crystal light that tightly bound the ogre. Its 2 eyes blazed with an eerie green light, drool dripping from its maw as it let out a low growl. It swung its massive mace high, right in front of the small, orange-haired kid. The kid was completely petrified, just standing there frozen in terror. Suddenly, streams of red energy shot down from the sky. It was the one and only Vassal. He unleashed his signature move, Flame Spear, at maximum output, sending a blast of spiritual energy straight into the ogre's chest. The beast was blasted several meters back by the sheer force of the attack. Vassal landed gracefully, weapon in hand. Over with the heretics, one of them watched in disbelief as the purple crystal in his palm crumbled to dust, exclaiming, "What?" A guy in the back couldn't hide his shock. He defeated a giant hound with a single blow? The blue-haired kid's eyes were wide with terror, still reeling from the spell. Vassal, surrounded by a crimson aura, realized its destructive power was on par with a 5-circle magic spell. The kid stared at Vassal in confusion. Is he really a student, just like me? Suddenly, Vassal's eyes darted to the side as if he'd spotted something strange. He saw Pepper circling in the air and hastily called out, "Pepper, so that's where you've been hiding." Vassal gripped his blazing weapon, his body radiating a powerful afterglow as he prepared his next move. The blue-haired heretic was baffled. What is he trying to do? Vassal tightened his grip, growling, "Now." With all his might, he swung the weapon back to build momentum. Instantly, he hurled it high into the air, shouting, "It's my turn." The 2 heretics were horrified. "We have to dodge." "Has he found our location?" The weapon soared through the forest, heading straight for them. One of the heretics pressed his palms together, summoning a barrier of green energy and screaming, "Block it!" Even the undead minion's eyes widened at the sight of the brilliant, fiery projectile. Obeying their master's command, they charged forward like arrows. Just moments later, they were completely engulfed by a hazy white light. The heretic ground his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Vassal was now hovering directly above his defensive position. With a massive boom, a huge explosion ripped through the forest, scarlet flashes illuminating the entire sky. Vassal crossed his arms, wondering, "Did I get them?" From out of nowhere, the heretics appeared, having tied someone up. One of them remarked, "That woman really did raise a monster." One of them, hiding behind a blood-soaked man, muttered, "We were saving this move to deal with the Inquisitors." The bald one grinned sadistically. "Never thought we'd end up using it on you." Vassal stared in shock at the scene before him. 2 undead minions had 2 people bound and gagged, holding blades to their throats as they advanced on Vassal. Soon, it wasn't just 2 people. A whole group of students was surrounded by these creatures. Unsen's 2 subordinates tried to block Professor Hubert's path in surprise. "Professor Hubert, I'm sorry to say this, but this area is restricted to Inquisitors only, so..." But Hubert paid them no mind, barging directly through the curtain and shouting for Unsen. "Senior Unsen," Unsen replied coldly, "the mission is over." But Hubert's next words made Unsen jump in shock. "The disciples are on their way here too." He hurriedly tried to explain everything. "They're after Vassal. The candidates at the exam site are in danger too." Unsen shot to his feet, a suffocating killing intent radiating from him that could choke a man. "How dare they cause trouble right under my nose?" Meanwhile, back in the forest, the cult leader laughed as he threatened Vassal. "If you move so much as a single finger, A student was held hostage, a sharp blade pressed against his neck. The skeletal warrior raised its sword, awaiting the command. I'll slaughter every last one of them and turn them into my bone soldiers. Vassal's brow furrowed as he carefully weighed his options. He's gagged him to prevent any incantations. If I can't stop him, he pictured the worst-case scenario, even if he used Flash Step. The cult leader, despite taking a fatal blow, would still laugh like a madman and raise his arm. With a single snap of his fingers, he would command the bone soldiers. Blood would splatter everywhere, and in an unavoidable conclusion, everyone would be dead. The cult leader commanded Vassal, so don't even think about resisting. Step forward. He pointed directly at Vassal, causing him to grimace in annoyance. The child from the fire tower, just as I thought, I'm their target. The mana within his ring suddenly blazed intensely. Vassal slowly walked toward him, flanked by the bone soldiers. The cult leader conjured a small flame in his hand, growing more arrogant by the second. How impressive. I can't believe you'd sacrifice your own life to save your friends. The leader's laughter died down as he stared intently at him. Vassal met his gaze calmly and said, You probably wouldn't understand. The very students who once bullied him flinched, shocked by what he said next. I'm doing this because it is the duty of a guardian to protect everyone. The cult leader clutched his face and shook his head frantically. In a world where the strong hunt the weak, what was that? Duty? Justice? He mocked Vassal, who let out a short laugh. That's just empty boasting from the weak. Vassal then sighed and reminded him. Look who's talking, the one hiding behind his bone soldiers, afraid to get his own hands dirty. Vassal's words made the cult leader's lips tighten in fury, his killing intent flaring even stronger. A bone soldier behind Vassal seized both his arms. Fine, since you want it this way. They stuffed a gag in Vassal's mouth so he couldn't scream. I'll kill you with my own two hands. The cult leader's eyes glared as he forged a weapon from bone. You little brat from the fire tower. He brandished the newly formed bone spear, a twisted smile on his face. It's a shame I won't get to hear you scream, but I have no other choice. He closed in on Vassal and raised the spearhead, which pulsed with strange, malevolent magic. Even in this dire moment, Vassal remained calm, thinking of a way out. There is a type of magic that doesn't require a verbal incantation, one that can be activated by will alone. He recalled his training, when the system mentioned an additional reward. It had granted him a silver ring. Much to his surprise, a ring that was actually a magical artifact. This ring could manifest a thundercloud when needed, and its power was designed to be unleashed and grow alongside its user. The cult leader spun around in shock. Vassal's hair had turned a shocking blue, crackling like lightning. He bit down hard on the gag as his entire body erupted in brilliant sparks. Crush them. Thunder Kingdom! A blinding bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens, stunning the bone soldiers in place. Vassal had unleashed a spell that summoned a terrifying barrage of thunderbolts. The nearby students were completely dazzled, unable to even look in his direction. The bone soldiers surrounding Vassal collapsed, instantly neutralized. Vassal stood firm in the aftermath, his body wreathed in incredibly powerful lightning. To his surprise, someone suddenly stepped forward to untie his bonds. The ice magic user who had helped him remarked in awe, I can't believe you thought to use a magical artifact in that situation. You're really something. Vassal pulled the gag from his mouth and smiled. Thanks. But the other student looked apologetic. We're the ones who should be thanking you. He quickly turned and said urgently, We need to call the Inquisitors, now. The students who were free went to help those still tied up. Looks like everyone needs medical attention. The former bully was even seen whispering to another student, Don't forget to tell the Inquisitors what I did for you. Now get in line. Vassal replied calmly. The Inquisitors will be here soon. The ice-type student was stunned. What? How do they know what's happening? Vassal declared proudly. Because my friend is leading them here. Far outside the forest, Pepper was cheerfully breathing fire onto symbols carved into the trees. It flew from branch to branch, setting the trunks ablaze. Thanks to these flames, a path leading directly to their location was now clearly illuminated. The ice-type student smiled, admiring him inwardly. Just how many steps ahead did he think? After his conversation, Vassal glanced down at his magical artifact. Arcs of lightning still danced around the ring. This ring. It consumes more mana than I thought. Just then, the cult leader's body suddenly stirred, emitting a dark aura. He began to mumble, gathering skeletal remains toward him. A sacrifice. A sacrifice. For what I am about to do. His eyes rolled back in their sockets, a horrifying sight, as he poured his magic inward. My life, my lifespan, and even my very death. It was too late to stop him. Hundreds of skeletons erupted from the ground, merging into the cult leader's body. He summoned a colossal bone soldier, which stuck out its grotesque tongue and let out a threatening roar. The giant creature's shriek was ear-splitting. Vassal had to shield his eyes from the terrifying pressure it emitted. This level. It's far beyond grade 5. The Skull Fiend's jaw hung open, drool dripping grotesquely, but Vassal was still the stronger one. The other student was stunned. He must be out of mana by now. What is he planning to do? He uttered Vassal's name as he saw the intense, serious look on his face. Vassal. The bone soldier's ghastly white arm rose high and began its attack. It slammed its fist straight into the ground, causing a significant tremor. Vassal dodged the blow and circled around to its back, thinking, a shield would never have blocked that hit. He focused his energy into the tip of his spear. Just a single blow from that thing would be lethal. Vassal launched it at the giant bone soldier's body, and a fire immediately erupted upon impact. However, the spearhead only managed to pierce a short way into its massive frame. The bone soldier pivoted towards him and growled. A section of its abdomen was scorched, but it seemed completely unfazed. Vassal landed back on the ground, sweat dripping as exhaustion began to set in. This is tough. To his astonishment, the wound began to regenerate instantly. It has recovery abilities. 2. Its thorny tail suddenly plunged deep into the earth, making Vassal watch its every move. What is that? The skeletal beast burrowed its body underground to charge at him, using an earth-diving attack. Vassal quickly leaned back, dodging as the tail shot up unexpectedly. Ugh. Its tail? The tail stopped just inches from his face while he was still off balance. Seizing that moment, the creature lunged forward again with incredible speed. Vassal raised his hand to counterattack. Damn it. But just then, a shard of ice magic shot out and froze the sharp tip of the tail solid. The ice user hadn't left. He was the one who cast the spell and saved Vassal. You saved my life, so I couldn't just leave you behind to run, could I? He continuously conjured and fired ice arrows at the monster. He then locked eyes with another student, and they shared a silent understanding, the duty of a guardian. Meanwhile, the bully clutched his crystal, astonished to see the other students turning back around. Huh? Why are you guys coming back? He screamed, but they ignored him. Are you all insane? I don't care what happens to any of you. He was even more surprised by the thunderous crash around him. Could it be? The skeletal soldier swung its arm, shattering the ice created by the student. A sacrificial curse? A giant bone soldier? The bully burst out laughing while still sprawled on the ground. Haha, serves you right. I did what I had to do to be the only one to survive. Vassal turned, shocked to see the other students lined up right behind him, already in formation. One of the students rubbed the back of his neck and said quietly to Vassal, "Sorry, we're late." Vassal stared at them for a long moment, stunned. This wasn't part of my plan. He held that expression for another second, processing the situation. Then, a smile spread across his face as he once again conjured his magic. Flame Spear. Their presence had given him a new surge of motivation. He gripped the spear and announced loudly, "If you all want to fight alongside me, I'm not going to stop you." The monster powerfully shattered the rest of the ice. But if you want to live, if you want to win, then listen to me carefully. The creature's leg was now free, meaning it would attack them again at any moment. It stared them down with blood-red, thirsty eyes. I'm going to create an opening, so attack with everything you've got. Vassal immediately charged forward with his spear. It flew from his hand, aimed straight for the skeleton's head, becoming a massive, raging pillar of fire. The bone soldier's face met the flames, its flesh charring instantly. Now, a barrage of different elemental powers was launched to support his attack. The combined force of the fire, amplified by the other elements, caused a massive explosion of blinding light and billowing smoke. Half of the bone soldier's head was destroyed, but it could still let out a series of grating shrieks. It immediately began to regenerate the lost flesh with terrifying speed, new tissue growing and weaving itself together. Vassal clutched his trembling arm, struggling to stay on his feet. One more time. The mana in his hand felt choked, but he desperately tried to force it out with a silent plea. One more time. Flame Spear! Just then, Unsen and Hubert spotted the fires Pepper had set in the forest and knew they would reach them soon. Everyone had risked their lives to face this danger, for their duty as guardians. And for him, with a furious expression, Unsen leaped straight down the cliffside. The other students relentlessly attacked the bone soldier as it fought back. He channeled his power once more, but with an entirely different aura. I have to protect them. Flame Spear. Vassal gripped his weapon tightly and roared in his mind. Full power. He lowered his stance to build momentum, the crimson glow from his spear more brilliant than ever before. Vassal's amber eyes blazed with light. He unleashed his spear, sending it flying like a perfectly aimed arrow. The other students also poured all their power into supporting him, screaming, "Attack!" The spear, now enveloped by smaller elemental spells, shot forward with immense force. The giant bone soldier didn't even try to dodge, meeting it head-on. This time, the attack pierced straight through its body. shattering its internal bone structure to pieces. Before his eyes, the bone soldier was swinging its arms wildly while the students continued to pelt it with minor attacks. A giant skeleton? Unsen angrily berated them in his mind. What are those weaklings trying to do? They should have run away. We flash back for a moment to Unsen's past. Vermilion Unsen believed that weakness was the ultimate vulnerability. The scene before him shatters like glass. If just one person falls, everyone will collapse. But within that rigid conviction, a tiny spark flickered through a crack in the wall. It grew larger and stronger, accompanied by Vassal's voice. Flame Spear. Vassal's attack lit up the entire area around the bone soldier, leaving Unsen standing there, completely dumbfounded. His face was a mask of astonishment, but on that day, Unsen realized something new. The giant bone soldier reeled back as the spear pierced clean through its head. Down below, Vassal panted for breath, thinking that it's precisely because they are weak that it only takes one person to stand up for all of them. The cult leader was exposed within the giant's crumbling body, his eyes glowing ominously. He tried to use his grotesque power to hold on. Not yet. He began gathering the falling fragments of bone and flesh, attempting to restore the creature. It's not over yet. The cult leader immediately reacted, turning towards Unsen. Unsen channeled immense power into his arm, causing the temperature in the air to rise dramatically. Overheat. His hand began to glow brightly, radiating waves of invisible, scorching pressure. The cult leader, still embedded in the bone soldier's torso, stared wide-eyed at him. Unsen, now calm, turned towards the sound of a faint, whispering voice. Vassal's body swayed, his vision fading to black. You should have come sooner. Just as he passed out, an arm wreathed in fire magic, much like his own, caught him. Professor Hubert appeared and praised him. You did well. Unsen even let out a small, approving smile. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Approval rating from the judges has reached 10 out of 10. Reward received, 1 intermediate. Grade Mana Stone. After some time, Vassal's vision slowly returned to focus. He found himself staring at an ornate ceiling and an elaborate lamp. Ah, you're awake. Vassal groggily opened his eyes, still dazed from exhaustion. Where am I? He immediately shot up into a sitting position and asked the professor, Are the other candidates all right? Are they all safe? Professor Hubert pushed his glasses up his nose and replied, Thankfully, yes. And everyone is saying the same thing. If you hadn't been there, Vassal, they all would have lost their lives. Rasol shrugged and replied cheerfully, Hey, they helped me out too. Huber then pressed with a smile, But aren't you the least bit curious about the competition's outcome? That reminder finally jogged Rasol's memory. Oh, that's right, the selection test. Professor Huber began to explain the judges' meeting. Honestly, it was quite complicated. He recalled the moment the undead burst from the flames. Ever since the heretics attacked the test site, the original mission had become completely meaningless. In fact, the bully who used to torment Rasol was the only one who submitted a magic crystal to the judges. In a situation like that, cooperation was far more important than competition. The judges all looked at him with disappointment and coldly turned him away, which led them all to a final conclusion. Hearing this, the bully's face went pale with shock. In this selection test, the one who deserves the highest score is Rasol. A blush crept onto his face, his eyes sparkling with pure joy as he looked at the professor. The highest score in the tower's selection test? He quickly bowed his head. Thank you, sir. I can finally graduate from the academy. Daria was later appointed to lead an investigation team on the matter, and an official inquiry into the heretics was launched to uncover the mastermind behind it all. She looked furious, striking her staff against the ground. Sooner or later, I will get to the root of this entire problem. Rasol then added to Hubert, Actually, there's still one more heretic. The professor was utterly shocked. Wasn't there only one? While the skeleton soldier was distracting the students, the last member of this heretical group slipped through a portal. He let out a smug grin and muttered, I'll make you pay for this humiliation, you rookie from the fire tower. Unsen approached Rasol and said, Let me have a look at you. Hubert immediately tried to intervene for him. Rasol needs to rest for a while, but Rasol spoke up for himself. Professor, I'm all right. He affirmed it with a wide, confident smile. Afterwards, Unsen called Rasol out to an empty field to face him one-on-one. Unsen was the first to speak, breaking the silence between them. Fighting those heretics must have been incredibly dull for you, having to deal with such pathetic weaklings. Rasol listened intently to his words without a single reply. Unsen clenched his fist, sharing a piece of his personal philosophy. I believe that weakness itself is a sin, and that conviction has never once wavered. Rasol replied instantly, I agree with you, sir, but... He lifted his head to look Unsen directly in the eye. The weak exist to make the strong even stronger, so they can be protected. His actions during the battle truly mirrored that of a guardian. He also remembered the efforts of the other students vividly. The weak, protected by the strong, will also strive to grow and better themselves. His hair billowed in the wind as his gaze remained absolutely resolute. That's why no one gets left behind, and we all move forward together. Unsen listened without a change in expression. Then a slight smile graced his lips as he told him, "Not a bad answer." Unsen tossed Rasol a mysterious white pouch. "Open it." He opened the bag and immediately recognized the familiar symbol, the fire mage's cloak. Unsen, well aware of his excitement, quickly added, "Don't get too excited just yet. If you want to join the fire tower, you still have to pass one more test." Rasol looked at him, puzzled. "But the selection test is already over, isn't it?" Unsen's eyebrow arched mysteriously. "You could call it an ancient tradition." He then drew a circle beneath his own feet, the light tracing a clear boundary on the ground. Standing inside the small circle, he issued his challenge. "Try to force me out of this circle. You can use any magic you like." He confidently declared the rules. "If you can make me move from this spot, you win. But if you fail, there will be a commensurate price to pay." Rasul reached a hand behind his back, stealthily opening his spatial storage to retrieve a mid-grade mana stone. "You'd better not regret this later." He immediately popped it into his mouth and absorbed its full power. An aura of immense energy began to radiate from his body. Rasul grinned. "You're the one who said I could use any magic I want." This battle had him absolutely thrilled, his hair and clothes whipping around in the flow of mana. Just then, a terrifying earthquake suddenly erupted, shaking the entire estate to its foundations. Everything was shaking violently, and Professor Hubert felt a deep sense of unease, his face filled with panic. Outside, Unsen was in the middle of casting a wild spell, surrounded by crackling arcs of energy that resembled lightning. He spun in place, creating a soft pink circle of light at his feet. His face was smudged with dirt, but it couldn't hide the sheer delight sparkling in his eyes as he let out a faint smirk. He thought to himself relentlessly, "I'm wrapped in an armor of no less than 5th-tier magic." He raised a fist surrounded by brilliant blue lightning, his face already slick with sweat and fatigue, but his eyes were locked on his opponent with fierce determination. And I was still pushed back? Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air. "Senior!" A middle-aged man rushed toward them, yelling as he ran. "What do you think you're doing?" The voice made the man turn to see who it was. The professor bellowed furiously. "I can't believe you'd push Rasol to this extent while his body is still recovering." The man looked a bit sheepish, touching his chin as he said, "This is a long-standing tradition in our fire tower." But the professor delivered a stone-cold reply that left him speechless. "This looks more like the actions of some childish thugs." Hearing that, he couldn't take it anymore and yelled back, "What do you mean, childish? I'm doing this to instill in him the discipline needed to live among the others." The professor, not one to back down, retorted, "If he still needs you to teach him about discipline, then perhaps the pillars of this academy have all rotted away." He then turned to Rasol, placing a hand on his shoulder with a sigh. "I apologize on his behalf." Rasol managed a strained smile in return. "Ha, really, I'm fine." Just then, the man's expression grew pensive as he said, "But you know, ever since I created this aura training method, the very first person to ever pass it." He remembered the intense clash just moments ago, the incredibly sharp and resolute look in Rasol's eyes as he executed his skills, saying, "Was you, Rasol. Wielding that primordial magic artifact, your techniques were astonishing, unleashing attacks with overwhelming destructive power." He continued, "And what's more, as he blocked one of the boy's attacks, he stared directly into those eyes. I never expected you could summon a spirit, and that it was that very spirit that launched an attack on me for you." He turned back towards the boy and said, "To be honest, I'm completely astonished." Rasol gazed at the mana swirling in his own hand, while the professor, equally stunned, asked, "Rasol summoned a spirit?" Right on cue, Rasol cheerfully summoned the little spirit, a tiny red dragon, saying, "Yep, his name is Pepper." However, as the two men stared at the little creature, their expressions were less than impressed. But after a beat, they both said in unison, "Well, he is pretty adorable." Later, we see Rasol standing on a platform as a voice declares, "And finally, Rasol, you will enter my tutelage." He beamed in response, "Yes, senior." The professor asked with a smile, "Do you have a place to stay in the capital yet?" He replied, "I was thinking of finding a small room on the outskirts of the capital." Hearing such a generous offer, he asked with a hopeful joy, "Would that really be all right?" The man casually replied, "Of course, it's my offer to you." Without a hint of regret, he said, "I can't believe I won't even get to use the luxury apartment I bought from the tower master." This comment reminded Rasol of Daria's earlier warning. Remember that the market here is quite expensive. A bead of sweat trickled down his face as he thought, "Why does this feel so familiar?" Later, in his room, he was packing his things, with his little spirit diligently helping out. He had officially graduated from the academy, and special rewards were being delivered, including a high-grade magic stone. Suddenly, a glowing scroll materialized in his hand, making him wonder, what is this? He opened it to find a map, much like the one from before. The status bar displayed another message, Mission 1. Proceed to the location marked on the map and resolve the associated task. He furrowed his brow, thinking deeply, what is its ultimate purpose? He grimaced, uncomfortably recalling the excruciating pain from before, and a voice echoing in his mind. To think the horn of the forgotten king would be engraved upon a human body. The memory was vivid him, writhing in such agony that his eyes shot wide open. Does it just want me to become stronger? Or is there some other motive for forcing this power upon me? The massive horn had pierced straight through him. His entire body had erupted in light amidst the searing pain, as the voice continued, with this power. He sat down quietly on his bed, stroking the little spirit's head, his mind racing. I still don't know a single thing. He scooped up the little spirit in a hug and said cheerfully, but I have to become stronger. After all, there are so many things I need to protect. The little spirit seemed to understand completely and chirped in agreement. Inside a moving carriage, a voice broke the silence. Is this your first time visiting the capital? Sitting opposite the man, he replied with a smile. No, I've actually been there once before. The man eyed him shrewdly, thinking, ah, that's right, this kid is a Zeman. I nearly forgot. Just then, Rasoul spoke up. Senior, there's something I'd like to ask you. The man replied, what is it? His expression turned serious as he said, it's about the power Professor Huber mentioned. Does it have something to do with those heretics? The question clearly caught the man off guard. As the carriage rumbled through the forest, Rasoul pressed on. If not, there's no logical reason for the professor to have been on the scene the moment they attacked. A slight smirk played on the man's lips before he praised him. You're a sharp one. He recalled the sight of those figures within the magic circle. You're right. Huber's mission is to track the Heretic Council. A skull emerged from the center of the formation, though I'm not even sure if council is the right word for them. Back then, a terrifying blue light had flared from deep within the skull's empty eye sockets. Hearing this, Rasoul's eyes lit up and he clenched his fist, declaring, I want to help with that mission too. The man sounded amused by the request. What's that? You want to hunt down heretics? His expression grew serious, his eyes scrutinizing Rasoul. It's difficult to gauge if he's bluffing. He stared straight into Rasoul's determined gaze and thought, he has remarkably honest eyes. Suddenly, the man burst out laughing. All right, a man ought to have grand ambitions. I'll relay your request to the Tower Master. Rasoul was overjoyed at his words. Thank you, sir. But the man suddenly added, but only if you agree to learn my magic before we arrive at the capital. He then let out a hearty, booming laugh. Rasoul felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, thinking, this guy really loves making bets, doesn't he? He clenched his fist so tightly the veins on his arm bulged, and a pinkish mana flared around it, saying, it's called Overload, a one-shot, surefire kill spell. He looked upon it with immense pride, laughing loudly. He excitedly held up a single finger, glowing with concentrated mana, explaining, Overload is a one-hit kill technique that works by focusing your mana and releasing it all in a single, instantaneous blast. As he guided the boy, he said, you can think of it like pulling back a slingshot. You compress the mana tightly, and then let it fly. Particles of pink mana began to radiate outwards. He shot Rasoul a smug grin and asked, so, you think you can handle it? When night fell, the two of them stopped to make a fire, sitting and channeling their mana. By sunrise, Rasoul was already on the roof of the carriage, deep in his training. His entire body was shrouded in an intense, crimson mana. Suddenly, a massive force slammed into the nearby mountain, triggering a huge rockslide. Revealed before them was a new path, leading deep into the mountain range. The old man looked on with immense satisfaction, thinking, he's truly surpassed all my expectations. He gazed down at the boy's determined face and mused, to think he could fuse overheat into his own original magic. I've never encountered such a talent. Our hero glanced at his own hands, which were still trembling, and said, they're still shaking so much. The old man placed a hand on his shoulder. You've got the hang of it, but, he leaned in, explaining, overheat requires concentrating a massive amount of mana at a single point, so you must be wary of a counterattack after using it. That makes it incredibly risky, unless you're facing a powerful opponent. He then grinned, adding, but that's not always the case. Sometimes, the best defense is a powerful offense. After a long journey, the two finally arrived at the capital. As they say, you never know when someone stronger will appear. The carriage stopped before a grand edifice. He quickly stepped out, but the strong often look down on the weak, and that's precisely when they let their guard down. Just then, a steward was helping another old man from his carriage, maintaining a polite smile as he offered a hand, saying, "Please, watch your step." The man's face was the picture of friendliness, but our hero's attention was drawn to him. His eyes sharpened as he observed the man, knowing that when the time comes, it's the hidden trump card that decides the winner. Inside the building, he bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Tower Master. It's thanks to you that I've come this far." Daria smiled warmly, replying, "Congratulations on joining the fire tower." Just then, as if suddenly remembering something, she turned her head and said, "Oh, by the way." She gestured towards the two people across from them. "You're in luck. You've arrived just as the master of the Commerce Tower is visiting." The younger man with glasses was a mage from the Commerce Tower, Alan Peth, and the other old man was its master, Hemingway Melville. He glanced up and remarked, "I was wondering why you chose today of all days to meet with me." His gaze then shifted to our hero as he sighed. "So, it was to show off the new student you've taken in during your twilight years, was it?" Hearing this, our hero could only manage a strained smile, but Daria replied cheerfully, "Of course." She continued with immense pride. "This boy, despite his young age, is a hero who took down a heretic," and frankly, her eyes sharpened as she stared at Hemingway. "What's it to you if I boast about my student? Your tone is really starting to get on my nerves." At that moment, our hero looked up, his sharp eyes assessing the situation. He looked at the man before him and thought, "Alan Peth. In just a few years, he'll earn the title of the youngest Sixth Circle mage, an extraordinary genius." He recalled an image of Alan extending a helping hand. He had helped him so much in his past life. To think they would meet again like this. Just then, Hemingway spoke up. "Well, as far as I'm concerned, that's nothing to brag about," he continued, causing Daria's hand on her chair to stiffen slightly. "If you'd look at it objectively, you'd see Alan's skills are far superior." Olson, sitting to the side with his chin in his hand, sighed to himself, "There they go again." Hearing this, Daria sneered contemptuously. "Oh? Did you forget that my student is younger than yours?" Not to be outdone, Hemingway smiled back. "I already took that into account before making my judgment." The two of them argued like polar opposites. "You took that into account? How clever of you," she said with a loud, sarcastic laugh. He shot back with a laugh of his own. "What's the matter? Why don't you teach your boy properly before you try to refute me? Are you afraid of losing?" As the two continued to bicker, a hand gently landed on his shoulder. Alan chuckled pleasantly and said, "Our Tower Master isn't usually like this, but every time he meets you, he reveals this childish side." Hearing his own student say this, Hemingway turned around angrily and snapped, "What was that?" Alan leaned in and whispered gently to him, "You must be reminiscing about your youth, sir." This only made him angrier. What is this scoundrel babbling about? Still smiling, Alan leaned close to his master's ear and said, "Tower Master, don't you have a visit to the royal palace today?" Hearing this, Hemingway finally relented, replying, That's right." Alan then turned back to our hero and said, "I apologize for our rudeness." He extended his hand with a smile. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Junior." Our hero politely smiled back. "It's no problem, really." However, he then suddenly spoke up. "But I am a little disappointed." Alan's friendly expression wavered slightly as our hero continued. "I wanted to show my magic to the both of you." Olson, listening from the side, turned in surprise, thinking, "Well, look at this kid." Hearing this, Hemingway burst out laughing. "How bold!" The very next second, his mana-filled blue eyes locked onto our hero as he said, "I wonder." Instantly, water flooded the room, engulfing our hero. He finished, "Just where does all that confidence come from?" Submerged in the Tower Master's water, his face showed no signs of distress as he thought, "So this is the mana of the Commerce Tower Master? It feels like I'm sinking in the ocean." Seeing the boy's calm expression and demeanor, Hemingway smiled to himself. To think something could still surprise me at my age. Just then, Hemingway suddenly stood up with a grin, "Fire Tower Master." He looked at Daria and proposed, "Let's make a wager." Her interest piqued by his offer, she tilted her head and asked, "A wager, you say?" He laid out the terms. A period of 5 years. He then looked at our hero and said, "Within 5 years if your student." He continued, glancing at Alan, "Can catch up to the level of my student, I will give you one of my mythical relics." Hearing this, Daria found it incredibly interesting, letting out a simple, "Oh?" Our hero was taken aback when he heard the condition involved a mythical relic. His mind immediately raced to what that meant. A sacred artifact from the age of myths, creations that had survived through that long-forgotten era. From what he had heard, even the weakest of these relics contained an amount of mana approaching the 7th circle. Suddenly, Daria interjected, 3 years, which made Hemingway jump in surprise and ask, What? She confidently held up 3 fingers and declared, "If my student can't catch up to yours in 3 years, then I will give you my mythical relic." Hearing her confident declaration, the old man laughed heartily and said, "It's not too late to take that back." But she just smirked triumphantly and told him, "You'd better start getting your relic ready." With that, Hemingway turned to leave, not forgetting to add, "Let's go." That's enough of a friendly greeting for one day. Alan turned back, bowed slightly, and said, "Then we'll be taking our leave, Fire Tower Master." Even as he walked away, Hemingway couldn't stop himself from laughing loudly. As the two of them were heading down, Alan suddenly asked, "Master, is it really all right to wager a mythical relic like that?" Without a moment's hesitation, Hemingway replied, "Of course not." His master's answer left Alan completely stunned. "What?" Then, Hemingway smiled and turned back to him, saying, "That's why you need to give it your all." Hearing this, Alan agreed. "Understood. I will fulfill my role as his senior." At that moment, both of them simultaneously looked out the sunlit window, a single thought crossing their minds: the Vemini family. Meanwhile, Olsen was speaking with our hero. He sighed and said, "It's only the first day and you kids are already stirring up trouble. Is Alan Peth a friend of yours?" Our hero scratched his head sheepishly. "I'm sorry." Hearing the question, he could only offer an awkward, speechless smile as a thought endlessly echoed in his mind. Can he be brought back to life? Daria, holding a cup of hot tea, slowly began. "Olsen told me you want to help track the cultists?" Vaso, standing nearby as she sipped her tea, quickly replied, "Yes, ma'am." Daria summoned a wisp of purple energy in her palm. Perfect timing. "I've just received a report from one of my spies." The information she relayed momentarily surprised him. They had found traces of the cultists who attacked the academy. She pointed to a densely populated location, the neutral city of Sudra. Daria pictured the man, cloaked and with a bandage wrapped around one eye, trying to escape alone. Vaso frowned in thought. Sudra. A paradise for criminals. He's chosen a good place to hide. Daria crossed her legs, teacup in hand, and continued. "Since you've faced this criminal before, you'll have an easier time tracking him than anyone else." Suddenly, her brow furrowed with worry. "But you know, that man has almost certainly laid a trap." Daria posed a question that made him pause for a few seconds. "Are you still willing to take the risk?" Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, he placed it over his heart, bowed his head in loyalty, and declared, "I will fulfill my duty as a protector of this kingdom." She let out a sigh. "Very well, you'll depart tomorrow." Daria didn't forget to add a final instruction. "I'll have a transportation gate prepared for you. Don't forget to bring your gear." Vaso stood at attention, hands clasped behind his back, thinking, "I'm glad she approved. This is the first step to preventing Professor Hubert's death." The next day dawned bright and clear, with blue clouds drifting lazily across the sky. A horse-drawn carriage slowly made its way down a long road. Sitting inside, Vaso held 2 vials of purple liquid in awe. "I can't believe they gave me 2 high-grade potions. In my past life, these were so expensive I couldn't even afford to look at them." He glanced out the window with a bright smile. She may have approved the mission, but she must still be worried since he's just a rookie. Suddenly, something strange about the scenery outside caught his eye, making him stare wide-eyed. Vaso stared at the magnificent white, palace-like building before him and muttered, "This is..." Before ordering, "Let me out for a moment." As soon as he entered the Lovefrium Museum and stood before the illusion room, he exclaimed, "I completely forgot." Vaso looked at the artifact in the glass case and said to himself, "The source of my regression. It all started here." He whispered to the strange stone, "Long time no see." His finger gently traced the strange inscription, "I kept wondering why a miracle like this happened to me. And now I have my answer." Vaso clenched his fist, filled with new resolve, to grow stronger and to protect even more people. The stone immediately bathed him in a brilliant light, as if in agreement. A new quest appeared: Protect the Heart. Protect the Dragon King's heart, currently stored at the Endymion Museum in the capital. Reward: Secret. Another quest followed: Dragonification. Awaken the power of the dragon through your own will. Reward: 13 mid-grade mana stones. Vassal looked surprised, thinking to himself, "So they're this generous with mission rewards, huh?" He began to calculate in his head. First up was the Dragon King's heart, which meant he'd have to perform in a way that was worthy of the royal gifts. It would be difficult, but not impossible. Then he became puzzled. But what exactly is dragonification? As Vassal stood before the system panel with a hand on his chin, lost in thought, the system lit up to explain it. Suddenly, a crimson aura erupted from beneath him. Vassal threw his hands out in astonishment. What is this? He could feel it, a sensation he'd never experienced before. In a moment of crisis, He could feel his magic being amplified. The whites of his eyes turned pitch black, while his irises blazed a brilliant gold, just like a dragon's. Staring at his reflection, he could hardly recognize himself. Is that really me? Later, Vassal sat in his room with a pot of hot tea on the table, while Pepper played about, oblivious to its master's troubled thoughts. It seemed this power had awakened during the ordeal by fire. Vassal recalled the fire arrow and that same strange look in his eyes. He realized he could unleash even greater power by combining heat conversion with dragonification, which would likely produce damage close to level 6. He collapsed onto his bed in frustration. The problem was, he had no way to master it, since the power only manifested when he was in mortal danger. His next words sparked an idea in Pepper's mind. I don't have time to practice because of the mission, and besides, regular training wouldn't trigger it anyway. Pepper playfully nipped at his pants. Vassal paid it no mind, still lost in his thoughts. What am I going to do? He grumbled to himself. No matter how hard I focus, I can't recreate that same sense of panic. Seeing that it was being ignored, Pepper puffed out its cheeks and glared at him angrily. Then, it unleashed an enormous blast of fire that left Vassal wide-eyed and his jaw on the floor. His entire body was covered in scorch marks, and his hair was completely frazzled. Vassal shot up, staring at Pepper, who was now looking at him reproachfully. After a moment, it clicked. Ha, are you saying you can help me? Pepper raised a tiny paw, its eyes crinkling into a smile as it responded with a few soft growls. Vassal quickly sat down cross-legged, and the little Pepper flew up to perch on his head. Vassal's eyes narrowed, his focus sharpening. He sensed a long, jagged crack forming in the oppressive darkness. Vassal's eyes scanned the surroundings. He found himself in a strange space with a large door before him. Vassal hesitated, recognizing it as the spirit realm where he first met Pepper. Seeing the familiar red streaks of light, he confirmed his suspicion. That's right, time flows differently here. This could be the ideal place to train my magic. But I have no one to spar with. Suddenly, strange sounds from behind made him turn around. Immediately, a colossal red dragon with gleaming golden eyes materialized before the diminutive Vassal. He looked up, concerned, and asked, Pepper? The dragon lowered its massive head towards him. Vassal gently stroked its snout and let out a sigh of relief. Ah, so it is you. He looked at the transformed Pepper with uncertainty. Thank you for helping me, but sparring with you might be a little. All at once, the space around them filled with a horde of giant spirits, each one thousands upon thousands of times larger than Vassal. A confident smile spread across his face. Looks like I was worried over nothing. A tall, humanoid figure then stepped toward him. Vassal stood his ground, not moving an inch. He stretched out his arm to warm up. All right then, you can be my partner. Meanwhile, in a diner, 3 men were gathered. 2 of them reported, Chief, the cultists have left the capital. Should we give chase? Their leader, a man with a long scar across his eye, secured several weapons to his hip and gave the order, all of you, prepare to move out. Jackson, standing behind the counter, raised a single finger to signal his understanding. All right, everyone be careful out there. The chief smirked. Don't worry about us. He recalled the image of Vassal's back, enveloped in that crimson aura. A member personally trained by Daria is on their way to help. I can't let him steal all the glory. He cleared his throat and addressed his 2 subordinates. Let's move. 3 days later, in a brightly lit room under the quiet night sky, a figure leaned over a table, staring at a blue orb, the prodigy of the fire tower. He must arrive quickly. Suddenly, lines of text appeared on the blue orb. Urgent report from Sudra. The dispatched fire tower spy is missing. The next day, onlookers on the street were astonished. One person exclaimed, What in the world? Another person, looking at Vassal's slender build and attire, wondered to themselves, a kid like him is here in Sudra? This bustling, sun-scorched place was none other than the neutral city of Sudra. As Vassal walked, he thought, if it weren't for the spatial gate in the royal capital, it would have taken much longer to reach Sudra. He thought back to his training, fighting spirits for what was 1 week in the real world. But thanks to the spirit realm where time stood still, it felt like an entire month had passed. While there, his body was constantly wreathed in flames. He would clench his fists, his dragon eyes glowing, and let out a mighty roar as he honed his abilities. The results were satisfying. He had successfully mastered the dragonification enhancement. The system even sent a notification. You have obtained the power of the dragon through your own efforts. The dragon's aura will reflect your level of mastery. During dragonification, your comprehension of the fire attribute will increase exponentially. At that moment, he held his fire arrow in hand, knowing there were still many issues to resolve. The system began its countdown. 15, 14, 13, 12. A phoenix immediately launched a firestorm toward him as the timer continued. 11, 10. Then, another spirit fired a beam of purple energy in his direction. Vassal was momentarily stunned. The powerful purple blast slammed directly into his position, knocking him to the ground. First off, the duration is way too short, he cursed under his breath. I only get 15 seconds. He slowly pushed himself up, one hand resting on his trembling knee. Vassal grumbled wearily. This backlash. The second issue is the recoil. Just like with overheat, using this skill leaves me completely defenseless. Suddenly, a mace was thrust in front of his face, snapping Vassal back to reality. The man standing behind him had his hand on his hip, sneering. Hey kid, you lost or something? The thug sneered. If you want, I'd be happy to show you. Vassal remained silent, merely giving him a look of utter contempt. Then, he held up something that made everyone's eyes go wide. Well, what a coincidence. A short while later, in front of an old building, the same thug now covered in scorch marks and bruises forced a smile. This right here is the Golden Wyvern. His cronies immediately bowed a full 90 degrees and shouted in unison. We hope you have a pleasant visit, Vassal thought to himself. A bunch of good-for-nothings. He sighed. Now, scram. He stepped inside, where a person behind the counter greeted him. Welcome. Vassal took a seat, and the man leaned on the counter, politely asking, What can I get for you? He gave a very specific order. 1 37-year-old Red Dragon cocktail, mixed with 12-year-old brick, served straight up. A patron nearby scoffed at him. Are you insane? You're trying to mix a drink that's over 70% alcohol? Vassal closed his eyes and exhaled, thinking to himself, drinking that would be lethal. This drink order is the Fire Tower's secret code. Hearing this, Jackson couldn't hide his surprise. He never expected such a young man to be a member of the Fire Tower. As he served the drink, he said, Here you are, while wondering internally, isn't he a bit too young for this? Suddenly, a blue screen depicting molecular bonds materialized behind Vassal. He quickly recognized it as soundproofing magic. The other patrons won't be able to hear our conversation. Jackson introduced himself as he poured another drink. My name is Jackson, a mage from the Fire Tower specially dispatched to this location. I work undercover as the manager of the Golden Wyvern. Vassal leaned his hands on the table and stated, I'm Vassal, a member of the Fire Tower. Jackson seemed hurried. Let's speak somewhere more private. A short time later, Jackson's voice echoed, So, it's true? The spy dispatched by the Fire Tower went missing 3 days ago? Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, Jackson lowered his head sadly. That's right, he recalled that moment. The last time we were in contact, the spy team was en route to the desert ruins. It appeared that many people were tailing them. Vassal was surprised. So they walked right into a trap? Jackson shook his head slightly. They're not the type to act recklessly and fall for a simple ambush. Vassal looked at him and suddenly asked, Do you have a map showing the way to the desert ruins? Jackson asked back, surprised. A map? Vassal replied quickly, I need to find and rescue them. Jackson sighed, clearly skeptical of the young man's abilities. That is not a place you can go to alone. The ruins where the team vanished are extremely close to the Empire's border, and on top of that, it's a very dangerous area. Vassal quickly realized that this man didn't trust him, but his eyes suddenly changed when he heard Jackson say, Unless you wait for reinforcements to arrive. In an instant, a blazing red aura erupted from his body, his pupils glowing crimson as he growled, There's nothing stopping me from departing first. Jackson looked up, his face beaded with nervous sweat. I'd heard he recently reached the 4th circle of magic, but he stared intently at Vassal's cold, intimidating expression, which radiated pure power. This magic has to be at least 5th circle, not to mention he can control it with such perfect mastery. After a moment, Vassal reined in his power. Jackson let out a few dry coughs. Perhaps I was a bit hasty. He scratched his head and gave a strained smile. I'll tell you the way. A satisfied smile spread across Vassal's face. Meanwhile, in a dark room, where only a single beam of light pierced through a hole in the ceiling, a figure dressed in black, with a bandaged face, bowed and reported, As per your orders, we have left a trail of clues. 2 shadowy figures, with blue energy glowing from their eyes, let out a booming laugh. Excellent. I can already smell the stench of our pursuers. The next morning, a bright and windy summer day dawned upon the neutral city of Sudra. As Vassal chugged water from his flask, he thought, Knowing this, I should have practiced my ice-type magic more. He even poured the rest of the water over his head to ward off the intense heat. Good grief, it's scorching out here. Vassal walked slowly toward the magnificent building up ahead. Regardless, this place is much larger than I imagined. After circling the structure for a while, he suddenly realized there were numerous paths leading inside. An idea sparked in his mind. If his mission was simply to find the cultists, He could just destroy these ruins entirely and force them to reveal themselves. Vassal stopped for a few seconds, his feet shifting on the ground. He looked at the ruins and immediately dismissed his initial thought. But they could be holding the spies captive in there, so I can't risk it. That means I have no choice but to go inside. Vassal's brow furrowed as he surmised. They've probably set traps all over the place. Suddenly, a red aura enveloped his legs. As he gathered his power, he growled, "If that's the case." Instantly, he shot up onto the stone ramparts. As he flew toward the circular opening in the roof, he told himself, "I'll make my entrance in the most unexpected way." Vassal quickly dove straight through the circular opening. The moment he landed, a powerful gust of wind swirled around him, catching him by surprise. Wind? Fortunately, he was able to land safely on his feet. Vassal scanned his surroundings and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, no traps. It was only then that he noticed a meticulously carved mural on a large wall, depicting a figure holding a sword and a fire-breathing dragon. Vassal looked on in astonishment. A mural, featuring a dragon. Vassal squinted, trying to make out the figure through the haze. A black-haired warrior? His gaze swept over the scorch marks from the dragon's fire, but the rest of the area was too damaged, making him wonder who their opponent was. Suddenly, a voice echoed, putting him on high alert. Incredible. Vassal slowly turned his head. There he was. A group of figures began to emerge, flanking him on both sides as the hidden voice spoke again. I never expected a student from the academy would be the one to hunt me down. Footsteps steadily advanced on Vassal as the man spoke with pure arrogance. Since you've walked right into my parlor, you've saved me the trouble of searching for you. Vassal stood his ground, watching the misty figures and armored warriors approach as their leader continued. To show my gratitude, the cloaked figure, distinguished by a white bandage around his neck and over one eye, let out a chilling laugh. I suppose I should grant you the mercy of a quick end. Vassal, completely unafraid, just smirked. Those are some big words for someone who ran so far away. His words struck a nerve, causing a volatile blue aura to erupt from the man's pale form. You arrogant whelp. With a single command, perish, the soulless legion charged forward. The man gloated. These are the corpses of elite soldiers who fell in battle. They're far stronger than the ones from last night. Hiding behind a corner with a wicked grin, he declared, "This place will be your tomb." Vassal responded with a powerful stomp, sending sparks across the floor. In an instant, a towering wall of fire roared to life before him. The cloaked man wasn't surprised. That magic again, is it? Vassal just scoffed. Not exactly. I bet this time will be different. He raised his flaming palm into the air. Vassal's mind flashed back to his time in the spirit realm as he spoke with a low growl. I haven't just been taming dragons, you know. He raised both palms, summoning searing rings of fire that threatened to cook the very stone around them. A reflection of the inferno blazed in his eyes. I'm going to enhance my existing firewall magic. Vassal swiftly thrust his palms forward, weaving in a new layer of directional magic as he roared, Flame surge! In a flash, the wall of fire didn't just grow larger. It exploded outwards, spreading like a tidal wave of incineration. His legion of soldiers was forced to stumble back, overwhelmed by the sheer, scorching heat. They quickly fell into a state of chaos, completely unable to counter the raging firewall. The wall of fire accelerated, instantly incinerating an entire line of his soldiers. The man, still hiding like a coward behind a wall, dared to peek out with just half of his body. His eyes went wide as his jaw dropped, unable to form a coherent sentence. My army, it can't be this easy. Behind the shimmering curtain of flames, Vassal's dark silhouette appeared, his eyes glowing like crimson embers. There you are, he growled. But the cloaked man couldn't see a thing, as if Vassal were completely invisible. He frowned. How is he? Could it be? He remembered the piercing red eyes from within the inferno, and came to a horrifying conclusion. He's using the fire itself for clairvoyance. He immediately spun on his heel to flee. Damn it, I have to run. But two words echoed through the chamber, sealing his fate. Too late. Vassal moved like a phantom, appearing directly in the man's path as he delivered a devastating punch. A cheerful grin spread across Vassal's face as he added, Thinking of running away again? The impact triggered a massive, terrifying explosion that rocked the tower, filling the air with a blinding cloud of dust and smoke. A few seconds later, a figure was seen hurtling through the air. The cloaked man lay groaning on the floor. Damn it all. He grit his teeth, coughing up fresh blood. Is this really all I'm capable of? Vassal calmly strode towards him. Standing over his defeated foe, he made an offer, surrender, and we can both walk away from this mess. How about it? But the man just let out a deranged laugh. Ha, I can't do that, he rasped, surprising Vassal. He trembled but somehow forced himself to stand, bracing his hands on his knees. His voice was filled with anguish. This soul is no longer my own, As if that wasn't enough, I even sold out my own family. As the white bandage came undone, it revealed a horribly disfigured part of his face. He screamed in despair, "I've already given up everything that ever belonged to me." As his cry echoed, something strange appeared in the gaping hole above. In a flash, two figures leaped down, unleashing a devastating barrage of purple attacks. Demon Claw, Nightmare Tail. Vassal spun around, a hint of surprise on his face. 2 seconds later, a massive impact shook the floor, once again shrouding the area in a thick, white smoke. The smoke obscured all vision. The two assassins stood there, looking at Vassal while the first cultist gasped for air on the ground. "Nice work, Acolyte. So you were the bait?" Xavier clicked his tongue in contempt. "And your opponent was just that little brat, too." Tsk, how utterly pathetic. The girl chimed in, mocking him. "That look, like a drowned rat. It really suits you." The cultist, however, regained his composure and spoke, his words surprising the two assassins. "It's him." His half-bandaged face contorted as he shouted, "He's our target. The disciple of the Master of the Fire Tower." At the mention of the Fire Tower, Xavier's face darkened, a clear sign of agitation in his eyes. The girl, meanwhile, ground her teeth with bitter hatred. "You mean that witch Daria?" The smoke finally cleared, revealing Vassal's protective barrier. He snapped his fingers, causing the shield to dissipate as his voice, filled with contempt, rang out. "You filthy creatures." Vassal was truly enraged now, gritting his teeth as he threatened them. "You had better not speak my master's name again." The system interface then flashed, updating his quest. Engage the cultists, capture at least one of the three alive, or eliminate them all. Seeing him standing there so defiantly, Xavier let out a soft, "Oh." He crossed his arms and replied, "It would have been better for everyone if you had just died early on." Beth laughed like a maniac. "That's true, isn't it? But a disciple of that hag won't go down so easily." She bluntly stated her twisted desires, making Vassal's lips curl in disgust. "I'm going to end you, turn your corpse into a puppet, and then make it dance right in front of the fire tower's gates. Ha." Xavier brandished his two whip-like weapons. "Xavier, block the entrance," Beth commanded. "Understood." Countless skeletons erupted from the ground, completely sealing one entrance to the ruins. The other exit was quickly barricaded by a similar, dense pile of bones. Beth conjured a swarm of magical darts that hovered menacingly in the air. This is getting more and more fun. Vassal calmly faced the assassins, thinking, instead of hiding and summoning the dead, they're going for an all-out attack? Both of them radiated the intense, murderous aura of a heretical cult, completely different from any opponent he had ever faced. Beth grew impatient. "Well, aren't you going to attack? Because if you don't, we will." But Vassal spoke first. "Let me ask you one question." Beth glared at them as he posed his question. "What did you do with the recon agents who came before me?" The two assassins paused, looking genuinely confused. "Recon agents?" Beth flew into a rage again and unleashed her demon claw technique, firing a volley of magic at him. "Don't try to stall for time with your tricks." Vassal glided to the side to dodge the claws. "These guys, they really don't know about the agents?" Xavier immediately retaliated, lashing out with his nightmare tail skill, sending the whip cracking towards him. Vassal simply watched the tail descend, his mind still working on the problem. He dashed forward at the last second, causing the attack to miss and slam into the dusty ground. Or are they just pretending not to know? He looked up at them, a dangerous glint in his red eyes. Tsk. Either way, I'll find out the truth. Beth targeted him again with a stream of magic. "Trying to run, are you bastard?" Vassal turned his focus back to the fight, his arm erupting in that familiar, brilliant red flame. He swung his spear, shattering the magical darts the girl had created. She stared, wide-eyed in astonishment. "He blocked that? With a spear?" The cultist in the back shouted, "That's the spear that crushed the giant bone monster." This revelation only made Beth even more unhinged as she laughed, her mouth wide. "This is getting more and more interesting." Vassal recognized her move. That's the demon's claw technique. Twin claws. The two claw-like arms crossed and clenched at Beth's command, beginning to transform. Their shape distorted, bending and then straightening out. Beth had forged a massive, long-handled axe from her Demon King's claw. She licked her lips excitedly and purred, "Let's see which one of us is sharper." Vassal watched her, unfazed, as sparks of fire danced around him. Xavier tried to stop his partner. "Beth, don't act on your own." But she just scoffed at him and charged forward with her weapon. Being afraid of a little brat like him is just pathetic. Vassal was ready for her, gripping his spear tightly. The two weapons, forged from two completely different systems of magic, collided in a blinding flash of light. Vassal's spear thrust forward with immense power against the axe, quickly gaining the upper hand and piercing straight through the form of the demon's claw. The flames flashed past Beth's face, leaving her stunned and frozen in place. In an instant, one of her arms had been completely incinerated. The light from the ceiling shone down, adding to the intense heat building inside the ruins. "You idiot, I told you not to act on your own." He then turned his full attention to Vassal, his whips now moving with a new fluidity. "Disciple of the Fire Tower, you are my enemy, but I have to give you credit for your skill." The whips coiled around him as the heretical magic burned with its characteristic blue flame. The wind around Vassal grew stronger, but he remained perfectly calm as he watched him. And so, from this moment on, Xavier's body became enveloped in a swirling vortex as he declared, "I will use everything in my power to tear you to pieces, Vassal." He began to surround Vassal with his whips. "It doesn't matter how skilled you are. There's no way you can block an attack from every angle at once." Xavier was supremely confident, not noticing the small flames that were beginning to creep up the whips behind him. By the time the sparks entered his vision and he turned to look, it was already too late. Vassal was already there, his fist ready. Xavier was shocked. Flash step. Vassal grabbed his other wrist, clenching his fist to make the flames around it burn even hotter. The first cultist trembled, clutching his head in terror. "I'm dead for sure. No, I'm not even going to get a peaceful end." He looked over at Beth's body and saw a strange red object. Those damned teammates, after boasting as if they were some kind of big shots. In the end, Beth's unused item lay discarded on the ground. The cultist's eyes fixated on it as a desperate idea began to form. "That's an artifact." Vassal cut him off, grabbing his head to threaten him. "And now, you will answer my question." Vassal's voice was cold. "Where are the agents?" Xavier turned and spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. Then he looked at Vassal and replied with irritation, "You keep nagging about those damn agents. What in the hell are you even talking about?" Vassal looked at him and thought, he really doesn't know? Meanwhile, Xavier was watching his every move. He's let his guard down. He secretly pulled out a small knife. This is my chance. But from the distance, a strange chain shot out toward Xavier. It wrapped around his neck and violently yanked him away, taking Vassal by complete surprise. Vassal immediately glared behind him to assess the situation. The first cultist was holding the artifact and chanting a summoning spell. "Here, I offer. Here, I offer. My life, my lifespan, and my entire existence." Vassal exclaimed in surprise while Xavier was still being restrained. "A sacrificial charm." He then saw the strange monster the cultist was summoning. "Is that a giant hell beast?" Xavier was then dragged, kicking and screaming, toward the monster, crying out helplessly, "Damn it!" The cultist continued to mutter his prayer, offering the lives of others, the lifespans of others, and even the deaths of others. His face contorted, his eyes obscured by a blinding light. "I will offer it all to you." Below him lay a tangled mess of chains and skeletons, and Xavier was being dragged towards it. "Let my very being become a part of your power, and strip away everything." From within the chaos, sharp spikes emerged, lying in wait. Xavier was brutally dragged in and impaled on the spot, letting out a scream of agony. The cultist then summoned a colossal creature and swiftly merged his own body into it, the descendant abomination. The abomination rose, brimming with power from the blood sacrifices, and opened its maw to let out a deafening roar. Vatso was forcefully pushed back by the wave of mana. How can its mana reserves be this massive? Just then, the system immediately issued him a new quest. The battle against the cultist's mission had been updated to subjugate the abomination. The newly summoned hellbeast tilted its head back, gazing up at the heavens. Then, it lowered its grotesque face to survey the mortals below. It looked at its own hand, now a set of razor-sharp claws, and began to speak. "I." Drool dripped from the abomination's mouth as it spoke. "How dare you turn me into this monstrosity?" It swung its arm, its claws igniting with purple flames, mixed with my own azure mana. "He's using a demon claw technique, creating attacks that look just like Beth's. You bastard, I'll tear you to shreds right here." Vatso watched him roar and immediately recognized the similarity. He recalled when Beth had angrily launched her demon claws at him. Isn't that the same magic that girl used earlier? Those demonic claws, now possessing a completely different level of speed and power, hurtled down towards him. Vatso's face darkened as he looked up, remaining perfectly still. In an instant, a massive pink explosion erupted, obliterating the ground and the ancient ruins. The earth collapsed inward as clouds of dust billowed out from the epicenter. From within the chaos, Vatso's flames shot skyward, allowing him to escape. He had used his flame spear to pull himself out of the blast zone. That damned monster. Good thing I got out just in time. He landed softly on the ground and silently mocked the abomination. What an idiot. The spot where he had just been standing was now a desolate crater with sparks crackling in the air. I can't believe he can't even control his own power and ended up digging his own grave. But things weren't as simple as he thought. From within the rubble, movement began to stir. growing larger. Vatso's eyes widened in shock at the sight. What? The abomination burst through the rubble, whipping a massive chain around itself as it screamed in fury. Vatso! The giant, hideous monster was far from finished. It reappeared with a piercing shriek. Its chains whipped through the air, tearing the very wind apart. The abomination swung its chain in a fit of rage. Die! It then opened its mouth in a grotesque smile, drool dripping down. I'll chew you up, down to the very marrow of your bones. Focused on what was in front, it failed to notice the fire magic attack that struck its back, causing it to erupt in flames. Vatso had already dodged to the side and thrown his spear, wondering to himself, it didn't connect? The abomination's massive body stood tall amidst the smoke and Vatso's flames. It slowly turned its head towards him, its purple eyes wide. Ah, there you are. The abomination radiated a terrifying and malevolent aura of mana. Your little attacks. They're useless against me. Vatso gritted his teeth, a hint of worry creeping in. He's right, his defense is absurdly strong. He was forced to quickly retreat from the chains rushing towards him. I need to come up with a different solution. He weaved through a storm of chains, parrying them away. Your wicked plans are useless. Vatso ignited his feet with fire and accelerated, leaping high into the air. Now, he continued his evasive maneuvers. I need to buy a little more time. The hulking monster grew increasingly arrogant, threatening him. That's right. Just keep running and tremble in despair before my overwhelming power. Vatso looked up at it and immediately retorted. Nonsense. He summoned a small cluster of flames in midair. This is just the beginning, Pepper. From within the flames, his familiar, Pepper, appeared. Vatso made a request. Lend me a hand, will you? Pepper was overjoyed to be of service, letting out a cheerful cry in agreement. Vatso reached out, grasping a flame in his hand, and steeled his resolve. All right, let's get started. First, Vatso tossed out small flames that quickly ignited and spread like wildfire. He then manipulated them, creating a massive wave of fire to confront the monster. The inferno crashed into it and burned fiercely, the brilliant light illuminating the entire desert. But the attack still didn't faze the abomination. Its body glowed red, but it merely chuckled. It opened its eyes and taunted him. Idiot, you think this kind of magic can hurt me? But when it looked, his target was gone. Where did you run off to? Only then did Vatso let out a smirk and call out. Right here. Pepper, hovering above its head, opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of fire. Another massive blast of fire magic slammed into the giant monster's face. Pepper nimbly flew around, harassing it and causing the abomination to roar in frustration. You damned fly! High in the sky, Vatso swiftly switched his magic from the fire to the lightning element. Now that I have its attention, he raised one hand, preparing for his devastating descent. The rest is using overwhelming piercing energy for this next move. Vatso gathered flames, but instead of enlarging his spear, he condensed the power within it. Pepper continued to fly circles around the monster, causing all of its attacks to miss. Suddenly, it noticed a familiar flash of light coming from its master. The abomination shielded its eyes and yelled, "Quit playing games and show yourself." Just as he wished, Vatso descended like a meteor with his spear, crackling with combined lightning and fire, the piercing summon. With a thunderous boom, the attack struck home, forcing the beast to double over from the sheer force and oppressive heat. Vatso was now engulfed in a sea of flames, but the monster remained contemptuous. This much is useless. I knew it. Vatso replied as he raised his spear again, lightning once more coursing through his body. That's why the real attack starts now. From high above, the power of the lightning element formed a colossal dome in the sky. Vatso planted his spear into the monster's head like a lightning rod and then leaped away. He summoned the thunder and began to command it to strike the earth. That flat plane of energy acted as a hammer, driving the spear even deeper with the attack. Thunder Cauldron Hammer. The abomination's face distorted as it was electrocuted, the immense pressure from above crushing it. This time, it truly detonated, lighting up the entire region in a brilliant flash. Thick smoke and dust billowed up, severely reducing visibility. A massive crater was left in the ground, and the flames had been extinguished, leaving only the blue crackle of lightning. Vatso landed gently on the ground, observing the aftermath. He panted heavily, asking himself, is it over? Where the abomination once stood, only a pair of feeble legs remained. Upon closer inspection, all that was left after the fatal blow was a skeleton. The skeleton itself was charred black and showed no signs of movement. The system immediately notified him, the battle has concluded. You will now receive your reward. Vatso let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted from the fight. Pepper appeared by his side, nuzzling its head against him happily. Good job, Pepper. Suddenly, the skeleton's skull detached from its neck bone. It fell to the ground, bounced a few times out of the crater, and continued to roll. Vatso stared in astonishment as the skull unexpectedly came to a stop right beside him. An eerie voice echoed out, "Vemore. Senza managed to raise an extraordinary child in her final years. Who would have thought this one was a Vemore?" Both Vatso and Pepper were stunned to hear the head muttering, Is the skull talking?" The skull levitated, powered by the residual evil energy within it. "I wonder if this son will be more interesting than his father." At the mention of his father, Vatso's eyes shot wide open in shock. He impulsively grabbed the skull and shouted, "Who are you?" Vatso desperately tried to get an answer, but none came. "Answer me. Who the hell are you? You bastard." His furious shout echoed across the plains. "Who are you?" The skull let out a sinister laugh. "Kikiki, you'll find out soon enough, along with what your father looked like in his final moments." Its next words caused Vatso's expression to turn pitch black. He looked quite intense. With those final words, it dissolved into a puff of blue smoke. The sky turned gray, and raindrops began to fall incessantly. He bowed his head low, clenching his jaw as tears streamed down his cheeks. Pepper gently nuzzled against Vatso, letting out a soft cry to comfort him. The camera pans out, showing Vatso's lonely figure sitting in the middle of the empty land. The rain grew heavier, but he remained motionless, letting it soak him. A pair of binoculars, blurred by raindrops, was lowered from a distance. Unsen put them down and said, "The battle is over." He issued an order to the men behind him, "Send the report. 2nd Corps, Desert 12, Imperial Army." A man held the report in one hand while fanning himself with the other. He was the Corps commander, Viscount Monmat. A duel between a probable Endymion mage and a cultist. The victor was the mage. Judging by his power, the mage's level is. Monmat slammed his hand on the table and roared, "He must be over level 5. He then shouted, startling the man next to him, "Hey, strategist!" "Yes, Corps commander." Monmat crumpled the paper in his hand. "How can there be a mage this powerful near our position without you knowing about it?" The strategist bowed his head to the table. "My apologies, sir, but there were no reports of any high-level mages from Endymion in this area." A man sitting nearby spoke up to defuse the situation. "Ah, perhaps he's a new mage. There are rumors of a new young member at the Tower of Harmony." The strategist also forced a smile and added, "If that's the case, he must have just graduated. There's no need to investigate. As long as they don't approach our position, we have nothing to worry about." Monmat's anger only intensified. He slammed both hands on the table and bellowed, "You fools! That new graduate is already over level 5. That means he could one day support all of Endymion." He raised a hand to his forehead and sighed, "Damn it, I really don't want to do this." Monmat's gaze turned sharp, but I have no choice but to call him. The sky was clear, and the sun shone down warmly. Sitting in the middle of the desert, he took a swig of water from his canteen. Vatso wiped his mouth and thought, "I keep thinking about it." He remembered the skull. Did that cultist really take my father's life? But then Vatso shook his head. "Wait, I need to focus on the mission first. I have to find the scouts." Vatso started walking in a different direction, especially when a flash of light glinted off a distant rock. "I've got a tail." The 4 figures were still observing him. They must be Imperial scouts. He stood up and dusted off his clothes. They haven't attacked, so their mission must be just surveillance. Vatso then saw something that made him pause. He spotted a figure in the distance and wondered, is that a person? Suddenly, a bright light flared from the figure's position. Vatso was startled and quickly dodged aside, but it wasn't enough. The attack grazed his face, drawing blood. The force of the dodge sent him tumbling onto the sand. Vatso scrambled to look up. Ah! A system notification popped up. Notice. Mission. A great upheaval. You have encountered an opponent of a level you have never seen before. Escape from this opponent unharmed. Reward. 5 mid-grade mana stones. Condition. Escape. Impossible. Vatso stared at the figure before him. The man, holding a sword, slowly approached. It was a tall man with a blade in hand. It was Spansum. He tilted his head and smiled at Vatso. "I was aiming for your neck, you know." A red aura began to glow around Vatso's body. So the report about someone over level 5 was true. He gritted his teeth in anger. An assassin of the Empire. A disciple of the Swordmaster Mcry. But the most fitting description for Spansum is, the man's face twisted into a terrifying expression. "Cutting you up is going to be so much fun." Vatso stared back at him calmly. The mad killer, Spansum. Spansum lowered his sword. "Oh, so you know my name." The blade in his hand became enveloped in a black and red aura. "Good." Vatso glared at Spansum, his own killing intent now visible. The man's eyes glowed a vibrant red. Now you can accept the miserable pain you're about to endure. A homicidal maniac. The tip of Spanzum's sword was coated in a color just like blood, that blood-red aura. I remember it clearly. Just for accidentally bumping his shoulder on the street, he had mercilessly tortured and slaughtered an entire group of mercenaries. I was almost taken out myself. Just then, a figure shot across the sky from the distance, startling Spanzum. He unleashed an attack, and a pillar of ice erupted between the two sides, forcing him to retreat. Cold, diamond-blue eyes glared at Spanzum. Seeing this, his smile only grew wider and more terrifying. Two powerful energies collided, and in that moment of chaos, Spanzum was completely frozen. Even for Orland Page, who had already taken a step into the Archmage ranks, defeating him was an incredibly difficult task. Even while frozen, Spanzum's expression remained utterly defiant. In short, he was an immensely powerful enemy. Back in the present, a voice rang out as he swung his arm with incredible force. Well then, let's begin. Flying blood. Vatso quickly threw his hand forward, manifesting 5 layers of shields in front of him. Spanzum's flying blood technique shot towards him with blinding speed. It powerfully tore through the shields, shattering them into countless tiny fragments. Vatso watched the scene unfold, his eyes widening in disbelief. He hastily ducked and dodged to the side to evade the blow. The attack slammed into the sand behind him, kicking up a massive pillar of grit and dust. Vatso gritted his teeth as he staggered back to his feet. How could he be strong enough to break through 5 layers of shields? Though he dodged the attack, he couldn't escape completely unscathed and was wounded. How in the world did Orland Page ever manage to defeat him? Spanzum grimaced as he looked at Vatso and spoke. Multiple layers of shields, huh? He closed his eyes and flourished his sword. A decent move, but the mana concentration used to create those shields was far too low. Hearing his words, Vatso seemed to have a realization and let out a smirk. Concentration, huh? Vatso watched the next attack rapidly approach him, then reached behind his back and created a spear of fire. He immediately launched it to counter the incoming blow. Seeing this, Spanzum's expression showed a hint of surprise. He looked at Vatso, then burst out laughing and asked, "Ho ho, what's this? Your spear tip is wreathed in orange flames? You're hiding some interesting tricks, aren't you?" Vatso twirled the spear in his hand. Thanks for the compliment. He launched his attack and shouted, "So how are you going to block this?" The spear of fire shot towards him at incredible speed. Spanzum's expression was calm as he thought. It maintained its form even after being thrown. He then quickly launched a counterattack of his own, Flying Blood, Wave. The two attacks rapidly converged on each other. Spanzum let out a hearty laugh, absolutely thrilled. This was it, a fight with a real mage. Vassal had already zipped behind him. Now this is what I call fun, he roared, gripping his spear tightly before lunging forward, catching Vassal completely off guard. Spanzum spun around, a dark aura radiating from his body. You're pretty good at scurrying around like a rat. Startled, Vassal quickly glanced behind him. In the next instant, a spray of crimson painted the air. Spanzum held his sword, a look of pure ecstasy on his face. It's been too long since I've had this much fun. Vassal hovered in the air, his feet wreathed in flames. He gently touched down, his body now riddled with wounds. Already hurt? Spanzum taunted, laughing with excitement. All right, I'll treat you. In response, Vassal raised a hand, conjuring a sphere of fire. The man had enhanced his body into an Orasau. Biting his lip in pain as blood trickled down, Vassal knew his mage's constitution was no match for this monster. Well, I can't believe the wounds I inflicted have already stopped bleeding. Spanzum tilted his head with a wide grin. Are all the other guys from the fire tower this stubborn? Or is that a requirement to join? At his words, Vassal shot his head up, stunned. Sitting on the vast expanse of sand, he asked Spanzum, "What are you talking about?" The man's eyes glowed red again, his smile stretching nearly ear to ear as he began to recount an old tale. The last guy I met a few days ago was just as tenacious. Vassal staggered to his feet. A scout team had gone missing. His face contorted in rage as he demanded, "So it was you who killed them?" Spanzum just shrugged and tilted his head, a silent, mocking admission. Vassal's fists clenched as he recalled the system notification from earlier. You have encountered an opponent of an unprecedented level. Escape this opponent without injury. Completion reward: 5 intermediate mana stones. Condition for success: escape. He continued his train of thought. My plan was to escape after clashing with him for a bit, but a crimson aura began to radiate from Vassal's feet. It swiftly enveloped his entire body from the ground up, the force of it whipping his cloak and tunic into a frenzy. Vassal's eyes began to glow, his hair floating gently. This was no time to be thinking about the future. A savage smile spread across Spanzum's face as he looked at him. Oh? Were you hiding your true power from me at the start? Spasm gripped the blood-red aura-infused sword in his hand. Let's see how composed you can be when your body. He drew the sword back, his other hand lightly touching the blade's tip. Endures the agony of being torn to shreds. Vassal glanced down at the glowing ring on his finger. Watching the blue light flicker around it, he thought. The luck ring still hasn't recharged. In the end, there's only one option left. Spasm swung the blade over his shoulder and around his head. He began to move, unleashing his skills, blood flight, arc stream. A barrage of attacks shot towards Vassal, who remained perfectly still, not flinching or wavering in the slightest, even as the assault was about to crash into him. He drew his spear, thinking, 14 seconds left. Vassal's hand tightened around the weapon's shaft. He channeled his power through it to unleash a skill, Origin, Flame Spear. Spasm calmly glanced at Vassal and smirked. This should be. In a flash, Vassal's figure vanished, leaving nothing but sand and dust behind. He reappeared high in the air, preparing to strike straight down. Spasm, standing below, looked up and thought, this is a bit dangerous. He soared high, poised for the attack. In a flash, his form vanished, leaving a swirl of sand where he once stood. Looking up, Spasm's mind raced. This could be trouble. In an instant, the battlefield below was empty, as he launched himself skyward. From the ground, Spasm tracked the ascent, a single thought cutting through his confidence. Now this is dangerous. The battlefield below emptied in an instant as he launched himself skyward. Spasm tracked the movement, a flicker of unease in his thoughts. This is getting a little risky. With a burst of speed, he was airborne, a phantom leaving only disturbed dust in his wake. From the ground, Spasm watched him ascend, a single thought cutting through his confidence. Now this is dangerous. With a burst of speed, he was airborne, a phantom leaving only disturbed dust in his wake. From the ground, Spasm watched him ascend, a single thought cutting through his confidence. Now this is dangerous. He soared high, poised for the attack. In a flash, his form vanished, leaving a swirl of sand where he once stood. Looking up, Spasm's mind raced. This could be trouble. Vassal was now facing Spasm, surrounded by a raging inferno. 2 seconds. Spasm sneered down at him. Are you done yet? Vassal glared back and replied, not yet. Vassal slammed both hands onto the ground, which immediately began to glow. 1 second left. The sight startled Spasm. Sparks of fire and orbs of light began to materialize around Vassal. 6-circle magic. The spell's range extended from Vassal's position all the way behind Spasm. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted from below, shocking him. The two were instantly engulfed in flames, as superheated bubbles churned within the molten rock. The sand had transformed into a lake of lava. Magmification. Vassal remembered reading about it in a book somewhere. Magmification. He stared intently at the text in his memory. I understand the principle behind it. A brilliant scarlet flame flared to life. He recalled the immense power of the attack. But because it requires a 6th-level magic circle, a red flame bent into an arc. I was never able to use such a high-level spell. The memory shifted to a time when Vassal could only create tiny sparks, starting from the smallest of embers. Now, a boiling lake of lava churned violently. This magic would submerge the entire area in magma. A red-winged creature swooped down from the sky, grabbing Vassal's collar in its beak and pulling him high into the air. Thanks, Pepper. The creature looked stressed, beads of sweat on its face. Vassal was gently set down on solid ground as Pepper kept its distance. The surrounding area was a chaotic vortex of swirling sand and dust. A figure slowly approached Vassal through the haze. He quickly turned to face it. Asterisk, cough, hack. Asterisk, it was Spasm, now missing an arm, his body a canvas of wounds, collapsed on the ground and coughing violently. Vassal threw a punch that screeched to a halt just inches from the man's head. He looked down coldly at the broken man and asked, any last words? Sweat poured down Spasm's face as his lips trembled open. He lifted his head, one eye squeezed shut. It's hilarious, isn't it? They shove you onto the battlefield under the guise of protecting the homeland, but they never tell you how to escape this life. Spasm's legs were a mess of bleeding wounds. You have to kill one person after another. Droplets of blood splattered across the screen. The path of a guardian was truly paved in gore. Vassal listened in grim silence as he continued. And now, I welcome you to walk that very path. Spasm looked at him and let out one final, derisive smirk. Then, his head slumped forward to the ground. As the sky darkened, the wind gently rustled Vassal's cloak. Before him lay the lifeless body of Spasm in a large pool of his own blood. A system notification appeared. Notice: you have completed the mission requirements. You will receive 8 intermediate mana stones. Inside a room, a white shield was being generated. A robed figure sitting within the barrier spoke. According to the rumors, Spasm, a knight of the Empire, has been operating secretly in the desert. The next statement made him go pale. The disappearance of the scouts is likely connected to him. Sora gripped the wine bottle in his hand, thinking, damn it. If this is true, then the disciple from the fire tower is in grave danger. As he was lost in thought, the door to the room burst open. No matter how skilled he is, if he has to fight Spasm, he's... The sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the chamber. The newcomer walked up and slammed a sword down on the table. The man from before looked at the blade, confused. Hmm? He stared at the sword on the table, then his eyes widened in shock. Isn't this Spasm's sword? A voice that surprised Sora spoke up. I'll take a red rake, or a brick if you have it. Vassal pulled back his hood with a slight smile. Actually, just a glass of water would be great, please. Sora's tension melted away, and he smiled back at the young man. Of course, anything you want. Later, in a pitch-black room, Sora whispered into a glowing orb. A line of text materialized upon its surface. Sora, reporting. Fire Tower Scout, warrior on active duty, Vassal Zaimoni, has eliminated the heretics and Spasm. Word began to spread like wildfire through Camelot, the capital of Endymion. Vassal Zaimon, the last heir of the fallen Zaimon family, had defeated the abomination, the heretic's magical beast, and had even taken down Spasm, a knight of the Empire. Considering he had only just joined the fire tower a short while ago, the rumor was difficult to believe and was met with a great deal of mixed reactions. Stepping through a portal, Vassal's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the three figures standing before him and called out, Masters! Daria stepped forward and ruffled Vassal's hair. Kid, thank you for coming back alive. Someone here was getting very worried. A blue aura pulsed in the center of the group as Melville cheerfully placed a hand on his head. Oh man, this is going to make my bet a tough one to call. Alan smiled warmly at him. This junior of ours is even more amazing than I thought. Someone's competitive spirit is flaring up. On a snow-covered mountain peak, the news of Spasm's death reached a man meticulously wiping his sword. Is that all you came to tell me? Another person, however, was filled with rage and hatred. The swordmaster of the Empire, Cry Hill. Three men trembled as they bowed their heads low. Yes, my lord. Although everyone has different feelings about the matter. He lifted the greatsword to his eye level. A blood debt must be paid in blood. A disciple for a disciple. But they all had one thing in common. Hill's eyes blazed with fury as he swung the massive blade down into the earth before him. The sword slammed into the ground, splitting it in two and carving a long, deep fissure. Everything in the path of the attack was utterly obliterated. Vassal Zaimon had left a powerful impression on all of them. Hill roared with fury. Daria Snow White, I will make you pay for this no matter the cost. That night, a carriage sped along a deserted road. So, what you're saying is, Daria began, speaking from inside the carriage, that the heretical cult is connected to your father's death? Vassal bowed his head, his expression calm as he replied, yes, that's correct. Her gaze grew more peculiar. A great number of records were lost during the war. It's difficult to find out exactly what happened back then. To be more precise, finding the culprit won't be easy. He lowered his head even further. I am well aware of that. Daria took Vassal's hand to comfort him. But there is one thing we can be sure of. She looked at him with a gentle face. If we continue to track the cultists, we might just uncover the truth. You believe so too, don't you? Daria's words soothed Vassal's mood, and he brightened up. The fire tower and I will always be by your side to help you. Thank you, ma'am. The coachman stopped the carriage and turned to speak. We have arrived. The carriage door opened. So I hope that for today, you can set aside your worries and suspicions. She took his hand, leading him into a magnificent, grandiose castle to expand his horizons. The Magic Tower Council was bustling with countless carriages and people entering the grounds. This magical assembly consisted of the masters from over 20 magic towers in Endymion. 2 months ago, thanks to my victory over Spanxium, I was able to attend this event as my master's aide, despite being just a newcomer to the tower. Spotting Zaso, they greeted him. Oh, so this is the brilliant disciple. It's an honor to meet you. He smiled cheerfully in return. Haha, thank you. It's been a while, senior. As they were chatting happily, someone approached. See you next time. The man strode confidently toward Zaso. It truly has been a long time. The Gold Tower Master. Daria gestured to introduce him. This is Niccolo Mattiavelli, the organizer of today's Magic Tower Council. Vassal quickly placed a hand on his chest and bowed 90 degrees. Greetings, sir. Niccolo laughed heartily and clapped Zaso hard on the shoulder. Haha, no need for such formalities. You're the one who took down that damn brat's disciple. Vassal looked up, bewildered, thinking, damn brat? Daria explained. Cry Hill, the Empire's swordmaster. The man you killed, Spanxium, was his disciple. The man raised a hand to his face, his eyes glinting with excitement. My, how refreshing it was to hear that news. Vassal stared, frozen, at Niccolo, thinking to himself, ah, his eyes. Melville appeared from nowhere, cutting into the conversation. Stop dredging up old wounds, and go prepare for the presentation. Didn't you say you had something important to discuss today? Fire Tower Master, Gold Tower Master, I trust you are both well? Vassal sighed inwardly as he looked at the man, the Spear Tower Master. Daria glanced at Melville and scoffed. You sound jealous that my disciple is receiving all the praise. Melville shot back just as sharply. Haha, do you really think I'm as petty as you are? Seeing the two of them glaring daggers at each other, Niccolo scratched his head and said, Haha, well, I'll go get things ready then. He hastily departed. Asterisk, the Gold Tower Master. There they go again. Asterisk, he thought. Melville then turned to Daria. Speaking of which, you haven't forgotten about our bet regarding the holy relic from the Age of Gods, have you? Of course not. Alan stepped forward and began massaging Melville's shoulders. You see, my dear Alan has. Alan smiled, though it wasn't a very friendly one. Let's go to our seats, master. With that, Alan began to drag Melville away. Hey, you brat, I'm still talking. You little punk, let go of me. Vassal couldn't help but laugh out loud at the sight. The scene then shifted to a dimly lit room, with only a faint glimmer of light. Let us now begin this session of the Magic Tower Council. Grains of sand in a tray began to float upwards. The main topic for this meeting is the ancient ruin currently being excavated at Kelvin Mountain. The sand then coalesced, forming a miniature landscape of the area. At first glance, these ruins appear to date back to the mythical age, and there are no signs that anything inside has been plundered. Niccolo's voice boomed with excitement. In other words, the probability of finding an intact holy relic inside is extremely high. Vassal's thoughts echoed the sentiment, a holy relic from the mythical age. Darius smiled and added, we could find a relic that would shake the very foundations of this era. Niccolo gripped the edge of the table and continued. Therefore, we need your assistance to secure these ruins. As the voice rang out, Alan simply offered a bright smile. Sir Alan Paige of the Spear Tower. The speaker then turned his attention to Vassal, and Sir Vassal Zaman of the Fire Tower. I wish to entrust this matter to the two of you. A murmur of agreement spread through the room. That's a fine idea. Indeed, the boy has already proven his strength. Daria let out a sigh of relief, her face full of confidence. Of course he has. Isn't he my disciple? Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air, forcing her to whip her head around. I object. Two figures entered from the doorway. Jerome, a mage of the Red Tower, and Ben Shilogi, the Red Tower Master. Niccolo watched them, thinking, the Master of the Red Tower. He asked cautiously, may I ask on what grounds you object? Ben glanced over and spoke a single name, Alex Zaman. Upon hearing the name, Vassal flinched in surprise. Ben tilted his head and said softly, because he lost. The room erupted in whispers. How can you blame the son for his father's loss? That's right, the Empire's war was a long time ago, even if. He shot a glare at the crowd. Was it not a loss that cost the kingdom its finest and most elite warriors when he deserted the battlefield without permission? The atmosphere became dead silent. No one dared to utter a word. Daria's voice boomed with anger. That's mere speculation. There are no records from that time. Ben took a small step forward. You're mistaken. He slid his hands into his pockets, his face a mask of indifference. Because I was there. The statement sent a jolt of shock through both Vassal and Daria. A smirk played on Ben's lips. I saw him run away with my very own eyes. Vassal couldn't believe what he was hearing. Asterisk, my father. A deserter? Asterisk. The words stunned him. But there's no doubt that my father died in the war. But, he looked up, why is this man still spouting such nonsense? Ben continued. The Zaman family has a debt to repay to the Empire. He gestured broadly. How would it look for a fledgling empire if we were to entrust such a crucial mission to the Zaman family? If Vassal is to lead the defense as proposed, the Red Tower will not provide any support whatsoever. The room buzzed with chatter once more. Vassal is such a promising disciple. Giving this to the Red Tower seems like a... Niccolo looked down from his position, thinking. He swayed the entire crowd with just a few words. A hint of worry crossed his eyes. Just as expected from the master of the Red Tower. No, considering his background, this is only natural. That man is Grand Duke Bismarck, known as the king's uncle and the most powerful figure on the entire continent. As his hair billows in the wind, over at Trailergy, Niccolo grips the table tightly, realizing that to oppose this man is to oppose the Grand Duke's faction itself. But the only one here who could possibly confront him is... Melville turns to Ben, muttering, this is absurd. Daria, seething with anger, adds, Kid, stay out of this. I'll handle them. Just then, a voice rings out, forcing Daria to turn. I wish to ask Master Sixthap a few questions. Startled, Ben whips his head toward the source of the voice. Vassal, his own voice booming with fury, demands, "Will you take responsibility for what you just said?" He turns to Vassal and scoffs. Responsibility? Vassal takes a defiant step forward. I mean responsibility for insulting the Zymon family. Daria places a restraining hand on Vassal's shoulder. Kid, now is not the time. But, Ben lets out a dismissive sigh, as if the honor of a fallen family even matters. You should count your lucky stars that Daria is your master, Vassal, he continues, just as another figure enters the room. Otherwise, I would have cut out your tongue and made an example of you for other arrogant fools. Such lawless insolence. The newcomer's voice cuts through the tension as they step inside. Master Sixthap, it seems you grow more arrogant with every meeting. One might even mistake you for the king himself. Gasps ripple through the room as people cover their mouths in shock. A young woman with long, flowing hair strides in confidently. Princess Hykett, it's Princess Hykett Rathmos. They all bow immediately in reverence. Ben lowers his head as well. Greetings, Princess. To what do we owe this honor? She smiles cheerfully and announces, I heard everything from outside. Master Sixthap was correct. He looks up, surprised. Pardon me? Hykett's gaze shifts to Vassal. If a person owes a debt, he must repay it. Vassal stares at her in silence. Daria quickly interjects, however, Your Highness, but... Hykett continues, her next words startling even Alan. But you must give him a chance to do so. Both Vassal and Daria turn to her, stunned. For this mission, I decree that the Spear Tower and the Fire Tower will assume defensive roles. As her words settle, Ben is left just as stunned as everyone else. Hykett simply offers a mysterious smile. Visibly displeased, he retorts, Your Highness, the matter is not nearly that simple. She ignores him completely and calls out, Master of the Gold Tower. Yes, Your Highness. Hykett addresses Nicolo in a clear voice. Who is the primary benefactor for this excavation mission? He bows his head with a knowing smile. That would be you, Your Highness. She immediately pivots to face Ben. Well then, I believe that settles the matter, doesn't it? And with that final word, Hykett turns and departs. Ben's face darkens as he watches her retreating figure. Nicolo quickly claps his hands, trying to bring the meeting back to order. Right then, let's move on to the next items on the agenda for the excavation. Vassal, however, remains frozen, utterly dumbfounded, the name Hykett Rathmos echoing in his mind. Night has fallen, the sky filled with brilliant stars as a carriage speeds down a dirt path. Ben sits with Geron, chin in his hand, brooding. This was my chance to finally crush the Zymon family. I can't believe the princess interfered. Suddenly, Geron senses something. He grabs his sword, which glows with a blood-red aura, and leaps onto the carriage roof. The driver pulls the horses to a halt as a lone figure blocks their path. The carriage skids to an abrupt stop, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ben opens the door with a heavy sigh and steps out. I see you have no manners whatsoever. He addresses the figure by name, Daria. Gripping her staff, she smirks. Don't you think the same applies to you? In a flash, the tip of Geron's sword is at her throat, taking her by surprise as a dark aura radiates from his body. She tilts her head at Geron. Do you really think that's enough? Daria's eyes flash, changing color in an instant. Ben steps forward and orders, Lower your weapon. Geron immediately obeys, sheathing his sword and bowing to Ben. He then approaches Daria. Considering our history, I assume you didn't come here to apologize. State your business. Daria's voice is sharp, making Ben flinch slightly. Alex Zymon. She stares him down. You witnessed his death, didn't you? Ben cocks his head. My view wasn't perfect, but what a tragedy. Daria cuts him off. I'm investigating the incident, and I thought you could shed some light on it. Ben sighs. Daria, I can't believe you'd go to such lengths. What was your relationship with that dead Zymon anyway? It is a master's responsibility to her student. She glares at Ben, her eyes turning menacing. A student's problem is the master's problem. I am simply helping my disciple resolve his issues. He listens in silence as she continues. No matter who stands in my way. Daria slams her staff on the ground and vanishes in a flash of pink light, leaving the two men behind. Ben turns back to the carriage, giving Geron an order before departing. Turn us around and head for the Grand Duke's estate. His face is grim. There are some things I need to verify. In another room, a strangely marked skull rests upon a cloth. Its eye sockets suddenly glow as its jaw creaks open. In a flashback against a sunset sky, a regretful voice is heard. You're leaving tomorrow, aren't you? It's Daria, reluctant to let him go. But how can you perform well on your mission while you're so distracted? She looks down at him kneeling on the ground. I suppose what that old man said is still troubling you, isn't it? Gesso replies, No, master. Hearing his answer, her gaze falls upon Vassal with a deep, contemplative look. She had offered him advice. The truth will always come to light. Just focus on walking your own path. He trembles, his hand tightening around his sword. Her words only seem to enrage him further. Master, please instruct me one more time. His firm resolve brings a look of satisfaction to her face. As he slowly rises, his will now like steel, she knows his path won't be easy, but it is one he must walk. A child must step out from their parent's shadow, no matter how large it is. She feels a bittersweet emptiness in her heart. 3 days later, at the frigid Mount Kelvin, a place buried in ice and snow, he steps out of a teleportation gate. Gazing at the endless white, he exclaims, "So this is Mount Kelvin. It's really." The biting cold makes him and his companions shiver uncontrollably. To fight off the chill, Vassal snaps his fingers, and a brilliant flame bursts to life, warming the frigid air. He sighs in relief. A man standing nearby notices the sudden warmth. Huh? The air just got warmer. Hykett, her face flushed from the cold, also wonders where the heat came from. The man approaches Vassal. "Excuse me, are you Vassal Simon of the Fire Tower?" "Yes, that's right." The man smiles and gestures for him to follow. He follows along, intrigued by everything around him. He analyzes the banners lining the path, the Royal Gold Tower, then the Eternal Gold Tower, and further on, the Chaos Gold Tower. Looking at the mages gathering, he realizes, so all the earth magic specialists are assembled here. His guide speaks up. An impressive sight, isn't it? Gazing at the structures before them, they both gasp in amazement. They built this entire place out of magic crystals. Vassal is fascinated by his reflection in the crystalline walls. It's like looking into a mirror. Indeed, that's why these ruins are called such a magnificent place. It's also known as the Hall of Mirrors. An elderly man suddenly appears and greets him with a smile. "Welcome. I am Spiegelman of the Gold Tower, in charge of this expedition." Gesso replies respectfully. "It's an honor, Elder Spiegelman. I am Gesso Raymore of the Fire Tower." He looks at the man with admiration. A commoner who became an elder of the Royal Gold Tower, a man who had excavated more ruins than anyone in the kingdom. A spark of hope ignites within him. Perhaps this man could answer his questions. Just then, someone else approaches. "There you are, Sir Gesso." Alan's sudden appearance surprises him. "Sir Alan, you came too." The two are overjoyed to see each other. It's a pleasure. They begin chatting like two excited children. The hardworking genius. "Huh? It's almost like cheating. I want to protect the ruins from the era of the fire god." That statement makes the elder fall into deep thought. It seems a bit excessive, but suddenly, a tremendous roar from the distance startles the three of them. Everyone begins running towards the sound, shouting, "What's happening?" A giant crystal monster has suddenly gone berserk. The elder recognizes it immediately. A crystal golem. Alan quickly begins directing the evacuation. "Everyone, get to safety, now." The massive chunk of ice begins to move, its arms slowly detaching from its body. It lurches to its feet and fires a volley of sharp crystal shards at the crowd. Those who try to fight back are impaled, screaming in agony. The elder is horrified. The shields can't even take a single hit. He raises his hands and slams them down on the ground, creating a massive, spiderweb-like fissure in the earth. The scene is one of utter chaos and destruction around the crystal golem, with thick smoke rising from the elder's attack. The golem continues to slam its sharp crystal projectiles into the ground. He shouts urgently, "Everyone, raise earthen walls to block the attacks. Quickly." A figure is seen struggling to move an injured person to safety. "Hang in there." At that moment, the monster spots the two trying to escape. It raises its massive, sharp-edged hand toward them. She turns her head just in time to see the crystal shards hurtling her way. Hykett calmly assesses the deadly situation in a split second. "Vassal, Genesis fire." Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes a blazing fire spear to incinerate the attack. She looks up, surprised that he came to her rescue. Vassal asks gently, "Are you all right?" But then, he suddenly notices a peculiar feature on her head. Something that feels incredibly familiar. That purple hair. Don't tell me. It dawns on him. She's the princess. The princess winces, knowing her identity has been exposed. Before he can say another word, the monster roars and relentlessly attacks him. Alan, Genesis Frost, ice arrow, a razor-sharp arrow of ice, streaks toward the monster. The arrow strikes its target, causing a massive explosion. But its crystalline body is too tough. It emerges from the smoke without a scratch. Alan and Vassal stand ready to attack again. Alan stares grimly at the beast. "I tried to destroy its body completely, but it's just too hard." The creature roars and sends the mages around it flying. A pillar of fire erupts right where Alan was injured. It's the red flame Vassal created to attack the monster. Blood flame sword. Glimmering fragments of crystal fill the air. adding to the explosive and fierce battle. Struck by Vassal's scorching flames, the golem quickly collapses to the ground. He cautiously approaches the shattered remains of its body. Just then, a man's voice rings out. "Looks like I'm not too late." The newcomer introduces himself. "I am Jiran, from Sixth Hap." Vassal stands silently, looking at the powerful man before him. Jiran returns his gaze with an equally pensive stare. The scene flashes back 3 days. Jiran is speaking with Ben, who looks as guilty as a man with a dark secret. Daria has begun investigating his death. Any speculation? A skeletal jaw, half hidden in shadow, whispers, "Speculation?" It's revealed to be a skull, with a mysterious star etched into its forehead. "Speculation, you say?" The skull continues. "Have you forgotten the reason you eliminated him?" Ben falls into a grim silence at the question. The skull's voice becomes agitated. "Are you afraid of being caught?" The muscles in Ben's hands slowly clench into tight fists. "That will never happen." He turns his back to the skull. "I am simply disappointed." Jiran listens to their conversation in silence. If you had just dealt with Vassal Zyman during the selection, Daria would have no reason to be suspicious now. The skull-faced man spoke, his 2 eyes glowing. "That's because I received false information that Zassel Raymond was just some weak kid." He turned angrily to scold the other man. "Are you trying to say this is my fault?" Just then, a voice approached. "Did you summon me just to watch you two bicker?" The man with a scarred face and hair hanging over his eyes was Bismarck Rathmos. Upon seeing him, Ben bowed respectfully. "My greetings to you, Grand Duke. My nephew has caused some trouble, hasn't he?" Not daring to look up, he continued. "Indeed. We initially expected only a few members of the protection team." Bismarck raised a hand to stop him. "Focus on the main issue. How do we seize those ruins?" Ben immediately turned to Ziron, saying, "My disciple here, Ziron, will join the protection team. If Ziron creates a side path through the Gold Tower's protective barrier, the cultists can use it to ambush the defending mages. But, as you know, for our plan to succeed," Bismarck stroked his chin thoughtfully. He then spoke up. "We need to neutralize the Tower Master who is currently protecting the king. Only then can we eliminate the other Tower Masters safely and without collateral damage." At that moment, he spoke cryptically. "We need that thing inside the ruins, so what needs to be made clear is..." The object in Bismarck's hand, emitting blue smoke, was raised to his face. "Shouldn't we at least have an ace up our sleeve for such a critical mission?" Elsewhere, our hero was trying to call into a tent. Just for a moment, he saw Haggett being told to give up. "Just let it go, princess. It's too difficult." Hearing him repeatedly call her princess, she gestured for silence. "You need to keep this a secret. My presence here is top secret information. It must be kept under wraps from everyone." Haggett tossed her hair back and said, "You, Vassal, just pretend you didn't see me and let this go. Of course, that might be hard for you to understand." She pulled her hair back completely, revealing a sharp, beautiful face. "You must be quite fond of ruins and the artifacts within them, aren't you?" He let out a disappointed laugh. "If I were you, I'd be devastated not to witness those ruins and artifacts firsthand." His smile was as bright as the morning sun. "If you're that determined to go, you have nothing to worry about. I'm here if you need anything." She shot him a cold look. "That's not an option. Neither the king nor the nobles would ever let me go to a place like this alone. That's why you need to keep this a secret for me. Besides, as a knight, aren't you worried about me, a princess, being in a place like this?" Recalling the previous dangerous situation, he already knew the princess's true strength. "For just a brief moment, I witnessed the princess's power." He burst out laughing. "Ordinary knights can't hold a candle to your extraordinary power, so why would I need to worry about you?" Hearing this, Haggett blushed, muttering, "Extraordinary power." She shyly flicked her boot against his forehead. Haggett then walked away, leaving Rasol with a new bump on his head. "Anyway, I'm heading out. You stay here and do your best." As the sunlight hit Haggett's radiant face, her feelings for him wavered slightly. He's not so bad, even if he's just a rookie. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together. I should have asked her to pretend she didn't see the dragon's heart. Meanwhile, the elder was struggling to hold something back, yelling, "Everyone, keep combining your strength." Rasol rushed to Alan's side. "Sorry, I'm late." Just then, Rasol's eyes seemed to spot something amiss. The people at the front were trying to hold it back, but to no avail. Their magic wasn't working either. "What the hell is this? A space collapse?" Seeing his confusion, Alan calmly explained, "It's one of the most powerful shields in existence." Just then, a sharp, golden arrow pierced right through the barrier. The mages trying to maintain the shield were instantly sent flying, their screams echoing across the sky. The elder slammed his fist on the ground in fury. "Damn it! Just when we finally found the entrance to the ruins. Of all things, why did it have to be a space collapse?" Zeron stood aside, watching the defenders struggle with a thoughtful expression. His eyes were cold, and his mind was conflicted. I should send a report to the Grand Duke. Back in the village, a surprised voice rang out. What? There's a way to destroy those shields? Alan proposed a solution to the elder. With the holy relic from the Age of the Gods that the Spear Tower possesses, we can focus its power to break through. The elder was skeptical, but I doubt they'd be willing to lend it to us. That's why I intend to go myself, Alan declared. The elder grabbed his arm, overjoyed. If you can solve this, I promise the Gold Tower will repay you handsomely. Yes, I'll do my best. Alan then bowed to Rasol and Ziron. It's not ideal, but I'm counting on you both. Our hero smiled back. Counting on us? No need to worry. Everything will be fine. He felt a sense of unease. With Alan gone, there was only one combat mage left. He turned to Ziron. Sir Ziron, I'd like to discuss rotating shifts with you for tonight's watch. Ziron flashed a sinister smile. I'll go first. With that, he turned to leave. I'm tired, so I'm heading out. That smile sent a shiver down his spine. What a nasty grin. In the quiet space enveloped by the shield, two people were huddled by a fire for warmth against the bitter cold. Suddenly, Ilo heard a sound. She jumped to her feet and saw an army before her. Who goes there? Halt! This area was under the Gold Tower's jurisdiction, but without a word, the intruders launched an attack, leaving many of the defenders severely wounded. It turns out this was Ziron's scheme all along. A golden power erupted from his hand as he announced, "There's been a change of plans." Surveying the scene, Ziron analyzed. A space collapse has appeared, protecting the ruins. The soldiers he led quickly swarmed through the barrier to retrieve the relic that could destroy it. The smell of burning flesh. How fragrant. Alan Pett has arrived at the Spear Tower. Ziron stood by, issuing cold commands. For leverage, we'll just take Spiegelman hostage. The masked man nodded but seemed uneasy about the kidnapping. What about the one called the Disciple of the Fire Tower? Finish him. I will not tolerate any mistakes this time. Ziron's eyes were as cold as a murderer's. The black-masked Iron Soldier tried to diffuse the tension between the two. We're on the same side. Let's not do this. The Iron Soldier with blazing red eyes spoke up. This is Lord Blaine's precious child. He cannot be harmed. Hearing this only fueled Ziron's rage. Unable to stomach the insult, Ziron lashed out at the soldier. His attack was fierce and decisive. Red smoke enveloped Ziron's body. What did you just say? Am I not even allowed to mess around here? G spoke softly. Be a little more generous. A magic circle materialized in the middle of the ruins. Grotesque arms reached out from within, followed by hulking figures with glowing red eyes. G said to Ziron, although it's highly unlikely to happen, but Ziron listened intently as he continued. If things take a turn for the worse, don't forget about what the Grand Duke gave you. Ben stepped forward and whispered to Ziron. Remember, he warned him, after this mission is over, you will live like a ghost for the rest of your days. The Grand Duke sat on his throne. In the dead of night, his deep voice echoed, You want? He placed a hand on Ziron's shoulder. You think I don't know? Then, he burst into laughter. I simply believe that you will not fail, no matter what. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. Ziron stood before it, his gaze cold and unwavering. He faced the flames without flinching. Of course, as you wish, Father. I will become a ghost. The fire gradually crept toward his feet. Ziron stood coldly, watching the flames and smoke envelop him, a ghost destined to spread fear and despair. A voice called out from a tent in the dead of night. What? Spiegelman's face was etched with worry. You want to know about a dragon with many horns? Ziron stood before the fire. Am I to become a ghost who spreads fear and despair? No one likes a ghost that spreads fear. Am I truly meant to become one? He looked up in confusion. Pepper? The elder was stunned. You can summon spirits, too? Suddenly, Pepper leaped from his head and ran towards the tent flap, letting out a series of growls. In that instant, some kind of creature slammed into the tent's barrier. It was one of the monsters summoned by Ziron's group. The two men stared in shock at the sight before them. The creature's body was covered in a taut, slimy fluid, looking as if it could explode at any moment. Sure enough, the moment it broke into the tent, it immediately detonated in a massive fireball. A scream cut through the roaring flames. It's an ambush! Meanwhile, Ziron and his iron soldiers had regrouped. Everyone scrambled to their feet to counter the attack. It's the enemy. Combine forces and suppress them. A volley of sharp rocks flew towards one of the iron soldiers. He watched as the soldier took the hit without injury. What? He took that direct hit and is completely unfazed? The soldier raised his massive, magically infused hammer. He swung the colossal weapon towards the group, unleashing a powerful force. The shockwave sent everyone flying. The black-masked man stood amidst the flames, watching the chaos for his own amusement. A group charged to attack him, but he effortlessly blocked their assault with a shield. His technique left everyone stunned. Just then, someone looked back and yelled, "What's going on?" Suddenly, countless screams filled the sky, accompanied by the thick stench of blood. The black masked man calmly walked towards them. He glanced up at the sky. "I wonder where that old man Spiegelman has gone." Over by the ruin's shield, everyone was desperately trying to protect it with an earth wall. While maintaining the barrier, he checked on the elder. "Are you all right?" Spiegelman's anger had reached its boiling point. These lunatics! How dare they attack the Endymion excavation site? Just then, he looked down and saw dismembered bodies and undead corpses. He instantly knew who was responsible. The only ones who use the undead as weapons are them. Seeing his grim expression, the elder asked nervously, "Could it be the evil cultists, elder?" Suddenly, a wave of guilt washed over him. He turned to the elder. "I'm sorry. I have to protect someone important." With that, he took off at a full sprint, leaving the old man in this dangerous place. "I'll see you outside the ruins." "Huh?" The elder was left utterly bewildered. "Is there someone more important than me?" He unleashed a blast of purple fire at it, then another, and another. But the undead horde kept advancing relentlessly. Where did all these things suddenly come from? She was guiding the injured to an escape route. "It's safe now, this way." Seeing a glimmer of hope, everyone rushed towards her. But as they ran, 3 of them hesitated. Confused by their actions, she asked, "What's wrong?" The iron soldier with the colossal hammer stood blocking their path. She pushed off the ground with all her might. With murderous intent in her eyes, she launched a powerful attack straight at his vital point, landing gracefully after taking him down. But when Haggett turned to look, he was completely unscathed. "Even with that much force, it's still fine?" He looked down at her and roared, "Who are you?" Haggett panted, staring at him with a grim expression. "If only I had a decent sword." Looking back at the 3 trembling people, she steeled her resolve. "No, I can't lose heart now." Her brows furrowed with determination. "I am Haggett Rathmos, princess of the Endymion kingdom." The pickaxe in her hand became her weapon against the iron soldier. "And I will protect my people." "Well now, this is interesting. I suppose I'll have to enjoy this little battle with you." Suddenly, a powerful flame shot past Haggett. She looked up in surprise to see a tall figure attacking the soldier. He was using his fire sword to protect her. "So she was the one you wanted to protect. Are you all right, princess? Reinforcements are on the way." What an odd thing to call her. A voice rumbled from within the smoke. "You, the one with the fire spear." No matter how powerful the attack, the soldier just kept getting back up. "You must be the disciple of the fire tower." His eyes narrowed as he looked at the soldier's uninjured body. A brilliant flame erupted around Rasol's entire body. "I'll handle this. You take everyone to the entrance of the ruins first. We'll regroup with the elder there." He had protected her pride. "You did say you'd give me a chance to repay my debt." She smiled and said nothing more. The lives of the people came first. Haggett quickly moved everyone to safety. "So, I'm leaving this to you?" The soldier let out a taunt. "I'd have more fun if all of you charged me at once." But he simply smiled back. "This is a one-on-one fight." He had protected her pride, reminding her, "You did say you'd give me a chance to repay my debt." She smiled without another word. Her people's lives still the top priority. As they moved, a citizen spotted someone approaching and called out, "Sir Zeron?" The citizen asked timidly, "Are you hurt? Where were you when the enemy attacked?" His words of concern fell on deaf ears. Zeron unleashed a blood-red attack. Zeron showed no mercy, slaughtering the civilians who couldn't escape. With fire in his eyes, he left no one standing. Zeron slowly walked to the edge of the cliff, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked down below. "Spiegelman." Down there, the elder and the survivors were gathered. "Planning to reform your ranks inside the ruins, are you?" Suddenly, the princess felt a strange gaze on her and turned around. Zeron had spotted her Princess Haggett. All that could be seen was a pair of glowing red eyes in the fire and a black cloak. Back at the fight, the iron soldier's body was now slightly scratched. He was shocked by the attack. Seeing the fragments on the ground drove him mad. The cursed, refined blood iron actually broke. A piece of his mask had fallen off. "Finally showing your face, huh?" Seeing his face, our hero couldn't help but mock him. "But why the long face?" The taunt made the soldier grit his teeth in rage. "You arrogant bastard!" Fury raged within him. "To think I'd have to use the knight's heart implanted in my body to deal with this punk. I'll tear you to pieces." Purple magic and blazing fire magic clashed, creating a truly spectacular battle. He was doing his best to dodge the soldier's powerful attacks, so fast. Rasol had successfully provoked him into using his strongest techniques. A smile spread across his face, as if he found this incredibly amusing. He looked up. completely baffled by what was happening. What? What just happened? He looked up again, his mind reeling, trying to process the event that had just transpired. He raised his head one more time, still utterly lost in the moment. What in the world just happened? A strange symbol suddenly appeared on his forehead, making him pause. The moment he saw it, he knew exactly who it belonged to. It's him. The enemy now stood side by side with the black-masked man. The pressure of the deep sea comes in handy, doesn't it? Shut up. Without another word, Rasol raised his weapon. I won't let you get away this time. He charged at him again, unleashing an immense inferno, a flaming spear of pure whirlwind. With this attack, he intended to end the man right then and there. Vassal was certain of it. How could he possibly dodge this? But the masked man beside him pulled something out, thinking to himself, now this is a brilliant idea. He opened a spatial gate aimed directly at the crowd of civilians. Vassal never imagined they would stoop to such a despicable trick. Just as curious, a stray flame from his attack suddenly slipped through the spatial gate. The elder couldn't have been more shocked, and Hayate was just as bewildered by the phenomenon. Realizing he had accidentally attacked his own people, he screamed in horror. No, this can't be happening. The scorching hot flame shot through the portal and down toward the civilians. This was an impossible situation. It carried a colossal amount of firepower, enough to incinerate any living thing in its path. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, no one could see anything but dark plumes and tiny floating embers. His eyes widened in terror as he choked out a single word. No. Vassal frantically looked around for the princess and the elder. From the side, a hand weakly rose, and a faint whisper was heard. Here. Vassal quickly called out to the elder upon seeing him lying on the ground, his entire body scorched and his face contorted in pain. He dropped to one knee, asking with deep concern, Sir, are you all right? The elder didn't answer, his only worry being for the safety of others. Where are the others? Vassal, filled with sorrow, recounted everything that had happened. He bowed his head, pressing his hands against the ground as he took the blame. I am so sorry. Suddenly, a burst of flame erupted, startling them both. Zeron appeared, carrying the princess in his arms as he approached them. Vassal screamed out, Princess! The elder frowned, taking in the scene. Princess Hayate? Zeron gently set the princess on her feet, supporting her. Vassal rushed over. Thank heavens, you're all right. A relieved smile spread across his face. Sir Zeron, thank you for rescuing the princess. Zeron, with one arm around the princess, just grinned widely at the praise. But in the next moment, a glowing red spear pierced straight through his side. Only then did Vassal slowly look down. Before he could even process it, the man viciously stabbed him again, leaving Vassal to stare with wide, uncomprehending eyes. He immediately doubled over, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. The elder couldn't believe his eyes and finally roared, Vassal! Little Pepper, seeing its master attacked, lunged at the traitor, letting out a series of ferocious growls. Another blue spatial gate opened. A voice rang out, causing Zeron to glance over his shoulder. You just keep getting in my way. A group of figures stepped out of the portal, one of them dressed in black with an iron mask that revealed only a single, blood-red eye, continuing, You wretched bug. Vassal's eyelids felt heavy, threatening to close. Pepper, I don't have any strength left. Zeron spoke sternly to the cloaked figure. I thought I told you about using Spiegelman as a hostage? The man waved his hand dismissively. Well, you played the part of a hostage quite well yourself, didn't you? Over on the side, the enraged elder unleashed a torrent of brilliant golden energy. Zeron, how dare you betray us? A stream of purple energy immediately shot towards him with a command. Shut your mouth, old man. The purple blast slammed down on the elder with incredible force. In a split second, he was left unconscious on the ground. The very spot where he lay shattered into fragments from the impact. The man in black then pointed at the girl. Anyway, who is this chick? Zeron quickly explained, Princess Hayate. If we save her, we can control the entire Endymion kingdom. Zeron glared at the man in black. Because of your foolish actions, everything nearly went to waste. The man just burst out laughing. Well, as long as she's not dead, it's all good, right? Suddenly, a voice cut through their conversation, forcing them to stop. I won't let that happen. Vassal struggled back to his feet, his body crackling with sparks of fire. You will not achieve your goal. One of the minions stepped forward, swinging two beams of purple light into a cross shape, and arrogantly declared from below, I'll handle this guy. Vassal placed a hand on his chest, emitting crackles of azure lightning. The ring on his finger began to glow. Cloud ring. Summon the mist. The enemy swung his purple mace high in front of Vassal. This is payback for last time, kid. The man in black standing behind him wondered aloud. Mist? The other man excitedly swung his mace down, screaming, Die! Vassal looked up at him, one of his eyes having turned completely white. He let out a powerful roar. Dragonification. A brilliant golden flame erupted before the attacker, forcing him to hesitate for a few seconds. With a massive whoosh, the bright inferno shot high into the sky. The man in black was baffled. Impossible. Was that mist just a diversion to block our vision? A moment later, all they could hear were screams from within the fog, mixed with the roar of crackling flames. A second after that, their soldiers were lying scattered across the ground. The man in black summoned 2 blue magic circles with his hands, his guard now fully raised. So there was a reason that other guy was defeated. I can sense them without even needing to see. Then, more and more blue circles appeared, forming a defensive barrier in front of him. His mana is surging at a rate beyond my comprehension. In the darkness, a pair of large golden eyes opened, looking like those of some colossal beast. The man in black stared into the distance, terrified. What in the world is that? In an instant, Vassal had thrust his fire spear straight through the man in front of him, lifting him off the ground. His eyes were now the eyes of a dragon from his training in the spirit realm, and he stared intently at his own spear. Even while impaled, the man in black sneered, "Ha ha, you look just like a monster." Vassal swung his arm with immense force, sending the man's body flying into the distance. Xeron gently laid the princess on the ground, thinking to himself, if he abandoned the survivors, the mission would be a failure. His entire body began to glow red as he summoned his twin blades with an incantation, Fire Blood Sword. Xeron, wielding the 2 crimson swords, flew in from behind to challenge him. "Come at me, Vassal Dragon." Vassal gritted his teeth, telling himself, the dragonification is about to wear off. He turned, gripping his fire spear tightly, readying his stance for battle. Vassal aimed his spear directly at the crimson aura generated by Xeron, deciding to risk it all. I'm betting everything on this one attack. In a flash, a terrifyingly massive explosion erupted, creating a brilliant red shockwave that blasted across the ground. Vassal collapsed to his knees. He hunched over, vomiting blood non-stop. In that same instant, Xeron also collapsed. His body had a gaping hole right through the chest, courtesy of Vassal's spear. A second later, his corpse toppled to the ground. Vassal turned his head to witness the scene. A voice drew his attention. Damn it. So in the end, he fell. He looked at the man in black who was getting back up, coughing and bracing himself with his hands, and asked hesitantly, "You must be." The man in black mocked him. "Don't tell me you thought he was the only one who could take you on. Such a simple mind." He looked at a stream of blue energy in the sky. "And this one has abilities similar to his, you know?" He pointed behind himself. Behind him, a horn began to materialize. The one who possesses power that rivals a dragon's. The creature's tail appeared next. Then, its black wings spread wide in the air. Vassal's eyes widened as he stared at the figure before him. A towering figure with horns, vast black wings, and beast-like feet was revealed to be the heart of the Chimera. Vassal was stunned as he watched the creature descend. The heart of the Chimera? He frowned, a sense of dread washing over him. Its magic power, it's immeasurable. The creature raised its hand into the air, creating a swirling mass of crimson energy, then clenched its fist tightly. The man in black raised his hands to his neck, where the red energy was now constricting as if to choke him. The creature closed its hand, growling. "Did you intentionally hide your true strength to force me to use this heart?" The man in black, now levitating in the air under the creature's control, still laughed casually. "Haha, you did that all on your own." The man in black's eye glowed an even deeper shade of red. Looking at the heart of the Chimera within the beast, he said, "Didn't the heart of the Chimera help you instantly master countless magic circles? Besides," Vassal struggled to push himself up as he listened to the man continue, "I didn't tell you to fight that guy only to end up losing." With a flick, the man in black was slammed violently into the ground. The beast snarled, "Fine. I admit I misunderstood the mission." Jiran pointed his palm, which was surrounded by red energy, toward him. "Vassal Dragon, it's time for this to end." His monstrous hand shot out and grabbed Vassal by the collar. He squeezed his neck. "You've put up." With one hand, he lifted Vassal high into the air, and with the other, he slammed the ground, creating a crimson fissure. "But you can't protect anything anymore." A red blast collided with a blue barrier that instantly appeared in the air, as his smug voice declared, "It's over, Vassal Dragon." The barrier shield was instantly shattered, creating a hole from which blue, lightning-like energy crackled. The man in black stood to the side, marveling to himself. "He even broke a spatial barrier? You're pretty good, Jiran." Vassal quickly summoned his fire spear, gritting his teeth. "It's not over yet, you bastard." A blast of red energy shot out from behind the beast, but it seemed to have no effect on him. He even scoffed. "Yeah, I've had a change of heart." He flung Vassal several meters back. "I'll grant you a more fitting death." Vassal threw his arms forward, bracing himself inside a shard of ice. The beast's voice echoed again, inside the spatial rift. His next words made Vassal's eyes widen in horror. You can slowly savor the agony of having your very soul torn to shreds. He laughed with satisfaction, carry the shame of a failure to the very end of infinite time. The scene shifts to a room, where Vassal is screaming uncontrollably. A woman approaches him with a worried expression. Are you awake now? Vassal raised his hands, panting heavily. He blinked, trying to take in his surroundings as the woman continued. You're in the hospital at Camelot. He sat up on the hospital bed, looking surprised. A hospital? What about the battle at the ruins? The woman seemed confused by his question. Huh? What on earth are you talking about? Suddenly, he grabbed the woman's shoulders and yelled, The princess! Are the princess and everyone else okay? Seeing the difficult situation, a young man with orange-blonde hair entered. Patient, please calm down. His next words left Vassal completely stunned. While you were cleaning at the Luprium Museum, you suddenly had a seizure and were brought to the hospital. Vassal's eyes shot open. What? What did you say? He started shouting frantically. Pepper, Pepper. The two staff members had to hold him down on either side as he continued to panic. Pepper, where are you? A horrifying realization dawned on him. Have I returned to the time before my regression? He remembered being in the ice shard. No, something must have happened. Suddenly, a golden ring flew across the room. Someone from behind had thrown several of them to bind him. A purple-haired doctor twirled a golden ring on her finger and said, That's enough noise. You're a patient, so please try to calm down. Let us help you back to your bed. After a while, he finally settled down enough to listen to the doctor's account. According to the nurse, he had collapsed at the museum and experienced severe hallucinations upon waking. He looked the man in the eye and stated firmly, I have never had a hallucination in my life. The doctor simply hummed. Is that so? I understand. The doctor walked towards the window, speaking slowly. I deeply sympathize with what you've shared. Suddenly, he posed a question. Have you ever heard of the midday dream eater tree? He explained that it uses the most beautiful illusions as a trap, leaving people to starve to death beneath its branches and then using their bodies as nutrients. Vassal muttered, What does that have to do with my situation? The man turned back to clarify. That day, pollen from a dream eater tree on display in the museum leaked into the air. Besides you, there were many others. Pausing for a beat, the doctor continued, who experienced the exact same kind of hallucination. Vassal was stunned. What? She bent over to jot something on a piece of paper, adding, The main point is, the museum will cover all medical expenses for the patients. Vassal's eyes widened as he thought, Was it all just an illusion? The doctor held the paper out to him. This is the medical report. You can use it to demand compensation from the museum management. The man then came over and shook his shoulder gently. This is when you need to wake up. Vassal was still reeling. Was everything just a dream? His thoughts immediately raced to one person. No, Daria would surely know about this. He quickly made his way to a building flanked by two guards. He walked like a man in a daze, thinking, no dream could ever feel this real. Suddenly, a guard's voice boomed. Wait a moment, please stop right there. A downpour had started, but he only said slowly, I'm here to see Lady Daria. He hoped that if she was his master, she would definitely recognize him. The two guards looked at his pathetic state and sneered. And who do you think you are? Vassal lifted his head, pleading. Please, just tell me this isn't a dream, please. His eyes were vacant, like a man who had lost his soul, as he mumbled, My name is Vassal Raymond. I was once a disciple of Lady Daria. One of them looked surprised. A disciple of Daria? I've never heard that name before. Then he shouted, I knew it. You're just another lunatic. Get out of here. Vassal's hands clenched into tight fists. His clothes were in tatters as he gathered his strength for a desperate rush forward. Please, just give me a moment. Let me see her. One of the guards threw out an arm to block him. This crazy bastard is really. With a single punch, he sent Vassal flying back several meters. Vassal sat up in pain. Ma master. Just then, Daria's carriage arrived. She looked out the window. What is going on here? One of the guards bowed a full 90 degrees and reported, My lady, master of the fire tower. This young man keeps insisting that he is your disciple. She looked surprised. My disciple? Her expression then softened as if recalling something. She leaned out and asked Vassal directly, Do I know you? Vassal froze completely at her words. Vassal's eyes widened as he stared at the ground, unable to speak. The two of them just looked at each other in silence. The carriage driver quickly urged, We should be on our way now, leaving Vassal kneeling alone in the pouring rain. Time seemed to pass endlessly before the towering spire. Later, Vassal entered a dark room, slamming the door behind him. He opened a chest, thinking, Does this mean everything was really caused by the nightmare pollen? He smashed a treasured object and screamed, "This is absurd." His hand was now covered in blood. Vassal couldn't accept it. If this was truly a dream, then why didn't someone wake him before he came this far? There was no way this could be real. Immediately, an alarm bell rang out, and several guards quickly converged on Vassal's position. One struck him down from behind, yelling, "Who are you?" The two guards immediately cuffed his hands behind his back as a third one ordered, "Drag him out." All the while, Vassal continued to scream like a madman. He squeezed his eyes shut and roared, "There's no way any of this is real." In the time that followed, he tried to prove that his life was not a dream, but it was all in vain. Several years passed. He desperately fought against this reality, but the long years slowly eroded my will. In another time and place, two people exchanged a newspaper, one reading it intently. Vassal, now with a scruffy beard, muttered, "The youngest tower master." He stared at the image before him. In the end, there was no way. Vassal's eyes shot open as if in realization. He told himself that someone like him never stood a chance from the very beginning. Not long after, at Walker Hill Academy, he was sweeping fallen autumn leaves when he felt a brief moment of surprise, never imagining he would return to this place. Standing before the building, Vassal reflected, "I had emptied my mind." He looked at the familiar scenery and gave up on his ambitions. Every corner seemed unchanged from before, and eventually, I let myself go. Vassal leaned on his broom, listlessly observing the scene. Come to think of it, a life like this wasn't so bad. In fact, this was probably the most fitting job for the person he was now. Suddenly, a strange noise caught his attention. Hiding behind a wall, he overheard a group of bullies harassing someone. "Who do you think you are, acting like that? Know your place. Just because we talk to you, you think you're our equal?" He turned his head away, telling himself, "This has nothing to do with me. It's best to ignore it." One of them was still ranting, "No matter what you people say." He thought to himself, "For someone with mana vessel stenosis, he sure has a big mouth." As he spoke, the bully raised a hand, signaling his two cronies to hold the blue-haired boy. "Furthermore, remember the crimes your family committed." He let out a loud laugh, pointing a finger tipped with a golden flame at the boy. "I'm going to leave you a mark you'll never forget." Vassal's eyes widened at the sight of that flame. The boy squeezed his eyes shut. Restrained, he couldn't fight back and could only endure in despair. The sound of impacts echoed, and the boy dared to peek open his eyes. He was shocked to see the bullies sprawled on the ground. Glancing around, he saw Vassal's back behind the wall. Vassal was sweeping leaves, muttering, "Why is this area so dirty?" The boy's wide eyes were fixed on his retreating figure. Vassal held a loaf of bread, looking thoroughly annoyed. "This is such a hassle." The blue-haired boy sat down next to him with a book, confusing him. "Why are you following me, kid?" The boy gave a weak smile. "I'm just reading. I find this spot is quiet and good for concentrating." Vassal narrowed his eyes, glancing around as if sending a signal. The bullies from earlier felt the murderous aura and hid behind a wall far away. He then let out a sigh. His question surprised the boy. "You have mana vessel stenosis, don't you?" Vassal continued slowly. "I knew someone exactly like you who also attended this academy." The boy grew excited. "What? What happened to him?" He tossed the sandwich to the ground and recounted. He was expelled because he couldn't overcome his own limits, like garbage, destined to become worthless. His tone turned sorrowful. He failed without even achieving his goal. For a mage, mana vessel stenosis is nothing short of a death sentence. His eyes grew sharp. Sometimes, knowing when to give up is also a form of courage. The boy just stammered, I can't do that." He stood up and smiled, affirming his resolve. "I can't give up on my dream." Vassal sat silently on the stone bench, watching the boy leave. Suddenly, a voice called out, making him glance over. "Hey, you there." A portly, bald man waved him over. "Come here." He approached and asked, "Is there something I can help you with?" The man warned him angrily, "Be careful." He then offered some kind advice. "Don't associate with him. If something happens, you could get into big trouble." Vassal was confused. "I don't quite understand what you mean." The next sentence made him freeze. "That's the son of the traitor who was exiled by the fire tower." Vassal's mind instantly recalled the name, the Speaker family. The scene shifts to a secret chamber, presided over by a skull emanating blue energy. The world of the Guardians is coming to an end. The leader continued, "Proceed to Walker Hill Academy." A figure in a black cloak smirked upon hearing this. The skull's forehead lit up with purple symbols as it commanded them, "And announce our return." In a vast space, shimmering lights like magical particles began to spread. A youthful voice was heard, along with the sounds of hands trying to cast a spell. "Just a little more." The student was trying his best to practice becoming a mage when a man's voice suddenly spoke up. "Why don't you just give up on becoming a mage?" The boy turned around, startled, to see who was there. Vassal, looking unkempt as if he hadn't cared for himself in ages, approached the student. "What's your reason for continuing?" The boy answered innocently, "It's because I made a promise to my mother." His next words made Vassal fall into deep thought. Just then, the sound of footsteps grew closer and closer. It was the bullies, coming to provoke the two of them. "So here you are. Last time was just a fluke, but don't think you can run away this time." Upon seeing them, an explosive power erupted from Vassal's body. "Watch closely," he said. Vassal's eyes were filled with hatred. "This is the only way you can become a mage." The three bullies were startled and immediately took a fighting stance. "What?" A fist carrying immense power, accompanied by a razor-sharp gaze, rushed toward them. He threw a single punch at the three of them that made the very air explode. In the freezing winter, Vassal forced the student to run laps until the boy was panting, completely out of breath. A mage can be overwhelmed by their own magic if their body is weak. Seeing the boy slow down, he roared, "Faster! If you don't maintain your distance, you'll easily die in battle." Magic moves faster through a strong and well-trained body. It is amplified when wielded by someone young and still learning. The two sparred, and the boy was knocked down almost immediately. However, his rate of growth was incredibly slow. He collapsed to the ground. "You promised to try, yet is this all you've got?" Once again, he pushed with all his might to temper the student's body. Magic is magnified when channeled through a powerful and well-trained physique. It is magnified when channeled through a body. You promised you would try. Everything you did. It is magnified when channeled through a body. You promised you would try. Magic is amplified when utilized by a strong and well-trained body. Magic is amplified when utilized by a strong and well-trained body. Everything you promised to try for. It was all magnified when utilized by a strong and well-trained body. You were amplified when utilized by a strong and well-trained body. Everything you promised to try for. The ghoul leaned its face in close to him. "It seems you don't realize the situation you're in, do you? If I use my dark magic connections, I can easily eliminate." His eyes were cold as he listened to the creature speak. "Not just you, but that little brat you've taken an interest in." At that moment, Gatsuo's face darkened into a humorless smile. That statement made him burst out laughing. Gatsuo held his head high. "I'm interested in that kid?" The ghoul listened pensively as he continued. "I just wanted to awaken his potential for my own amusement." Earlier, he had opened his computer screen and read the message there. A threat to Gatsuo. "This is an order. Leave the academy immediately if you don't want to die." Gatsuo coldly left the familiar room. Speaker. In the quiet of the night, amidst the rustling of falling leaves, he packed his bags and left. Speaker saw him and asked in confusion, "Where are you going?" His footsteps, which had been moving forward, came to a sudden halt. "I'm leaving this place." "Why? Why are you leaving?" The accusatory tone in the question filled him with guilt, and he tightened his grip on the suitcase handle. Without another word, Gatsuo broke into a sprint, moving at incredible speed. But Speaker was even faster, managing to block his path. "Didn't you hear me? Stop." Suddenly, the boy noticed something. Speaker looked up at his grimy face. "Huh? Your face is. What do you expect from someone like me?" He forced himself to say, letting out a torrent of venomous words. "Did you think I was your personal tutor or something?" He brushed past him with a light touch on the shoulder and walked away coldly. But Gatsuo didn't forget to leave behind one last heartbreaking remark. "Stop deluding yourself." Speaker's spirit plummeted as he watched him leave, the painful words echoing in his mind. He couldn't stop the tears from falling. At that moment, the ghoul was seen sitting with his legs crossed. "This is why I crave money and power. Everything becomes easy when you're rich." Suddenly, a powerful tremor rocked the area, throwing him forward. Outside, people were blocking his carriage. "What is going on?" The ghoul stuck his head out. "How dare you block the path of Fredericta?" The figures wasted no time, launching a powerful attack. Elsewhere, he was seen running frantically through a part of the forest. The crackling sounds of explosions echoed, accompanied by a light that flickered like a raging fire. As expected, the place had been burned to a desolate pile of ash. He stared at the scene before him, utterly stunned. The academy. The mysterious figure who had incinerated the academy now appeared faintly. Today's attack. The mysterious figure sat atop a mass of brilliant blue magic. Also proclaims the return of our sect. Go. They unleashed immense attacks, carving deep fear and despair into the survivors. They moved through the academy, attacking anyone in their path, giving them a taste of carnage. As they closed in on someone, a powerful strike flew from him. Ice arrow. He turned away with a sinister face and an enigmatic smile. Just then, Speaker jumped into the fray to fight alongside everyone, leaving one little coward still in hiding. Our hero was clinging to a pillar, peeking at the chaos inside. Suddenly, one of the enemies spotted him. He was busted. The villain was in the middle of tormenting Speaker, amused by his resilience, wondering why he hadn't fled. He posed a chilling question. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Speaker just smirked. "I've stalled long enough for the others to escape. That's good enough for me." Meanwhile, our guy was paralyzed, sensing an overwhelming magical presence in the air. Seeing his friends and even his professors lying defeated on the ground, his heart sank. "If I become a guardian, I'll definitely get stronger. Strong enough to protect more people. When the time is right, I'll be the one to show up." But snapping back to reality, he thought, "I'm just a weakling. What can I possibly do?" He glanced around, looking for an escape route. "I have to run," he decided. "That's right. There's no point in sacrificing myself." The man holding Speaker hostage wore a deeply provocative sneer. "You weak little runt. You should learn your place." Speaker calmly replied, "More than anyone, I'm aware that I can't win." Our hero was still trembling in the shadows, but a thought surfaced. Protecting people is the duty of a guardian. Seeing Speaker's courage, a reflection of his own past self, something clicked inside him, and he leaped out to save his friend. The villain channeled all his power into his hands, unleashing a devastating blow that sent Rosto flying backward. The fiend then pulled a sword from his own body, roaring, "You damn insects, how dare you!" He began to chant, summoning a third-tier ice arrow, which materialized as a razor-sharp icicle and shot towards Rasso. But Speaker, though injured, bravely stood up to intercept it. Seizing the opening, Rasso grabbed a sharp weapon and lunged from behind, launching a surprise attack. Caught completely off guard, the villain was slammed to the ground. A faint smile graced his lips. He managed a weak, tired grin. A slight smirk played at the corner of his mouth. It was a smile of pure, unadulterated relief. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, a small smile forming. The tension in his face finally eased into a weary grin, a ghost of a smile, a sign that the fight was far from over. He looked down at his handiwork, a subtle, satisfied smile on his face. It was barely a smile, more like a grimace of victory. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his features. He allowed himself a brief, triumphant smirk. His expression softened, a weary smile finally breaking through. The grim line of his mouth curved into a faint smile, just a hint of a smile, a flicker of newfound hope. He cracked a small, exhausted smile. A wry smile appeared on his face, acknowledging the close call. His lips twitched into a small, knowing grin. It was a faint smile, but it held the weight of his hard-won victory. He gave a tired, but genuine smile. The faintest of smiles played on his lips as he caught his breath. A subtle smirk of defiance lit up his face. He offered a weak but victorious smile to his fallen foe. His mouth curved into a slight, almost sorrowful smile. A tired smile crossed his face as he looked at the now silent enemy. He couldn't help but let a small, triumphant smile show. A faint, almost bitter smile formed on his lips. It was a smile that promised more fights were yet to come. And with that, a weary, yet determined smile spread across his face. He simply offered a faint smile. A ghost of a smile played across his lips. It was a subtle, almost unnoticeable expression. The corners of his mouth turned up ever so slightly. He gave a weak, almost forced-looking smile. That faint smile remained plastered on his face. It was a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He just held that soft, ambiguous smile. A wry, knowing smile touched his features. He responded with a barely there, cryptic smile. His expression was set in that same, faint smile. He let out a small, humorless smirk. That subtle curve of his lips didn't waver. He just gave that quiet, understated smile. It was a smile that seemed to hide 1,000 secrets. He maintained that slight, almost imperceptible grin. His lips twisted into a faint, mocking smile. He flashed a fleeting, half-hearted smile. That enigmatic smile never left his face. He offered a smile that was more shadow than substance. Again, just that pale, unreadable smile. His face was a mask, broken only by that faint smile. He let a thin smile grace his lips. It was a smile devoid of any real warmth. He answered with that same, faint, knowing smile. The slight upturn of his lips was his only response. He wore a smile that was barely a suggestion. He kept up that faint, almost condescending smile. His smile was a whisper of an expression. He concluded with that one final, faint smile. A faint smile graced his lips. A wry smile touched his face. He cracked a weak smile. A ghost of a smile played on his lips. He offered a hollow smile. His lips curved into a slight, humorless smile. A barely perceptible smile formed on his face. He managed a weak grin. A thin smile stretched across his lips. His expression twisted into a faint, mocking smile. He let out a small, tired smile. A fleeting, empty smile appeared on his face. He gave a smile that didn't reach his eyes. A subtle smirk was his only response. He flashed a quick, emotionless smile. A shadow of a smile crossed his features. He produced a faint, almost sad smile. The corners of his mouth twitched upwards slightly. He gave a half-hearted smile. A wry grin settled on his face. He mustered a pale smile. A joyless smile appeared on his lips. His smile was a mere flicker. He responded with a tight, small smile. A cool, distant smile was all he offered. He smirked faintly. A mirthless smile played on his lips. He gave a barely there smile. A bitter smile formed on his face. He cracked a smile that held no warmth. He said, a faint smile gracing his lips. He said, a faint smile gracing his lips. He said, a faint smile gracing his lips. That top rat really gets under my skin. He practically transforms into a demon the moment you show up. Coming back here won't change a thing. I'll kill you and reclaim that artifact for myself. A brilliant light erupted amidst the icy mountains, followed by a deafening explosion that tore through the sky, launching debris everywhere. The clash of their two swords unleashed a horrifying explosion. He roared, "This mask is mine. Ben is the one pulling the strings, isn't he?" Hearing those words, his fury intensified. "Shut your mouth." In a flash, he evaded the attack, reappearing directly behind his foe. "Just stop and admit it." Gatsuo's eyes narrowed to a razor's edge. "That you're nothing more than Ben's shadow." Gatsuo soared into the sky, wreathed in the blazing flames of his hatred. The snow-capped mountain range rocked with countless explosions, yet Zeron still seemed to have endless energy to continue the fight. He gripped his sword, his knuckles white. "The truth is simple. I am Zeron, the dawn of ruin," he bellowed. Not his shadow. His blade came crashing down towards Gatsuo. Amidst the brilliant sunset, smoke and dust filled the air. But Gatsuo stood his ground, watching him in silence, the earth around them torn asunder. "If I just had that mask." Zeron revealed his raw ambition. "Then times would become, times my time's shadow." He let out a heaven-shaking roar. "Might makes right." As he spoke, Gatsuo slowly reached his hand through a spatial rift. "You know that better than anyone." The mask slowly settled onto Gatsuo's face. "Power isn't everything, Zeron." The system chimed in once more. "Alert. Mask is assisting cognition in generating a draconic blood signature. Second, dragonification is ready. Do you wish to use the mask?" Without hesitation, he immediately accepted. "Absolutely, I'll use it." Instantly, Gatsuo underwent his second dragon transformation. Courage is what truly matters. He took a deliberate step forward. "Courage?" Zeron shrieked indignantly, spoken like a fool who's never known true darkness. Hearing this, Gatsuo grew somber. "No, you're wrong about that." A blinding light flared from behind Gatsuo's head. "I've fallen into darkness too," he admitted, his eyes blazing like a phoenix. "But the difference between us is," Gatsuo roared into his face, "I always reach for the light." A magic spear materialized, radiating piercing damage as a magic circle formed behind him. Zeron shot into the sky, refusing to believe it. "Lies." He lunged forward to attack. "Then prove it." A crimson aura flared around him, his voice dripping with hate. "Prove the worth of this light you chase." Gatsuo clenched his jaw, pouring every ounce of his strength into the counterattack. Once again, a massive explosion rocked the heavens. When the smoke cleared, Zeron's hazy figure came into view. His eyes darted to the side in shock. One of his arms was gone, completely severed, and he let out a guttural growl of agony. It lay discarded on the ground. "I even possess the heart of a chimera," he choked out, watching Gatsuo's slow, steady approach. "So why?" He stared into Gatsuo's face. "Why can't I even touch him?" Vassal's voice was soft. "Give up, Zeron." Enraged, Zeron tried to lunge forward again. "Shut your mouth." With a burst of power, countless arms sprouted from his body. "I cannot lose." But the strain was too much. His body gave out, and he coughed up blood. A system alert appeared. "Dragonification state has 10 seconds remaining." Gatsuo wasn't surprised. "Neither can I," he declared. His spear began to glow with immense power, its light illuminating his determined face against the darkening sky. Zeron, his massive form now completely consumed by greed, roared, "Die." Gatsuo remained calm, even as the sharp claws bore down on him. He activated an ability. Inferno Burst. He drove his spear straight through Zeron, and the very air around them ignited. With vacant eyes, Zeron couldn't comprehend his own defeat. A final, cataclysmic explosion thundered across the entire mountain range. Against the setting sun, a massive, crescent-shaped chunk of the mountain was simply gone. Vassal stood pensively amidst the swirling smoke. As it cleared, it revealed Zeron's battered form, covered in filth. He was coughing up black blood, his body clearly pushed beyond its limits. Zeron was sprawled on the ground. Not yet. His body was too weak to move, but his spirit remained defiant. "It's not over." With those words, he collapsed, only to lift his head one last time. Chimera. His inner monologue finally conceded. "I wanted to become a dragon, but in the end, I failed." Vassal watched the lingering flames without a word. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and a familiar voice calling out, "Vassal!" It was Raymond, the three elders, the princess, and Alan, all rushing towards him with cheerful greetings. He returned their smiles, filled with relief. Just then, Pepper slammed its head affectionately into his back, then leaped joyfully into his arms. "Pepper, you're safe," Vassal murmured, embracing his companion. "Thank the gods," Hakis said, smiling at his victory. "Let's go home." The group shared a moment of joyous laughter in the heart of the ravaged battlefield. And with that, they departed. On to Endymion. Thus concluding Part 1. Part 2 opens as embers and dust rise into the dark night sky. Jerome's severed arm is picked up by a mysterious figure, who then carries it through a spatial gate and vanishes. Back in Endymion, at the Supreme Court, a voice booms from within the magnificent palace. Jerome, a mage from the Red Tower, has conspired with heretics, threatening the very security of our kingdom. The figure on the throne continues to pronounce judgment. His master, the Lord of the Red Tower, must also bear responsibility for this. Ben bowed his head, accepting the verdict. The accused, Ben, will step forward. A new voice asks, "Ben, son of the Red Tower Lord, do you have anything to say in your defense?" At this point, he had nothing left to say. "No. It was my own negligence that I failed to notice his actions." Ben continued, his voice steady. "A student's transgression is the teacher's failure. As the Tower Lord, I accept full responsibility." But suddenly, a hand shot up in the gallery. "Your honors," a powerful voice called out as Bismarck stood. "If I may have a word?" It was Bismarck Ratmos, the Grand Duke of the Empire. His sharp gaze swept across the chamber, and every person present felt its weight. A murmur immediately spread through the court. While the verdict wasn't unjust, it was true that the Red Tower Lord had made significant contributions to the nation. Bismarck gave a slight bow, his tone icy. "What if we were to reduce the sentence to 6 months' imprisonment?" The presiding judge hesitated for a moment, then gave a reluctant nod. A faintly sinister smile touched Ben's lips. Meanwhile, a pair of slender, crossed hands belonged to Lady Daria, the master of the fire tower. She watched the two men with deep suspicion. "They've planned this all along," she thought. She turned her head, her gaze falling upon a white-haired man looking down from above. Her mind raced. The Grand Duke constantly challenges the royal family's authority. What can His Majesty be thinking? In another scene, Spiegel was walking and laughing with our hero. "You wandering pretty boy, that outfit looks great on you." Just then, the hem of a long gown came into view. "So, you're all here." The three men immediately bowed in unison. "Greetings, Your Highness." The princess gathered her skirts to approach them more easily. "To my saviors, I offer my most sincere gratitude." Then, Hakis singled him out. "Especially you, Mr. Rasoul." "Yes, Your Highness." Hakis turned and gave him a playful wink. "I'll see you later, Rasoul." She departed, the door closing firmly behind her, leaving him standing bewildered between the other two. Rasoul suddenly closed his eyes to focus. This was his chance. An opportunity to etch the name of the Zymon family into everyone's memory. Soon after, he, Alan, and the elder were kneeling before the king. The audience was to honor the heroes for their contributions. "After acknowledging your achievements, I shall bestow rewards upon each of you for your service." The king walked gracefully to the elder, touching the tip of his sword to his shoulder. "Spiegelman, a mage of the Gold Tower, for repelling the heretical threat against the safety of our kingdom. For this, you are awarded 200 gold coins and 2 mana enhancement potions. I humbly accept, Your Majesty." Next, he moved to Alan. Alan Pett, second son of Count Pett and a mage of the Blue Tower, for bravely fighting against the heretical forces. The king bestowed his honors. "You are granted the Medal of the Dawn, the Morgan Roth, and the title of Baron. I humbly accept, Your Majesty." And finally, Vassal Zymon. The king regarded him with a thoughtful expression. "Raise your head." Vassal lifted his gaze, his handsome features meeting the king's eyes directly. The king brought up his family's dark past. "Long ago, your father deserted the battlefield, bringing great peril upon this kingdom." The king's next words brought a smirk to Blaine's face. "It is only natural, then, that many question the loyalty of House Zymon." Vassal's head sank, and he bit his lip, enduring the shame. The king's voice rang out again. "Therefore, you shall prove it today." "Yes, Your Majesty." Lady Daria, the Fire Tower Master, stepped forward. "You have the potential to become a 5-circle mage," she declared, her voice filled with confidence in his abilities. "The deeper the darkness, the more dazzling the light." Hearing this, Blaine shifted uncomfortably. With this accomplishment, no one can doubt him now. She watched as Vassal prepared to kneel for his reward. So, the king's plan is to turn Vassal Zaimon into a public hero, thereby weakening the Grand Duke's faction. Vassal accepted a ceremonial cloak and stood tall. Manifest your magic circle. At the command, his eyes blazed with power. A one-circle spell reveals a person's element. But for those unfamiliar with magic, a 5-circle spell is the greatest spectacle of all. Alan's brow furrowed. His growth is astonishingly fast. Who would have thought such a promising talent was hidden away? The king mused aloud. Your Majesty is too kind with your praise. Then, the king raised his voice for all to hear. Hear me, my knights. Regarding the special case of House Zaimon, I hereby grant him the title of Count. Furthermore, he shall receive the 3rd-class military merit medal. The sheer scale of the reward was staggering. I also grant you the right to collect taxes from 10,000 households adjacent to the city, as you command, your Majesty. The hall erupted in cheers for Vassal, acknowledging the well-deserved honor. The king then placed a hand on his shoulder and leaned in close. You may rise, he said softly. As Vassal looked up, the king's expression softened. Thank you for saving my daughter's life. These were not the words of a monarch, but of a father. I wish to repay this debt. Is there anything you desire? Vassal's heart pounded. There was something he wanted, but he hesitated to speak. He paused. I was worried about how I would obtain it, but this is the perfect chance. He was thinking of the ancient artifact, the dragon's heart. In its current state, it looked rather grotesque, but once I channel my mana into it, it should reveal its true form. I just hope I have what it takes. With his decision made, he began to channel his mana into the dragon's heart, his entire being focused on the task. Vassal's gaze grew resolute as the artifact began to crack and shatter, revealing what was inside. It broke apart into countless shards, and from the core emerged its true form, a magnificent horn, leaving him utterly stunned. The system's voice announced, Alert. Dragon's heart has been revealed. You have acquired the horn of the Forgotten King, the Thunder Crystal. He closed his eyes, feeling the immense energy radiating from the horn. Sitting cross-legged, Vassal let his senses expand, absorbing the power. He recalled his past experience absorbing the fire crystal. This felt much the same. As he finished, his body felt revitalized. The power it granted was so immense it took him by surprise. This lightning energy is incredible, he thought. Even without absorbing it completely, my 5th circle magic is already perfected. The system's notifications kept rolling in. He had fully absorbed the horn of the Forgotten King, the Thunder Crystal. Any mana exceeding his absorption limit would now convert into potential energy. His intermediate elemental proficiency had maxed out, evolving into high elemental proficiency. Suddenly, flames erupted within Giazzo's room, throwing his belongings into disarray. You've gotten so much bigger, Giazzo said with a smile and a nod. Did the lightning power affect you too? In response, Pepper showed off its new strength, rocketing through the air fast enough to generate a massive electrical current. In a flash, it shot from the courtyard straight into the sky. Giazzo rushed to the window, calling out, Pepper! The massive creature swooped back towards him, patting the air as if beckoning him. You want me to get on? Seeing Giazzo's hesitation, Pepper hooked its claws into his shirt. He was suddenly snatched into the sky, utterly terrified. Wait! He screamed in panic. But the breathtaking view before him quickly calmed his nerves, a brilliant full moon set against the vast, sprawling Milky Way. He could only stare in awe. He then looked back at Pepper's form. Not only was it larger, but its flying capabilities had improved dramatically. It seemed to chuckle happily. You're bigger now, so you're easier to spot. But, what? Shouldn't I be worried? All at once, smoke began to rise from its body. Flames enveloped Giazzo, and to his astonishment, a pair of wings, like those of a fiery phoenix, sprouted from his back. He was overjoyed and amazed. Flexible wings made of spiritual fire. I should call them soul wings. The Thunder Crystal, the mana of a 5th circle intermediate spell, and now soul wings. With this power, I feel like I can face any opponent without fear. Tower Master, I heard you have a mission for me. Diaha spoke while flipping through documents. You are to escort Count Kimberly, the envoy from the Kingdom of Keen. Although their national power is relatively weak, they've maintained neutrality thanks to their abundant mana production. But of course, Marquise Jorio Comanche of the Imperial faction is trying to drag the Empire into it. Count Kimberly would much rather cooperate with us than fall into the Empire's hands. Hubert prepared to depart immediately. The Kingdom of Kien. This wouldn't be an easy task. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, Hubert. So, the master and student have met. It's been a long time, Jor Vassal. Yes, sir. I'm glad to see you're still in good health. Giazzo quickly inquired. Are you heading to the kingdom of Kian, Professor? How did you know? Giazzo smiled brightly. Let me accompany you. The Tower Master has already given her permission. But inwardly, he had another motive. His eyes grew heavy with the thought, if I remember correctly, Professor Hubert dies on this mission. Because of this, a new quest immediately popped up, Survive the Danger with Hubert. The completion reward was 3 high-grade mana stones and 5 mid-grade mana stones. No matter what, he had to go with him. There was no reason to feel conflicted. I have to go. Under a clear blue sky, he and Professor Hubert flew towards the kingdom of Kian. Hubert landed on a tree branch. We're almost there. Having you with me is reassuring, but why did you really come along? Giazzo fabricated an excuse. I want to earn a new achievement, and I've never been on a mission with you before, Professor. With that, he shot off into the distance. I'll go on ahead and scout the area. Soaring through the sky on his new wings, he took in the scene below, momentarily stunned. The Imperial threat had to be eliminated. His hands blazed with fire as he prepared to strike. Giazzo's wings flared brightly in midair, unleashing a powerful force that intercepted Hubert's would-be fatal blow. A curious onlooker whispered, "A 5th circle mage? Who is he?" Retracting his wings, Giazzo slowly descended. He walked forward with Pepper at his side and addressed the man directly. "You must be Count Kimberly. I am Giazzo Raymond, a mage from the Peace Tower, here to escort you." The Count's face lit up with relief. "So, you're the famous Giazzo. Thank you. We've been followed ever since we left the castle." Suddenly, Giazzo detected something strange. Leaving the Count in his carriage, he said, "Please wait here for a moment." As he moved closer, a faint red glow became more apparent. "I can feel it. They haven't gone far." The remaining guards moved into a defensive formation around the Count. "We have to buy some time." "Understood." Just then, a figure with a sinister grin appeared and effortlessly wiped them out. Every move was executed with deadly precision. With a wicked laugh, he flew up and cut them down. Giazzo recognized him instantly. It's him. All at once, a deafening explosion echoed from nearby. Under the clear sky, a white figure darted through the forest canopy. Giazzo and Professor Hubert arrived by carriage to find the aftermath. Hubert placed a hand on his chest, relieved to see the Count was safe. "I'm glad you're all right. I am Hubert, a mage from the Peace Tower." The Count greeted him. "I am Kimberly. I only survived thanks to him." Looking at the soldiers lying dead on the ground, Professor Hubert fell silent. After analyzing a fallen soldier, he concluded, "I've figured it out. This was the work of Imperial troops. The Empire?" Vassal studied the body judgmentally. "It seems they didn't even try to hide their identity, which means they didn't think it was necessary. Or perhaps the situation was so urgent they didn't care." After speaking, Giazzo glanced to the side. "Isn't that right?" he asked with a slight smile, looking at a cloaked woman. "Your Highness." The door of the luxurious carriage opened, and a beautiful young woman slowly lowered her hood. "Indeed, you are as exceptional as the rumors say. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Princess Camilla of the Kingdom of Kian." 2 figures quickly took flight, carrying the princess and the Count into the sky. The truth was out. Marquis Comanche was consolidating power by forcing a marriage between his son and the princess. Carried on Professor Hubert's back, she seethed with indignation. With the Empire backing him, there's no telling how ruthless he'll become. Professor Hubert quickly replied, "We've lost them for now. Why are they in such a hurry? They've been on your tail since you left the castle. There must be a guild behind them, flying behind them while carrying the princess," Giazzo noted. "We've covered a good distance, and there's no sign of pursuit, but an indescribable feeling still nagged at him. What is this suspicious feeling?" Suddenly, a surprise attack blasted towards the 4 of them. "Everyone, get down!" A powerful wave of magic shot past them. Giazzo and the princess landed, watching as the magical energy began to spread across the area. It looked like a raging fire ready to incinerate the entire forest. Professor Hubert turned to the Count and spoke in a low voice. "You must run. Leave this to us. He's here." As the Count and the princess made their escape, a pair of feet silently approached Giazzo and the professor. Professor Hubert stared at the face, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. That man was, just as I predicted, Giazzo thought grimly. It's the one who kills Professor Hubert. A monster in human skin, the Empire's great swordmaster. The man spoke coolly, black hair, red eyes. The professor seemed intimidated. The man sized him up from head to toe. "You must be Giazzo Raymond." A notification chimed. "Quest Survive the Danger with Hubert. Reward, 3 high-grade mana stones, 5 mid-grade mana stones." The man's eyes were piercing sharp, radiating an insane amount of killing intent in just a single glance. "I will make you pay for taking my disciple's life." Wasting no more words, he charged forward to attack. "Crimson Sword!" Giazzo quickly spread his hands, shouting, "Earthquake!" His eyes burned with hatred as he raised a single finger and chanted. A barrier materialized, causing the surroundings to glow. Shield! He was momentarily blocked by a wall of earth, forcing him back. But Marco shattered the defensive barrier almost instantly. Debris of rock and dirt flew past his face as Gyazzo glared at him with pure loathing. Gyazzo clenched his fist, which began to emit a fantastical white light. He launched a surprise attack. Unafraid of his opponent, Gyazzo flew through the smoke. Professor Hubert couldn't hide his shock at the explosive scene before him. In the midst of the battle, Gyazzo was pushed back, carving a long trench in the ground with his feet. Marco sneered at him. Is that all you learned from that bastard? A few cheap tricks? Marco's entire body was brimming with immense power. Gyazzo, his clothes now dirty and torn, thought, is he using his aura as a shield? Suddenly, Marco plunged his sword deep into the earth, creating a loud, resonant boom. Marco then held up an object in his hand. Let me show you something interesting. He launched a surprise attack on Professor Hubert, who was unable to block it and was wounded. Marco looked at his sharp sword, ecstatic. A sword forged from dragon bone, blackened with the blood of 10 mages. He swung the blade with flourish. It's perfect for fighting a mage like you. Gyazzo scooped up the unconscious professor, dodging each of his enemy's strikes. Vassal hovered above Marco, holding the professor. Not bad, he thought, looking at the scorched earth below. Those are fire altar stones, Marco roared. Try and catch this, and launched a powerful attack toward him. Gyazzo knew those stones explode with terrifying force upon impact. That should be enough to distract him. Vassal gently placed the professor on the ground. Thanks, Pepper. Seeing this, Marco grew enraged. Trying to buy time for your friends because you know you can't beat me? Gyazzo remained silent, ignoring the taunt. He turned to his mentor, Professor Hubert. When I give the signal, run and regroup with the princess and the count. I'll buy you some time. Hubert struggled to speak. I can't just abandon you and run. Gyazzo gave him a reassuring smile. Trust me, I'll definitely be back. Marco's patience wore thin. Are you two done talking? At that moment, an incredibly powerful energy erupted from Vassal's hands. A brilliant blue light filled the sky. Thunder Chain. With the spell cast, he signaled to Professor Hubert, run. Marco was now missing an eye patch and was absolutely furious. He roared in anger. You're done for. Don't think I'll give you an easy out. Damn it. He withstood that attack? Gyazzo thought in disbelief. Just then, the sword in his hand began to vibrate violently. An irritated voice echoed, What the hell is it? Sword? Damn it. But I have to try this power right now. His face now exposed without the eye patch, Marco screamed in shock. An immense force struck him unexpectedly, causing him to double over. One of his arms was completely severed. Gyazzo seized the opportunity to press his attack. Overheat! Flame Spear! A surge of magic appeared where his severed arm had been. Marco quickly recovered his strength, his face a mask of pure murderous intent. You really underestimated me. He caught Gyazzo's sword in his hand. You think losing one arm gives you the advantage? His words grew more insulting. That arrogance. Just like your father. All you Raymonds are the same. Hearing his father insulted, Gyazzo became enraged. You knew my father, didn't you? He spun around, white light swirling between them. Marco wielded his heavy sword with just one hand, yet it didn't hinder his assault in the slightest. Gyazzo quickly retreated, his toes barely touching the ground, as Marco's attack sliced past his waist. The sheer force of the blow was unsettling. This thing. Marco's arm had regenerated into a demonic limb. How sad. You couldn't even dodge that? This fight is getting boring. He clenched his demonic hand, radiating a powerful magic. Gyazzo charged in, hoping to land a finishing blow, but Marco's power was too immense. The outcome was becoming clear. Seeing an attack coming, Gyazzo quickly threw up a shield to protect himself. A powerful attack, like a bolt of lightning, slammed down on him. Marco looked down at his trembling form on the ground. A half-baked talent like you dares to challenge me? Vaso was knocked to the ground, shaking pathetically. Marco stood over him, sneering. Without some sacrifice, a kid your age will never awaken to true power. He raised his mighty sword. For a little brat like you, Marco swung his sword down hard once more. It's too soon for you, but at the last second, Gyazzo dodged to the side. Regaining his strength, Vaso weaved through the tree trunks to evade the attacks. He felt a sense of dread. I have to admit, he thought, analyzing his opponent's sharp gaze. He's an abnormally powerful opponent. Vaso pointed a flaming finger forward. My power as a mage. A fireball shot out to intercept Marco's attack, creating a massive explosion and swirling vortexes of energy. Explosion! He tilted his head, watching the glowing vortexes before him. Vaso was exhausted now, breathing heavily. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. A demonic face emerged from within the flames. He had transformed into a demon covered in dragon scales. Stepping out of the flames, Marco wasted no time and launched another attack. He grabbed Vaso, squeezing him so tightly that he cried out in pain. In a demonic voice, Marco growled, "Did you think you could fool me with these cheap tricks?" Summon lightning flash. Vaso was instantly enveloped in a brilliant blue light. To advance, one must be willing to abandon everything, even the body one inhabits. Marco's eyes widened, his brow furrowing as he witnessed this new attack. Vaso's body was now crackling with powerful lightning. The electricity coursed through him continuously. By stimulating my body with this current, my speed will skyrocket. Fire, combined with lightning, had forged him into something more powerful. This is the trump card I've been hiding until now. Vaso's speed was now unbelievable. He zipped from one side to the other. Rapid spear thrust. Marco was stunned by this display of power. Vaso moved faster than the naked eye could see, blurring past his opponent's body. But the strain was too much for his own body to handle, and he coughed up blood. Marco, like a demon who could never be harmed, just laughed maniacally. He's truly a monster, Giazzo thought, as Marco slammed him into the ground. Please, just one last time, a new voice echoed. You're still just a monster, Marco. An attack pierced straight through Marco's chest. He looked up to see the newcomer. How does it feel? Crawling on the ground like a lowly insect. Niccolò had appeared out of nowhere to save Giazzo's life. You, give up. He attacked Marco again, finishing him off in an instant. All that remained at Niccolò's feet was a pool of Marco's blood. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was utterly unbelievable. To think that he alone had managed to push Macro to such a desperate corner. Well done, Vassal. Everyone quickly rushed towards him. Your effort has changed both Endymion and Kian. Professor Hubert gently lifted his head, his gaze filled with compassion. Now, no one would ever doubt his power. Vassal opened his eyes, letting out a faint whisper. He looked at the teacher before him. Hubert, witnessing the rise of a hero. 10 days later, he was still recovering in the infirmary. The room was quite neat and bright. Vassal sat circulating his mana, his face serious, his brow occasionally furrowed in thought, even with the help of an abundant magic flow and a mage's body. I still haven't reached that level, so this is the true gap in power between us. The image of that man flashed relentlessly in his mind. If Niccolò hadn't shown up in time, I would have been a dead man. As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes shot open, staring straight ahead. A mixture of red and blue mana radiated from his body as he placed a hand on his chest, thinking, I thought I had grown stronger, but the path before me is still so very long. He recalled that man's words, still puzzled and confused, but what did he mean by that? Find the dragons, they will connect us. He was completely bewildered. How am I supposed to find dragons now? He thought seriously, his face now an emotionless mask as he stared ahead. Doesn't everyone know that dragons are extinct? Are there even any left? Just then, Professor Hubert came to visit him, sitting in the opposite chair and asking, Are you saying it might be someone other than the Empire? He replied with a simple, yes. Raising his hand, he explained his perspective. That person asked me, Why do you think the Empire was behind your father's death? The professor rested his chin on his hand, speaking seriously. He could be provoking you, but it doesn't hurt to be cautious. We will investigate this secretly at the fire tower. Hearing this, Vassal said, Thank you, Professor. Hubert suddenly remembered something, reaching into his pocket for an item. The tower master was extremely worried. It's a great relief that you've returned safely. He pulled out an envelope and handed it to Vassal, saying, Take this. Quite surprised, Vassal reached out to accept it, asking, What is this, sir? The professor replied, An invitation to the royal banquet. The scene shifts to a lavish party, where everyone is dressed impeccably. Vassal wondered to himself, Is it because I'm used to wearing nothing but loose clothes? He looked down at the formal suit on his body, touching his chin and muttering, I just can't get used to this kind of attire. Suddenly, a voice called out, Young one. Daria approached, placing a hand on his shoulder with a smile. You seem to be doing better, thank heavens. You've accomplished another great feat. As your teacher and the tower master, nothing could make me happier. Just then, another voice caught his attention. Fire Tower Master, it has been a long time. A man with green hair and a tailored suit approached and greeted them respectfully. She replied, Jillian, how have you been? You actually showed up. The man's eyes appraised Vassal as he said, I couldn't bear not meeting the disciple who is at the center of all these rumors in person. Vassal was stunned. No way, is this Jillian? He looked at the man and spoke up. Are you Sir Jillian Parson? Hearing this, Jillian turned his attention to him. It's good that you know of me. That makes things easier. Vassal recalled what he knew about this man, the weapon master, Jillian Parson. He could wield 18 different types of weapons and was a transcendent level aura master. He still couldn't believe it. I can't believe someone like him is approaching me. Jillian chuckled softly. You're the one who gave that macro fellow a bitter pill to swallow, aren't you? Vassal replied cheerfully. I was just lucky, sir. The master retorted. When you have skill, luck will also be on your side. Jillian's face turned grim, a fearsome smile playing on his lips as he said, It's a good thing that Wretch was eliminated. Both he and his disciples were nothing but garbage. Hearing this, Vassal thought, this is the first time I've heard such ruthless words from someone who isn't a mercenary in the palace. He smiled and played along. Yes, you're right. Jillian placed a hand on his shoulder and commented, You're practicing spearmanship, aren't you? Your muscles are quite solid. Vassal smiled back. I've only just learned the basics, sir. Jillian placed his own hand over Vassal's, saying, The fundamentals are important, but to achieve a breakthrough, proper training is essential. He pressed a ring into Vassal's palm and instructed, When you feel the time is right, bring this ring to me. Vassal clutched the ring carefully, then looked up at the man and asked, May I ask why you are being so kind to me? Just consider it me helping a promising young sprout grow. Daria, who had been listening from the side, smiled and let out a soft sigh. She thought to herself, You truly are a fearsome warrior disguised as a nobleman. Vassal replied with determination, I will definitely come to see you, sir. At that moment, a loud announcement drew the attention of all three. The radiant sun, the ruler of Endymion. Following behind was the woman named Hecate, the princess. As the two entered, everyone bowed their heads in respect. As Hecate passed Vassal, her gaze was drawn to him standing there. She offered a faint, beautiful smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. Vassal, too, unconsciously lifted his head, his attention captured by the figure before him. Both of them were now bowing before the emperor. The emperor began to speak. Vassal, Raymond, Hubert. He praised them both before everyone present. You have made great contributions regarding the alliance with Keene and our recent victory. He continued, announcing the rewards. Sir Hubert is awarded 500 gold coins and 100 horses. I grant you the right to collect taxes from 1,000 households in the southern region of Endymion. The professor bowed his head respectfully. I am grateful for your majesty's decree. Then, it was Vassal's turn. To Sir Vassal, 3,000 gold coins. He went on. 3 cities in the western region of Endymion shall be awarded to you, along with the title of Count. This reward left Vassal slightly stunned. An attendant brought the reward to him as the emperor continued. These are the documents pertaining to the names and locations of the 3 cities you shall govern. Vassal accepted them and said, I am grateful for your majesty's decree. In his heart, he was thinking. Finally, he was overjoyed. A new territory. I've taken another step on the path to rebuilding my family. The emperor then raised his glass and declared, With the ceremony concluded, let the feast continue. The emperor's voice boomed. The time has come for everyone to fully enjoy this great victory. At that, everyone in the banquet hall raised their glasses in celebration, then joined their partners on the dance floor, swept up in the joyous atmosphere of victory. Hecate sat on her chair on the dais, watching everyone dance in silence. Her handmaiden, trying to find a topic to cheer her up, spoke cheerfully. The maid gestured over yonder and said, There, over there. She pointed towards Vassal, who was currently surrounded by a flock of young ladies. Count Raymond is quite popular, isn't he? He needs to learn how to refuse when he's uncomfortable. What should be done? Hearing this, the handmaiden leaned in and whispered, How about asking him for a dance, your highness? Hecate didn't refuse, simply saying, Let's wait and see for now. Princess, where did you learn that? Just then, Vassal suddenly broke away from the crowd, bowing slightly and saying, Please excuse me. It seemed he was heading towards her. The handmaiden noted, Is the count coming this way? Suddenly, a hand was extended towards the princess. Vassal bowed slightly, offering his hand in invitation. Your highness, if you wouldn't mind, may I have this dance? Hearing her agree, he blushed slightly and said, The other day, you mentioned you'd be keeping an eye on me. May I ask why you said that? She looked directly into his eyes and replied, That's because your talent is far too exceptional for your age. And the second reason. She paused, then reached out and gently touched his face, causing him to blush even more deeply. She stated calmly, Is your face? Vassal let out a confused, Huh? Completely baffled. She then looked him straight in the eye and declared, A man with a handsome face like yours is exactly my type. Flustered by her praise, he stammered, Your highness, you flatter me too much. She placed a hand on his waist, pulling him closer. I don't know if you're aware, she began, calm and collected as he stared at her, surprised. But women don't say such things to men they aren't interested in. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she smiled brightly. And I am not one to expect an immediate response. I only hope that one day, you will return my feelings. After hearing those words, Vassal now sat alone by a fountain. His face flushed as he thought seriously. I knew what her personality was like, but I never expected she would say something so incredibly poetic to me. He analyzed the situation seriously. Hecate Radmode, the king's only blood relative, the woman closest to the throne. He looked down, his eyes deep in thought. Considering her family background, accepting her feelings would be the best course of action, but his gaze drifted vaguely towards the palace. I still don't know what my own feelings for her are. He looked up and suddenly said, Ah, Alan. The man smiled shyly in greeting. My apologies for interrupting. Vassal replied. It's no problem, I was just lost in thought for a moment. Hearing that, Alan responded, That's good. In that case, I've come to discuss a proposal with you, Count Vassal. A little confused, Vassal asked. A proposal? Alan's eyes narrowed as he said, The bet. He looked down at Vassal with a serious expression. I hope to end it soon. Vassal was immediately taken aback by his words. He remembered Alan turning back with a smile, instructing him, Go and inform the Tower Masters. He thought, I was expecting this, but it's happening sooner than I thought. Daria sat comfortably in her chair, looking at him. So, what do you think, young one? Vassal looked at the status window and said, The bet was originally supposed to last for 3 years. The status window displayed. Quest. Reach Alan's level within 3 years. Completion reward. Ancient relic of the Spearmanship Master, 1 consumable high-grade mana stone. He then said, I don't think we need to wait any longer. Hearing this, Daria brought a hand to her lips and smiled. Very well, then let's head to that place. The scene changes to an arena, powered by a 6th circle magic spell. It was a dueling ground equipped with a magic shield that could even withstand the blow of an experienced aura swordsman. He looked up with a determined gaze, thinking, In my past life, I only managed to become a 2nd circle mage, so I never imagined I'd one day set foot in this arena. On the other side, Daria was placing her hand on a seal on the wall, which glowed with red mana. Let's begin immediately, she said. Melville also placed his hand on a seal, which radiated blue mana. Let's see how long you can keep up that arrogant act, he sneered. He laughed smugly. This is a shield created by the body magic of 2 magic tower masters. You know, the entire arena was enveloped in a layer of purple light, he continued. So there's no need to worry about destroying the surroundings. Feel free to go all out. Now, the two of them were standing opposite each other in the arena. Vassal looked at the intensely serious Alan and thought, even though he's a genius hailed as the mage of mages, but right now, in terms of actual combat prowess, the gap between us isn't that wide. With a resolute gaze, Vassal stared down his opponent, his entire body radiating red mana. And the most crucial thing when fighting an opponent of the same caliber is distance. Both of them watched each other with incredibly sharp eyes. I have to, he thought. He then prepared his attack stance. His mind raced. I have to close the distance between us. Alan also prepared to attack, signaling to him, Bring it on! His face contorted slightly, his hands manipulating magic as his mind calculated endlessly. I get the feeling my opponent is a knight or a swordsman, not another mage like myself. It shows how confident he is in his own firepower and endurance. A powerful blue light emanated from Alan's hand. The fire tower's firepower is ferocious, so its strength probably surpasses that of spearmanship. But right after that, as Vassal charged forward, Alan unleashed a massive ice shower spell to attack him. Vassal's face lit up with excitement as he let out a small laugh, thinking, as expected of Alan, his magic casting speed is terrifyingly fast. However, he immediately countered with his own incredibly powerful fire magic, launching a massive wall of flames straight at him. The two spells collided. Alan's expression was just as joyful. Oh, he said with praise. He instantly mimicked Alan's casting method. Quite impressive. A thick cloud of dust and smoke erupted from the clash of their attacks. From within that cloud, Vassal shot out and thrust his hand forward to attack. His hand was instantly enveloped in fire magic, his eyes wild. This time, it's my turn to attack. Immediately after, his fire lightning technique struck Alan directly, causing his entire body to stiffen in shock. Vassal's immense fire magic pushed him backwards. He then raised both hands high, his expression determined as if using all his strength. Just for a moment. So you mean you won't let me get close until this fight is over, right? In that case, I'll just have to block your path first. An incredibly powerful fire spell slammed down, causing the ground to explode. Alan was instantly thrown back with a cry. Vassal slowly calculated, in this situation, even for someone like Alan, maintaining his distance from me will be difficult. He then continued his assault with fire magic. I'll just keep cornering him like this. Come on. However, in the next moment, ice particles began to fall from the air, Alan's expression was unchanged as he calmly uttered a single word, freeze. Following that, the entire arena floor was instantly covered in a layer of ice. He spoke another word, ice. Immediately, sharp ice spikes shot up continuously from the ground. Vassal smirked at him, a plan already forming in his mind. He froze the ground to stop the earthquake. He really is a monster, Vassal thought. Alan's face grew solemn, his eyes sharp. He raised his hand to perform a spear tower technique, saying, "The child's play ends here." Vassal then used a fire tower technique to counter his spear tower magic, fire and ice clashing against each other. Suddenly, as he was casting his fire tower spell, Vassal felt a chill from the ice creeping up his hand. He realized with a start, since when did he? At this rate, how can I move? Alan suddenly declared, ice condensation. Witnessing this scene, Daria smirked calmly. So someone has taught him the secret arts of the spear tower, have they? The old man stroked his beard and looked at her. Alan is the future master of the spear tower, so it only makes sense, doesn't it? He raised a single finger, conjuring droplets of water in midair as he uttered the spell, annihilation. The tiny drops rapidly merged into a massive torrent. He then said, honestly, you've improved by leaps and bounds. I really wanted to see what else you're capable of, but, as the water swirled around him, he continued, the Tower Master is waiting, so I have to cut this short. We'll pick this up next time. With that, a powerful deluge of water shot directly toward his opponent. Just as the torrent was about to hit him, he spoke, I really didn't want to reveal my true self. The moment the words left his lips, a brilliant flash of light erupted in the center of the arena. Scales began to form on his face, and his eyes gradually shifted to a terrifying, pitch-black color. In an instant, he blurred right past his opponent, who didn't even have time to react. Alan was completely shocked. What in the world is happening? That insane, violent aura. My muscles are frozen. Daria, equally surprised, murmured, dragon fear. The old man was also taken aback, exclaiming, ha, you see? There's a reason I said his talent defies his age. Gazing at the boy, who had now almost fully transformed into a dragon, he wondered aloud, so, is he truly a descendant of the dragon clan? Daria looked toward the boy and said, that's impossible. I am certain that kid's parents are both ordinary people. The old man then glanced at the two of them and declared, in that case, there's only one other explanation. At that moment, the boy's entire body became enveloped in an incredibly powerful, golden fire magic. Staring into those sharp, metallic eyes, the old man revealed, among the ancestors of the Daimon family, one of them was a high-ranking dragon. The boy looked up at Alan, who was now levitating in the air, thinking, that magic is powerful enough to make my entire body tremble. Alan channeled all his strength, extending his hand to cast his own spell as he took off his glasses. You're not the only one hiding their true power, Ratzel. Looking at the spell formation, Ratzel quickly identified it as a domain spell at this level of mastery. It could freeze an entire army solid. Ratzel's expression turned fearsome as flames blazed around him. He thought, if I can shatter this magic, I win. Suddenly, Alan thrust his hand forward, unleashing his spell with a burst of blue light and declaring, let's end this here. He immediately launched his attack at Ratzel, who was caught by surprise and had to block the blow with his hand. Ratzel's eyes remained firm, his mind racing. A chilling cold spread out, freezing not just mana but time itself. Yet, something like this was hardly enough to trouble Ratzel. A slight smirk played on his lips as he gripped his weapon, thinking, let's just suppose if. He swung his staff, and a torrent of golden fire immediately shot out to clash with the ice. If it weren't for his experience fighting Emil Kryhill, breaking this magic would have been incredibly difficult. Seeing this, Alan was completely astonished. A bead of sweat trickled down his face, his eyes wide with disbelief as he uttered, what? In the next moment, a blinding flash of light erupted, causing that entire section of the ground to collapse. Ratzel instantly dashed forward to attack Alan, who couldn't react to the force of the assault. He's too fast. I can't even use blink. I have to block this now or else. But before he could do anything, Ratzel was on him. A brilliant flash of light shot toward the sky, and the tip of a spear was pointed directly at Alan's face. He trembled, staring at the sharp point with a frown. At this moment, Alan was completely defeated, lying on the dirt-covered ground and utterly pinned by Ratzel's weapon. Alan let out a small laugh and a sigh, thinking to himself, just as I suspected, it ended up like this. Immediately after, Alan conceded, I lose. Ratzel offered him a faint smile as one of his eyes slowly reverted to its normal color. On the status bar, a notification continuously appeared. Quest complete. You have received a high-grade mana stone and a relic from the Age of Gods, to be delivered via Hemingway. Just then, Daria used a fire-based teleportation spell to appear beside Melville. She was already standing next to him before he, still focused on the two combatants, noticed her arrival. Daria turned to him and teased, "You have to prepare that relic from the Age of Gods now, don't you, old man?" He replied, quite annoyed, "I admit I lost the bet, all right?" He then cast a spell, stating, "As the master of the spear tower, of course I'll keep my word. I can't believe I lost. Here is the relic from the Age of Gods, as promised." Daria looked at the object he presented and smiled. "I'm surprised you're actually handing it over, old man. Are you dipping into your personal stash for this one?" The following day, inside a carriage traveling through a forest, Ratzel sat intently examining the object in his hands. He held it up and murmured, "Erige's sewing kit." He realized this was the relic from the Age of Gods, an artifact that mimicked the goddess Araji's ability to cut and stitch the fabric of space. He quickly raised it to test it out, making a small cut. A rift opened, revealing the scenery outside. It was a dagger that could slice through space itself. Ratzel gripped the artifact tightly. Furthermore, he realized that by channeling mana into the thread connecting the dagger and its needle, he could sew space, imagining himself patching up the very rift he had just created. At this point, a thought struck him. He could connect a tangible space to a space cut by the dagger. Ratzel considered the possibilities. The ability to cut space alone was already extraordinary. But what if he could combine them? If used properly, it could be incredibly effective for ambushes or defense. Just then, someone from outside the carriage announced, "We've arrived, the Spear Fortress." Outside, the carriage had stopped before an immense and magnificent castle dedicated to training. Inside a room filled with countless weapons, a voice called out, "Oh, you've arrived, Ratzel. Thank you for coming." Jillian spoke up, "I heard you managed to defeat Alan." Hearing this, Ratzel scratched his head sheepishly. "Ah, it was just a stroke of luck. Rumors sure travel fast." Ratzel glanced around the room and asked, "Is this your office?" Jillian replied, "That's right. Why do you ask?" Ratzel's eyes scanned the surroundings. "Because it's filled to the brim with weapons. It looks more like a training hall." Jillian walked over and picked up a weapon, explaining, "It didn't start out like this, but as I kept training, they just piled up over time." He then lifted a spear. "I hear you use a spear, correct?" Ratzel quietly affirmed, "Yes." Jillian then handed the spear to Ratzel, saying, "Take it." Ratzel accepted it, asking, "Why are you suddenly giving this to me?" Ratzel hefted the spear, a look of surprise on his face. "Ah, an invitation from Sir Gillian. Now I understand. So this is why he sent me that sudden invitation." He gave the spear a twirl. "Well, this is fine by me. It's a great opportunity to be taught by a weapon master." He then seriously raised the spear and aimed it at Jillian, thinking, "If I can use this chance to improve my spearmanship, it will be a huge asset in the future." Seeing his expression, Jillian looked quite pleased. "That's a good look in your eyes. I'll grant you the first move." Hearing that, Ratzel gripped the spear and charged, shouting, "Then I won't hesitate." The clash of weapons echoed through the castle, but only a moment later, Ratzel was sent tumbling toward the wall. He quickly scrambled to his feet, thinking, "Even without using magic, I can't believe he defeated me so easily." Looking into those sharp eyes, he couldn't help but marvel. He truly is a weapon master. Jillian then asked, "Well?" Jillian observed him and gave his assessment. "Your vision and flexible thinking are excellent, but it seems you have no natural talent for the spear. However," he smiled and crossed his arms, adding, "the fact that you taught yourself to this level is very impressive." A small smirk appeared as he thought, "This kid is very interesting." Meanwhile, Ratzel was a little displeased by the critique, looking at the spear in his hand and thinking, "Maybe I should just use magic?" Suddenly, Jillian spoke up. "You didn't really expect me to teach you for free, did you?" Ratzel looked at him, confused. Jillian then made his offer, "I'll train you for 1 week. In return, you must spar with our knights." Ratzel thought about it seriously. Sparring with the knights wasn't a bad deal, but just sparring wouldn't be an even trade. He then said, "All right, let's make a deal. I have one condition." Jillian seemed surprised. "A condition?" At that moment, out on the training grounds, all the knights were assembled. One asked, "What's going on? It's rare to see all the knights gathered like this." Another replied, "I heard it's because Sir Ratzel is visiting." The group began to gossip. "Isn't Ratzel the mage who blew off Emil Kryhill's arm? Rumor has it he has horns and breathes fire." Another knight spotted the two approaching and warned, "Shh, quiet down, the Lord is here." Everyone shouted in unison, "Greetings, my lord." Jillian announced, "Now that you're all here, starting today, each of you will fight 2 matches against Sir Ratzel." As he spoke, he gestured toward Ratzel. The knights were utterly astonished. He continued, "The first match will be fought with magic and aura, the second will not." The knights immediately began to murmur, "We have to fight without magic or aura?" Isn't that a clear disadvantage for Sir Ratzel? Gillian thought to himself. The purpose of this training is to improve skill, not experience. For that, fighting without magic is better. With that, Ratzel clasped his hands, smiled cheerfully at the crowd, and said, I'm Ratzel. I look forward to learning from you all. Shall we begin right away? The two combatants now stood facing each other, one holding a sword, the other a spear. His opponent introduced himself, Roha Kin, a fourth-rank knight. It's an honor to cross swords with the hero of the rumors. Ratzel simply smiled back and said, Let's get started. The knight looked at him and replied, Very well then. Their eyes locked. In the next instant, they both charged forward, and Ratzel couldn't help but think, he's fast. As he dodged, he thought, and his form is clean, straight out of a swordsmanship textbook. A fourth-rank knight of this caliber is exactly what you'd expect from someone trained by Sir Gillian. He glanced at the knight. However, in an instant, Ratzel executed a single move that sent his opponent falling backward onto the ground. The tip of his spear was now aimed directly at the knight's eye. Ratzel just smiled and asked him, Do you want to keep going? At this, Rohakin replied, No, sir. I have lost. The other knights couldn't help but whisper, Did you see that movement? I thought this was supposed to be a martial combat match without magic. Hearing this, Gillian crossed his arms and reflected. Don't any of you have anything to say? To be precise, you lost to a mage in pure martial arts, so I imagine your pride is a little wounded, isn't it? He recalled their conversation from the day before, when Ratzel had proposed, I will try to fight your knights with martial skill. In return, allow me to fight without using any magic. That proposal, he had found it truly fascinating. The fiery glares from the knights behind me are making me break out in a cold sweat. I guess I'll be a good motivator for them. Just then, a voice suddenly called out, If it's all right, may I be your next opponent? The other knights saw who it was and began to mutter, Vincent, a second-rank knight? Have they already judged that the third-rank knights can't handle him? If it's all right, may I be your next opponent? Hearing the request again, Ratzel gave a strained smile. On the side, Gillian continued his commentary, That guy will start lamenting his fate again. If you were to use magic, do you think Vincent could stand against you? Ratzel paused, hesitating for a moment. Well, he then replied firmly, My answer is no. It would be the same even if Vincent were a first-rank knight. As he followed Gillian, Ratzel thought to himself, I wasn't exaggerating. My current level is the 5th circle, which in knight terms is equivalent to the expert rank, so. Gillian glanced at a nearby door and continued, Don't be so self-deprecating. There's a saying that excessive humility is just another form of arrogance. Ratzel replied, I'll keep that in mind. Gillian then reached for the door and pulled it. Instantly, a mechanism spun, and the door swung open. Now, it's my turn to show you the gift I have prepared for you. Stepping inside, they entered what looked like a vast, ancient library. Gillian began to reminisce. In my youth, I traveled all over the continent and collected these books. He gestured to one side. First, the spearmanship books are on the left. Go ahead and choose one that you'd like to become familiar with. Ratzel began to search through the collection, thinking, It's going to take a long time to go through these one by one. First, I should focus on finding a specific style of spearmanship to pursue. After searching for a while, they finally sat down at a table. Mr. Gillian asked him, So, have you chosen a spear arts manual? Ratzel was clearly torn between two choices. Seeing the books he brought out, Gillian mused, the Six Demise Thrust and the La Mancha. He acknowledged that both were excellent choices. The Six Demise Thrust is notoriously difficult to get the hang of, isn't it? But if you can master it, it's arguably the best spear technique out there. As for the La Mancha, it's a spear art that excels in leveraging finesse and flexibility. The old man smiled. Well, in my personal opinion, I'd recommend you tackle the Six Demise Thrust. Ratzel hesitated. He then decisively picked up the red-covered book on top, prompting Gillian to exclaim, The La Mancha? Ratzel held up the book and explained, For a mage like myself, rather than a grand spear art that relies on brute force, I believe a technique that allows for flexible responses to various situations is more fitting. Hearing this, Mr. Gillian thought to himself, So he's choosing what's more logical over what's more powerful. A truly sound thought process for a mage. He placed a hand on Ratzel's shoulder. I respect your choice. Do your best to master the La Mancha. Ratzel was a bit surprised by his attitude. How can you just hand over a manual like this without any hesitation? Every time they met, he could feel this man's generous spirit. Mr. Gillian chuckled and added, Just don't forget, you still have to spar with the knights. At this, Ratzel gave a strained smile. So it wasn't free, was it? The scene then shifts to a later time, with snow gently falling from the sky. A sequence of spear techniques flashes by a twirl, a thrust, and then a block. While sitting in a carriage, Ratsot began to visualize the techniques, how these simple movements intertwine to form a continuous flow. But then, he froze. Ratsot's eyes snapped open, stuck again at this point. He glanced out the window. It's been 1.5 years since I received the La Mancha from Mr. Gillian. Just by memorizing the forms, I've seen great results. But as he watched the snowy landscape recede behind him, he knew it wasn't enough. To truly complete the spear art, I have to grasp its true meaning. Focusing all my attention on it is the right move. But the problem is, there are too many other things demanding my attention. Just then, the system panel chimed with a notification. A new quest to reach the 6th circle and break through his current plateau. Completing it promised a host of rewards. He stared at the quest and thought, this is an issue of enlightenment and training. There's no way to solve this instantly. A voice seemed to echo in his mind. Find the dragons. Their existence is my connection to you. As the master of the last dragons on this earth, you are our hope. He looked over the piles of maps he'd collected while simultaneously scouring ancient texts. He had found 4 locations with traces of dragons, and had already investigated 2 of them, but found not a single shred of evidence. The only places left were Korean Island and the Red Mountains. Of the 2, Korean Island seemed more promising, but exploring it at his current level would be far too dangerous. His mind made up, he decided. I'll postpone the island until after I reach the 6th circle. First, the Red Mountains, to search for the underworld within. Cutting back to his conversation with the Tower Master, she had heard he was heading to the underworld, to which he simply replied, yes. She immediately warned him. The underworld is the land of the dwarves, a place humans cannot easily enter. He answered, I'm aware. She let out a huff. Seeing his determination, she continued, even so, if you must go, then seek out the White Tower Master. Confused, he asked, the White Tower Master? She elaborated, that's right. Since that child is a half-elf, they might just know of a way. And so, he made his way to the White Tower Master's domain, a structure completely blanketed in snow. As he looked up, he pondered, dwarves, a half-elf. My master's words do make sense. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared, and he immediately spun around. Elsewhere, the Tower Master, gazing out a window, remembered, oh right, I forgot to tell Ratsot. I wonder if they've met yet. Back at the tower, Unsen had suddenly appeared, throwing Ratsot into a headlock and booming, youngest, long time no see. After their reunion, they headed inside. It turned out Unsen had also proposed a research expedition to the underworld. With his arms crossed, he said, I thought the research would be dreadfully boring since it's such an obscure place. But with you along, youngest, I'm sure it won't be dull. Ratsot turned to him. Have you met the White Tower Master before? Unsen replied, of course I have. This piqued Ratsot's curiosity. Unsen crossed his arms and hesitated. How should I explain this? As they walked, Unsen explained, he's like a cute young boy, and also very unique. This description only filled Ratsot's head with question marks. Unsen, struggling for words, finally gave up. Well, you'll know when you see him. They were then led inside, into a space where everything was lavishly decorated with brilliant gold trim. Following a servant's lead, they approached a door, wondering, what in the world is this? The moment they stepped inside, Ratsot couldn't help but marvel. Is this a cute room? Seated on a chair was a young boy clutching a teddy bear. The figure spoke. Please, come in. Unsen immediately bowed in respect. The boy acknowledged him, then turned his gaze to Ratsot. And somehow, he knew his name, Ratsot Raymond. This was Amelia, the White Tower Master. Before them was a silver-haired boy, hugging a teddy bear, looking decidedly childish. Yet this was the master of the White Tower, a controller of wind and spirits. Ratsot thought as he looked around. I wonder if it's because he's a half-elf, a mix of elf and human. The place seemed to be overflowing with light, and he could sense that the mana here was incredibly pure, a quality he'd only ever felt from elves. Unsen, ever the informal one, laughed heartily. The White Tower Master really can remember everyone's name. You must be quite famous, youngest. At this, the boy stood up and said, more than that. Amelia moved closer to Ratsot and asked, isn't it just marvelous? He could sense the mana within Ratsot's body. For a human to possess such special mana, Ratsot couldn't help but take a step back. Stammering White Tower Master. Amelia closed his eyes to concentrate, then said, I see now. A smile bloomed on his face. So, you've made a contract with a spirit? Hearing this, Ratsot replied cheerfully, yes, that's right. Until now, no one has ever been able to tell. Then, he did a little twirl with the teddy bear in his arms. Would you like me to call forth the spirit you've contracted with? Ratsot couldn't help but wonder, may I ask why? Amelia simply answered, The underworld you intend to visit is not a place one can enter through normal means. You either have to be lucky enough to find a hidden space gate, possess a map that records its location, or you need an artifact to find it. Hearing this, Ratsote spoke up. We don't have any of those three things. So, you mean we need the power of a spirit? Amelia praised him with a click of his tongue. It seems you understand now. And just like that, Pepper materialized in midair. Seeing the spirit, Amelia immediately scooped the small creature into his arms, exclaiming, "So cute. And it's a mid-level spirit mutation, at that. What are you?" Pepper just looked on, utterly bewildered. Later, as night fell and the moon rose high, the scene shifts elsewhere. Bismarck approached a potted plant he was cultivating. He picked up a pair of shears. I assume you, unlike Hypnos, know some manners. What brings you here at this hour? Just then, a figure with a skull radiating blue light appeared. It was Karen. He spoke. It's about the transaction. Your usual contact was busy, so I had to come in his place. Immediately after, an object flew out from the skull. Bismarck remarked, just the transaction, huh? Has it really been 5 years already? An object resembling an apple appeared in his hand. The strange thing was, this apple was a deep purple. Karen stated, it is time for you to use it. The moment Bismarck absorbed the apple, streams of powerful energy began to swirl around him. He smiled smugly. If I could continue getting goods like this, I might just achieve immortality. It's a shame about the side effects, though. Bismarck then asked, are you aware that Daria's disciple has gone to the Red Mountains? Karen replied, you mean the one who's fated to be burned to death? Of course, I know. I know what you're worried about. The Red Mountains are adjacent to the Amazon forest. Bismarck rolled his neck. I wonder if that kid will cause any trouble. Aren't you worried? I admit, I'm also concerned about brains matter. Karen chimed in. The place where that project is underway is deep in the heart of the forest, far from the mountains. Unless he's actively looking for it, you needn't worry. It's absolutely impossible to find. He then added ominously, but if it is opened, then I can't say what will happen. Confused, Bismarck asked, what did you just say? Karen quickly dismissed it. It's nothing of great importance. I think we should end our conversation here for now. Besides the Grand Duke, many others are waiting for me. He added a silent thought. The worshippers of my master are so pathetically shallow. Bismarck nodded. Fine. As long as I can ascend to the throne. First. He suddenly froze. The potted plant was now completely bare. Not a single leaf remained. No matter what, he thought, I have to speed things up. Meanwhile, Ratsot's party was still pressing forward. Unsen remarked, it's a good thing you're here. Thanks to you, finding the underworld was a breeze. This cuts back to their earlier conversation with Amelia, who had instructed them, if it's Pepper, have it follow the trail of the dwarves, the spirits of the earth. It will be able to find a path to the underworld. Ratsote smiled, stroking the small creature in his lap. It wasn't me. It would be more accurate to say it's thanks to Pepper. Unsen then peered out the carriage window. Oh, it looks like we've arrived. Before them lay a desolate city built flush against the cliffs. This was the Red Mountains. He also gazed outward, observing, even from this distance, I can sense the mystical energy flowing within it. Rassel smiled. In a place like that, I wonder if we'll be able to find any trace of their bloodline. Unsen turned back inside and continued. I think we should skip the city and head straight for the gorge. What do you think? Rassel concurred. My thoughts exactly. They soon found an open clearing where, true to its name, all the soil was red. Time to begin. Rassel released the small creature from his hand, letting it take flight. Pepper, find the way to the dwarves. The creature immediately activated its ability, its eyes glowing brilliantly before it shot forward in a flash. Unsen watched it go, marveling aloud. From such a height, I wonder if it can really sense the spiritual traces embedded in the earth. And Rassel's voice rang out with confidence. I'm sure it can, which startled Unsen. They noticed a flock of one-horned eagles appearing in the sky. Were they planning to attack Pepper? Unsen quickly prepared to use his power, declaring, I'll take care of them. But Rassel immediately stopped him. Don't. Unsen was baffled. Don't what? Who? At that moment, Pepper was flying steadily onward. It's Pepper, Rassel explained. They're high-level flying monsters, and she's on the hunt too. Right on cue, Pepper launched an attack from above on the eagles swooping towards it. Rassel smiled. Looks like she wants to handle this herself. A moment later, a fireball began to gather in Pepper's mouth. It fired the blast directly at the incoming eagles. Afterwards, it zipped joyfully through the air, practically glowing with heat, before its attention was suddenly drawn in another direction. It immediately began to shriek excitedly. Rassel smiled. Looks like she's found the dwarves' trail, one way or another. They followed her lead, moving forward towards a cluster of what seemed to be over 300 caves. Unsen surveyed the area, adding, Even after all our investigation and research, breaking into the underworld should be impossible. This means we can't just smash our way through. Just then, Pepper indicated a pitch-black cave up ahead. That must be the place. Unsen then produced a glowing blue orb. He tossed the orb into the cave and they advanced. Following the light's path, they plunged inside. This was no ordinary cave. It lacked the characteristic dampness, and there were no stalactites to be seen. Gazing into the deep passage, he concluded that it must have been artificially created. Russell peered inside, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. If this artificial cave was meant to hide the entrance, it could very well be trapped. Unsen just smiled and ruffled his hair. Why so serious? Would you really turn back, just because there might be a trap? Hearing this, Russell grinned. He looked up with determination and said, "Not a chance. In fact, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of preparations the dwarves have made." The ground began to tremble and shake. Someone up ahead ran on, anxiously shouting, "Damn it, just how many traps did they set?" Russell, following behind, called out, "This makes 15 of them, the damn bastards." As he moved, he thought grimly, "I feel like traps of this level should be easily disarmed with magic." But then he recalled the situation. They'd installed mana, control devices in all the caves, leaving them no other choice. Suddenly, he stopped short, noticing a current of energy before him. "Is this the flow of mana?" He paused. "It's faint, but I can definitely feel it." The Inquisitor from above called down in confusion, "Young master, why have you stopped running?" He continued to ponder. Mana control devices are set as traps in every cave, so if this is the only place without one. He felt a surge of burning power beneath his feet. There could only be one reason. In the next instant, his sword came crashing down. The earthen wall beside him shattered, revealing another passage. The Inquisitor was taken aback. "Whoa, this is..." Russell smiled confidently. "Exactly what we were looking for." Before them materialized a gateway, pulsing with blue light, the portal to the underworld. He recalled the moment he sensed the mana flow. No matter how superior dwarven technology is, they can't traverse space without magic. Therefore, the gate had to be in the one spot that didn't have a mana control device. The event unfolding before him proved his theory. Inquisitor Olsen clapped him on the shoulder, praising him with a wide grin. "Well done. A gate created by the dwarves. This will be a very valuable addition to my report." They immediately stepped through the portal, and the two of them paused to look down. Spread out below the cliff face was a city of tightly packed houses, its ceiling adorned with glowing blue crystals. So this was the underworld. As Russell started down the stairs to explore, he was stunned. He'd expected a small city built underground, but this was as large as the capital of Endymion. A voice suddenly rang out. "It has been a very long time since humans found their way here." Russell stopped in his tracks. Before him stood two dwarves, one old and one young. The old dwarf, Mage, spoke first. "It is no easy feat for humans to find our gate." The younger one chimed in, "Could they have a map from our kin? Or perhaps they're contracted with a spirit." The old dwarf continued, "Regardless, they have come here as our guests." Both of them smiled with genuine friendliness. The chubby young dwarf cheerfully added, "If you wish to enter the city, please follow us. We will be your guides." Old man Miji chuckled. "Just as I'd hoped. The underworld is quite fascinating." Meanwhile, Russell was simply stunned with joy at the sight of the two dwarves below. It was really them. Soon after, they were led on a tour. The chubby dwarf began, "Take a look at the light stones embedded in the ceiling." The old man added, "Those were installed 100 years ago, yet they still sparkle like stars." The old man pulled out a set of blue armor, continuing, "This suit of armor." Not to be outdone, the chubby dwarf produced a bottle of wine, adding, "And this wine is made from underground spring water." Russell watched them enthusiastically present their wares and was at a loss for words. It felt less like a tour and more like they were just showing off. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Young master." Olsen walked up and reminded him, "We may have come here together, but our research objectives are different, right?" "I'm here to study the dwarves' methods for muscle training," Russell calmly replied. "For now, that's the plan." Olsen immediately took off running. "In that case, let's split up and act separately from now on. Let's meet back here in 3 weeks." Russell was startled and reached out in a panic. "Big brother, wait up." Just then, the old dwarf Midge patted his back from behind and asked, "And where might you be off to?" Before he could answer, the old man grabbed him by the collar and started dragging him away. "Come on now. I still have so much more to show you." Russell could only force a strained, teary-eyed smile and reply, "I'm really looking forward to it." But then his eyes widened in shock. Over there was a majestic, imposing statue of a red dragon had come into view. Seeing the statue, He took the opportunity to ask the old dwarf, Master Midge, according to the legends, I heard the underworld received blessings from 2 dragons, is that correct? Midge gazed up at the red dragon statue and spoke with immense pride. It is a history we are very proud of. We received the blessing of steel from the silver dragon, ruler of steel and wind, and the blessing of flame from the fire dragon, ruler of fire. As they walked, Rassel glanced around and hesitantly inquired, So, this sculpture, the old dwarf explained. It was built when we received the fire dragon's blessing. It said the dragon itself stayed here several thousand years ago. Rassel grew pensive. If a dragon had stayed here, he wondered if any traces of it remained. He leaned in and asked the old man, Can outsiders visit the altar as well? Midge replied, I was planning to show you the altar last, but I suppose the order doesn't really matter. Midge then beckoned for him to follow. They arrived at another area, glowing with the constant light of a forge where smiths were hard at work. As he guided Rassel, Midge explained, The weapons sold in the underworld are truly different from those found in common forges. Even the favored weapon of the Beast King of Kuryu was crafted by our ancestors. At that moment, small fairies zipped through the air carrying pouches, prompting Rassel to remark, There are more non-dwarves here than I expected. First, they saw people with the heads of birds, most of whom were from the elven tribes of the Amazon forest. Then there were the small fairies, who came here to commission equipment or to trade. Suddenly, a voice called out, Benefactor. Rassel turned in surprise. It was Ilo, flanked by 2 young men who eyed him with suspicion. She, however, wore a friendly smile. I'm so happy to see you again here, Benefactor. Just then, another person approached them. So you're the young man who helped the child. The newcomer was an old man, and he introduced himself. I am Scar, elder of the White Ash Elf tribe. The 2 quickly shook hands, and Rassel introduced himself as Rassel Raymond from Endymion's Mage Tower. Elder Scar stared intently at the young man before him. Ah, so I've heard you were the one who helped Elo. I was quite curious to meet the person you were. As he looked, he could see an aura of fiery energy blazing around Rassel. So this is what it feels like standing before a volcano. It's astonishing that a human can possess mana this pure. Rassel then grew curious. But Miss Ilo, what brings you to a place like this? She gave a flustered laugh in response. We came to purchase weapons. Rassel found this suspicious. A peace-loving elf buying weapons? He pressed further. Is there some kind of trouble with your tribe? Upon hearing that, her mood darkened. It's because the monsters of the Amazon forest have become ferocious. Rastra was taken aback, his mind conjuring images of the scene. Ilo then sadly blamed herself. If only my blood had been awakened, this never would have happened. The elder immediately stepped forward to comfort her. It's not your fault, child, so don't dwell on it. Rastro, on the other hand, grew pensive. Lady Ilo, you mentioned that the blood of a blue dragon flows within you. Is that correct? At that, she confirmed. Yes, in truth, I am a half-blood of the blue dragon. He then turned to Yilo with another question. Lady Yilo, does the White Ash tribe still possess any other records or heirlooms related to dragons? She looked at him and replied, I apologize, Benefactor. I know nothing beyond the fact that I inherited a dragon's blood. He nodded in understanding. I see. Yilo then asked him, Benefactor, how long do you plan to stay in the underworld? If there are any records in my tribe, I would like to pass them on to you. By this time, the surroundings had grown quieter, with the lone statue of a red dragon standing stark in the distance. Rastro smiled cheerfully. Thank you very much for your concern. I'm sure I'll be in this place for about 3 weeks. Afterward, they bid each other farewell, and Miji led him to the altar of the Harmony Dragon. He looked up at the enormous statue, feeling that there was nothing particularly special about it. Perhaps I should also observe the altar of the Grace Dragon, he thought. Miji crossed his arms proudly. The altar of the Grace Dragon and the altar of the Harmony Dragon are, of course, perfectly symmetrical in every way. Rastro then wondered aloud. If we're talking about the only difference, would it be the degree of coloration? He silently speculated to himself, this stone statue is the last thing we need to observe. Miji had already headed outside, telling him, I will be waiting at the entrance, so feel free to look around. Rastro simply replied with a yes. He then touched the steps of the altar. Is there really nothing special here either? To his surprise, a glowing blue wisp of energy appeared beneath his hand. Gradually, a magic circle materialized on the back of his hand, continuously emitting a brilliant blue aura. The statue. Is it reacting? He wondered. At that very moment, the eyes of the stone statue suddenly flared with light. A voice, as if from the void, echoed. I have waited for you for a very long time. It is fortunate you found me before my remaining lifespan came to an end. Instantly, dazzling rays of spiritual power began to radiate ceaselessly from the monument. The voice continued. Follow the path and come to me. as the light intensified. That voice declared that this was the beginning of all dragons. Rastro looked up, his entire body enveloped in the aura's light, as the voice proclaimed, "You are our master." He looked at the magic sigil on the back of his hand and could feel it. The voice was weak and breathless, as if about to be cut off. A vortex of spiritual energy also swirled at his feet. He immediately chanted, "Excel, Heisen." In an instant, Rastro shot forward like an arrow. He quickly chased after the direction of the urgent voice, which sounded exactly like the last words of a dying being. He burst through a gateway. There's no mistaking it, and just like that, his speed increased as he soared through the sky. "I have to hurry." Rastro kept his eyes on the guide on his hand. The directional needle was getting shorter. He quickly touched down on a patch of land nearby. Rastro then used it as a springboard to launch himself back up. It was guiding him closer to the dragon. He continued to race toward the light ahead. Then, looking down from above, Rastro spotted the very thing that was calling to him. Found it. Shortly after, Rastro landed on the ground before a small house. There's no way a dragon's home would be this small. Is it meant to conceal the entrance? The door then swung open. A smile spread across his face as he watched the event unfold. As I thought. He peered inside and saw that the place was a deep abyss, completely different from its exterior, just as he had predicted. He slowly advanced forward, where a gate with strange patterns appeared. As Rastro walked, he mumbled, "So the first thing is the entrance?" At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the void. "You have arrived?" He stopped in his tracks. "The one who will become the master of all dragons." The gate then began to open automatically, emitting a brilliant, unending light. As soon as the gate opened, a white dragon appeared before his eyes, lying collapsed on the ground. "The Grace Dragon, Sylvester, welcomes you." Its voice continued to resonate. "I wish I could speak with you more, but there is not much time left." He approached it and asked, "Not much time left?" The dragon's eyes seemed to narrow. "Just as a rock turns to dust over time, my body and soul have grown old, and it is time for my eternal slumber." Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. To be so calm in the face of death, is it because they are a race that lives for 1,000 years? Sylvester's words continued. "The power I received from the previous master." At that moment, a blue object resembling a horn materialized. It slowly floated over to Rastro and came to a stop before his palm. "I will return it to the new master." Immediately after, the system chimed with a notification. "Grace Dragon's inheritance. Power from Sylvester, Horn of the Dragon God King." He accepted the item, unable to hide his astonishment. Is this the horn that holds the power of wind and fire within lightning? However, he found it puzzling. But why isn't it the horn of a forgotten king, but rather the horn of the Dragon God King? Is it because I've already spoken with the Dragon God King? At that moment, the Grace Dragon Sylvester suddenly lifted its head and let out a gentle laugh. "Young master, are you thinking of postponing the inheritance of power?" He replied. "Not yet." His hand clenched into a fist. "The horn's abilities have likely enhanced my understanding and magical energy so far." He reasoned that it would be more effective to achieve the 6th magic circle before using it. At this, the dragon, seemingly surrounded by a powerful aura, said, "To face such great power and remain so calm? This master was well worth waiting 1,000 years for. Young master, do as you wish." At that moment, a powerful gale forced him to cover his head as he shouted, "Wait, I still have something to ask." But the stream of energy swirled around him as the voice echoed in the void. "Even if my body and soul disappear, the mission given to me is not yet over. I will leave my power to the child who carries the blood of my kin." Hearing this, he was instantly stunned. "A child who carries the blood of my kin?" Immediately, the stream of energy shot out from its location and flew outside. The spiritual power streaked out of the city and into the forest, right in front of Ilo. She was slightly stunned and reached out her hand. "This is..." In an instant, the entire torrent of energy poured into her. The small house instantly lit up the entire area. Over here, Rastro had also returned. He couldn't help but let out a sigh and bow his head. He couldn't believe he had missed the clue he had worked so hard to find right when it was in front of him. Just then, a bright figure appeared ahead. She pulled down her hood and said, "Ilo of the Ash Tree Tribe." At that moment, he was startled, his eyes widening. "Lady Ilo, your head?" She now had 2 horns growing from her head, her body radiating a draconic aura. She knelt on one leg with deep reverence and said, "Greetings, Dragon Emperor." Suddenly, her body began to sway as she mumbled, "Dragon Emperor." In the next moment, Ilo collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, he cried out in alarm, "Lady Ilo!" Rastro had brought Ilo back to his room and was waiting. Could the descendant the Grace Dragon spoke of be Lady Yilo? He recalled the moment before the Grace Dragon disappeared. then looked at the young woman lying on the bed. It seems the dragon's power has not yet fully awakened. Then, her hand suddenly moved, and she let out a soft sound. Rastro immediately sat up, concerned. "Are you feeling more clear-headed?" Seeing him, she jolted upright, startled and blushing. Benefactor. He felt a sense of relief seeing her like this. She's not calling me Dragon Emperor anymore, so her consciousness must have returned. Suddenly, a system panel appeared before him. Second-generation dragon. The elf before you has begun to awaken as a second-generation dragon but is not yet aware of her own mission. The moment the elf realizes her own mission, she will have to decide for herself. He looked at the system panel, silently confused. What is this? Yilo, beside him, looked just as bewildered. He continued to worry. I wonder if she will be happy about this. If she awakens, she will be forced to obey me, the Dragon Emperor. She suddenly spoke up. But why am I in your lodging, benefactor? He gave a simplified answer. Because you collapsed in front of the door, so I hurried to bring you to my place. He felt that he didn't need to tell her everything just yet. Hearing that, she smiled, reassured. I'm so glad it was you who found me. She unconsciously reached up to scratch her head, thinking, I've never been like this before, then touched the new horn, muttering, could it be because of this horn? Elo's expression turned sad as she continued. Right before I passed out, I think a silver light flew towards me. It seems the legacy of the flow within me has awakened, a silver light. Then she stood up and told him, my companions will be worried, so I must be going now. Placing a hand over her heart, she said, until we meet again, my benefactor. Her words were full of sincerity. May the path ahead of you be filled with the blessings of the forest. At that moment, a radiant light of blessing seemed to emanate from him. The scene then shifts to the following day. Having found the trace of the flow, he thought it would take at least 20 days, but now he had more free time than expected. He immediately began to ponder. The opportunity right in front of me is that tablet with the two dwarves. I have to investigate it. Flames roared to life as the clang of a hammer on steel echoed through the forge. Vassal cheerfully inquired, Little one, what brings you to Lozen? I came because I have something I'd like to show you too. Hearing this, the dwarf guessed, You must be seeking an appraisal. The young man smiled and replied, Something like that. Could you two please take a look at this for me? He then produced a red crystal, leaving the two dwarves absolutely astonished. Miji smiled. Such pure mana, is it? He elaborated. This seems to be more than just a stone infused with mana. It's as if mana itself has condensed into the form of a stone. From what I've heard, this could only be a dragon's heart. Vassal was taken aback by this revelation. The heart of a worm? The dwarf beside him picked up the stone and added, But something is strange. The mana purity in the hearts of low-ranking worms is very high, while it's limited in high-ranking ones. Miji smiled. If it's all right with you, could you entrust this to us until you return? The other dwarf quickly chimed in. We swear we won't use it for any reckless purpose. Vassal thought to himself, I had a similar suspicion, but I see no reason to refuse. He then replied aloud. In that case, the two dwarves erupted in celebration, shouting, An excellent choice. We must consult the Great Worm Encyclopedia at once. Watching them, Vassal couldn't help but chuckle. They were just like mages excited to have secured research funding. He then headed to another location, where a voice called out, So you're the human Miggy mentioned. Welcome to the Great Library. Vassal introduced himself in kind. He proceeded inside to begin his search, discovering that the library was uniquely situated in the basement. The librarian led the way, explaining, Truly important knowledge must be preserved deep within the great earth. He handed over a card, saying, Normally this isn't allowed, but on the Meister's recommendation, I've granted you access to the third basement level. This is your entry pass. Speaking of Meisters, even among the dwarves, a race of numerous master craftsmen, they are hailed as the absolute best. At most, only one in several thousand earns that prestigious title. Realizing those two dwarves held such a high rank, Vassal was slightly taken aback and said, Thank you very much. He then entered the library proper. The vast space, though underground, was bathed in the gentle light of pale crystals. Vassal sat at a table, noting, It seems the theories here are quite different from those in the surface world. He then opened the books, becoming completely absorbed. He had 19 days left until his return to the Salt Tower. I'll use this time to break through the wall of the 6th magic circle. However, after some time, his mood sank. This isn't going to be easy at all. He was now meditating with his eyes closed, deep in concentration. At last, his time was up. As Vassal walked, he wondered, was breaking through the wall still too much for me? Just as he entered the forge, he was greeted by the two dwarves. Little one, you've returned, he replied. Yes, today is my departure date. I came to retrieve the item I entrusted to you and to say my farewells." The two looked at him, completely shocked. "What? Already?" The stout dwarf rushed over, pleading, "Can't you stay just a few more days? There's a wonderful hot spring nearby." Vassal gave them an awkward smile, sensing they hadn't fully figured out the magic stone. The old dwarf sighed. "Truthfully, we are very sorry we couldn't uncover anything particularly special." The other dwarf looked just as flustered. "Of course, that doesn't mean we found nothing at all." He held out the magic stone and continued. "According to our research," at this, they began their explanation. "This magic stone was not a natural occurrence. It was an artifact created by someone with a clear purpose." Vassal held the stone, asking, "What makes you think so?" They replied in unison. An alchemical reaction appeared, one just like this. The old dwarf produced a book, opening it to a specific page. "Please listen as you read. Based on the fundamental contents of this book, we've formed a hypothesis. This appears to be a type of magnum opus that has been diluted and created after having a certain part of it removed." Vassal studied the charts and figures in the book, his eyes drawn to a magic circle. Magnum opus, the great masterpiece of alchemy. He twirled the stone in his hand, realizing the two of them had judged the stone's value based on its current state. Miji stroked his beard and continued, "It would have been wonderful if we could have figured out what it was separated from, but this is as far as we got. We are truly sorry." Vassal smiled warmly. "Not at all. The help you've given me is more than enough." Looking at the two of them, he spoke with genuine gratitude. "Thank you both so much. Because of you, I've learned just how magnificent the underworld can be." The old dwarf crossed his arms and replied, "Feel free to visit us anytime you have the chance." The younger one gave a thumbs up, adding, "That's right, that's right." Vassal then stepped outside the cavern entrance, his mind racing. Considering the circumstances, there's a very high probability that the stone's core material is a dragon's heart. A portal gradually materialized before Vassal, a dragon's heart. If other mages heard this, they'd be absolutely stunned. Arriving before the gate, he paused and looked around. "Hasn't my eldest brother arrived yet?" Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "I'm here, youngest brother. It seems you arrived first." He turned and said, "Eldest brother, you're here." Instantly, Unsen appeared with a completely different look, skin like iron, muscles bulging. Vassal couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Eldest brother!" Unsen posed boastfully, "Been waiting long?" Vassal stared at Unsen's glistening skin and stammered, "More importantly, what is that you've smeared all over your body?" Unsen replied, "They say this oil is the secret to the dwarves' muscle development. When I get back, I'm going to reformulate it to be suitable for humans." He grinned proudly, "I'll make some for you too, youngest brother, so look forward to it." Hearing this, Vassal could only manage a strained smile. As they walked through the portal, Unsen asked, "Judging by that gloomy look, did your research not go well?" Vassal turned to him and explained, "It's not that. On the contrary, I achieved my goal." Unsen grunted, "If that's the case, then there's only one thing that could be causing the frustration I'm sensing from you." He directly voiced his brother's inner turmoil. "It's the wall of the sixth magic circle, isn't it?" Vassal froze for a moment. Rubbing his neck, he sighed. "It's just a bit frustrating to see the next stage right before my eyes but be unable to cross it." Unsen contemplated this, thinking, "There's a saying, 100 mages, 100 different enlightenments. Enlightenment is a sensitive issue. Even well-intentioned advice could become poison, making it an unwritten rule not to interfere carelessly. But, he thought, some theoretical advice should be fine." He then called out to his youngest brother. Unsen suddenly posed a question. "Did I ever tell you I can lift 1,500 times my own weight?" "This is the first I'm hearing of it," Vassal thought, confused by the sudden topic. Unsen continued, "It's not like I could lift that much from the start. I had to diligently train my arm muscles when I was still clumsy. After that, I just kept pushing, enduring the pressure of a waterfall. Then I moved on to endlessly lifting heavy weights. If you just keep trying, one day, you'll be able to do it." At that moment, his brother's words began to open up a new perspective in Zasso's mind. "I think it's just like magical enlightenment. If you work hard at it every single day, it will suddenly come to you in a single moment." Zasso looked up at him. "Suddenly come, in a single moment?" He stared at Unsen's back as he walked ahead. "That's right, let's not be too hasty. I myself have grown substantially in the past month." Just as Zasso was lost in thought, Unsen spoke up again. "Oh, the sun is setting." The light of the evening sun was now casting a brilliant glow across the horizon. "I feel it every time I see it, but the sunset over the Red Gorge is truly a magnificent sight." Zasso watched the light fade on the other side, where the boundary between heaven and earth collapsed in the twilight. He recalled the moments he had spent there, the things he had learned and experienced during that time. Furthermore, he thought of the wall he had built up, layer by layer, as if it were promising an even greater enlightenment that lay just beyond it. At that instant, he felt a spiritual energy welling up within his body. Here, it was as if Zaso had entered another plane of existence. The divine manifestation of the heart. Is this inside my own heart? Everything he had seen and learned over time was now being displayed before him with perfect clarity, undergoing a final refinement. He gazed towards the setting sun, and then, it was as if an unceasing flame ignited before his very eyes, mirrored in the crimson glow of dusk. Slowly, his hand reached out, as if to grasp it. In the next moment, his eyes began to radiate light as he raised his hand high. His gaze was now filled with sheer determination, as he felt the wellspring of power within him. Rathso's entire body erupted in flames, a sphere of raw energy forming in his palm. But just then, another hand unexpectedly seized his own. Unsen's voice cut through, chiding him. "Are you trying to set the whole ravine on fire?" Realizing Rathso had lost control, he swiftly cast a sleep hypnosis spell. As Rathso slumped, Unsen caught him, musing, "I may have talked about enlightenment, but I never expected it to happen so abruptly." A smile played on his lips. This was sure to cause an uproar at the academy. At that moment, a radiant layer of magic enveloped Rathso, heralding the birth of the youngest ever Sixth Circle mage. The scene shifts to the Salt Tower during broad daylight, with sunlight bathing the castle. Rathso sat on a chair, silently staring at his own hand. He recalled the moment he'd lost control, and a smile crept across his face as he clenched his fist. He had finally reached the Sixth Circle. He began to summon his magic circles, noticing how the mana, coursing through his veins, felt distinctly different from when he was a Fifth Circle mage. He then recalled the system notification he had received the golden mask for a second time, as a reward for achieving the Sixth Circle. He felt the mask in his hand. This one was white. Unlike the previous one that aided with attack calculations, this artifact granted immunity to debuffs, specializing in protection against curses. Rathso stored it away, knowing it would prove invaluable against the dark arts of those cult fanatics. Just then, Tower Master Dagea walked in cheerfully, exclaiming, "You're back, my youngest. So, how was the underworld?" The moment she laid eyes on him, she knew he had shattered his previous limits. He stood up, offering a sheepish grin. "My research in the outside world was quite fruitful." Dagea walked closer, marveling. "But you only mastered the Fifth Circle 6 months ago," she confessed. "It seems I've greatly underestimated your talent, my boy. I thought it would take you several more years, but this is truly brilliant." She quickly came closer, taking his hand with a proud smile. Her voice swelled with pride. "That's my disciple," he responded with equal enthusiasm. "I promise to work even harder from now on, master." A smug thought crossed Dagea. "My dear husband is going to be absolutely livid when he hears about this." Then, her tone shifted. "Well then, now." A genuine, wicked smile spread across her face as her body began to radiate a red aura. "Let's see what our brilliant young prodigy can do." They subsequently left the tower, finding a large, empty clearing. The night wind whipped around them. "This reminds me of that time exploring the ruins," Rathso mused. "Back when even a single giant was more than I could handle." She smirked. "Are you implying this time will be a walk in the park?" The Tower Master, a lollipop dangling from her lips, grinned wickedly. "If that's the case, perhaps I should ramp up the difficulty to match your new level?" Without another word, flames erupted and shot towards him, forcing Rathso to sigh. "That's not what I meant at all." He now found himself completely encircled by a wall of fire. Rathso looked up in disbelief, a staggering number of flames swirling around him. He estimated there must be several hundred. Her calm voice echoed, "It's a bit too early to be surprised, my boy." Instantly, the flames intensified as Orihi Aladidi transformed, raising her magic staff high. A colossal golem forged from rock and wreathed in roaring fire materialized before them. "Now that we're doing this, let's stop stalling and get straight to the main event." Rathso's hands quickly gathered another fire sphere, if that's how it's going to be. Seeing this, the Tower Master let out an impressed oh-ho. He was now channeling a massive ball of fire. "I suppose I have to meet my master's expectations." Witnessing the immense flame, the Tower Master grinned with excitement. "So, it's grand magic. I am your master, and this is my enlightenment." With that declaration, he unleashed the massive fireball forward. The two torrents of energy clashed like titanic beasts lunging at one another. A tremendous explosion rocked the area. A moment later, as the flames gradually subsided, the battlefield was left scarred and devastated. Looking at the fractured ground beneath his feet, he couldn't help but marvel. The destructive power is immense. In a real battle, this would have wiped out my own allies. I have to be more careful. "So that's how it is," she mused, covering her mouth with a smile. And what my youngest just showed me is still an incomplete spell. It still needs refinement. If he were to perfect it, the thought made her chuckle softly. If that's the case, watching the disciple I've nurtured grow will be truly fascinating. He stood opposite her, a look of complete confusion on his face. Later, back in his room, Rathso sat cross-legged on his bed, recalling his master's words. Speed, range, power, and its rarity as an original spell. It all meets the criteria. It qualifies for official registration as a new circle magic at the association. Now that he had his master's acknowledgement, the next step was clear. He took out the dragon horn and a red gemstone, thankful he had prepared them before his trip. First, he picked up the dragon horn to test it. Time blurred as the tower transitioned from dusk till dawn, and then from nightfall to the following morning. Then, without hesitation, Rathso plunged the horn directly into his own body. Let's give this a try. Again, time seemed to fast forward from sunset to sunrise, and from dusk to the next day's light. Finally, a system notification chimed. Absorbing wind purification, horn of the divine dragon king. At that moment, an unseen energy lifted his body, causing him to float just above the bed. The system's voice continued. Absorption of the divine dragon king's wind purification horn has reached its limit. Your mana has surpassed its threshold and is now enveloped in latent power. This hidden strength will awaken at a crucial moment, granting you immense power. Understanding of the high-level wind attribute will increase dramatically. He then rose to his feet, gradually drawing the swirling energies back into himself. Rathso's eyes snapped open. His comprehension had certainly increased, but his rank remained unchanged. Or has my own standard for understanding simply been raised that much, he wondered. His body felt a bit lighter, perhaps an effect of the wind attribute. He unexpectedly rose onto the balls of his feet and threw a light punch forward. He was astonished. The sheer power from such a casual strike. With his body enhanced by Overlord and Wizard body, could he now face off against second-tier Master Knights even without using magic? Just then, a voice called from outside his door. Senior Rathso, a meeting has been requested. His head immediately shot up with a cheerful expression. A meeting request right after my journey? It must be because of that. Shortly after, his visitor was escorted in. I heard that you visited the underworld this time. Rathso, now dressed impeccably in a white suit, smiled and replied, Yes, that is correct. The visitor smoothed their hair, adding, I was so curious about your travels that I may have been a bit rude in my haste to see you. He gave a slightly flustered smile. I can only tell you about the hundreds of caves, the cultures of that world, the weapons, and the dwarves. The visitor immediately exclaimed, Wait, that's exactly what I want to hear first. This caught Rathso completely off guard, his mouth hanging open in surprise. His guest then said pointedly, Sir Rathso. Simultaneously, the system pinged with a notification. Respond to the princess's desire. Princess Harkett Rathmos has been waiting for your answer for a very long time. It is now your turn to answer her. The reward is 2 intermediate-level true dragon magic stones and a pair of Eros rings. At that moment, the princess offered a stunning smile and asked, Did you happen to think of me at all during your journey? He immediately panicked internally. You've got to be kidding me. Another quest like this? She repeated her question. During your trip, did you ever think of me? A deep blush crept up his face as he covered his mouth. Princess, your jokes are going a bit too far. Princess Rathmos let out a light laugh and took a sip of her tea. Seeing your reaction puts my mind at ease. You always look so grim, so I just had to tease you a bit. Her tone then shifted slightly. But perhaps all my efforts up until now have been in vain. He looked at her, confused. Efforts? She continued with a gentle smile. Even if they were, I'm not the type of person to demand an answer right away. I'm simply hopeful. Her words made him recall how she had consistently sought him out ever since the last martial arts tournament. They had spent time together, but he had always pushed her away, citing his quest for revenge as an excuse. Suddenly, Rathso felt incredibly cowardly. He thought back to the system's quest notification, realizing a quest would naturally appear if there were no issues. The princess spoke again. Time really has flown by. She smiled. When I'm with you, I feel like time passes so quickly. Rathmos stood up and began to say, Although it's not easy, the answer I couldn't hear today. Before she could finish, he suddenly spoke up. I'm sorry, but, Princess, could you give me a little more time? He knelt down on one knee. I am, as you said, a very grim person. He then produced a pair of rings, continuing, So, this is the only way I know how to say this. Blushing furiously, he added, From now on, I will treat you well, Princess. Rathmos stood there, utterly stunned for a moment, before breaking into a joyous laugh. Really? You're a man who speaks with his fingers. But that's a little strange, isn't it? She reached her hand towards the ring box. Your words, so completely unadorned, feel sweeter to me than anything I've ever heard. I will also treat you as well as you've promised me." He looked up at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Rathmos slipped the ring onto her finger, her expression resolute. "I've made up my mind." They clasped hands, and she silently vowed to pursue him for the rest of her life for daring to make her wait. Some time passed. The sky was filled with fluttering flower petals and colorful fireworks. "Be careful over there. Do you have any idea how much that costs? Where's the pork that was delivered today? This is the princess's engagement ceremony. There absolutely cannot be any mistakes." A citizen riding an elephant passed through the crowd. "Look, the elephant procession. It's the delegation from Kyo." An elderly voice then cut through the noise. "All this fuss is warranted. We're here to celebrate a young man who has reached the 6th circle at the tender age of 20. The man who had just spoken was the great sorcerer Kasa of the Golden Sand, and beside him rode the crown prince Xiron of the Golden Sand. As they advanced on horseback, the prince mused, "Do you really believe it? I think it's just a ploy to strengthen their alliances against the Empire." "It's probably true," Kasa replied. "Otherwise, there'd be no reason to invite so many different nations." Their procession moved forward, a massive throng of people. However, whether the presence of this young man is valuable enough to warrant joining hands with a Delmian is another matter entirely. But the prince just smiled coldly. Why waste so much time talking about wanting to go? Enough idle chatter. Let's get this party started and see for ourselves what this Rathso is really like. Meanwhile, Rathso was sitting in a corner reading a book. He looked up, remarking, "This isn't just a normal engagement ceremony." He closed the book. "I heard that envoys from neighboring countries, even those that aren't allies, are also in attendance. It seems His Majesty doesn't intend for this engagement to be just a simple, happy festival." As he was getting dressed, someone remarked, "He probably intends to use this engagement to achieve some political goal." Valen chimed in, "It's an opportunity to display the power of the royal family, a stage to showcase the might of Endymion." Rathso contemplated this. A stage to showcase the might of Endymion, huh? With his hair slicked back, he looked remarkably more mature than usual. He was now Endymion's best card to play. He propped his head on his hand with a sigh. "In the end, my role has become far too important, hasn't it?" His companion offered a word of comfort. "You'll do just fine." At that moment, the herald's voice boomed. "Princess Harket Rathmos enters, followed by, and now, the groom, Count Rathso Edmund, may enter." The grand doors slowly swung open, flooding the hall with light as the groom made his entrance. The surrounding guests gasped upon seeing his face. Is he really someone with the power of a tower master? No matter how I look at him, I just don't see that kind of incredible magic. Rathso strode forward with confidence, completely ignoring the murmurs rippling through the crowd. The foreign prince spoke again. "Well, we can just confirm it, can't we? What's the point of whispering behind his back?" His subordinate looked confused. "Confirm it? How?" The prince simply extended his hand. "Like this." Instantly, thousands of slithering black snakes surged towards where Rathso stood. "I don't know how I'll handle this, but," he thought, "good thing I already prepared a formation." He then activated his flames, instantly incinerating the swarm of snakes. The onlookers were stunned into silence as they witnessed his power. Projection circles. 1, 2, 3, 6. "It's really the 6th circle." Rathso smiled, pointing a finger to the sky. "The more spectacular the festival, the more beautiful it is, right?" In the next moment, a brilliant light shot upwards into the heavens. The prince who had launched the attack could only stare in awe. The burst of light exploded into a dazzling display of fireworks. To conceal his magic to this degree, he's even more than the rumors claimed. Rathso smiled, extending his hand to Princess Rathmos. "Shall we, Harket?" The scene then cuts to a different forest, where a plot is being discussed. The Edmund royal family and her disciple will be burned to death at the engagement party. A figure, completely cloaked, stood in the distance. In essence, a tower master-level individual has now become a member of the royal family. Just then, a monster lunged at the cloaked figure. An unseen companion asked, "What was that sound just now?" The figure turned back dismissively. "It's nothing significant, just a few rats baring their teeth." He continued, "In any case, this should be celebrated. With someone of his caliber joining the royal family, they will surely become much more stable." He recalled Princess Rathmos's father, wondering how the excavation in the Great Forest was progressing. The other party replied, "Honestly, I think it's going to take several more years. Even then, there's no guarantee we'll recover any intact stones. Are we even sure of their properties?" The masked figure then explained, "These are the sealing stones of Titanos, from when the giant race vied for dominance over this continent." At that moment, a blue magic stone appeared. Even recovering a few of these would be enough to bind an 8th circle mage. The other man crossed his arms, annoyed. The problem is that even the slightest touch on Titanos' seal will cause the magical beasts of the great forest to go on a screaming rampage. The cloaked figure replied calmly, "Those are cries of joy. They are meant to attract attention. If Endymion's forces are weakened, it might just hasten the awakening." The first man smirked. "To rejoice at the news that the people of your own country are about to die. That's no different from being a tyrant." Naturally. He then thought back to the plan. Her disciple who's going to be burned to death is also Cloud Hair. His growth rate is abnormally fast. Could he be the world's savior? The one from the erased records? The tale of the hero Cloud Hair, who came from another world and joined forces with dragons to stop the giant race, was one of his greatest deeds. It is a story that must absolutely never be passed on to future generations. He recalled Rathzo's appearance at that moment. Thinking back, her disciple who is set to be burned is also Cloud Hair. That abnormally fast growth. Could it be that he inherited the bloodline of the world's savior? Whispers and murmurs. "Congratulations, Count Edmund. I come from the south." Meanwhile, the couple continued to smile happily, completely oblivious to the danger creeping ever closer. The shadowy figure smirked ominously. "Even so, we can't be sure. I suppose we'll just have to raise the threat level." In a grand and majestic hall, figures dressed as noble heirs stood around one man, whispering amongst themselves. "Congratulations, Count Damon. I've come from the south. I'm student Quaterhue. The territory where the Count studied is our own. I represent the Nays Union." Vassal could only offer a weak smile at their words, thinking to himself that these local lords, nobles, and even royals had been stuck to him for 3 entire days, as if they had no other choice. Suddenly, a voice from behind caused him to turn his head. Count Vassal Damon. A formally dressed man appeared, placing an arm across his chest in a polite gesture of introduction. He maintained a cheerful smile and shook the man's hand, to which Ciron responded in kind. "As the Prince of the Golden Sand Hill, I intend to propose an alliance on the Endymion side." With another smile, Vassal calmly asked, "So, are you satisfied with my reaction?" The prince's smile faltered slightly as he thought to himself. Normally, someone would be furious at being tested, but was this a good thing, or a huge mistake? Ciron then began again. "As the Prince of the Golden Sand Hill, I look forward to our future cooperation," Vassal said. "As do I." The scene shifts to a castle, establishing that the Golden Sand Hill is one of the wealthiest nations on the entire continent. Below, a vase overflows with gold and precious jewels. An alliance would be a tremendous help in the war against the Empire. The prince, with his hands on his hips, sighed and said to Vassal, "More than an alliance between nations, I'm more inclined to invest in you personally, Count Damon. I'm better at investing than I am at politics, you see. That's why you absolutely must reach the 8th circle of magic." Despite his increasingly strained expression, Vassal thought, what kind of prince acts more like a merchant? Still, he extended his hand to shake. "I look forward to our future cooperation." "As do I," Vaison replied. The scene changes, and a weary sigh is heard. "Ugh, it's finally over." He sprawled across the bed, groaning. "That was a truly long 3 days." A voice replied, "Of course you're exhausted." Harkett opened the door and entered, offering a warm and consoling smile. "It's because you're still not used to this." Seeing her, Vassal exclaimed, "Harkett!" He grabbed a stack of papers and rushed towards her, bewildered. "What is all of this?" She calmly replied that it was official paperwork, explaining that many things had piled up because of the engagement ceremonies. Harkett sat down in a chair and continued, "I was going to go to the office to handle it, but..." A vision of a room filled with flowers appeared as she rested her chin on her hand. "I wanted to see my fiancé." Hearing this, Vassal stood beside her, shyly casting his eyes downward. "You're teasing me again, aren't you?" Suddenly, he found a sheet of paper with a red seal on it. "What's this?" Harkett turned her head and said with a small smile, "Ah, that one is for you." He opened it to find it filled with dense script, an application for a research expedition. Seeing that he was reading it, she slowly began to explain. "I saw that you wanted to travel everywhere, but you kept hesitating as if you couldn't, so I registered on your behalf." When Vassal didn't reply immediately, Harkett asked, "Did I do something useless?" He immediately broke into a wide smile and replied, "Not at all." He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her in a grateful embrace. "Thank you for being so thoughtful." A light blush appeared on her cheeks as she murmured, "It's natural for you to be happy, but this scent is beyond what I imagined." Lightly tousling his hair with her fingers, she continued, "Anyway, now that the engagement ceremony is over, the exhaustion is finally starting to hit." Harkett then turned and pulled his face close to hers. "I think we should turn off the lights." His pupils dilated slightly, his cheeks still flushed from her words, as Harkett pressed on. "What do you think?" "I'm thinking the same thing you are." And just like that, they were in bed together, with her straddling him. The silhouette of their passionate kiss was projected onto the wall. The scene shifts to the Neist National Alliance, where a voice complains, Agu is really only like this because they have nothing. Then it cuts to a freelancer's office, where a man stands with his hands on a desk, shouting angrily, "Don't just tell me there's no one. Isn't this the biggest office in Nistau? If you can't find someone here, where else can I look?" Just then, a figure completely shrouded in black cloth pushed the door open, overhearing their conversation. "We have a few third circle mages, but you know you need to reach the fourth circle to be able to repel a pirate ship." The client appeared to be a middle-aged man, a freelancer with no factional allegiance. Suddenly, a notice caught the cloaked figure's eye, causing him to exclaim inwardly, "A fourth circle mage." The client was a middle-aged man, a lone freelancer who knew he couldn't possibly fend off the pirate ships by himself. He was a middle-aged man, a freelancer who couldn't repel the pirate ships. He was a middle-aged man, a freelancer. A middle-aged man, a freelancer. A middle-aged man, a freelancer. Is this just any drink? This is beer, chilled to perfection with summoning magic. The man reluctantly raised the glass to his lips. "Fine, I'll drink it. I'm drinking it now." Now it was Rittman's turn. Kak spoke up again, using magic to levitate a mug of beer right in front of him. "Rittman, you too." He tempted him further. "It's delicious, cold beer." Rittman reached out and grasped the handle of the mug. Seeing this, Kak let out a hearty laugh of approval. "Haha, that's how a real man does it." As Rittman drank, he looked towards the other two, thinking, "Aiden Own. I never expected to meet that man here. He's a figure who will leave a huge mark on the academic world, successfully researching an additive that increases the efficiency of resurrection potions by over 20%. In his past life, he received support from Grand Duke Bismuth, so he could only transfer his results there." Rittman then said cheerfully, "Mr. Aiden, let's have a toast." "Ah, yes." He then asked, "But Kak, I can feel a flow of mana from your bracelet, so is that an artifact?" The man's expression changed slightly. Kak took a gulp of beer, his voice a bit flustered as he replied, "Ah, this thing? That's right. It helps to clear the mind." He grinned and continued, "All right, now that we're all refreshed, let's have a little wager today." Aiden began to tremble slightly when suddenly a panicked voice cried out, "It's pirates! The pirates have appeared!" At that moment, Rittman's eyes looked exactly like Vassal's. Pirate ships were converging on them from multiple directions. 5 ships were approaching. The blond, blue-eyed man ran out from the cabin, shouting, "All mages, assemble immediately." Kak's smile was utterly wicked. "What good will that do when you've been plied with spiked drinks?" he sneered. "You fools, you drank it without having any idea it was drugged." The man watched them collapse to the ground and screamed, "Aiden! Rittman!" His face a mask of horror. The blond, blue-eyed man said in disbelief, "Don't tell me you're in league with the pirates?" Kak just smirked in response. As he started to curse them out, he was startled and whipped his head around. "Who is the madman?" It was Rittman. "If you don't want to die, steer towards the pirate ship right now." Suddenly, the ring on Rittman's hand emitted a strange blue light. "Do that, and I'll spare your life." While the man was still boasting, the sky had turned pitch black, crackling with lightning. It unleashed massive bolts down onto the water, causing the pirate ships to be tossed violently on the sea. As Kak was cursing, he was startled and turned, asking, "Who is this lunatic?" Rittman was now on his feet. "Oh, my apologies." Lightning crackled all around his hands. "Did I surprise you?" Kak's jaw dropped as he asked, "How can you possibly wield that kind of magic?" Rittman just shrugged with a small smile. He watched as Rittman's hands wove a spell, creating an attack formation, and his voice rang out again. "Ah, an artifact. So you're using an artifact." His eyes widened as he glanced down, thinking, "This magic is far too powerful for someone pretending to be a fourth circle mage. For now, I'll have to use the artifact as an excuse." He then said aloud, "All right, you're right." Hearing this, the man cried out, his face a mask of pure terror, horrified by the artifact's power. It seemed Kak's fear reached its peak when he said, "This too is the power of the artifact." The man stammered, I understand." Rittman calmly took a sip of his drink and replied. Then he explained, "An artifact is something that has a feature of leaking and emitting smoke." The blond, blue-eyed man gasped in disbelief. "So, when I saw the artifact he was wearing, I already knew." Rittman calmly took another sip and continued his explanation. "An artifact is something that has the feature of leaking the wearer's mana, which is probably why it glows." The pirate ships were now a complete mess, the large vessels reduced to nothing but splintered wreckage floating on the surface of the sea. The client then replayed the scene in his mind. The pirates attacking, grappling hooks flying towards their ship, the sky a menacing gray, their vessel surrounded like a tasty piece of prey. The blond, blue-eyed man's face darkened as he thought grimly. Even if Rittman is a fourth circle mage, there are far too many pirates. We have no choice but to pay the passage fee. Suddenly, Rittman spoke up. Chief Navigator. He continued, I'll be gone for a moment. So Aiden, I'm leaving things to you. The other man's jaw dropped in surprise as he asked, Yes, but where are you going? An image of Rittman standing amidst a sea of fire appeared, as he said with a bright smile, I'm going to feed the fish. He then kicked off the air itself, launching himself from the ship. His face filled with courage, he shouted, Let's end this quickly. Then, he unleashed a technique that bathed the entire scene in a brilliant crimson light. The pirate ships were now nothing but a chaotic mess. Large chunks of the vessels reduced to debris floating aimlessly on the sea. The scene changes. Aiden groans as he wakes up. Ugh. A voice asks, Are you feeling more clear-headed? Aiden quickly sat bolt upright, anxiously asking, Mr. Rittman, what happened to the pirates? He clutched his chest, exhausted. Rittman's calm voice continued. More important than that, I think you should get some more rest. I've already circulated warmth through your mana stream to purge the drug's energy. Having sat up too quickly, he fell back onto the bed in pain, saying, I'm sorry. I should have been more careful, but before he could finish, the other man replied, It's fine. More importantly, Rittman held up a scroll, asking, This research document, did you write this, Aiden? Seeing it, Aiden replied with a hint of annoyance, That's my research. Why do you have it, mister? Rittman, the man continued, I picked up what you dropped while we were on the move. It's research on an additive to increase the efficiency of resurrection potions. Rittman stood up as he spoke. He quickly replied, Of course, that's why I brought it up. I'd like to help a little with your research, Aiden, he said, gesturing towards the bed. Aiden replied, If you're offering support, I'm very grateful, but, he said, his voice laced with frustration and difficulty, you've seen it, so you'll know. To properly document the materials, I don't need hundreds, but thousands of resurrection potions. Because of that, the research costs. Suddenly, the man cut him off, stating as if it were obvious, You don't need to worry about the money. Rittman handed over a wooden card with an inscription, and continued, If you show this to the Salt Tower, you can receive all the support you need, but my current appearance. Rittman cut him off with a sly grin and said, I have my reasons for being. Aiden's eyes sparkled with realization. He gasped, An affiliate of the Salt Tower. Mage Jasso Reimu. Aiden was so shocked his hair practically stood on end. Oh, my goodness. I'm meeting the famous Jasso Nim? But your current appearance. Rittman interrupted him with a mischievous smile. I am currently in disguise for a reason. Aiden nodded in understanding. I see. Then Aiden grew quiet, his hands clasped together. After a moment, he spoke. Until now, you are the first person to recognize the value of my research. He turned, his face bright with excitement and joy. I am Aiden Own. I will place my unconditional trust in your words, Jasonim. His declaration was made against the backdrop of the setting Sunday. The sky had returned to a clear, tranquil blue. Rittman stood at the bow of the ship, holding a piece of parchment, his gaze fixed on a distant island. He thought to himself, It's the place where the river of fire flows over the river of ice. As his thought concluded, the ship docked at a pier. It turned out the parchment was a map, with a red line marking a path to a treasure chest. There was definitely a dot on this map before. The dot vanished and was replaced by a line of text. He looked on in surprise, thinking, was the parchment's initial purpose just to guide me to this place? Now that I've reached Korean Island, it must be giving me new instructions. The phrase, the place where the river of fire flows over the river of ice, echoed in his mind as the ship came to a stop at the pier of a quaint, ancient town. An announcement echoed out, I will now be dropping the anchor. The moment he stepped off, he quickly expressed his thanks to the two men. Because of you, we've arrived safely. On behalf of my superiors, I thank you. Aiden, looking a bit flustered, raised his hands in protest. It wasn't me at all. That was all Mr. Rittman. The man beside him glanced over, thinking with a smirk, what a terrible liar. Suddenly, a pouch of gold was presented to him with the words, This is the payment I promised. I've even added more than what was in the contract. Rittman accepted it and extended his other hand to shake the blond, blue-eyed man's. Thank you, and I wish you luck on all your journeys. The young man's expression soured as he thought, what a shame. I wanted to stay and learn more from them. But, all at once, someone called his name, causing Aiden to jump in surprise and whip around to ask, Mr. Ritso? By now, Rittman had reverted to his true form. He pulled a black hood over his head and turned to leave, saying, See you next time at the Salt Spire. Aiden quickly replied, Yes, sir. As he walked the village path, he was surrounded by beastmen. a land where humans were a rare sight. It seemed the beast folk were gossiping about him, but he paid them no mind, thinking to himself, do I have to go deeper inland to meet the truly ferocious beastkin? Abruptly, something yellow zipping across the rooftops caught his attention. Wait a minute, is that an apekin? It appeared to be a monkey dressed like a human, and he watched, impressed. He's incredibly fast. As he turned away, the monkey perched high above had already spotted him, a golden bell chiming softly. To gather information in a foreign land, he knew there was no better place than a tavern. As Rittman stepped through the door, a server greeted him. Welcome in. Are you dining alone, sir? He approached the bar, placed a coin on the counter, and made a bold request. I'll have a beer so cold it's got a thin layer of ice on it. The goat-like waitress's eyes went wide in disbelief as she asked back, Good heavens, isn't that a bit much for just one mug of beer? He simply smiled and replied, The change left over from that coin is your payment for answering my questions. Hearing this, her face lit up instantly. What is it you're curious about? The server placed a large tankard on the bar, and at the same time, he voiced his query. I was wondering if there's a river of fire flowing on this island. She was a bit surprised, but answered nonetheless. A river of fire? If you're talking about lava, there are a few places like that nearby. Vassal raised the mug, his eyes filled with curiosity as he pressed further. There are multiple places? He glanced around the tavern, then sighed as he stepped outside, thinking, looks like this is going to require a lot of running around. But they haven't erupted for hundreds of years, so there's no need to worry, she had continued. He then asked, I see. But what about a place where a river of fire flows over a glacial river? Hearing this, the server froze in place. She then bowed her head and answered earnestly, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you're asking. Vassal waved his hand dismissively. No, it's fine. After stepping out of the tavern with a sigh, he thought, this is definitely going to take some serious legwork. Vassal gazed at the vast landscape before him and laid out his plan. All right, let's head for the heart of the island first, shall we? The scene shifts to a forest, where he was now wandering all alone. Vassal looked ahead, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, a furry foot stepped into view from behind him, accompanied by a voice. Excuse me, sir, do you need a guide? This made him turn around in curiosity. It was the very same monkey from before, now sporting a sly grin that revealed a rather cute bucktooth. Holding up 2 fingers, he made his pitch. 2 silver coins for 1 hour. I guarantee you will have no regrets. Vassal's eyes narrowed with irritation. These guys? Aren't they being a little too obvious? Abruptly, glowing red eyes began to appear in the surrounding shadows, all focused on him. As sunlight streamed through the canopy, creating a picturesque forest scene, the little monkey's voice rang out. Among all the people living on the coast, no tribe is as well connected as our apekin. He trotted ahead of Vassal, chattering on. Doesn't that just mean we know this entire area better than anyone else? Vassal played along with a sarcastic tone. Oh, very reliable. But where exactly are you taking me? The little monkey suddenly froze. Turning around, he clasped his hands together and laughed nervously. Heh. Well, that's wherever you wish to go, Vassal retorted. That's strange. I don't recall ever telling you my destination. The little monkey's foot began to tremble. That's quite a performance, but even 1 silver coin seems like too much for a guide. More red eyes appeared in the gloom. The monkey, a bit shocked, stammered. Huh? When did you know? An image of the ambush flashed in Vassal's mind. From the very beginning. The monkey was floored. What? Then why? Its teeth clenched in frustration. Because I need some servants, Vassal cut in. This might sting a little. Then, a massive blast of blue light erupted. The creatures that had been stalking him were now lying scattered on the ground, with the utterly terrified monkey in their midst. No, I can't believe it. He wiped them out completely? Rizzo's voice cut through the monkey's terror, causing it to whip its head around. You all must be quite tired, right? The powerful magic was still crackling in his hand. He continued. There's something I'm a little curious about. He aimed his magic-infused hand at the monkey, his face a mask of pure menace as he inquired, You're going to answer me obediently, aren't you? This threat made the creature whimper in absolute fear. Oh my. Back in the now peaceful clearing, a question was asked. Is this the place where the lava flows? Rizzo slowly clarified. That's right. To be precise, it's the place where a river of fire flows over a glacial river. The monkey and his crew, kneeling before him, replied, I'm sorry, but I've never heard of a place like that. Vassal pointed a finger at him, questioning. You said you knew Kurin better than anyone. Was that a lie? The creature shook its head frantically. Of course not. A place like that really doesn't exist on the outskirts of the island. The little monkey then bowed his head low and confessed. The truth is, I have no idea what's in the island's interior. Vassal turned away, placing his hands on his hips as he scanned the forest and said, "If that's the case, then I suppose I'll just have to go deeper into the island." It quickly spoke up. "Wait, are you serious?" Ritso turned back towards the monkey, raising an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" It looked up at him, its eyes wide. "I know you're incredibly strong, but—" An image of 3 terrifying beastmen flashed in its mind. The ones in the interior are on a whole other level. They're incredibly hostile. If they find out an outsider has set foot there, they'll attack instantly. Night had fallen, and he sat by a campfire, deep in thought. I was sure I heard the information was correct. But, suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the trees. "Are you the outlander who's been causing a stir on this island?" 3 buffalo-like beastmen advanced from the darkness. He's smaller than I imagined. Seeing them, Vassal thought, well, that was faster than I expected. The 3 hulking beasts, their eyes, a stark white, stood together radiating a murderous aura. Is this the instinct of beastkin who only pursue power? His expression tensing, Ritso asked, "Did you come here to test my strength?" The leader replied, "So you know why we've come. Apologies, but this is our nature." The buffalo with the golden ring eagerly stepped forward, cracking his knuckles together and shouting, "All right then, if you're ready, let's go." Vassal grinned. "Let's begin," as one hand began to swirl with power. The golden-ringed buffalo charged, taunting. "Such a feisty attitude, huh? Let's see if you have the strength to back it up." As Vassal channeled green light into his palm, he thought, "A careless spell won't stop that attack. I have to condense my mana to the absolute maximum." He then thrust his hand forward, unleashing the shockwave at his opponent. The charging buffalo remained supremely confident. "Not bad, but when it comes to strength, I don't lose to anyone in Ryukyu." He raised his hands to block the shockwave, thinking, "Magic of this level is nothing against my power." But his feet were pushed back across the dirt, and he threw his head back and roared, "Grah!" Ritso's attack sent him flying into the distance, where he crashed hard into something. The 2 remaining buffalo men were completely stunned. He sent the chief flying with a single hit. This human mage, he's unbelievably strong. Vassal then approached the other 2. "This time, you'll fight me." The beastman immediately refused. "Nope, I'm out of here, haha." Just then, the voice of their leader, who was already getting up, boomed. "You're being too loud. Both of you, back off." His eyes were now glowing a furious red. He is not an opponent you can handle. Seeing this, Ritso thought to himself, "He didn't take any damage? The force of my attack should have been strong enough to break bones." As he and the golden-ringed buffalo stood facing each other, Vassal was still analyzing him, so his body is optimized for combat. If he could also handle magic, he'd be a superhuman. No, he'd probably be even more than that. Vassal offered a slightly tense smile and asked, "Do you want to keep fighting?" The beast sighed and replied, "Of course." He then continued with a surprisingly gloomy face, "I'd like to, but it seems my entire body is aching. I can't fight anymore." Ritso was a little surprised to hear that. The 2 then shook hands, and the chief even offered a compliment. "I lost." "You are very strong." The golden-ringed buffalo then struck up a conversation. "But what business do you have in the interior of the island?" "From what I know, humans usually only stick to the outskirts for trade," Wrath explained. "I'm looking for the place where the river of fire flows, rising above the glacial waters. Do you know of it?" The man crossed his arms, musing, "A place like that? In my 80 years of life, this is the first I've ever heard of it." Wrath was a bit disappointed. Is that so? He thought to himself that it was never going to be this easy. Things had gone far too smoothly in the underworld. The man with the gold collar then offered a suggestion. "Perhaps if you go to the new land, you might find a clue." Hearing this, Wrath's eyes widened in surprise. "The new land? What's that?" An image of an erupting volcano appeared as the man explained. "The new land is a sacred territory where the gods reside. I cannot enter, for I am not fated to, but right now, I believe it's the only place that could match your description." Wrath pictured a beastman with wings sprouting from his back, then fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, the records did state that the first Beast King, Fenrir, was a half-breed. He recalled his time in the underworld. He had already found evidence at the altar there, which made this expedition worth the risk. Wrath's gaze seemed distant as he asked, "Where is it, this new land?" The scene then cuts to another location, where a massive explosion rocks the entire forest. A giant turtle lies defeated on the ground, while Wrath stands behind it, panting heavily. "Whew, is this already the 17th battle I've fought today?" Suddenly, Wrath recalled the solemn expression and words of the gold-collared man. To enter the new land, he needed to be acknowledged by the Grand Shamans or the Grand Elders, and that acknowledgement, of course, meant proving his strength. He thought to himself, I've been at this for half a month just based on his words. But surely, it's about time I got a bite, right? A voice suddenly emerged from a creature with sharp fangs. Are you the human from the other lands, the one from the rumors? Wrath flinched slightly, finding himself surrounded by a pack of beastmen. A black panther, showing no hostility, said, "Come with me, someone is looking for you." Wrath thought, is this a sign from the Grand Shaman? He then voiced his question, who is it? A Grand Shaman or a Grand Elder? It is Lord Muya. The answer stunned Wrath. Muya, the Beast King? Wrath clenched his fist, picturing the Beast King in his mind. He had anticipated being contacted by a Grand Shaman or a Grand Elder, but he never imagined the Beast King herself would seek him out. This was a much bigger fish than he could have ever hoped to catch. The scene shifts to a hazy, almost surreal setting, filled with the sound of hushed whispers. I'm sure you've all heard the stories about the outsider who's been stirring up trouble on the island lately, haven't you? Yes, my Beast King. We've heard that the gatekeeper general of the White Roach tribe and the chief of the White Lion tribe have both been defeated. A white-haired figure grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and remarked, even those on the verge of becoming Grand Shamans were taken down? I'm quite curious to meet this person. A golden leopard beastman looked up and declared, my leopard tribe will drag him here and make him kneel before you. The Beast King intervened. No, there's no need for that. Just bring him to me gently. The leopard was taken aback. You mean, that boy? That's right. I mean, you should escort him here as a guest of the Beast King. The golden leopard crossed his arms, observing the black panther and Wrath, thinking to himself that this human didn't seem as special as the rumors claimed. Clearly, all those who were defeated were just caught off guard. Why would Her Majesty treat this guy like a guest? What is the Beast King planning? He grimaced, snapping himself out of it. Stop it. He is the Beast King's guest. Suddenly, the Black Panther turned towards him, his face terrifyingly stern, and warned, if your battle instincts are pointlessly flaring up, I suggest you don't get involved. That way, I won't have to punish you for it. Wrath stood amidst a group of leopards as the Black Panther muttered, no matter how much I crave a fight, I'm not so depraved as to lay a hand on the Beast King's guest. He then let out a sigh. That's a relief to hear. Exactly. As long as we don't fight, everything's fine, right? The golden leopard leaned in towards Wrath. Hey buddy. Wrath turned, confused. While the Black Panther was visibly annoyed, he continued, we're in a bit of a hurry, so we need to pick up the pace. Think you can handle it? Wrath cheerfully replied, I'll give it a shot. He then added, all right, a little trickery should do. The leopard then yelled, then try to keep up, and shot off, creating a powerful shockwave as he launched himself from the ground. He zipped from place to place with incredible speed, thinking smugly, this human kid, I've got to show him the real difference in our standards. Suddenly, Wrath's head popped up right beside the leopard, who was mid-sprint. Wrath fell back slightly and exclaimed, wow, you're fast, which made the golden leopard whip his head around in shock, thinking, no way. How is he keeping up with my maximum speed? Meanwhile, Wrath was beaming. If you're holding back for my sake, you don't have to. He then narrowed his eyes and added, I'm still just warming up. An overhead shot of the forest plays as the leopard's voice echoes, you're not half bad. A human who can keep up with me so casually? Down below, Wrath is seen running neck and neck with the other leopards. When they finally stop, every single one of them is panting for breath. While Wrath remains perfectly composed, the golden leopard then spoke up to ask a question. Among all humans, are you the fastest runner? Wrath answered slowly. Let me see. In my kingdom alone, there are probably about 13 others who can match this pace. He smiled brightly and continued. And if we're talking about the entire continent, that number is closer to 100. The leopard was in absolute shock. You can't be serious. There are that many? Suddenly, Wrath's gaze turned serious. A city of this scale exists deep within the forest? An aerial shot revealed beautiful homes constructed mostly from plant life. Wrath was in awe. So this is truly the capital of the Beastmen. A voice announced, this is the dwelling of the Beast King. They all proceeded into what looked like a tent, only it was absolutely massive. Wrath's face was a mask of astonishment. This is, continuing his train of thought, these individuals have power equivalent to at least a fourth circle mage. Are these the Grand Shamans of Rukyu? Wrath saw bizarre figures with glowing red eyes. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek as he lost some of his composure, thinking, the density of this killing intent is staggering. It feels like I'm wading through a swamp. Suddenly, crimson flames swirled around him, and Wrath cracked a triumphant smile. As expected, I've surpassed the sixth circle. A boar-like beastman, witnessing this, was utterly astonished and exclaimed, good heavens! His feet shifted nervously, making a sound, as he asked, is he dispelling the killing intent radiating from the Grand Master of the White Sun? Suddenly, a figure appeared, causing a stir among the crowd. You fools! I told you not to cause a ruckus. The Beast King had arrived. She laughed heartily and said, A pleasure to meet you, little human. I am the Beast King, Muya. Wrath stared, slightly surprised, thinking, So this is the Beast King. Her power level is astounding. She could even rival my master. But I never expected the Beast King to be a woman. Seeing him just staring, Muya grew a little irritated and snapped, What are you looking at? Wrath crossed one arm over his chest and bowed his head respectfully. I am a mage from the Spire of Yama and the Count of Endymion. Wrath Doyleman greets the King of the Beastmen. I am not well versed in the customs of your people, so I ask for your pardon. Muya turned her head to the side with a slight smile and replied, Ahem, it's all right. There's no need for such stuffy formalities. Hearing this, Wrath relaxed a bit, thinking, I see, so she actually appreciates it. So, tell me, human, what business brings you from a faraway continent to our land of Kurin? Wrath once again placed a hand on his chest, his gaze sincere. The place where a river of fire flows, rising above the glacial waters. That is what I seek. Suddenly, a strange murmur erupted from the crowd behind Wrath. These people, they clearly know of the place, Wrath thought. He continued aloud, I believe it exists in what you all call the New Land. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark figures with glowing red eyes erupted in protest. How sacrilegious and rude. How dare an outsider speak the name of our holy ground? A powerful voice cut through the noise. Silence. I understand the spirit guardians are alarmed, but it was the Beast King, and she was furious. Can you not see that I am speaking right now? The spirit guardians settled down somewhat. Muya then turned back to Wrath. There is indeed such a place within the New Land, as you say, but why do you wish to go there? Wrath simply replied, I have my own ambitions. The Beast King propped her chin on her hand. You sorcerers of the continent certainly have a— Hearing this, Wrath smiled faintly, relieved. Thankfully, she didn't reject me outright. This might be resolved smoothly after all, he thought. Muya's voice rang out again. But how would we do this? She continued. As you can see from the spirit guardian's reaction, there has never been a precedent for such a thing. At her words, the others grew agitated again, shouting in agreement. The New Land is the land where our ancestors reside. An outsider who is not even a consecrated warrior wants to enter? Absolutely not. The Beast King, now fuming, slammed her fist on the table and roared, Silence! Can't you see I am trying to deliberate? Wrath's voice cut in. The New Land. Is there no precedent for an outsider to enter? Or is there a rule that explicitly forbids it? He asked with a serious tone. Muya thought to herself, I didn't expect him to grasp the heart of the matter so precisely. His insight and power are— He could be a great asset for the future development of the Beastman tribe, she mused. Thinking this, her mood brightened and she urged him, Go on, please continue. Wrath's voice rang out once more. A moment ago, one of the elders stated that only a consecrated warrior may enter the New Land. Doesn't that statement imply that even an outsider could enter the New Land, provided they are recognized as a warrior? The boar man smirked upon hearing Wrath's logic. The spirit guardians began to whisper amongst themselves, The trial of the warrior? An outsider wants to challenge the trial of the warrior? At this, the Beast King threw her head back and laughed. Human boy, are you proposing to challenge the trial of the warrior? Wrath clenched his fist and replied, If that is the only legitimate path into the New Land, then. He placed a hand over his chest with unwavering resolve. Then absolutely. The scene shifts. The sky above is clear and blue, but the canyon below is bizarre and menacing. A voice explains, The rules of the trial are simple. Survive for 10 days in this ravine. No provisions will be given. You must find everything you need to survive on your own. Wrath tilted his head to the side, thinking, So, they'll be assessing my overall strength, mental fortitude, and survival skills. He also noted that a strange energy was flowing through the ravine. He stood on a small ledge with the Beast King and a few other beastmen, gazing down into a dark chasm from which red flames erupted. Wrath continued his thoughts. Even just from the wind, I can feel an unnatural, sinister aura. I'll have to be careful not to let it distract me. Muya stood with her arms crossed, her expression stern. It is time for you to enter the ravine. An official announcement rang out. From this moment, the trial of the warrior begins. Wrath immediately leaped from the stone ledge. He landed with a heavy thud, his eyes scanning the surroundings. This sinister aura is even more intense than I anticipated. This was the very ravine where the corpse of the great serpent, slain by the first Beast King, Fenrir, had been cast. Suddenly, countless snakes appeared around him, their hoods flaring as they prepared to strike. One of them lunged, its mouth wide open. Wrath shouted, Pepper! His familiar materialized, opening its maw to unleash a massive plumes of crimson smoke billowed up from the bottom of the ravine. Up above, the beastmen whispered amongst themselves about Wrath. It's already the final day, and his spiritual energy is still that potent? His combat prowess is incredible too. That magical flame of his hasn't died down in 5 days. Down below, Wrath stood within a protective circle of fire, surrounded by snakes bearing their fangs. The whispers continued. And he faced 20 grand shamans without suffering a single wound? A sudden shockwave erupted, forcing Wrath to shield his face. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "This just won't do." It was Muya, licking her lips with a ravenous look in her eyes. How could I possibly resist a morsel that looks this delicious? Then she pointed to herself and declared, "To be precise, this body is also that of a beastkin warrior." The Beast King held up 5 fingers, signifying, "Therefore, we'll have a 5-round match." She laughed and continued, "Since I do have a sense of honor and decency, if you can withstand 5 of my attacks, you will be considered to have passed the warrior's trial." Hearing this, Vat So grew tense. 5 rounds would probably take up the entire day. Of course, the Great Sage would be easier to handle than the Beast King, but red smoke was already rising from Muya's direction. He continued to think, after all, this wasn't exactly an atmosphere for mutual understanding. So, it seemed he was beginning to transform as a strange, brilliant yellow light appeared around him. If that's the case, then I'll give it my all. He was now enveloped in a golden-orange aura, which emitted flashes of white light from his body. That light shot upwards, stunning the other Beastkin. "What is this aura? Isn't that guy a human?" The Beast King smirked faintly. "Ho-oh, is that the full extent of your power?" Muya asked, as his body had now completely shifted into a different form. She began to charge forward on her massive feet, exclaiming as she moved, "Good, very good. I'm excited to savor this." A hint of fear crept into Vatso's voice as he stammered, "Here, she comes." She rushed him with her spear, swinging it in a wide arc through the air. Muya smirked, thrusting her blood-stained spear forward. Fortunately, a purple barrier materialized in front of Vat, so blocking the attack. However, the shield shattered moments later, and though he was knocked backward, he was still inwardly in awe. She truly is in a league of her own. Just defending against her attacks is a struggle, let alone facing her head-on. The man planted a hand behind him, creating a wall of ice with swirling patterns as a plan began to form in his mind. First, I must impede her movement with cold air and... She tore a slab of earth from the ground with her bare hands to block his spell, causing small bits of dirt to rain down. Seeing this, he whispered, "She shattered the ground and stopped my spell with sheer arm strength?" Over on her side, Muya had set down her spear and said, "That last one was quite interesting, so I'll adjust my approach for this round." Vat So panted from exhaustion. "Does she mean we have to do this 3 more times?" He then muttered aloud, "This is insane." She came flying at him barehanded with blinding speed, and he quickly raised his weapon, swinging it in a defensive circle around himself. Muya lunged in and punched the center of Vatso's weapon, stunning him completely. The man quickly summoned his familiar, Pepper. It flew out, opening its mouth to unleash a stream of fire at her. However, Muya swiftly countered, kicking a chunk of debris high into the sky. Then, the projectiles she kicked up began to rain down on her. She spoke, "You are worthy of me using this." The woman grabbed a hammer and charged, ready to attack him. As she came, he raised one hand to cast a fire spell. From Vatso's raised hand, a scorching carpet of fire erupted. Muya suddenly planted her feet, swinging her hammer back to gather momentum. He, in turn, raised his spear, which became wreathed in swirling smoke and flames. The Beast King was momentarily startled as the carpet of fire spread rapidly, engulfing the entire area. The flames completely obscured her vision just before a massive explosion ripped through the battlefield. After it was over, everything in the chasm had been incinerated, leaving behind only the ashes of their fight. Vat So reverted to his normal form and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. Muya's feet slowly approached as she said, "I wanted to play a little longer, but I suppose your condition won't allow for that, will it?" She then crouched down in front of the man. In any case, that was quite entertaining, so... Vatso's vision began to fade. The last thing he saw was the Beast King's face as she said, "I'll let you pass." The scene shifts to another room, where he lies motionless in a bed. Suddenly, he jolts awake with a sharp gasp. Seeing him, Pepper, who was beside him, whimpered worriedly with tears in its eyes. He was surprised and asked, "Pepper?" A woman's voice called from outside. "That little one hasn't left your side, you know. He's been tireless." Vatso slowly sat up and replied, "Ah, you're here, Beast King?" It seemed Muya was unwrapping the bandages on her arm. Seeing this, he immediately covered his eyes in embarrassment, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" She replied, "What else?" "I'm showing you the scorching marks you left on me." Muya placed her hand over his, intending to pull it away, while Vatso, blushing furiously, refused. "No, please, I..." She pried his hand from his face and tossed it aside, commanding, "Look." He was utterly flustered. He then calmed down when he saw the mark on the woman's shoulder. "Oh, that?" The Beast King winced as the memory made the wound throb. "I never expected you to detonate a setting sun with that spear. If I had dodged even a moment later, the burn would have been much worse." He thought to himself. So my final attack did get through. A wicked smile spread across his face at this thought, confusing Muya, as Vatso continued his train of thought. "Isn't it a bit shameless to say I passed after leaving a wound like that on you?" Suddenly, she reached out, placed a hand on his forehead, and ruffled his hair, asking, "But why is your face so red? It doesn't feel like a fever. Could it be that you?" The action left Vat so completely stunned. The Beast King flashed an incredibly sly grin. "Are you looking to mate with me?" He was flustered and replied, "Excuse me?" She licked her lips slowly. "If that's the case, perhaps I should call you my potential stud instead of a foreigner?" Terrified, Vatso stammered, "Your Highness, please calm down and listen to me for a second." Muya then leaned over him, bracing her hands on the bed and pinning him down as she continued. "If it's your seed we're talking about, I'm more than determined to accept it." The Beast King held Vatso beneath her and grinned. "If it's your offspring, you have my approval. I'm more than ready to accept it." He clutched the blanket tightly, thinking, that would be a great offer if I needed to propagate my lineage for generations. But as for now, he held up a hand and gently replied, "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but..." His mind was filled with images of Hykett and their happy future together. "I already have a fiancée." The Beast King was surprisingly graceful and backed away. "In that case, I retract my offer. I will not marry someone who is already betrothed." But she still chuckled and warned, "Don't let your guard down, though. I have no intention of letting a good meal go to waste." Vatso carefully asked her, "Can I go to the Holy Land with you now?" The Beast King sat by the bed and laughed. "Haha, I already acknowledged you after witnessing your power yesterday. You're about to become the object of envy in this kingdom." He asked, "So when will you agree to let me go?" To answer Vatso's question, she replied, "First, your body needs to fully recover. The doctor said it will be 2 months at the earliest, you know." Not long after, they were outside amidst a landscape of rolling mountains and a cool, green lake. The Beast King exclaimed in disbelief, "This is ridiculous." Vatso was carrying her on his back and dashing at an incredible speed, which surprised her. "How are you already jumping around like this after only 3 weeks? Are you a monster?" He asked her. "You can tear the ground apart with your bare hands, and you're calling me a monster?" While still running with her, he wondered, "Thank you for giving me time to recover, but aren't you busy? You are the Beast King, after all." The Beast King laughed and replied, "Humans and my kind have different concepts of duty. Why should I be concerned?" Then she pointed down to the clear lake. "Down there. Let's head down the cliff." While guiding Vatso, she also taught him other skills. "Don't go into the lake, just glide across the water's surface." He did as she said. But upon looking up, he cried out in confusion, "Now what do I do?" The Beast King pointed to a cave from which a waterfall flowed. "Fly into that cave." Vatso jumped inside and was even more surprised. "Whoa, I didn't expect this. There's a whole mystical space inside this cave." He set foot on the stone ground, a crystal-clear stream lapping gently against the rocks beside him. The Beast King then guided his gaze toward the top of the waterfall, asking, "Can you see it?" The lakes, both inside and outside the cave, are all fed by that single waterfall, known as the Sacred Lands Falls. A shimmering, mystical light radiates from the top of the tower, marking the entrance to the cascade. Once you're inside, a voice advised, remember to travel against the current. Magic enveloped Vassal's body, lifting him into the air. He was told he would soon find what he was looking for, but his physical form would remain behind. He then shot through the waterfall, heading straight for the dazzling source of light. Vassal leaped across small rocks and skimmed over the ripples, venturing deeper inside. When he finally paused, only darkness lay behind him, while a brilliant light illuminated the path forward. Soaring through the air, he took in the breathtaking forest landscape. So this was the Sacred Land, a holy place where the gods of the Beastmen resided. He calmly moved through each area, exploring its wonders. Beyond the waterfall lay a colossal river, feeding a lake formed from the pure, divine waters of the gods. Vassal parted a current to fly onward, but he couldn't help but wonder, is this really what I'm looking for? It was massive, yes, but it all seemed rather ordinary. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon caught his eye. The water was split into 2 distinct colors, the Fire Tower Mage's serious expression reflected on the two-toned surface. He reminded himself of the mission. Reach the end of the River of Fire. Time to press on. When he finally arrived at his destination, steam rose from the hot water before him. He'd never imagined the source of this river would be a volcano. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, taking everything in. According to the mission's clues, this setting seemed correct. Beneath the surface of the hot lake, a faint movement caught his attention. In that one specific spot, the water was bubbling furiously in a peculiar way. Ha ha ha, he thought. I think I found it. Without a moment's hesitation, Vassal dove deep into the lake. The rising air bubbles confirmed that something was down there. Holding his breath, his sharp eyes scanned the depths. This was very likely the true source of the river. After just a moment of searching, Vassal spotted a small, moss-covered opening. This was it. Inside, veins of metal glowed a brilliant ocean blue, illuminating the entire space. From below, a steady stream of bubbles indicated something was approaching. Vassal quickly pushed himself out of the water, gasping for air. Dragging his drenched body ashore, he thought, "This has to be it. I didn't see anything last night." Pepper, on the other hand, was thrilled by this adventure, chirping happily with a radiant smile. A light, as if waiting for them, linked together to form a path for their eyes to follow. The tiny spark gently landed on a strange creature resting silently in the darkness. It immediately awoke, unleashing a massive wave of power that made both Vassal and Pepper shield their faces and gasp. The dragon remained still, but next to it, a weapon forged of fire magic materialized. Fire Dragon Ignis. It is a shame to accept a human as a master, but the heir has finally come. The dragon's eyes were closed, yet the voice continued to echo. Please forgive this humble servant, Lord Ignis. As the tone grew more forceful, an invisible pressure caused the flames around the weapon to burn even brighter. Lord Brahmasha, I have guarded this place for many years, so that I could pass my magic on to my successor. But still, he thought to himself, even without touching it, I can feel its power. At my current level, can I even take this thing? Beside him, the system interface suddenly flickered into existence, issuing him a new quest. The tainted thoughts of Beast King Fenrir have reacted to the divine Brahmasha. Fenrir's thoughts have taken form. Purify the thoughts of Beast King Fenrir. He hadn't even had a chance to process what was happening. Even so, he mulled over internally. I haven't laid a finger on it, but can I truly claim this? Right on cue, the system interface shimmered into view beside him, displaying a new mission. Still, he wondered to himself, I can feel its immense power without contact, but am I strong enough to take it? Abruptly, the system screen materialized nearby, assigning him an urgent new task. But the question remains, he thought. Can I actually take this weapon, even if I haven't touched it? Just then, the system alerted him with not one, but 3 new quests appearing beside him. But can I really take this, even though I haven't touched it? He thought. Beside him, the system interface appeared again, issuing a new quest. Let him draw forth something sharp. Pass this on to my children. The wolfman presented a treasure, causing Vassal to stare in surprise. This? After taking the object, which looked like a crescent moon, the wolfman began to explain. That is both the treasure and the shackle of the Beastmen tribe. Fenrir then vanished, dissolving into streams of blue magic. Master of the current, I entrust you to watch over the shackles I have placed upon my children. Vassal figured it must be something that only applies to Beastmen. A system notification immediately popped up. The tainted thought, form of Fenrir has been purified, rewarding Brahmastra. The spear of Brahmastra appeared before him once more, wreathed in scorching flames. Suddenly, his body reacted violently to it, and Vassal felt an intense heat, as if his entire mana supply was being incinerated. Pain spread throughout his body, leaving him bewildered. With the level of mastery he'd attained over the fire attribute, there was no reason it should be this agonizing. Inside his mind, Vassal floated in a void, encircled by currents of magic. What was agitating his mana now was knowledge and a high-level spiritual source, approaching the power of the 9th circle. Vassal gritted his teeth and endured, his eyes glowing brightly. He knew that if he couldn't perceive, properly understand, and visualize it, he would simply explode. A stream of system notifications flooded his vision. Brahmastra has expanded your mind. Brahmastra has expanded your mind. Proficiency with Brahmastra has increased. As he began to gain control, Vassal drifted into a hazy state. A strange light seeped into his mind, and he found himself standing at a nexus of light as everything around him bleached into pure white. Outside, Pepper cried out in worry as Vassal's body fell unconscious to the ground. It nuzzled against him, sobbing, until the dragon's voice spoke again in a comforting tone. Do not worry. Your master is merely exhausted and has fainted for a moment. He will awaken soon enough. The dragon glanced toward Vassal and continued, speaking to Pepper. My child was originally meant to welcome the young master, but fate decreed otherwise. So, little one, if you are willing, would you like to inherit this power? Pepper looked terrified, shaking its head frantically as if it couldn't believe its ears. The dragon chuckled. There's no need to be so surprised. Although you're a spirit, you are also a mutation. The great dragon then produced a dragon egg. If you can inherit even a small piece of the dragon factor, this is entirely possible. Pepper's fear subsided, replaced by a fascination with the small egg. I hope you will become the new fire dragon and journey alongside the young master. Moreover, I dearly hope you will carry on the dragon's bloodline. After some time, Vassal slowly regained consciousness in the utter silence. He quickly sat up, clutching his head. Ugh, how long was I passed out? Looking over at Pepper, he saw it greedily munching on the eggshell before turning to smile at him. Pepper, what in the world are you eating right now? Vassal stared blankly at the spirit's happy expression, shrugging it off. I have no idea, but I guess if it's edible, it's fair game. Suddenly, a small flame flickered to life around the little spirit, and it mumbled its first words. I'm sleepy. Want to sleep. Vassal, who had been watching quietly, was completely astonished. The spirit has absorbed the nutrients from the fire dragon's egg and has completed all preparations for its evolution. The system reported on Pepper's status. It will take a very long time to assimilate the absorbed power and develop into a second-generation dragon. The little creature's eyes grew heavy. It brushed a crumb from its lips and mumbled again, I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. Vassal, still observing in silence, exclaimed in shock. That's Pepper's consciousness speaking. Pepper's developmental phase had begun. The spirit was entering a state of slumber. It looked exhausted, almost on the verge of collapsing, its eyelids drooping shut. Its tiny body then transformed into a small speck of fire. Before vanishing, it left a promise. Until we meet again, my master. After all that had transpired, a bolt of lightning struck down beside them. The Beast King's demeanor had changed completely as she demanded, Where is it? How did you come to possess that? The Beast King was already waiting for him outside, beckoning with her hand. Hey, talented one. Over here. After he landed beside her, the Beast King suddenly stared intently at him and let out a strange grunt. Vassal was puzzled. Is something wrong, Your Majesty? She replied, In just 5 days, your eyes have become brighter, deeper. You must have acquired something quite astonishing. Am I right? But before answering the Beast King's question, Vassal rummaged through his bag, wanting to show her something. Ah, Your Majesty, could you perhaps take a look at this for me? The moment she saw the object he presented, the Beast King's eyes widened in astonishment. A bolt of lightning crashed down beside them as the Beast King's attitude shifted dramatically. Where did you find that? How did you get it? Starting now, you are going to explain everything to me in great detail. Talented one. The young mage's body tensed under the pressure. Clearly, she hadn't been using her full strength when they fought. Seeing his reaction, the Beast King grew even more intrigued. What's this? You can endure my power struggle from this range? She eased her magical aura, then pointed to the gleaming treasure in his hand. That artifact belonged to Lord Fenrir, the very first Beast King. Talented one, do you have any idea why we beastmen are bound to this life on Green Island? Vassal hesitated before answering. Is it so the smaller beastmen tribes can protect one another? She immediately roared in agitation. Nonsense. The Beast King began listing members of her race, powerful figures who also lived on the main continent. Do you truly think we, who are far stronger than them, would be stuck here for a reason like that? She then pointed again at the glittering artifact in his hand. That belonged to Lord Fenrir, the first Beast King. We remained in this place specifically to find what you are holding. So this is what he meant by shackles? What is it about this item that makes you so utterly dependent on it? The Beast King didn't hesitate to answer him. You've surely heard of the legend of beastification, correct? Yes, it is quite compelling, Vassal replied thoughtfully. They then exited the cave, with Vassal once again carrying the Beast King as he flew. She held the lunar stone and continued her explanation. On the night of a full moon, our lunar eclipse beastification becomes 3 times more powerful than normal. The strength of the beastmen is intrinsically linked to the moon, and while that power is usually only granted during a full moon, if we have this lunar stone. She raised the stone high, and it floated up, radiating a sparkling energy. Even without a full moon, we can enter our lunar eclipse beastification state anytime, anywhere. However, contrary to her grand declaration, the stone simply fell from the air with a pathetic thud. She scratched her head and muttered, Tsk. The moonlight stored inside must have run out. But more importantly, it's your turn to speak. She returned to the question that had been bugging her from the start. Where did you find this lunar stone? Vassal then recounted his tale. So, because you were curious about the source of the red water, you dove into the sulfur spring? She clarified. You're saying Lord Fenrir himself was carrying the lunar stone? Yes, Vassal confirmed. His will was to entrust it to the Beastman tribe. She threw her muscular arms around his neck in a crushing hug that nearly made him cough up blood. You did well, talented one, exceptionally well. The Beast King's mood suddenly became incredibly cheerful. I shall grant you a grand reward, so if there is anything you desire, just name it. I'll lend you a hand. All right, if you want me to accept your seed, I'm ready any time. But Vassal grimaced and refused. No, I'm fine. Just when it seemed their conversation was over, the mage remembered something. A sly grin spread across his face. There is one thing I want. They ended up sparring by the riverbank, where the Beast King sent him flying with a single punch. He lay in a heap against the cliff face as the Beast King mocked him. What's this? Why are you breathing so hard already? This body is just getting warmed up. He sat up and sighed in frustration. Damn it. Is fighting for 1 hour a day too much for me? She held a staff in her hand and chuckled. Try a little harder. If you keep looking so weak, I might just eat you up. And being this pathetic, you probably can't even satisfy the partner you've promised your future to. What? Is it over? She wondered, complaining when Rassel didn't use his lineage's special state. This is just plain boring. How about you transform like you did before? I was hoping you could act as a sort of bridge for me then. He looked down, listening to a reason that made the training seem meaningless. The Beast King pouted and turned away. Those are your reasons. As for me, I'm not having any fun. Then, she turned back, her eyes scrutinizing him once more. She spoke up, drawing Rassel's attention back to her. All right. I have a favor to ask you. A favor? The Beast King shrugged and began. Now that I've found the willpower stone, I'll be leaving this island with my beastmen within a few years. When that time comes, I want you to act as a bridge for us. He looked down, hesitating to reply. What kind of role are you talking about, exactly? If you're asking to carve off a piece of Endymion's territory, that's a bit much. She recoiled in protest. What do you take me for, to make such a shameless request? Her face flushed red as she revealed her true desire. I was just hoping you could give us a small plot of land where we can live. Rassel turned away, thinking to himself, isn't that pretty much the same thing? As they were bantering, Rassel was struck by a sudden realization. He shot to his feet and asked, Beast King, does what you just said mean you'll be joining Endymion? She added to her proposal. In territorial disputes, or even war, we can lend our aid. Our boy was thrown for a loop. The Beast King would bow to Endymion? They'd even help in a war? This was huge. Inside the Endymion royal palace, numerous distinguished guests were invited to the audience chamber to discuss the matter with him, the one who met them directly. He raised a hand politely and responded, Yes, Your Majesty. But with over 200,000 beastmen, how could they possibly prepare food and shelter for all of them? The Minister of Military Affairs chimed in to offer a counterpoint. But if even half of them were deployed in a war, that would be like gaining 100,000 regular soldiers for free. That number is nothing to scoff at. Vassal was also present, carefully listening to everyone's statements and thoughts. Conflicting opinions, just as I predicted. The king's face turned stern as he commanded them, Stop. The ministers fell silent as he spoke. No matter what you say, we have no concrete data, making this a pointless debate. The king clasped his hands together and addressed Rassel directly. Prince Consort candidate Rassel Raymond. I want to hear your opinion, as you are the one who met them in person. He raised a hand politely and answered, Yes, Your Majesty. Drawing from his own experience, he tried to persuade the king. Although the beastmen I've met are quite belligerent, their culture isn't so different from our own. Even the other guests around him nodded in agreement. We might need to provide them with space, but if you think of it as housing a military force of 100,000, it's actually beneficial. So that's how it is. We'll have to recalculate. Ben was the only one to raise a question. In that case, has the Beast King's own power been verified? Speaking from the perspective of someone who had fought her, Rassel's expression hardened. He even brought up the Archduke with the strongest sword technique in the Empire, MC Hill. I believe she is at least 3 tiers stronger than him. Ben stammered in response. She's that strong? Just then, a sleepy-looking Ilo appeared and asked, Is that really true? Ilo's eyes snapped open, all traces of drowsiness gone. A hint of disdain crept into her voice. Isn't it more likely that you're just weak and misjudged her strength? Ben, standing beside her, tried to calm her down. Easy there, little white tower master. The title clearly displeased. Ilo, who are you calling little one? You weapon-obsessed simpleton? Now get out of my way. But the man just burst out laughing. The Beast King, Muia, is a fighter, not a mage. Was it a loss, or did he gain some kind of enlightenment from his spar with the Beast King? It had only been a test, but he still thanked the man. Ben then turned to the kingdom's prince consort. All right then. He activated his magic, summoning a myriad of weapons, both large and small. Then he pointed at Rassel. Let's see you handle this. He directed his entire arsenal of weapons to charge forward at once. The sudden assault took Rassel by surprise. He can even form his attack into hundreds of different weapons? A true weapon master. He furrowed his brow, carefully calculating his next move. A direct confrontation would be disastrous. A light glowed from his heart as he decided, I won't meet this head on. With his own power, he unleashed a single wave of his hand, deflecting the entire barrage of incoming weapons and sending them scattering everywhere. Ben laughed, satisfied. He managed to handle my attack? It seems he's grown stronger since last time. The power surrounding Rassel was completely new. He dealt with the attack effortlessly without taking any damage. Could this be the enlightenment he gained from his spar with the Beast King? Though it was only a test, he still thanked him politely. Thank you for holding back. All right now. I should be the one thanking you. Ben then turned and addressed the king. Your Majesty, my apologies for the commotion. I only wish to confirm the truth of his words. Your Majesty, considering the prince consort candidate's strength, perhaps. The other officials began to murmur. Now all we need to do is grasp the Beast King's true intentions. Is she sincere? Or is there some ulterior motive? Rassel, thoroughly prepared, took out a necklace he was wearing. She is sincere, Your Majesty. This was made from one of her fangs. The pendant on the necklace resembled a claw, but it was unusually polished and beautiful. What is that? This is a gift from the Beast King. She broke it off herself. It's made from one of her own fangs. The officials stirred again, with some agreeing and others disagreeing. How could she do something so barbaric? But that doesn't necessarily prove she's sincere. The meeting continued with more conversations and exchanges. Vassal was surrounded by numerous people, but he skillfully handled all their questions. After some time, the king clapped his hands to get their attention. All right, now that we have a general understanding of the situation, we will revisit this matter later. The old king's face remained calm as he added, though this is only the first meeting, if there are no unexpected variables, it seems Endymion will gain a powerful new subordinate. Suddenly, Daria's voice echoed in his mind, causing him to turn in surprise. Master, come to my room once the meeting is over. The young man immediately bowed his head and said to the king, Your Majesty, my encounter with the Beastman tribe was purely a stroke of luck. He said humbly, I had no intention of taking credit for this, Your Majesty, but the king dismissed his modesty. Even so, a contribution is a contribution. The king generously rewarded him. I hereby bestow upon Vassal Raymond the title of the new Duke of Zaman. In addition, I grant you ownership of one item from the royal archives. I hope that in the future, you will become a guiding star for Endymion, just as your title suggests. Vassal knew exactly what the king was offering. Items from the royal archives were of immense value. The job isn't even finished, yet I'm receiving such an extravagant gift. He couldn't hide the worry on his face. Could His Majesty have some other motive? Is there a catch? Daria's voice once again rang in his mind, making him turn in surprise. Master? When the meeting is over, head to the audience chamber. She simply smiled and added, His Majesty likely has something he wishes to share with you. Following her instructions, he later went to the princess's room and presented her with a gift. This is a jade hairpin. It's a woman's accessory made from a special kind of jade. I heard it has the ability to neutralize simple poisons, but... Her eyes were guarded as she asked him, Why did you bring this to me? Rassel replied calmly, Because I thought it would look beautiful on you, Hakit. The princess took it, bringing it to her lips and whispering, Those words please me more than the gift itself. Hakit then held it out to him and asked, This is an unfamiliar object to me, so I don't know how to use it. Could you do it for me? As her fiancé, Rassel was more than happy to oblige. Of course, as he gently gathered Hakit's hair, she began to question him. Come to think of it, during the meeting, you referred to the Beast King as she. Is the Beast King a woman? Rassel's arm froze in place, and he even dropped the hairpin. So, what is your relationship with her? Rassel tried to suppress his fear. Rela relationship? I already told you, we just fought each other. That's the extent of it. The princess smiled, but there was no joy in it. She used the tip of the hairpin to hook the necklace he was wearing and pulled it out. And yet she gave you a necklace? Warning bells started screaming in our hero's mind. Something was very, very wrong. Hakit's smile grew wider, and the tip of the hairpin flashed, sending Rassel's mind into a full-blown panic. And she pulled out her own fang to make it for you? No matter how you look at it, something about this isn't right. A new morning dawned in the kingdom of Endymion, with Rassel in a state of utter confusion. He never expected Hakit to get jealous. He was now standing outside, and the noble king himself was bowing to him. I apologize. This turn of events was definitely not a bad thing. In that fateful moment, the king had walked in, breaking the tension. Have you been waiting long? Ugh, this atmosphere, he had thought to himself, thanking the king internally. Thank goodness the king arrived just in time. The young man's attention was drawn to a neatly rolled-up piece of paper in the king's hand, though the words the king spoke next were even more shocking. The king wore an incredibly serious expression. He clasped his hands together and said, "I have been reviewing the reports concerning Zaman Zyman." He frowned in displeasure, his anger at the oversight clear. "And I have discovered that a portion of the guard reports regarding the reclamation of Zaman Zyman's territory were falsified. To be precise, they reclaimed unnecessary land and essentially pushed you out of your own territory." Vassal was stunned, stammering, Something like that. But the noble king simply bowed his head before him. "I apologize. This is clearly my mistake. I must apologize to the Jamin family and to you." He was taken aback, quickly trying to assure the man, but Vassal immediately felt a sense of calm, a faint smile playing on his lips even as his mind replayed the thought. The empire was the one that ended his father's life. The report confirming the forged documents had reached the king, which meant that there were traitors within Endymion who had a hand in his father's demise. His fist clenched with rage as he realized that MC Hugh's words might have been the gospel truth all along. A hand, smaller than his own, gently touched his. A sad smile bloomed on the face of the person beside him. That simple, warm touch was all the reassurance he needed. Vassal's tension eased, a genuine smile gracing his lips as a faint blush colored his cheeks. Meanwhile, the king produced a scroll and offered it to him, saying, "While this can never make up for your lost years, please accept it. What you hold now will surely be of great help to you." He strode directly to the magical museum reserved for the Tower Masters. The king's sigil on the paper flared to life, granting passage only to those with authorized permits to venture deeper inside. He was heading for the 5th basement level of the Bubria Museum, but while he knew it was the museum's deepest floor, he now understood there was yet another level concealed below. He unrolled the paper and examined it. The 6th basement floor, a sanctum that preserved their original magic and the core magical philosophies of the Tower Masters. The king's sigil on the paper blazed with light, as only those bearing the royal seal were permitted entry. A circle of magical energy materialized around him, a direct result of the king's authority. Vassal reached into the space before him, and his entire arm shimmered before vanishing completely, a spatial transfer spell. He was even more astounded to learn that the path to the 6th floor wasn't a staircase, but a portal to an entirely different dimension. His body plummeted in a freefall, surrounded on all sides by towering shelves packed with an overwhelming number of books, easily numbering in the thousands. He began to scan the tall, distant shelves. He was only permitted 48 hours, and reading every single one of these tomes was an impossible feat. Vassal tried to channel magic in his hand, but it was unstable. This was a restricted magical space, which meant he couldn't even use image magic to photograph the pages. This unique dimension allowed the reader to fly, making navigation far more convenient. First things first, he decided to skim the titles to figure out which books to prioritize. He pulled out the first volume and read its title, The Roar of the Earth Dragon, authored by Erwan Zucheng, the Royal Tower Master from 400 years ago. As he flipped through the pages, his exclamations of wonder grew more frequent and excited. This was truly next-level stuff. His crimson eyes, tinged with a hint of orange, glowed intensely as he devoured every line. The text described how to modify a 5th circle magic spell, elevating it to the standard of a 7th circle incantation. He could already visualize the immense power of the magic circle in his mind, drawing mana from the very earth itself. He pictured the way the spell would propagate through the terrain, reaching deep into the planet's core, and how a user could even levitate a massive block of land before unleashing the stored mana in a devastating, fan-shaped shockwave. His train of thought was suddenly derailed by a system notification. His understanding of the Earth attribute had increased by a small amount, bringing his high-level proficiency to a staggering 99.9%, the absolute limit. Just then, a new quest popped up. Raise his understanding of the high-level Earth attribute to its peak to unlock the final clear reward. The rewards listed were 2 high-grade Earth Dragon Mana Stones and something that made his heart skip a beat, the footprint of an Earth Dragon. A mage like him couldn't hide the sheer delight on his face. After the Earth and Fire Dragons, finding any trace of another dragon had seemed like a pipe dream. To have something so concrete offered as a quest reward was unbelievable. It was practically a guarantee. He glanced around the vast library and wondered, "The question is, how do I max out my understanding of the Earth attribute? Is memorization the only way?" After a period of intense study, the stack of books Vassal had finished was piled high, confirming his suspicion. Simple memorization wasn't increasing his proficiency at all. He stared at the stack of books, now taller than his own head, and fell deep into thought. He recalled the king's words as he was leaving the study. He could take one book of his choosing. As he pondered, his gaze drifted behind him. What book should he take? Amidst the vast expanse, a lone statue stood defiantly, holding a book in its hand. What kind of book is the statue holding? Vassal, driven by curiosity, flew over to investigate. Why would a book be on a statue instead of a shelf? He recognized the name on the cover, the Founding Duke, a title given to loser Jamin, the progenitor of the Jamin family. Moreover, the title, Transcendent Dream, was the very name of his ancestor's symbolic magic. Looking up at the statue's face, he felt a jolt of familiarity. This statue, it seemed to be a perfect likeness of his ancestor. He bowed his head in a silent gesture of thanks, suspecting this was all part of his ancestor's grand design. Clutching Transcendent Dream, he stepped out of the sixth floor's dimension. Daria was already waiting outside, intercepting him the moment he emerged. Perfect timing, young master. My apprentice. She immediately launched into a tirade that made him shrink back. Judging by your appearance, you haven't rested for a single moment in 48 hours, have you? I've always told you that rest is just as important as effort. Are you getting too old to listen to your master's advice now? There isn't a single day you don't overwork yourself, I swear. But then, Daria's eyes fell upon the special book in her student's hands. Isn't that Transcendent Dream? Master, you know of this magic? She began to share her knowledge of the spell. Transcendent Dream allows one to cast off their human form and be reborn as a pure magical phenomenon. It's an esoteric art that defies the very boundaries of this world. With it, water can transform into a warrior, and a simple strike can become a bolt of lightning. Legend has it that during a raging tempest, the Founding Duke transformed into the shape of a colossal tsunami, and amidst a torrential downpour, he became lightning itself. She seemed to hold the magic in high regard. Besides its novel concept, if its effects can truly be achieved, Transcendent Dream is a spell worthy of the highest praise. Vassal clutched the book with newfound confidence. Even Master holds it in such high esteem. My ancestor was truly a remarkable genius. But just then, Daria let out a heavy sigh and called his name, Young Master. Like a gentle mother, she gave him a worried warning. I won't stop you if you intend to practice Transcendent Dream, but you must be careful. Although it's classified as an 8th circle spell, it's a magic that exists in a league of its own. The spell your ancestor created is like a hidden trap lying at the bottom of the deepest sea. One wrong move, and you could be completely consumed by the magic itself. Vassal's expression remained incredibly serious as he replied, Yes, I will keep that in mind. With their conversation finished, Daria led him to their next destination for the day. All right then, now it's time for the royal treasury. The two of them headed outside together, walking down a desolate dirt path that made Vassal wonder aloud. I didn't think the royal treasury would be located outside the city. Daria continued walking, explaining to her young master, the place we are heading to now is the first treasury. For reference, it primarily holds jewelry. The second treasury houses weapons. And the third treasury is where they store all sorts of miscellaneous treasures. Then, Daria Snow came to a halt as the sunset cast its golden glow across the surface of a lake, creating a scene of uncanny tranquility and peace. We have arrived, she announced, taking out her staff and instructing him. From this point on, keep your eyes wide open and observe carefully. With her overwhelming power, Daria effortlessly conjured countless magic circles, layering them one on top of the other. Because I am about to show you a truly rare spectacle. Vassal's eyes widened as he watched his master's demonstration, a single thought echoing in his mind. Incredible. He could clearly comprehend all the intricate connections and formations of the spell. It was a multi-layered magic circle, using a progressively escalating formula that stacked tens, even hundreds of layers to form a single, star-like construct. Daria remained focused, chanting the incantation. Meanwhile, her student was thinking cheerfully, if I hadn't come here with Master, I probably never would have found the courage to step inside. After she completed the complex series of spells, a pathway opened up, leading deep beneath the lake's surface. Daria let out a sigh of relief. She led him down into the depths, reminding him carefully, Young Master, the rule for the treasury is the same as the museum. You can only take one item out. Vassal was about to reply when a sudden flash of light erupted from his ring, as if it were reacting to something nearby. Yes, I will keep that in mind. The last words he uttered turned into a startled cry as lightning erupted from his hand, completely out of his control. What in the world? What's happening now? A flurry of bewildered thoughts raced through Vassal's mind. Is the Claudia's spirit discharging lightning on its own? This has never happened before. It feels different from when I face an enemy. It's more like it's found a long-awaited friend. Daria turned and explained to him, It seems the other half of your ring is located somewhere in this treasury. The young man looked up, understanding what she meant immediately. A paired artifact. These types of linked armaments were quite different from the norm. An artifact is typically a complete, self-contained item that functions on its own. However, she continued, there are special exceptions. Some unique artifacts only reveal their true capabilities when they are paired with their counterpart. It's just like your golden mask. Vassal held up his hand and pondered this. Thinking back, the quest rewards and artifacts related to dragons often came in this paired format. A bolt of lightning shot from the ring, striking a door directly in front of them. Ho. So you're going to show me where your other half is, are you? Vassal mused to the ring. All right. Since you keep pestering me, I admit I'm a little curious. The electric magic precisely targeted a round orb set behind the door. Just what kind of artifact could make this little guy so anxious? The room inside was quite dark, illuminated only by a few shimmering lights that danced in the air and the items displayed within glass cases. The two of them walked up to the object that was glowing with a brilliant radiance. So, this is the Cloud Jade. The Cloud Jade? His master turned to him and added, That's right, the Cloud Jade. It possesses the unique ability to control the weather. This function immediately captured Vassal's full attention. Weather control. That kind of magic required an immense amount of power and mana. In fact, there were only about 10 mages on the entire continent capable of manipulating the weather. Manipulating the climate on such a scale was incredibly complex and was classified as a field of magic that couldn't be mastered easily. Daria also made sure to inform him of the drawbacks. While the benefits of climate manipulation are obvious, it also comes with significant risks, such as the massive consumption of mana and the long casting time. Her words brought back the memory of receiving the Great Spear, the same feeling he had when he first held Brahmastra. Vassal stood looking at the Cloud Jade, lost in thought. If I'm considering pure performance, the Cloud Jade isn't the optimal choice. He glanced down at his ring, which was practically trembling with anticipation, and a smile touched his lips. But perhaps it's better to choose a different artifact. Vassal reached his hand toward the jade, having made his decision. I will choose this one. The very instant his ringed hand made contact with the Cloud Jade's surface, it exploded in a brilliant, seven-colored aura. The magic flowing from the ring intensified, merging with the jade's energy stream. Is it being absorbed into the ring? The intricate cloud pattern on the ring grew sharper and more distinct as the mana within it was purified and enhanced. The system interface appeared to inform him, You have acquired a fragment of the Cloud Dragon's gate. It also added a note. The Cloud Dragon, a ruler of clouds and climate, is born from a rare mutation of the Thunder Dragon. Vassal's jaw dropped as he read the text, utterly shocked. A mutated Thunder Dragon? The magic circle for lightning was notoriously complex. The common understanding within the academic world was that the lightning attribute was derived from the fire attribute. Because it was an element that defied the conventional five-element system, the text explaining its magic circle was always printed in bold. Mages who mastered the lightning attribute were held in high esteem and were widely recognized for their skill. If this was an attribute derived from lightning itself, then its value would be truly incomparable to anything else. He closed his eyes, slowly sensing the power now coursing through his body. Moreover, the true potential of the Cloud Pond gem wasn't something as simple as weather manipulation, it was far more terrifying. Daria Snow White, standing beside him, broke the silence. Have you figured out how to use this thing yet? Unable to hide his excitement, the young man grinned and replied, Yes, I think I've got a bit of an idea. With that confirmation, she turned back. Then let's head outside. I'm quite curious to see what a dual-class artifact is truly capable of. They surfaced with ease, golden sunlight glinting off the sparkling lake and filtering through the canopy. I'm starting now, Vassal declared, instantly activating a combination magic on the spot. The power of his armor, his acrobatic form, and even his footwork immediately transformed as he glided forward. Then, his entire body shot high into the air, leaving a dazzling trail of magical energy on the ground. His master watched, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. Ho ho, is that flight magic? No, wait. Is it merely a simple leap? This new magic allowed Vassal to move through the air with incredible ease. He launched himself so far that he soared over several rows of trees. Gazing down at the city bathed in the sunset's glow, he couldn't help but marvel in awe. This is incredible. To think I can get this high with just a jump? The user's feet were enveloped in a layer of wind magic. Is it thanks to this cloud-like mist? He then drew his leg up again, the wind swirling with the motion, and crucially, used that momentum to propel himself even higher than before. The leap was far from over. After just a few leaps, Vassal had already mastered the technique, gliding freely through the air. So this is even better than flight magic, he mused. It's faster, and Vassal then began to channel a stream of mana into his palm. Alright, next up. From below, Daria Snow White watched, only to be stunned as a massive bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the perfectly clear sky. Is that a thunderbolt? Her student was casually walking upon the lightning bolts, controlling them with a power that could likely obliterate a small town. But he couldn't maintain his balance for long, and his face darkened as he began to waver. Unsurprisingly, Vassal plunged straight into the water, a sight his master wasn't too shocked to see. Although, because of that, a lack of mana is to be expected. The next morning, a new day dawned at the Mage Society's Grand Hall. Thanks to overexerting himself the night before, our young magic user was now walking through the library, rubbing his aching shoulders. Ugh, I'm gonna die. There isn't a single spot that doesn't hurt. I should probably limit my use of the Claudie Ling for a while. He continued his search for a new book on the shelves. I've gotten everything I needed, so it's time to get back to the mission. Just then, the system interface appeared with a reminder. Increase proficiency with the Earth attribute to the highest level. Vassal's hand gently pulled a book from the shelf. The best place in Endymion to master Earth attribute magic is the Imperial Tower, he thought. First, I'll need to find a 6th Circle mage or higher who's affiliated with it. But as he flipped open the first page, he froze, his eyes fixed on a particular image. Huh? This person. He immediately moved to another location, where the very person he sought greeted him with a friendly voice. It's been a while. I hear you've been quite active lately, haven't you? The young man gently lifted his teacup with a single finger and replied, I should have come to pay my respects more often. My apologies. Spiegelman burst out laughing at his words. Pay respects? Nonsense. As the saying goes, no news is good news. Vassal observed him carefully, noticing a significant change. Incredible. The last time we spoke through the mirror, he was a 5th Circle mage, and now he's already reached the 6th Circle. Spiegelman cut straight to the chase. So, you said you wanted advice regarding Earth attribute magic? Yes, Vassal confirmed. I was deeply impressed by the Earth magic I read about in the 6th floor basement during my last visit. The elder maintained his generous smile and said, a request like that is always welcome, of course. If you're ready, we can start immediately. Without hesitation, Vassal pulled out a massive stack of documents, prompting a bewildered Spiegelman to ask, well then, did I do something to offend you? Night fell upon a lavish and elegant mansion. The number of people we've bought has increased significantly, Bismarck mused, sitting at his desk and reviewing documents. Weapon production is proceeding smoothly, and we don't need to worry about provisions. His expression remained unchanged as he calculated his next move. Now, all I have to do is wait. A sinister smile crept across his lips, fueled by his greedy ambition. The throne of Endymion will be mine. Just then, an uninvited guest made his presence known, pulling back the curtains and speaking directly. Forgive me for arriving at such a late hour. Bismarck spun around, instantly on guard, and recognized the intruder. You, those green eyes. Are you Kajon? Still wearing his mask, Kajon stepped in from the window and offered a greeting. It seems this is the first time we're speaking face to face. He lowered himself into a noble's bow amidst the cold night breeze. Greetings, Duke Bismarck. I am Kajon. Bismarck turned away in annoyance. You're being uncharacteristically polite. Did you come here this late at night just to mock me? Kajon strolled in nonchalantly, shrugging with a slight chuckle. How could you think such a thing? The reason I've sought you out, Duke, is for no other reason than, from within his shadow magic storage, Kajon retrieved a peculiar object. It was long and covered in strange, intricate patterns. To show the Duke this. At first glance, Bismarck didn't recognize it. What is this? Kajon promptly introduced the item. This is the prototype you require, the capstone of the demonic seal. Bismarck knew of that stone all too well, the capstone of the demonic seal, the very thing that has blocked the gates of Tartarus for so long. He stared out the window, his face a mask of indifference. This is certainly no ordinary matter. Could this treacherous aura be from what lies buried in the abyss of Tartarus? But then, his cold eyes swept back to the object. So, it's just a worthless rock after all. He paused for a moment, his thoughts drifting to Darren and Melville. Something of this caliber could never stop the monsters of Endymion. Bismarck's face darkened with these grim thoughts. What you people promised me. It surely wasn't just some trinket like this. Standing before him, Kajon was inwardly impressed. The violet aura that only the royal family of Endymion possesses. So even after being pushed to the borders, his bloodline is still truly royal, huh? He shrugged, then asked, Duke, do you have any idea how many demonic beasts and giants are sealed within Tartarus? He then began to recount a story. In the ancient war started by the giant and god clans, the Gigantomachy, the gods were victorious after a long and arduous struggle. They sealed hundreds of demonic beasts and giants in Tartarus, and to imprison the giants, whose power was near transcendent, they needed just as many pillars. Behind his mask, his blue eyes glinted. By unearthing just 2 of those hundreds of pillars, we can bind the movements of the Flame Tower Master and the Spear Tower Master. Once our excavation speed picks up, it goes without saying that we will find the true pillar soon enough. A smirk played on Bismarck's lips. I was wondering why you bothered to bring a prototype. So, it was just to give me a progress report, was it? Kajon stood before him, undaunted. We will absolutely honor our pact. Therefore, you, Duke, must also honor the promise you made to us. Bismarck gave him a stern look and replied, but of course. If I secure the throne, I will help you take care of that Daria woman. With their business concluded, Kajon turned to leave, but not before Bismarck issued a final warning. However, remember this well. If you fail to uphold your end of the bargain, your people will have to bear the full force of my wrath. He nodded once before vanishing into thin air. I will remember it well. Left alone in the ducal manor, Bismarck's true face finally emerged. Joining forces with me to get rid of Daria, is it? He rose from his chair and walked towards another part of the room. A chessboard was laid out on a table, and he let out a sneer. Ha, a promise that not even a child would be foolish enough to believe. Bismarck picked up the king piece, turning it over in his hand. But, as long as I can ascend to the throne, I couldn't care less about the methods. He slammed the chess piece down with tremendous force, shattering the white king into pieces, no matter what schemes they're plotting. The impact was so powerful it punched a large hole straight through the chessboard. After the hunt is over, the hound is simply boiled and discarded. Spiegelman sat before a mountain of books. Vassal, are you getting any sleep at all? I just finished answering 40 of your questions only 2 days ago, and you've already piled up this many more? Ha ha. He looked up and swallowed hard. What's more, every single question is incredibly insightful and gets straight to the point. I initially thought he was simply a genius, but Vassal sat across from him with a bright and eager expression. I hope I'm not taking up too much of your time, Elder. So this was the secret. It was this relentless effort that allowed him to grow at such an astonishing rate. He leaned back and let out a laugh. If he didn't put in the effort, he'd surely be left in the dust. That night, Vassal sat in the courtyard, laying out his research materials. He focused his thoughts after reviewing the theory. The Earth Dragon's roar wasn't simply a release of mana, but a core magic that utilized the heat of the great Earth itself. A flame danced around the genius's every thought. If he had to use heat, would it be wise to combine it with the fire attribute? By leaving the earth attribute to diffuse, it would be best not to limit what emerged flame, whirlwind, lightning, if he could unleash them all. Thanks to his rich imagination, he could envision himself standing before a massive tree, the surrounding scenery sparkling beautifully. The system appeared and praised him. Due to your efforts, your understanding of the earth attribute has increased by 1 level. Your high-level understanding of the earth attribute has evolved to the highest level. A small, slender, rod-like object materialized in mid-air, surrounded by a brilliant aura. Vassal also immediately received several high-grade true dragon magic stones and the Earth Dragon's footprint as a reward for his expanded knowledge. He held the system's gift in his hand, staring at it intently. This was the Earth Dragon's footprint, but even a magic user like himself didn't quite recognize it, leaving him dumbfounded and wondering, how in the world do I use this? Vassal tried swinging it around wildly. Since it was an Earth Dragon's footprint, he'd assumed the reward would be like the map from before. But a weapon? For a weapon, its power was far too low. As he swung it high, his sharp eyes caught a peculiar detail on the artifact. His eyes widened in astonishment, having seemingly discovered something more about the item. This pattern. Could it be? Vassal quickly grabbed a vial of black ink and poured it directly onto the Earth Dragon's footprint. Instantly, the rod levitated into the air and projected a starry sky onto the ceiling. I had my suspicions when I saw this pattern. It was clearly no ordinary design, but a celestial relief map. The marked points were constellations, which meant this had to be an astronomical chart. A new quest immediately appeared. Find the location written on the astronomical chart and enter the Earth Dragon's dwelling. If you get close enough, a light will guide your way. This new mission was well within his expectations, bringing a satisfied smile to his face. All right. Since a quest was issued, my deductions must have been correct. Vassal reached out and took the Earth Dragon's footprint. Countless questions once again sprouting in his mind. But why a celestial relief map? If the purpose was to show the way, a normal map like last time would have sufficed, right? He sat in concentration and tried using magic again. In any case, I probably won't know until I reach the Earth Dragon's lair. This time, the astronomical chart was projected onto the floor, allowing Vassal a clearer view. He thought with determination. First, let's try to confirm the location. Immersing himself in the map, the young man was guided along a magical current. If I triangulate the position based on the North Star, then. He walked for a while until the guides vanished, and only then did his feet come to a stop. By now, the map had transported Vassal to a desolate wasteland. Below was sand, and in the distance, a cloud-filled night sky. Is this the Nadia Desert? With the destination confirmed and the plan set, The next thing Vassal needed to do was visit Harket's room. I heard from Lady Daria that you registered for research on my behalf again. He stood to one side, putting on a pitiful expression to plead with his fiancée. I'm sorry, Harket. Harket placed her pen on the desk and told him, as I've said before, I am not so narrow-minded that I cannot understand my man's outside affairs. But the reason I appear this way is because I worry for you. She gave him a relaxed smile to reassure him and made a request. So for my sake, I hope you will provide me with regular updates. Vassal suddenly leaned in close and placed a warm kiss on her face, causing Harket to blush deeply. I absolutely will. Just that won't be nearly enough. He was soon on his way to the Nadia Desert. The journey was not easy. The desert sun was, as expected, incredibly harsh. Looking up at the blazing sun, he had to silently count his blessings. Good thing I followed Harket's advice and joined the merchants. Thanks to that, I even get to ride a camel. And he paid close attention to every layer of sand they passed. He now understood why they had to navigate using an astronomical chart. The height and position of the sand changed with every gust of wind, making a standard map useless. The merchant beside him cheerfully approached and offered, Hey you, if you're hot, I can give you a cloak. It might look long and warm, but it's actually very cool. Vassal smiled back politely and gently refused. Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. Suddenly, a small movement caught the sensitive young man's attention. He turned to look down at the sand. What is this tremor? It wasn't on the surface of the sand. It felt like something massive was swimming deep underground. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a colossal monster erupted from below. It was enormous and covered in spines, causing the people there to scream in terror. It's a Hong Ho! The entire merchant caravan scrambled to flee, but Vassal alone stood his ground. If we fight, we'll be annihilated. Scatter if you don't want to die. His eyes lit up as he absorbed another piece of knowledge. So, in the desert, sandworms are called Hoang Ho. The merchant, seeing him dawdling, shouted a warning. What are you staring at? Hurry up and run. But Vassal's direction was straight ahead. If you don't want to get hurt, stay by my side. What did you say? Vassal gathered a sphere of magic in his palm, eagerly anticipating this battle. This was the perfect place to test his newly honed magic. He quickly channeled the mana stream into the sand. Angoglomar, the Yellow Tower's master from 200 years ago. His original magic remains on the 6th basement level. The desertification spell caused all the sand around the Hoang Ho's body to fly upwards, leaving the massive worm with nowhere to hide as it was fully exposed. With the sand blasted away by his power, the earthworm was revealed with its surprisingly short body. Streams of mana bent to Vassal's will, forming beams of light that shot forward. They struck the monster's flesh, causing it to open its maw of sharp teeth and let out a piercing shriek. The merchants traveling with the young man exclaimed in utter amazement, Oh, I thought we were dead for sure. But he remained perfectly calm, looking up. Those people grew even more curious about him. Who in the world is that mage? Just then, the camel's wound began to ooze a black substance as the familiar blue light of dark magic emanated from it. The camel went berserk, screaming as its body was violently transformed and corroded by black slime. The merchants backed away in fear, leaving their mount to convulse on the sand. Ugh. Ah. Strange. Poison. There's poison in its blood. Vassal continued to chant a spell into the sand, gritting his teeth. This. 2 streams of power, one blue and one golden-orange, intertwined. The winds they generated whipped the surroundings into an obscured, chaotic mess. After blasting away the entire swarm of monsters, he slowly stood up and thought, Finally, that's settled. The woman behind him walked forward and introduced herself politely. I am Anne Margarine of the Cutburs Merchant Guild. Greetings to the benefactor of our caravan. The young man responded with equal courtesy, a handshake, and his alias. I'm Richard. Thanks to you, we can continue our trade. I very much wish to repay you, so is there anything you desire? Vassal thought for a moment before stating his wish. In that case, could you give me a camel? Anne was quite surprised. A camel? The young man nodded firmly as he looked toward the far reaches of the desert. Yes. It seems I must travel in a different direction from here. The sky remained as clear and blue as ever, with a few white clouds drifting lazily by. Vassal split from the caravan and followed the trail of light on his own. The trail of the bird flock. Is it over there? The earth dragon artifact at his waist glowed with a faint light, and it began to react more strongly as he followed the correct path. The patterns on the item radiated a powerful mana stream, the celestial relief map. The light had now converged into a large, distinct cluster. It continued to lead the way for its master. So this is what they meant by a path of light guiding me when I got close? Vassal leaped off the camel, using his wind magic to jump high into the air and chase after the beacon. The wind whipped his hair back, but he remained intently focused on what lay ahead. Thud. The light landed at a cave entrance. The constellations in the sky grew clearer the closer he got to the mysterious place. Is it really in there? He landed on the ground and cautiously looked around. It's just sand all around. In that case, it must be. Thud. The light is further down? A powerful column of light shot straight into the sand, scorching it dark and sending it flying everywhere. At that very moment, he jumped down into the dark pit. While free-falling through the earth, he kept thinking of a single word to find it. Thud. Dust and sand rushed past the young man, but he patiently kept his eyes fixed below. Thud. His focus was rewarded. Deeper inside was a large pool of water surrounded by golden sand. Thud. He passed through the opening and arrived in another strange space. Marble, not sand? Inside this peculiar place, the only light came from the opening above, making it incredibly dark. Thud. Vassal habitually said. Pepper, light a fire. But no one appeared. Vassal rubbed his head in frustration. Thud. I forgot Pepper is asleep. Thud. He had to continue following the map. In any case, the light led directly into the depths of this space, where glowing red eyes lay in ambush, waiting for him. Looks like I found the right place this time. Countless scorpions dropped to the ground, their bodies all enveloped in a layer of fire mana. Facing this swarm of insects, Vassal calmly analyzed the situation. The monsters can wait. Thud. He radiated a blue magic, a type he could easily use for swift, short-range attacks. I'm worried the Gittic might collapse. His attacks were effortlessly swatted away. Although they were large in scale and low in level, the magical beasts were still a variant of Gittic. If they could be fully restored, they would hold significant research value. Elder Spiegel would surely be delighted. While some were larger, with bodies like dinosaurs, they were still no match for Jiaxo. A single swing of his blade was all it took to fell them. With the number of monsters now thinned, the young man cautiously eyed the path ahead. It seemed the road ended here, which must mean this was the deepest floor. He took measured steps through the silent corridor, his mind racing with possibilities, one of which was the chance of encountering more Gittic. But now, the obstacle before him was a massive, fortified gate. This wasn't just a door. Could it be a teleportation gate? Rutsuo flew up to inspect its every detail, wondering what the activation condition could be. He scanned it from top to bottom, noticing a few key features. The left and right sides seemed interconnected, meaning a simple push or pull mechanism was out of the question. A circular hole was emitting a faint glow, just enough to catch his eye. A thought suddenly sparked in his sharp mind, causing him to pause in surprise. He glanced at the object in his hand, the Yankee astronomical chart, and the connection clicked into place. Rutsuo approached the gate's panel and gently touched it with the chart. So this is why it wasn't shaped like a map this time, he thought. Just as he predicted, the teleportation gate flared to life with a blinding light. As his vision adjusted, the young man slowly opened his eyes. Huh? He was stunned to find himself back in the desert, outside the ruins. But the lingering light made him suspicious. This desert felt slightly different from the one he had crossed before. A strange compass materialized in his hand. A compass with only a single needle? Just then, the system appeared with a new quest. This space was a dreamscape created to test someone. The mission was to reach the end of this place using the compass, but with one restriction: no aerial movement magic. Rutsuo looked at the scenery around him, a quiet realization dawning. Was he inside someone's dream? Is that why everything felt so off? The challenge didn't faze him. Gripping the provided compass, he flashed a confident smile. After all, the destination was already set. The lone needle pointed straight ahead. All he had to do was follow. But just a moment later, streams of dark magic began to gather in the swirling sands. Rutsuo's jaw dropped in astonishment at the sight of a massive sandstorm crackling with bolts of lightning. His first instinct was to turn and run. Wait, you can't be serious. But the compass mercilessly crushed that thought, pointing directly into the heart of the cataclysm. With no other choice, Rutsuo let out a heavy sigh. Of course, nothing is ever easy. He flashed his usual grin, turned back, and prepared to step into the dream's trial. All right, fine. I'll just have to overcome it all. Meanwhile, Rutsuo's eyes closed tightly as he recalled his teachings. Perceive the object, observe it intuitively, and understand what will happen next. If the trials until now tested his character, his eyes hardened with newfound maturity, for this was a test of a sorcerer's very aptitude. Deep within his soul, Rutsuo's eyes remained shut as he focused on his teachings. Perceive the object, observe it intuitively, and understand what happens next. If the past trials tested his character, his expression now showed his maturity, for this was a test of a mage's true potential. He rubbed his head, feeling a dull ache. He thought he could break through the wall, but in the end, he ran out of mana. Still, giving up wasn't an option. Our genius mage smiled to himself. It's a shame, but there's no other way. I'll just have to remember that feeling from before. He strode with renewed confidence through the roaring flames, vowing not to let the next opportunity slip by. The system chimed in, announcing he had completed the quest. Having passed through the magical space, Rutsuo's next destination was a vast structure. As he looked around, he wondered, is this the plaza where I found the first door? Did the door disappear at the same time as the portal? The system rewarded him with the purified earth. Horn of the Dragon God King. He stared in awe at the Horn of the Earth. It was a colossal mass of gold, even larger than Rutsuo himself, with a crude, raw appearance unlike the other horns he'd seen. Rutsuo's hand reached out to touch it. Just how much would his magic power increase if he absorbed this? Suddenly, the horn vanished, and a torrent of mana coiled around his body, catching him completely off guard. What's happening? Before he could process his confusion, a sharp pain shot through his body, making him grimace. Why wasn't there any change? Rutsuo's heart felt like it was being ripped apart by the chaotic magic. The absorbed power was blocking his own mana flow. He immediately sat down to regulate it, knowing that if the flow was completely choked, he'd be rendered helpless. His face flushed a deep red as the surging mana transformed his features, making his eyes glow ominously. He had to direct the power toward his magic circle, and fast. Rutsuo's hands clenched his knees as he fought to endure the agony. The pain and the swirling mana around him vanished as abruptly as they had appeared, and the young man's hands fell limp. A speck of sand crumbled from his arm, turning to mush as it hit the ground. Rutsuo himself had turned into a statue, his body frozen solid in a seated position. However, such a prison couldn't contain this genius mage for long. Streaks of light began to radiate from his face and limbs, and cracks spiderwebbed across his stony face, fueled by his powerful desire to break free. The system provided a status update. He had absorbed the purified earth, Horn of the Dragon God King, to its maximum limit. His magic power had surpassed its absorption threshold and was now shrouded in latent power. Another notification followed immediately after. This latent power will awaken and grant you immense strength. Your proficiency with the highest level earth attribute has increased slightly. Rutsuo came to, looking at the stone fragments scattered around him. Was this discarded waste, like shedding a shell? He reached out and gripped a large boulder, sensing a distinct difference. It wasn't just his muscles, even his bones felt harder. Suddenly, his thoughts drifted to spandium. He clenched his fist, comparing the feeling. This was just a light squeeze. If he activated Overlord and Wizard Body, would his strength be comparable to the spandium of the past? Shaking off his thoughts, the young man hurried to find a way out. A portal opened, and a stranger was already there waiting for him. First, I need to get out of here. There's a portal from the Imperial Tower nearby. The man seemed to recognize him, asking, Lord Rutsuo Daileman? Yes. The man immediately presented a scroll. This is a directive from the Master of the Inferno Tower and the Royal Order. A directive? Yes, it arrived 5 days ago. Rutsuo immediately unrolled it and read the words inscribed within. Slay the Hydra in the swamp on Count Lenki's territory. He knew of the infamous multi-headed monster. The Hydra had appeared in the Western Kingdom around this time. In the previous timeline, Unsen was the one who handled it. Back then, accepting this mission was basically a death sentence for Vermilion. The reason this directive came to him now was likely because history had changed. As he continued to read, he thought to himself, history. I returned 8 years to the past, and because 7 years have already gone by, I have less than 1 year of the future I know left. Lord Allen is on the list of support mages. Seeing Allen's name on the roster wasn't a surprise, but the note beside it stating he was a 5th Circle mage made him pause. But why is he still at the 5th Circle? I thought he would have already broken through the wall to the 6th Circle, especially since he reached the 5th Circle faster than in the past. At that moment, in the city's Brazier Tower, news spread quickly among the mages of the Royal Order who had received the king's command to slay the Hydra. Greetings, Count Ranico. A group of mages was gathered at the entrance as the Count approached and praised Allen. Lord Allen Peth, the genius mage acknowledged by the Master of the Azure Tower. You've arrived. I must say, that's a great relief. Alan smiled cheerfully and said, I'm merely here for support. The commander of the extermination is the esteemed Count Vassal Raymond. The Count recognized the name instantly. Ah, so he is the new vanguard. I have indeed heard of his reputation. Ranico asked them, but which one of you is the new vanguard? Alan replied, our departure points were different, so I arrived first. I'm sure he will be here shortly, my lord, please don't worry. He then posed a question of his own. Count, do you know the location of the Hydra's lair? At the mention of the monster, the Count's expression darkened. It resides in a bleak stretch of land choked with dark energy, the swamp on the other side of the plains. It has made its nest there. Aelin's questions weren't finished. Has it ever attacked first? The Count shook his head. Not yet. Alan was slightly disappointed by the answer, as he considered his options. What should I do? I was supposed to wait for Lord Rutsuo, but the extermination could be delayed. Perhaps I should scout ahead. The conversation seemed to be proceeding smoothly until a tremendous roar echoed from outside. Count, I believe I have something to say. The multi-headed dragon had somehow breached the castle and was spewing destructive flames. Hydra! It's the Hydra! The Count shrieked in terror. The ceiling cracked and debris rained down. What is this? It's never attacked first before. How can this be happening? Aelin moved in a flash, dashing outside. He shouted back to the Count, My lord, we will confront the Hydra. Please evacuate the civilians. The other mages followed close behind, ready to suppress the rampaging beast. Outside the castle walls, the Hydra was on a rampage, breathing fire indiscriminately. It doesn't seem to have noticed us yet, Alan thought. We have to use this opening to strike it down. He closed his eyes and began chanting a light-based spell, fully aware that at his current level, he couldn't possibly defeat the Hydra alone. Aelin's eyes snapped open as he unleashed the spell, steeling himself for the impact. The other mages poured their power into the attack as well. The Hydra was not to be outdone, retaliating with a massive torrent of fire. But if we combine our strength, black smoke billowed from the colossal explosion, obscuring the view and leaving the outcome of the clash uncertain. Aelin stared intently into the smoke, his senses screaming danger. Pairs of glowing red eyes materialized within the black cloud, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Damn it. As the Hydra's many heads lunged out of the smoke with jaws agape, Aelin yelled frantically, Everyone, get back! He desperately conjured a thick magical barrier to shield everyone. That destructive power is too dangerous. If I'm not careful, civilians will be caught in the crossfire. The Hydra's dark power was immense, smashing against Alan's ice wall and nearly shattering it to pieces. I have to prevent any casualties. At that moment, Rutsuo was racing back, his heart pounding with worry as he pushed himself to his limits to reach the castle. Rutsuo's eyes widened in shock. His entire body froze as he took in the scene before him. The entire castle was shrouded in the Hydra's sinister dark magic, and black clouds swirled across the sky. Alan, the fortress walls were covered in a thick, unnatural moss, and the dragon itself was gone. The Hydra. What's its status? After returning to the swamp, it has shown no unusual movements. From within the castle, Count Ronico and a soldier observed the devastation. Lord Alan's attack must have been quite significant. As for Alan Peth himself, what was his condition? He was bedridden, with dark, venomous marks spreading across his face. He was enduring the pain, but it was clear his situation was dire. Count Ronico spoke to an attendant, his face grim. We must save him, no matter the cost. The attendant bowed. I will do everything in my power. Just then, a soldier rushed toward them breathlessly. See, Count, he's here. Another guard chided him. Show some decorum in front of the Count. It's all right, the Count said. But tell me, who has arrived? We can dispense with the formalities. At the Count's words, the soldier delivered his report, stunning them both. It's the new vanguard, my lord. Rutsuo Daileman has just arrived. Outside, Rutsuo looked up at the ominous sky, his pace quickening. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent his knees, coiling his power to launch himself into action. He leaped directly to where the Count was standing, and Ronico watched as his body soared overhead, black hair and red eyes. This young man was. Zasul appeared with an impeccably neat look and raised a hand in greeting. The Count, Ranico, and the warrior beside him observed from within. Lord Ranico, it's an honor to meet you. I am Sazul Doimon. They led the young man into the room where Alan was recuperating from his injuries. My lord, when did Sir Alan get into this state? In response to the question, the Count answered truthfully. Today is the second day. Faint streams of mana radiated from Alan's body. To leak life force like this, just by breathing. Would a normal person have perished instantly? He continued to probe for more information. I wonder, did the Hydra have 8 or 9 heads? The veiled Count replied, It has 5 heads. Zasul immediately became lost in thought. If it has 5 heads, it must be fully grown by now. Could its venom truly be this powerful? His hand gently reached toward Alan's grievously afflicted body. He had to examine it. Both the Count and the warrior were stunned and tried to stop him. Wait, it's dangerous. However, a flame suddenly erupted, brilliantly illuminating the entire bed. They hastily shielded their faces, wondering, did he just incinerate the poison? Layers of smoke billowed upwards as Zasul held a bright flame in his hand. This was the power of a Tower Master-level mage. He closed his eyes tightly to sense the venom flowing from Alan's arm. To understand the poison, he had to find its origin. The toxin had already invaded more than half of his body. Zasul's magic coiled around it, probing deeper and deeper. If he started by removing the relatively weaker poisoned life force, at the point where the venom was most potent, that was the very core of the problem. He found it. The radiating power made Zasul realize the cause was anything but ordinary, as a bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. A system notification appeared, assigning him a quest, the Hydra's secret. Repel the Hydra that is devastating Ranako's domain, bring its secret to light, and solve the mystery. He gazed at the screen with apprehension, wondering how the reward would be divided. He knew he had to defeat it, but what exactly was this secret? The Count's curious voice broke the silence. Sir Zasul, is something the matter? Zasul quickly turned to reassure them. It's nothing. More importantly, I've found a way to treat Sir Alan. The Count was astonished. Are you telling the truth? The treatment began immediately. Zasul told them, yes, but during the procedure, there is a risk of exposure to the toxic aura, so I must ask everyone to step outside. Within the young mage's vast knowledge, he was well versed in treatment methods. While healing magic typically utilized antidotes or divine power to cure poisons, this was different. A drop of sweat traced its way down his temple as Zasul's eyes remained fixed on the bed, his decision made. His grip on Alan tightened. The options were to either burn and eliminate the toxin, or to expel it from the body. A standard treatment would be one or the other, but for Sir Alan, he had to do both simultaneously. A plume of white smoke rose from the bedside as a powerful light shone between Zasul's and Alan's hands. Expelling the poison would face immense resistance, and even if he succeeded, its extreme toxicity posed a high risk of reinfection. No matter how long it took, he had to be absolutely thorough. Under the control of his magic, Alan's body gradually began to float. As the impurity was purged, it improved his mana circulation, a process that was repeated over and over. A thought crossed Zasul's mind, his intuition sparking a memory. He sensed an aura from Sir Alan that was similar to his own from the past. Was it possible he was attaining an awakening from this purification process? A faint smile touched Zasul's lips. In any case, Alan gently descended back to the floor, the surrounding area visibly warped by the sheer magical power that had been unleashed. As Alan's body was now fully recovered, Zasul offered his congratulations. Welcome to the Sixth Circle, Sir Alan. Alan's pale eyelids fluttered open, revealing eyes of a strange and captivating beauty. Sir Zasul, it seems I owe you my life yet again. He bowed his head in deep gratitude. Thank you. Zasul quickly waved it off. Think nothing of it. They straightened their attire and went outside to meet the Count, who expressed his immense relief. Sir Alan, it is truly a blessing that you have made a full recovery. Alan inclined his head to show his appreciation to Roniko. I deeply apologize for causing you so much trouble. The Count simply smiled in return. Nonsense. It was no trouble at all. Zasul, however, maintained a serious demeanor and spoke up. My lord, there are matters I must confirm in order to exterminate the Hydra. Roniko graciously invited him to continue. Please, speak freely. Zasul began by inquiring about their forces. I need information on the capabilities and number of knights who will participate in the subjugation, as well as the monsters surrounding the swamp. Roniko answered him clearly. We have 30 individuals who hold the title of knight, and if you include the regular soldiers, the total comes to 500 men. Zasul pressed further. And how many of those are expert class? The Count replied with regret. Unfortunately, we have none. Zasul thought to himself, he'd have to make his calculations based on this information. He probably wouldn't hide his strength in a crisis like this. There's no other choice but to consider the knights as support units. The number of monsters in the swamp is vast, and they are all dangerous. The swamp itself covers 1,500 hectares, making it impossible to grasp the full scope and numbers. The young mage then cheerfully clapped Alan on the shoulder and added to the conversation, in an area that size, there must be thousands of monsters. Roniko sighed. The numbers are what they are, but my greatest concern is that the swamp terrain severely restricts the movement of our soldiers. Regarding that issue, Zasul confidently made a proposal. I already have a solution for that, so I ask that you help me prepare. We can set out in 3 days. Roniko laughed with amusement. Oh ho, is that so? Zasul cheerfully patted Alan's shoulder again and replied, yes, I have a foolproof method. Alan gave him a bewildered look, but Zasul simply maintained a smug grin without elaborating. That afternoon, Roniko gathered all the soldiers and made an announcement. Do you all remember? Last autumn, when half of our domain was bathed in a golden light? He recalled fond memories from his youth. I remember it so clearly. That field, those smiles, that peace. Zasul and Alan, also on horseback, stood with the Legion to hear the declaration. For many years, we will not be granted such a gift again. No, As long as the Hydra exists, we will never see that sight a second time. Then, Roniko spoke of how they would confront the monsters that lay ahead. The soldiers behind them roared in response to their commander's call. "We must fight! We must destroy it!" Zasul himself was moved by the display and couldn't help but smile. The Lord had certainly raised the soldiers' morale. His horse turned. "Now, it's my turn." The young man, with the cloak of the fire tower on his shoulder, addressed the entire legion in a clear voice. "I am Zasul Doiman, commander of the Hydra subjugation force." He extended his hand, creating several large screens in the air. "From this moment, I will explain the subjugation strategy to everyone." Their battle formation was clearly displayed. First, they would divide into 2 teams of knights. Their mission was to protect and support the 3rd and 4th circle mages from behind as they carved a path through the beasts, while the 5th circle mages would prevent any monsters from escaping. A soldier raised his hand with a question. "Just moving through the swamp is difficult enough. How can we possibly face the monsters ahead?" Of course, Zasul had already considered this and offered a reassuring reply. "That is something you need not worry about." The scene shifts to their target, a gloomy swamp with treacherous terrain, where all manner of monsters lurked in the shadows. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of light pierced the sky from above, causing the beasts to look up in unison. Zasul's origin skill descended upon the swamp and detonated. His body was wreathed in familiar streams of fire mana as he declared, "I will take responsibility for opening that great door." The entire forest erupted in a ferocious blaze, hot sparks crackling and flying upwards, illuminating the whole area. The soldiers who witnessed Zasul's power all shared the same feeling of awe. Is it possible to deal with countless monsters so easily? Their eyes were fixed on the commander of this assault. Is this the true power of a Tower Master level mage? Zasul's preemptive strike was complete. He then turned to his second in command. With a cheerful smile, Zasul said, "Don't worry, because I'll be counting on you again." Aelin took a small step forward, causing ice to spread instantly. "You're no different from a wicked master, Sir Zasul." He then levitated his entire body and manipulated his mana, transforming the forest into a glittering landscape of blue ice. "In any case, I must follow my master's request, so I will give it my all." Zasul watched with fascination as Alan cast his magic. Is this that same spell from before? Any creature that touched the ground was instantly frozen into a block of ice. Snowflakes began to fall like a true winter as an ice age descended, with glaciers erupting from the ground to freeze the legs of the low-level monsters. Reniko issued the command, "Disperse the monsters, use the ice as stepping stones and advance." The massive legion began their sweep with a resounding war cry, "All troops, forward!" As they charged through the swamp, the hordes of monsters could only grimace, frozen in place and waiting to be dispatched. A warrior dashed by, swinging his sword to shatter the ice. Without paying attention to the movement under the ground, he turned to his comrades and shouted, "Cut down the frozen ones!" Just then, a monster's head with large, round red eyes emerged. It violently flung the man's body high into the air, causing the warrior to scream in panic. Instantly, a hand drew a magical sigil to provide support. After the beast was cleaved in two and the warrior rescued, his squadmates rushed to pull him to safety. "I'll stop the bleeding. Just hang in there a little longer." Zasul surveyed the area and noted to himself that the number of monsters was not decreasing. The army and the mages continued to fight fiercely. Annihilate the monsters. Zasul was still contemplating his next move. If he used wide-area magic, their own troops would likely be caught in the blast. He made a swift decision and bent his knees, launching himself off the ground. The young man's body shot effortlessly into the sky with his familiar leaping technique. As expected, he needed to eliminate the Hydra first. While airborne, his eyes carefully scanned the surroundings, searching for his target. Deep within the swamp, the Hydra frantically bit through the thick layer of ice to resume its assault. It lunged forward with 3 of its heads, its forked tongues flicking out. The monstrous Hydra appeared, its maws gaping hungrily as all 5 of its heads rose from the water to begin the hunt. Zasul shot across the lake's surface to be the first to confront it. "This thing. I thought it would approach from the flank." The Hydra's aura was completely different from that of the other monsters. Even the ice couldn't impede its path. The warriors standing nearby were frozen in place, screaming in terror. "My body. It won't move." The Hydra closed the distance to the Legion in an instant. An ice wall shot up between them, a desperate defense conjured by ice magic. "Damn it, the range is too great. What's the plan?" Elaine thought, channeling the magic in his hands. The air around him plummeted to freezing, so cold that a thick layer of ice instantly encased his shoes, impeding his movement. But the wall was never going to hold for long. A massive crack spiderwebbed across its frozen surface. The enraged Hydra shattered the thick sheet of ice, resuming its relentless assault. It lunged forward with its 3 heads, snake-like tongues flicking and fins flared in aggression. Elaine desperately cast his Ice Forest technique to impede its massive body. Vassal saw his opening, fire magic coalescing in his palm. All right, now's my chance. But his resolve wavered as he looked up at the beast. Is this the Hydra's own obsession? Its earlier words echoed in his mind. Something about avenging its mother. He couldn't understand the source of its rampage. As he stared wide-eyed at its fury, he realized, but I was wrong. Unseen by the combatants, a mysterious figure watched with a smirk from a high stone perch, muttering, "So, they're using the ruling power of Dragon Valley to control the Hydra, are they?" Vassal's expression hardened. Tapping into his authority, he commanded, "Stop." Yet, his words were utterly ignored. The Hydra continued its violent rampage. My ruling power has no effect? A strong gust of wind swirled dust around him as he processed the failure. Even if the beast didn't obey, it should have at least flinched. But there was nothing, as if his command was intercepted before it ever reached its target. Raising his arm, he knew he had to switch tactics. There was no other choice. It would have to be restrained by sheer force. Under the master's control, a volley of arrows rained down from above. The Hydra whipped its heads around, making no attempt to flee, and met the attack head-on as the arrows bit into its tough scales. But the assault was far from over. A fiery vortex began to form in the sky, gathering immense magical energy. Vassal glanced upwards as lightning arced from his ring, surging into the sky to unleash even more power. His preparations complete, he looked at the fading sparks on his ring with a twinge of regret. This is going to be one hell of a satisfying strike, but what a waste of resources. He clenched his fist, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he ignited his mana. With this much magical power, it was more than possible. A familiar long spear materialized in his hand. He reached out, his mind focused. The hammer of the Thunder Giant, the most powerful of the 5 circle spells. Without hesitation, he channeled all his strength into a single throw. The spear flew true, and a cataclysmic explosion of flames engulfed the monster, powerful enough to seemingly uproot the entire forest. The terrifying wave of mana washed over the area. He grunted, impressed by the sheer destruction. Humph, truly a masterful spell. The young mage sighed, his expression grim as he stared at the epicenter. Even among 6 circle spells, the difference in power can be this vast? The Hydra was scorched black, coughing up blood as its strength began to fail. But just as the beast looked ready to collapse, a voice declared, "The power of the dragon blood I shared with you is far greater than this." Strange, sharp spears erupted from the ground, surrounding the Hydra's grievously wounded body. Vassal's eyes shot wide in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. A pillar of raw energy slammed down on the Hydra, blasting earth and rock into the air. A strange purple light plunged the battlefield into chaos. "Rise, my beast of power." An otherworldly energy descended upon the Hydra as tendrils of black magic began to radiate from its body. Vassal could only stare, dumbfounded. The winds howled, carrying the dark magic with them. This is incredibly dangerous. He instantly cast another technique, summoning innumerable spears. I absolutely cannot let it complete this transformation. The sharp spears shot forward, puncturing the viscous, protective layer of dark magic. Vassal's eyes glowed crimson as he poured more power into his attack. One more time, a massive explosion erupted, engulfing the area in a sea of fire. The Hydra's body was now riddled with wounds. It struggled, spitting up a mouthful of blood, showing no signs of regeneration. But this was no time to let his guard down. The gifted mage's palms ignited with twin flames once more. All right, let's finish this for good. Suddenly, the stream of dark magic surged upwards, coalescing in midair. A magical core materialized over the swamp, crackling with black lightning and radiating immense, sinister power. A memory surfaced in Rasto's mind, the mad cultists he'd faced before. This felt similar, but no. This was far denser, far more malevolent than anything they had ever wielded. He recoiled from the sheer psychic shockwave. His mind latched onto something disturbingly familiar. Could it be? He wondered. Inside the core, distorted energies twisted and churned violently. Alan just stared blankly at the sphere of black magic. His face beaded with cold sweat. Rasto's own crimson eyes remained locked on the object, not daring to look away for even a second. A murky aura began to emanate from the dark sphere, spreading outwards. Then, from within that cage of energy, a faint blue light seeped through a crack forming on the sphere's surface. The crack grew larger and larger, threatening to shatter the containment field. A Hydra's head forced its way out, complete with elongated fangs and blood-red eyes, looking even more monstrous than before. Rasto watched as more heads emerged, twisting and snapping their jaws as drool dripped from their maws. 1, 2, Rasto counted. He was now facing a creature on a completely different level. Its powerful aura washed over him as the count reached 6. It had grown more heads. One of them spoke, its voice dripping with resentment. "You wretched humans are standing in the way of my mother's vengeance." Its multiple heads menaced the mages, forcing Alan and Rasso to throw up a defensive barrier. "I will devour every last one of you," it roared. The situation had escalated dramatically. As commander, Rasso made the call. "Sir Alan, get the troops to the rear, now." "Understood," Alan replied. Now left to face the monster alone, he glided across the ice, evading its relentless pursuit. He recalled the legends. The Hydra that Olsen defeated in the past only had 5 heads. His sharp reflexes allowed him to narrowly dodge the creature's lethal strikes. The fact that this one has 6 heads, he thought, means history has been altered by some outside force. The battlefield erupted once more as the Hydra went berserk. And that mysterious figure was still watching nonchalantly, or was he doing something more? Rasto swung his arm, launching the same wind scythe attack as before, but this time it struck the beast's chest and simply dissipated. At this power level, it didn't even leave a scratch. The mages and soldiers beat a hasty retreat, following their orders. That should be everyone evacuated. Vassal knew he had no choice but to resort to his partial dragonification. His eyes began to glow intensely, a focal point in the encroaching darkness. Now, it's time to end this. He imbued his spear with magic, reinforcing its power. Leaning back, he took aim just as the Hydra unleashed a torrent of potent venom from a distance. Vassal swung his spear, deflecting the stream of poison, and followed through with a critical strike to its neck, cleanly severing one of its heads. But to his dismay, the wound regenerated almost instantly. Such incredible latent power. This reckless assault is going to cost me. He focused, summoning a phalanx of spectral spears around him before channeling all of his remaining mana into a single weapon. Vassal's power flowed into the spear, causing it to blaze with brilliant red flames. Then, he vanished. The Hydra's head snarled, snapping their jaws where he'd just been. Vassal reappeared, dodging a head that slammed into the ground, gripping his spear tightly as he closed the distance one step at a time. The range was now dangerously close, making the beast's attacks nearly impossible to evade. A claw grazed the young man's side, and he had to grit his teeth to suppress a cry of pain. Vassal hit the ground, planting the butt of his spear for support. "Now," he panted, "let's end this." He channeled magic into the spear one last time, reinforcing it for the final strike. Taking his stance, he hurled the sharpened weapon forward. It flew like a missile, piercing straight through one of the Hydra's central heads. The beast thrashed in agony, its maws roaring curses. "I curse all of you." Blood streamed from its eyes as it defiantly shrieked, "I am His Majesty's beast of power. The day His Majesty descends upon this land, you will all perish." As the creature died, Zasso had a sudden realization. His Majesty. Someone deliberately interfered to cause this Hydra incident. His amber eyes lit up with a newfound, dangerous interest. In the aftermath of the great battle, the capital erupted in celebration with a lavish party. The scale of the festivities was truly immense. As for Zasso, he stood apart by a stone balustrade. He wasn't one for extravagance, so this was more than enough for him. From a distance, the young ladies of noble houses watched him quietly, their faces flushed with admiration. He chuckled to himself and turned to leave. "The other young mages are probably in for an interrogation, but since I'm engaged to Hecate, they'll likely leave me alone." A fond smile touched his lips as he thought of his beautiful fiancée. "You know, it's been a while since I've contacted Hecate. I'll have to do that tomorrow, for sure." Suddenly, his instinct screamed a warning, jolting him to attention. He whipped his head toward the source of his unease, and saw a strangely cloaked figure staring intently in his direction. Zasso followed the figure out onto a balcony. Just as he expected, the person who had been watching him was waiting there. "I have a question for you." They stood facing each other again, this time separated by less than 2 paces. Zasso's voice was grim. "Are you the one they call Dragon?" He pieced it together in his mind. "This aura. It's the same type I felt during the battle. If that's the power of a dragon, it would be enough to force the Hydra's evolution." The mysterious figure just smiled, a playful glint in his eye. "Take a guess," he replied. From beneath his robe, black feathers began to sprout, unfurling into a magnificent pair of wings. The powerful, pitch-black wings beat the air, lifting him off the ground. "For now," the figure said, hovering, "you can call me that." After speaking those cryptic words, he regarded Zasso in silence as black feathers drifted down in the cold night air. Zasso stared back, his patience wearing thin. The standoff was broken by a flicker of movement in the distant sky, which caught the winged man's attention. He turned back to Zasso and whispered, "I'd love to chat more, but it seems we have an intruder." And with that, he flew off towards the full moon, leaving the Dragon Emperor alone with his unanswered questions. The image of the man's face was burned into Zasso's mind, the face of the one humanity once called Dragon. "So you're not Dragon anymore?" he mused. Just then, a system notification chimed, announcing the quest's completion. Along with his reward, he uncovered the dark truth behind the incident. So, he concluded, he was the mastermind behind the Hydra all along. Meanwhile, the winged man arrived in a desolate, forgotten place. A portal tore open in midair, blazing with dark magic and fire. He stepped through, his expression cold and unfeeling. Standing before a large, dark cave, he called out, "Well? Are you simply going to ignore my words?" The silence that answered only fueled his irritation. His shadow warped, taking the form of a fearsome dragon. "Since when?" he snarled, grabbing another man by the throat. "Did you get the idea that you and I were equals?" The man choked, his face turning purple. "Hypnos. There isn't much time. When will you?" The winged man simply chuckled darkly. The name he had long concealed was finally spoken. He was Yu Ling, Dragon Sangha. "Do you really think you can order me around?" The man named Hypnos was pinned by the overwhelming dark power. Terrified, he still managed to gasp. You're planning to betray him, aren't you?" Yu Ling considered the idiotic question for a moment before contemptuously tossing Hypnos into the underbrush with a cry of pain. Yu Ling, the Dragon Sangha, spoke coldly. "I have no interest in his plans." However, his eyes blazed with fire as he issued a final warning. "Just because half of my being originated from him doesn't make any of you my master." Hypnos scrambled to his feet, spitting a defiant retort. "You'll regret this," before vanishing with the same dark magic the cultists used. That same day, back at Geneve Palace, a royal herald announced, "Your Majesty, the Lady Rasul Ruiman has arrived." A new dawn was breaking, and with it came the unpredictable actions of a Sangha like Yu Ling. "Zaso," he wondered from afar, "will you have enough power to win me even a sliver of my freedom?" That very same day at Geneve Palace, an announcement echoed through the halls. "My lady, Count Rasul Ruiman has arrived." Rasul, dressed impeccably, awaited Hecate's command before stepping inside. "Let him in." She was reading the morning paper as always, while her maid styled her hair. "Come closer, Sir Rasul." Though they were engaged, he still bowed with polite formality. "First and foremost, I, Count Rasul Ruiman of the kingdom, offer my greetings." His words trailed off as he looked up, embarrassed, at the newspaper Hecate was holding. A rather stiff portrait of his face was printed on the page, a meticulously drawn illustration. Hecate chuckled as she compared the newspaper to Rasul himself. "But the real thing is much better." A nearby maid chimed in. "Haha, that's certainly true." She gently set the paper aside and asked softly, "So, what brings you to see me today?" Rasul hesitated, replying, "It's just that." He managed a natural smile to deliver the news that he had a mission requiring him to leave the capital for a few days. Hecate's cheerful demeanor instantly soured as she crossed her arms in a pout. "Humph, you're always abandoning me," she grumbled under her breath. He quickly waved his hands and explained to the princess, "That's not what I meant. I'm heading out to inspect the Xymon district." An unexpected name was mentioned, catching Hecate by surprise. "Your district? The one the king granted you, right?" That was indeed the one. She shyly covered her face. "Oh my, it's right next door. You didn't have to come ask for my permission." But that wasn't all, Rasul wanted to say to her. As if on cue, he knelt and extended his hand, offering a sincere invitation. "Would you like to come with me?" The princess's face flushed an even deeper shade of red from embarrassment. They set off shortly after. Their path took them through the capital of Westo, a peaceful place nestled beside a waterfall. The lively voices of merchants filled the market square. "We have premium spices imported directly from the south. Famous honey cakes from the capital. Right here, we have our specialty dragon candy." The couple, dressed in casual attire, chatted as they walked. "Your meeting is nearby tonight, isn't it?" "It is, but I've made a few adjustments to our schedule to make time for our outing." He placed his other hand over Hecate's and whispered to her, "Before that, we can take a stroll through the city, just the two of us." Suddenly, Rasul's senses flared intensely, causing his eyes to glow crimson. He swiftly pulled Hecate into his embrace, yanking her to his side to dodge a cart. He waved off the approaching guards, who were clearly former Westo trainees, assuring them everything was fine. A princess on an outing naturally meant her protective detail was never far behind. He turned to his fiancée, keenly feeling the many eyes watching them. "I allowed them to protect you secretly, but this is a bit too obvious. Are you all right with it?" Hecate quickly turned back to him and replied, "I'm fine." To escape her current feeling of embarrassment, the princess changed the subject. "So where are we heading now?" Rasul smiled and offered an idea. "If you're willing, how about we stop by Westo Academy for a walk?" Hecate nodded in agreement, taking his arm and smiling happily. If that's what you want, I'm up for anything. They walked together through the crowd, enjoying their intimate date. He was lost in his own thoughts, worried. Lately, the monsters have become abnormally strong. This is bad. Suddenly, a more slender man appeared beside him and exclaimed, "Captain, we're in trouble. We were scouting the area and ran into a fog thicker than anything I've ever seen. We asked the little spirits in the forest, but none of them know where this fog came from." The information was enough for the captain to confirm a few things. This is it. A magical fog capable of creating illusions, stimulating the primal fear of spirits. This feeling is unmistakable. "Everyone, fall back now." The words had barely left his mouth when the branch they were standing on began to shake violently. Countless bizarrely shaped monsters swarmed them all at once, throwing the spirits into a panic. "It's an ambush, we're under attack. The monsters are here." Faced with the sudden assault, the spirits scrambled to flee the pursuing horde. "They're coming. Everyone, evacuate the village, now." The archers did their best to hold them back with flaming arrows, but fire had already caught and was raging through the forest. "Prioritize the children and women first. Everyone, protect each other." His laughter rang out, finding the destruction of the village exhilarating. He clutched two familiar geological artifacts in his hands. This brutal scene is absolutely magnificent. One of his eyes was already gone. Hypnos bared his teeth in a grin and said confidently, "Let's begin." From a dark sphere in the ancient forest, an army of monsters poured out like ants, immense in number and with power that could not be underestimated. These little monsters are just the beginning. He slammed several pillars into the ground, creating a magic circle from them. "Arise. These ceiling pillars will all be shattered, and then the real monsters will pour out." His voice grew more excited as he imagined the scene to come monsters comparable to the god of destruction, the Titans. Hypnos's hideous face twisted into a cruel smile. The view from Endymion is already a feast for the eyes. In just a few more moments, this entire kingdom will be drowned in a sea of fire. He grew even more excited to begin this brutal devastation. In the ancient forest, how interesting, how thrilling. Back in the capital of Westo, the sunset cast its glow over the rooftops. Rasol and Hecate were on a balcony, enjoying the view. His heart was filled with impatience. Is it almost time? He thought with a secret smile, planning something that would be a huge milestone in his life. He recalled how surprised he was when he first returned to the academy, how humanity's decline was drawing ever closer, and the words the Dragon Emperor had once told him, the knowledge about the ancient stone tablet of humanity's future that he had accidentally overheard. Hecate's hand gently rested on his shoulder, which only made him hesitate more. What should I do now? What kind of future should I be aiming for? Hecate was sharp enough to notice her fiancé's mood. She looked over and asked, "What are you thinking about so seriously?" Rasol gave a strained smile and answered her honestly, "I was just thinking about the path I've chosen, wondering if I can do better in the future." Hecate tilted her head and suddenly posed a question to him. "Do you know why the king granted you this city?" Of course, the young mage couldn't guess. He hadn't paid it much mind. They looked down together at the bustling crowd on the street. In today's society, wealth and power are very important, but the true nature of core strength lies in the people. The young people chatting innocently, this academy that would gradually nurture the future generations of leaders for the kingdom. And she confidently affirmed to Rasol, "The king wants to pave the way for your future." Hecate's hand gently caressed her man's cheek. "Are you worried about the future?" And a sweet promise was made amidst the romantic atmosphere. "Don't worry. I will always be by your side." They shared a passionate kiss, as a glimmer of light seemed to bear witness to their love against the tranquil sky. From the stairs leading to the balcony where the couple stood, a messenger rushed up. He carried a directive and hurriedly reported to Rasol. "Count Rasol Zaiman, the royal family has issued a decree for you." Rasol, intrigued, opened the directive inside. What kind of urgent news could this be? He wondered. But after reading just a few lines, the color drained from his face. Hecate, noticing his reaction, asked with concern, "What does the letter say?" Her fiancé then read the stark message aloud. "All master-level mages and above, along with any light mages of the 6th level, are ordered to return to the palace immediately." Could it be? Had the war finally begun? With the situation critical, he declared, "I have to go back right now. I'll arrange a carriage for you." But she gripped his hand tightly, her voice firm. "No, don't worry about me. You need to get to the palace, and fast." Rasol was torn. "But how can I possibly leave you here alone?" Hecate understood his feelings, but she still seriously reassured her future husband. The safety of the kingdom must always be prioritized over love. "You go, the kingdom needs you." Rasol didn't hesitate any longer. He nodded reluctantly and said goodbye to her. "Then I'll be going. Take care." He needed to expend no small amount of effort to use teleportation magic and launched himself from the balcony. Hecate remained there alone, whispering words she could only say to herself, "You've taken up so much of my time. My entire youth has been spent waiting for you and worrying about you." The princess sighed sadly. "There's nothing I can do to help you," because she knew one thing very well, as Rasoul focused on returning to the kingdom, that this was the fate of a woman in love with a hero. In the king's large meeting room, countless talented mages were already present. Rasoul, dressed in his fire tower attire, sat down in his chair. Almost late. He glanced around the room and raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was filled with major figures. Even Darius Snow, his master, was here. With this level of force, Alan Peth and Melville from their familiar tower had also been fully assembled. Ilo was even summoned and was sitting sleepily in his chair, a person who could completely destroy an entire kingdom. Rittman and other elite soldiers stood with grim faces, which made him even more confused. What is happening? The king pushed open the door to the room and entered. The king is arriving. He first spoke to all the mages and warriors. "Everyone, stay seated. In this situation, there's no need for ceremony." He sat in his chair and began to speak. "This meeting is taking place because the kingdom has encountered an unprecedented situation. The following information will not come from the kingdom," and he invited 2 other people inside. "It's better to let these 2 clans explain. I have made a special arrangement for them." The command was given, "Bring them in." Rasoul's eyes were fixed on the doorway. This is 2 people symbolizing 2 different tribes were entering together, an elf and a dwarf. The fair-skinned and tall young man bowed politely. "I am Asland, the first protector of the Wisteria tribe. Greetings to the king of Endymion." Mazers, the representative of the Dwarven kingdom, also spoke up. "The dwarf clan of the underworld greets the king of Endymion." The people there began to whisper among themselves. "The elf and dwarf clans actually came here together? Rasoul Zyman, if you have any opinions, just say them." The young man seriously pointed out the strange features he saw in the order. "Let me show everyone what I have witnessed." The projection device was turned on and showed an image of monsters rampaging. This is a newly invented item from the underworld. It can reflect a recorded image. The witnesses all exclaimed in surprise, "Monsters!" Hansen, next to Rasoul, tried to estimate. There must be at least 10,000 of them. It was an unprecedented number that made even Rasoul gasp. Aslan began to recount the incident. Suddenly, a horde of monsters attacked the great forest, forcing us, the fairies of our tribe, out of the great forest. Mazars, beside him, quietly continued. They even invaded the red gorge of the underworld. We don't know why this happened either. From the knowledge she possessed, all the creatures recorded possessed immense power. But these monsters. In the name of the king of Endymion, Tarzak, Aslan and Mazars knelt in unison to plead with them. "Your Majesty, as the first protector of the Wisteria tribe and the representative of the Great Forest, I implore you, please protect our homeland. I am the same. As the master of the underworld, please protect our Red Gorge." The king stepped down the stairs and said to them, "Rise, my brothers." He turned to speak to all the participants. A countless number of monsters have suddenly appeared. His eyebrows furrowed, showing his determination. "We don't even know where they came from. If we don't proactively control them, they will surely cause unimaginable damage." Then he threw his arms wide and declared loudly to the room, "In the name of the king of Endymion, I command you to withdraw from the great forest and the underworld, and you will ensure that not a single monster escapes my control." Everyone in the room chanted in unison, by the king's command. Vassal carefully considered his next moves. The fate of this world was nearing its end, and from here on out, he would have to walk his own path. Asterisk asterisk. Darius Snow White stood before the teleportation gate to see off Jia Cho's group. "I truly wish I could join this battle, but I must remain here to protect our people and this kingdom." Unsen and Professor Hubert just smiled confidently. "Don't worry, ma'am, you can count on us. We'll wipe them out, down to the very last one." She sighed with concern and expressed, "Master." Darius Snow White stepped back, a bitter sense of self-reproach washing over her. A single stray arrow is all it takes to end a life, and she couldn't help but worry. Daria's concern was especially focused on Jia Cho, but I'm particularly worried about this kid. This is your first time on the front lines, so be careful. It will be completely different from any battle you've experienced before." He smiled back at her. "Yes, Master, please don't worry." There were some secrets he could only whisper in his heart. "I fought constantly in my past life, so I'm not really nervous." His master just smiled and thought to herself, "This kid is really something else." Over Jia Cho's shoulder, she suddenly saw the faint image of a person smiling joyfully. If they were still alive, they would surely be just as courageous. Unsen and Hubert simply watched them in silence. Jia Cho called out to her in confusion, "Master?" Darius Snow White recoiled slightly. chiding herself with a hint of sorrow. It's nothing, how foolish of me. Then, she forced a wide smile to bolster their spirits. Come back safely. I'll be waiting right here for you. She called out her heartfelt words, to my beloved disciples. The three of them then set off on the path to their battle. Understood, Master. Niccolo, the commander-in-chief of the Golden Tower, was already waiting for them at the assembly point. Is everyone here? The fire magic squad entered, questioning those already present. Ah, though we are not of the same tribe, she is the protector of the tribal alliance, said a person sitting nearby. The commanders of the Spear Tower and the White Tower had yet to arrive. I think this gate is about to reach its operational limit. The young sorcerer approached the elven defender, Aslan. He looked up, puzzled. What is it, Sir Rasoul? Rasoul spoke up. Well, I wanted to ask. Do you happen to know Lady Elo of the Az tribe? Aslan immediately grew agitated, exclaiming, How do you know Lady Elo? It was only through this conversation that he noticed the jet-black hair and red eyes. Aslan shot to his feet and grabbed Rasoul's hand. Sir Rasoul, are you the one who saved Lady Elo and her clan? Rasoul himself was a bit taken aback. You two must be very close. The elven man then burst out with excitement. Of course. Even though we're not from the same tribe, she is the protector of the entire tribal alliance. Hearing his words, Rasoul reflected on it and was stunned. A protector? That was an incredibly noble responsibility. A guardian not just for the Az tribe, but for all elves. So, Elo was that incredible, huh? He recalled the last time he'd met Elo. She had awakened into a lineage form just like his. It must have been because she had awakened her powers. Aslan and Mazers were utterly shocked to learn about the current situation and the news concerning their people. Aslan hesitated before replying, I'm not certain. When I left the forest, she was still on the front lines. Rasoul was immediately lost in thought, a wave of concern washing over him as he mumbled to himself. So, she was still safe 5 days ago. I need to get there as quickly as possible. It's been too long. Asterisk. Asterisk. And with that, he began to move. Alan, Oliver of the White Tower, and Amelia, the holy hand of the White Tower, finally arrived. Amelia let out a long, weary yawn. What a scene. The young mage turned to look at them, placing his faith in the people who had gathered alongside him. Half of the kingdom's entire military force is gathered here. I can't even imagine a scenario where they lose. With his group now fully assembled, Niccolo promptly took out a map and began to strategize. Let's do a quick analysis together. On the map, the area marked with a red dot was the Great Forest, and an arrow currently indicated the migration of the dwarves toward the Red Canyon. The center of the elven tribe was confirmed to have moved southeast, and they could very well be intercepted by monsters during their relocation. Aelin and Mazers were completely stunned as they absorbed the information about their tribe's current predicament. Amelia leaned against her stuffed rabbit and added, and it will be at least another 10 days before the 5th and 7th legions arrive, because moving such a large force takes an immense amount of time. Niccolo clearly laid out what they had to do and shouted, Our mission is to lure the monster horde into the Great Forest while the elves are relocating. We have 2 days. Day 1, we reach the border. Day 2, we reach the Elven Center. And by day 3, we must have completed our mission. Can you all do it? The brief meeting concluded, and it was time to split up. The Spirit Masters from the Fire Tower, you're with me. The rest of you will proceed ahead, naturally. After a long period of travel, the sky had darkened, and a bright moon cast its light upon the stone path. Their group continued to glide along the empty road, the atmosphere deathly still and cloaked in black. Amelia was one of those leading the way, flying while clutching her stuffed creature and scanning her surroundings intently. Suddenly, her platinum-colored eyes flickered as she spotted something. She was the first to halt, raising a hand to signal the entire team. Everyone, stop! A faint odor, growing stronger and stronger, had reached her sensitive nose. I smell blood, and it's getting much thicker. Niccolo looked up with a worried expression, his anxiety rubbing off on Aslan behind him. Trouble already? We're still a long way from the Elven Center. Amelia and Niccolo flew up to take the lead of 2 smaller teams. From this point on, we split up. The Spirit Masters of the Fire Tower will follow me. The rest of you will proceed through the Rocky Mountains. Unsen turned to his group of fire mages. Let's go. Hubert and Rasoul replied softly. Understood. Right. The team members split off, launching themselves high into the air with a powerful leap. While following behind Unsen, Rasoul began to ask, Sir, right now. But before he could finish, Unsen had already entered the nearby crumbling ruins as a chilling wind howled past. Niccolo quietly prepared his control magic, but as they all looked up, a veritable army of monsters was already lying in wait, their killing intent blazing. The birdfolk tribe was desperately resisting the monsters' onslaught. Throw rocks at their heads, just a little longer. The elven warriors, though wounded, gritted their teeth and drew their bows. Aim for their heads. Fire. Spirits, protect us. The dwarven warriors charged in, swinging their massive hammers. Die, you foul beasts. I'll smash your heads in. Rasol scanned the horde and made a quick assessment. This isn't enough to compare to Hydra's monster army, but it's still an astonishing number. Nicolo clenched his jaw, his eyes darkening as he let out a suppressed growl. The very ground around him began to crack and shatter into pieces. Those small chunks of rock slammed against the nearby ruined walls as an icy wind whipped through. With his control magic, Nicolo seized countless rock fragments, causing them to hover in the air. Then, his attack descended, as boulders weighing several tons rained down on the monsters' heads, crushing them flat as he roared. Perish! As Unsen and his group arrived, wind mana was being continuously summoned by someone, gathering in place. Amelia lazily lifted a single hand to command the winds, which swirled gently around her body. A colossal tornado materialized in the sky, its form dense with razor-sharp blades of wind. The attack blazed brightly in the monsters' eyes, drawing their gaze. Then the tornado swept through, engulfing all the creatures and pulling them into its vortex. It was absolutely insane. Nicolo's expression didn't relax for even a second, a fact that earned Unsen's deep admiration, and Amelia was no less impressive. The people fighting down below immediately recognized the technique. Endymion. Those are mages from Endymion. We can't just stand by and watch, can we? A confident smile spread across Unsen's face as the light of flames erupted behind him. Ready to go, let's get 'em. Streams of fire-infused mana had been swirling into a concentrated point. Our genius mage created a massive sun, its light illuminating the entire region. The people fighting below recognized the spell. It's Endymion. Mages from Endymion. Aslan and Mazers cried out in joy. We did it, we're saved. As for Unsen, his eyes flashed with a cold, crimson light as he swung his hand down, commanding, burn! The hideous monsters had no way to escape, looking at each other in confusion as the immense heat drew ever closer. Then, a flash of white consumed their entire vision, wiping the monsters out before they could even scream. The explosion from that sun technique was unbelievably destructive. With ice crystals still in her hand, Ilo raised her arm to the sky. Thunderstorm. A storm of dense purple lightning appeared, forming a barrier-like cage. A gap then opened within that cage, revealing a figure standing there pensively. It possessed a pair of sharp eyes, as red as blood. Its entire body was a mass of sinewy muscle, and its head was covered in bizarre red spots. Within the besieged canyon, now blanketed in ice and snow, a voice echoed through the blizzard. Great blizzard! Alan looked down from above, ice crystals still forming in his hands. Ilo thrust her arm toward the heavens. Thunderstorm! A storm of lightning that filled the sky shot straight down to the ground where the beast stood. They shrieked in agony as the attack connected. Nicolo stood within a glowing purple magic circle, a look of annoyance on his face. Everyone stared down at the chaotic scene below. This is the first time I've seen a large-scale magical bombardment. Unsen rushed over to Nicolo with hurried steps. Sir Nicolo, that's enough. Everyone, get focused, quickly. But he looked down at the massive army below, his face pale with fear. The number of magical beasts isn't decreasing at all. Furthermore, if we keep combining large-scale magic of different attributes like this, we'll eventually cause damage to our own forces. Unsen glanced around frantically. The boundary between their allies and the monsters had already collapsed. Any more large-scale magic will be overkill. Unsen scrambled towards Nicolo. Sir Nicolo, this is bad. Instantly, everyone snapped into focus, their senses on high alert as they entered a state of total war. His eyes, glowing a fierce crimson, stared ahead filled with pure hatred. One of his hands glowed blue, the other red, manifesting a physical representation of his power. In a flash, their target was ensnared, its body tightly bound by his crackling lightning. A brilliant green light erupted from Ilo, illuminating the sky. Against the dark night, a white streak left by Alan cut through the chaos as fire and lightning clashed violently. She poured all her strength into loosing an arrow at the horde. Just as a monster lunged for one of his squad mates, a bolt of his lightning struck it square in the head. He threw himself into the fray, relentlessly attacking the monstrous swarm. The sunset cast a bloody glow over the brutal battlefield. Despite their injuries, everyone fought on with everything they had. Countless skills were unleashed, yet the number of monsters never seemed to dwindle. In fact, they only grew more savage. Every time a teammate was threatened, another beast would find its end with a lightning bolt straight to the cranium. He rushed over to his comrade's side. Sir Oliver, are you all right? Thank you, Sir Ratzel. Panic began to set in for Oliver. No matter how many we kill, their numbers don't drop. Where on earth are they all coming from? Ratzel was wondering the exact same thing. At this rate, the battle would never end. But then, as the sun's rays pierced the horizon, A collective sigh of relief swept through the defenders. For the moment, the pressure was off. Everyone, including the citizens watching from afar, rejoiced at the sight of the rising Sunday. Just hold on a little longer, someone whispered. Spirit of the wind, grant us strength. Professor Hubert and Unsen stood back to back, guarding every angle, but they were confused. What's going on with everyone? What's the sunrise got to do with it? They're not undead, so they shouldn't react to sunlight. But then, a nearby demon beast shrieked in terror as the first rays of sunlight touched its skin. Almost immediately, the entire horde began to fall back, retreating from the dawn. Ratzel was stunned. He never expected the sunrise itself to be their salvation. They're retreating, he realized. Could it be that sunlight is their weakness? Ilo and Nicolo were just as baffled by the turn of events. Why would they do that? They wondered. I don't fully understand it either, but the moment the sun came up, everyone could finally breathe. For now, the danger had passed. All the injured, gather over here. I'll start the healing at once. Just hold on. The 5 of them exchanged looks of profound relief. A weight lifted from their shoulders. Thank you, a voice said. It was Aaron, the brave elven representative. Thanks to the heroes of Endymion, we survived the night. Kerbo, the Fisher clan chief, and Ichi, the dwarven representative, finally spoke up. The dwarves will never forget this debt of gratitude. Ichi then added, these creatures are a complete mystery. It's truly bizarre. They grow stronger and swarm us when night falls. But at dawn, they weaken and retreat. He paused, a troubled look on his face. But there's something else that's strange. They aren't attacking indiscriminately. They're focused solely on the elves, relentlessly. It's as if they harbor a deep-seated hatred specifically for our people. Unsen nodded grimly. If that's the case, it means they'll be back again tonight. He then proposed a strategy. What if we attack them during the day, while they're weakened? Impossible, Ichi immediately countered, joining the discussion. Our only option is to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Turning to their guests, he spoke apologetically. Given the circumstances, we can't offer you the proper hospitality you deserve. Please, understand our situation. A woman approached him cautiously. Are you, Ratzel Endymion? She asked. You know of me? He replied, surprised. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Forgive me. I haven't introduced myself. I am Aaron, leader of the White Ash tribe, and one of the Menor of the elven race. I am also Eo's mother. She regarded him with immense respect. It is an honor to meet you. Ratzel was taken aback. This was Eo's mother? Aaron placed a hand over her heart and bowed deeply. We should be welcoming our saviors with full honors, but given the state of things, we cannot. I hope you understand. Ratzel, flustered, replied, It's no problem at all. But where is Eo now? Aaron's gaze fell to the ground, a shadow crossing her face as she avoided his question. Eo, she began, her voice heavy, was here, until a few days ago. Ratzel froze, the words hanging in the air. Eo heard that the elven tribes were isolated, Aaron explained, and left to try and save them. The realization hit Ratzel like a physical blow. Aaron is a Menor? His mind raced with the implications. Vassal stroked his chin, piecing it together. So that's it, he murmured. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Someone else voiced their shock. Lady Aaron is a Menor? Ratzel's thoughts swirled. The Menor were the successors to the High Elves of old, the highest leaders of all elvenkind. It was said only 5 were born each century. No wonder she possessed such an extraordinary presence. Nicolo spoke up, his voice filled with awe. To think I'd meet a Menor of the elven race in my lifetime, it's a true honor. When Eo spoke, everyone turned to stare, leaving him looking a bit lost. Perhaps he was just flustered, having never been one for formalities, as he was an elf raised in the human world. Aaron approached Eo and bowed her head slightly. I am not familiar with human etiquette myself, she said gently, so please, there's no need for such ceremony. Eo simply nodded. Ah, right. Ratzel then addressed Aaron, laying out the new strategy from Endymion. The first step is to establish an encirclement. An army of nearly 60,000 soldiers is en route, more than enough to surround the demon beasts. Eo, picking up the explanation, continued. Step 2 is the annihilation of the beasts trapped within that perimeter. We will be driving them into the Great Water Forest. If you have a plan, we will cooperate, Aaron said. We will do everything possible to ensure the Great Water Forest suffers as little damage as possible. And with that, the battlefield was set to shift from the narrow gorge to the sacred woods. Ratzel's mind reeled at the thought. The Great Water Forest wasn't just the elves' home, it was a sacred sanctuary, a place blessed by the gods. Shifting the battle there would inevitably cause catastrophic damage. It takes decades for a normal forest to recover, but for a place as vast and ancient as the Great Water Forest, it would take at least a century, if not more. Nicolo quickly offered reassurance. It will be difficult to control the extent of the damage, but I promise Endymion will actively aid in the forest's restoration. We will also provide shelter for all displaced elves. Hearing this, Arn's expression darkened. The forest was the very heart of her people, but to eradicate this monstrous threat, she knew she had to agree. It breaks my heart, she admitted, but there is no other way. In truth, I have already prepared myself for this. Nicolo bowed his head to Arn. Thank you for your cooperation, Commander. We will do everything in our power to minimize the damage to the Great Water Forest. Suddenly, a soldier pointed to the sky, shouting, Something's flying this way. Is it another demon beast? But the sun hasn't even set yet. The beastman chief squinted for a moment before recognizing them. No, he declared. It's not an enemy. It was his own troops, returning from their mission. It's our men, he exclaimed. The soldiers who left to rescue the other elven tribes days ago. A single soldier, covered in wounds, stumbled forward. Are you all right? Someone get the medics now, the chief yelled, rushing to the man's side. The soldier gasped. I've scouted the enemy's movements up ahead. Then, the soldier uttered a single name that sent a shockwave through the group. Lord Io. Arn gasped. Io. Vassal's face filled with immediate concern. Nicolo turned to Ratzel. Sir Ratzel, he must be in grave danger. Are you willing to lead a rescue party? Yes, of course, Ratzel answered without hesitation. Unsen bravely stood as well. I'm going with you. If you're leading the charge, then I know we'll be in good hands. Someone then turned to Oliver. The White Tower's tracking magic will be invaluable. Oliver, you're coming too. Yes, sir. Arn then walked slowly to Aslan. Aslan, she pleaded. Only you can help me now. You have nothing to fear, my lady. He replied with conviction. I swear I will bring Lord Io back, safe and sound. May the spirits guide and protect you all. She blessed them. With that, the rescue party took off, soaring through the mountain gorges at incredible speeds on their way to save the elven tribe and Lord Io. As they flew, Oliver focused his senses, scanning the path ahead. He suddenly signaled to the others, I've detected movement. It feels like flying demon beasts. What's the plan? Unsen glanced over at Ratzel. You just focus on breaking through. We'll take care of the rest. They hadn't gone much further before a massive winged creature swooped down, blocking their path. He knew at a glance what it was, but Oliver looked on, stunned by the sheer power difference between them, despite both being tower masters. Suddenly, Aslan surged forward. These creatures are from the Western Territories. How did they get here? Everyone, battle stations. Crackling bolts of lightning erupted from Ratzel, striking the massive, ostrich-like monsters. He finished them in a single, devastating attack. Every beast that flew toward them was instantly blasted out of the sky by his power, allowing the three of them to press onward. Watching him, the others couldn't help but wonder, was it really possible to dispatch those giant monsters so effortlessly? Oliver watched with a worried expression, amazed at the vast gap in power between them, despite both being tower masters. Suddenly, a deafening screech tore through the air as a powerful attack separated Oliver from him. Unsen raised a fist wreathed in flames. We can't let the kid handle everything by himself, he roared. A massive ring of fire magic materialized, triggering a series of thunderous explosions across the sky. It was unclear if this was the work of the eldest brother or perhaps the elves themselves. A worrying thought crossed someone's mind. Everyone's mana was running dangerously low. Damn it, he yelled. Did we make too much of a scene? Ratzel gave a swift command. Let's end this, quickly. The savage, red-eyed monsters continued their relentless assault. Aslan and his own team took their fighting stances. You go on ahead, he shouted. Leave this area to us. We'll clear them out and catch up. Hearing this, the main group pushed forward, their minds at ease. All right then, we're counting on you. See you soon, he yelled back. Full speed ahead. Yes, sir, they responded. But Ratzel's eyes were filled with deep worry. Lord Ao, he thought, please be safe. Deep within the mountain range, flashes of green lightning illuminated a cavern, followed by sharp, crackling explosions. It was clearly a den for the demon beasts. But why were the members of the elven tribe here? A desperate thought echoed in someone's mind. Our mana is almost completely gone. Can we possibly hold out until sunrise? The reinforcements have to get here soon. Suddenly, a deafening crash made her whip her head around. A gigantic beak had smashed through their defensive barrier, leaving a gaping hole. The barrier's been breached. Stop them, she commanded. As the monsters poured in, they let out a terrifying roar. The exhausted members of the spirit tribe rallied. Now is the time. Ready your bows and fire. In no time, the three rescuers reached the demon beast's lair. Found them, Oliver confirmed, his senses piercing through the rock. I can feel the energy of a battle just on the other side of this mountain. Let's hurry. Ratzel's heart pounded with urgency. Please, let us not be too late. A brilliant green light descended from the sky, causing the monsters below to look up, bewildered. They roared in fury. She was fighting with all her might. Oh, spirits of the wind, she prayed. And just then, his handsome face flashed in her mind. Why did my benefactor's face suddenly appear? From outside the barrier, a voice boomed. Fire gun! A massive explosion of flames erupted, shocking everyone within the cave as fire spread everywhere. If they're breaking through like this, someone's here to save me. And then, the figure from her thoughts appeared right before her eyes. Benefactor! At the same time, Unsen was using his own power to forge a path. Kid, let me clear the way. Ratzel glanced back at him. Thanks, big brother. Benefactor, she breathed. He rushed to her side. Lord Io, are you unharmed? I am fine, she said. I don't know how I can ever repay you for this. He avoided her intense gaze. As a mage from an allied nation, I was only doing my duty. If you're ready, please lower the barrier. We need to break out of here before more beasts arrive. But looking at the people of the spirit tribe, tormented and drained of all vitality, she hesitated. But, if we try to run now, the children will be left behind. Ao, it's all right, a voice said. Seeing Oliver return, Ratzel quickly asked, Sir Oliver, can you handle it? Of course, Count Ratzel. It's the very reason I came. The worried elves watched as he cast his spell. I've placed an enchantment on every member of your tribe. You will all be able to run swiftly without tiring. Green light flowed from the magic circle, enveloping them. Io looked down at her hands in amazement. My body. It feels so light. Just then, Aslan returned with his troops, providing much-needed reinforcements. Aslan, she cried out, overjoyed to see him. I'm so glad to see you again. It's a true relief you're safe, Lord Io. Unsen stepped forward, laying out the formation. Sir Oliver and the elf tribe in the center. On the left, the kid. On the right, Lord Io and Sir Oliver. I will take the lead and personally sweep away any demon beasts. She quickly gave the command. Then let's begin. Everyone, retract the barrier. Yes, ma'am. A new opening appeared in the cliff face, and he led the group on their escape. As they neared their goal, he turned to rally the exhausted elves. We've reached our destination. Everyone, keep pushing forward. Just a little more. Unsen glanced down at him. Kid, I know it's tough, but I need you to push your mana to its absolute limit. We've reached the gorge, but to link up with our main force, we have to break through this demon army. Understood. Unsen planted his foot on a large boulder, his expression hardening as he stared at the swarm of beasts slowly closing in. Aim for their eyes and their heads, he bellowed. Die, you foul creatures. Are you ready? He gave a confident smirk. Of course I am. The two brothers shouted a spell in unison. In the distance, a fortress now stood where there was nothing before. Constructed in a single night, this was the power of Sir Nicolo. He built a fortress wall this massive in just one night. He truly is on another level. From the ramparts, Professor Hubert turned excitedly. Commander-in-Chief, look. The two of them were overjoyed as they saw the approaching group. It's the Elven tribe and the rescue team. They did it. They succeeded. Seeing his comrades return, Aaron rushed out excitedly to welcome them back. Ao. Nicolo, brimming with power, stepped forward to forge a path, declaring, I must pave the way for our weary allies. He then thrust his hands forward, unleashing an attack as a deafening roar split the dark night sky. Defense Iguan. Unsen watched with immense satisfaction. Master Nicolo, a brilliant opening. We need to pour every last drop of our mana into a single, decisive strike. Are you ready? With a confident smirk, the other replied, Always. Together, they roared in unison, ZFR, fuss, cannon, and their combined power erupted into a massive, roaring inferno. With their goal in sight, the two of them surged forward, spurring everyone on for one last push. A small breach opened in the wall, and the elves scrambled through it. A wave of relief washed over them as they finally reached safety. Oliver, exhausted, leaned against a rock for support. It was the 5th Legion and the 7th Legion Endymion. The reinforcements had finally arrived. Beyond the city gates, the brilliant sun bathed the land in light as he offered a weary smile. The night of liberation was over. They had all survived. A week had passed like that, a grueling cycle of battling the demonic beast army by sunset and hunting down stragglers by sunrise. Still, the situation had been largely cleared up, and they'd managed to rescue a considerable number of the scattered elves. Looking at the reunited elves, he felt a profound sense of relief. The elven tribe now numbered around 9,000 souls, many of whom were capable warriors. After so many days of fighting, all he could do was wait for the main reinforcements to arrive. Their arrival was the final piece of the puzzle. Lost in thought, he suddenly shot into the sky, leaving 2 resentful stares in his wake. "Sir Roxor," Nicolo called out, flying up to meet him. "What is it? More demonic beasts?" "No," Roxor replied. "It's the 5th and 7th legions. The Endymion reinforcements are here." Within a command tent just outside the city gates, Nicolo and the others gathered to discuss their strategy. Both legion commanders had endured a long, arduous journey to get here, and he was immensely grateful for their dedication. "Protecting our people and our country is a matter of course," one said. "We've only come to do a soldier's duty." On the right was William Luigi, commander of the 5th Legion, and on the left, Dwell Cruiser, commander of the 7th. The strategy was set. While the 5th Legion sealed off their escape route, our army would launch an all-out offensive, cornering them in this final campaign. On my behalf, Sir Roxor, who best understands the terrain and the demonic beast's forces, will be leading the briefing. He stood with a surge of energy. "Greetings, everyone. I am Roxor Raymond." The 2 Legion commanders nodded in approval. "So this is the famous young man the world speaks of. He's certainly no ordinary person." He methodically explained the plan to the assembly. "Commander William, the 5th Legion's mission is defense. The demonic beast army is currently focused on this location, but no one can guarantee they won't invade Endymion's territory. Therefore, we must immediately form a strong encirclement to protect the remaining elves in the canyon, and at the same time, ensure not a single demonic beast escapes." He then turned to the other commander, Commander Dwell. "The 7th Legion's mission is to attack. While the 5th Legion blocks their retreat, our army will launch an all-out assault, driving the demonic beasts back towards the Great Forest. The Great Forest, their origin point, may hide unforeseen dangers, but this is a mission we must complete to secure victory." Commander Dwell accepted the order with a grin. "An all-out attack? How exhilarating. Just leave it to me." Everyone listened with rapt attention as he detailed the assault. Stepping out of the tent, she looked at him with a sense of bewilderment and awe. "We will not fail." At that moment, he turned aside, but an indescribable feeling washed over him. What is this strange sense of unease? Io, standing below, looked up at his handsome, determined face and whispered, "Benefactor." His broad back is shouldering such a monumental responsibility. "I've been so busy, I didn't even realize when his shoulders had grown so wide." She saw that he had become far more mature than before, and he even seemed to have grown a little taller. The feeling he gave off now was a world away from when they first met. Just then, Arn stepped out of the tent and looked at Io with a surprised, gentle expression. "I was wondering where you'd gone and what you were doing, but thinking about it, it's about that time." She walked over and put an arm around her daughter's shoulder as Arn smiled happily. "Instead of just watching from afar, why don't you go talk to him?" Io replied shyly. "Mom," her mother encouraged her. "No, he must be incredibly worried about the upcoming battle." In her heart, she thought with a blush, "My benefactor can do it, asterisk." Her mother was filled with pride for her daughter. "My dear, remember this." Seeing her expression, she pinched her cheek. "Ao, I know exactly what you're thinking, but don't you worry." She soothed Ao's nerves. "You and Sir Roxor are connected by a strong thread of fate," Ao asked, bewildered. "Mom, have you seen my destiny?" Her mother replied succinctly. "Those who inherit the blood of the 2 ancient elf tribes can see fate, and one day, when you become a menor, you will be able to as well." She was incredibly proud of her daughter. "My child, remember these words. Soon, the moment will come for you to make a choice." She understood her daughter's heart completely. His fate is as cold as a winter wind and as heavy as a mountain. If you want to keep Roxor in your heart, you will have to share that fate with him. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, the elite army gathered before the city gate. Nicolo stood against the fading light, concentrating as he launched his weapon toward them. The ice weapon instantly flash-froze the demonic beasts on contact. "We will continue to advance to the Great Forest." The demonic beasts, as if they hadn't eaten in days, lunged at everyone. He shouted to rally the troops. Entire army. A piercing scream marked the beginning of a ferocious battle. "Attack." Io used her skilled archery to pick them off, crying out, "Wind arrow." The dwarf chief fired while cursing, "Die, you bastards. How do you like the taste of dwarven steel, huh?" Alan on this side was also concentrating, launching his weapon at them. The ice weapon instantly froze the demonic beasts on the spot. Monstrous, ostrich-like birds also appeared. Olsen turned to Professor Hubert. "I'll handle this. Go support the broken defense line." "Yes, I understand." On his side, he was using flames called Hellfire to incinerate the monstrous birds. The red flame could burn anything. The demonic beasts swarmed everyone as the sun began to set. Surveying his soldiers, Nicolo declared, "At last, we finally got them cornered." But Olsen, weary from days of relentless battle, looked up skeptically. "You really think so, priest?" This great forest was supposed to be the very heart of the monster horde, yet not a single creature could be seen or sensed. All that remained were silent trees and an unsettling aura hanging in the air. And what's with this oppressive fog? Io turned to her mother, her voice laced with panic. Mother, I can't hear the spirits' voices anymore. Her mother's eyes widened. You can't? Just what in the world has happened here? Nicolo stepped forward. Let's wait for the fissure reconnaissance team to return. They left yesterday, so they should be back soon. They also brought the image projector we developed, so we can get a more detailed picture. There they are. 3 soldiers appeared in the sky. Our warriors are coming back. Everyone quickly gathered in front of the large screen. It's the same here, no trace of monsters. He asked Nicolo in confusion. Do you have a panoramic document of the Great Forest? Why do you ask? He pointed. The deeper we go, the thicker the black mist becomes. The fog is getting thicker? One of the scouts found this strange. Yes, I was about to mention that. That soldier pointed. Look at this. This is an image taken from the maximum possible altitude. Looking down, there was a dome. Unclear what was inside. Huh? What is that? What is that darkness? Aaron looked at the scene, feeling great pity for the beautiful great forest. How did the beautiful great tree forest become like this? An indescribable feeling welled up inside him. Asterisk. The unease I felt. So it was because of that? Asterisk. The mother goddess of life, Gaia, is the cause of this incident. Perhaps that is the origin of the monster army. The black mists covered the entire forest. The monsters inside seemed to be resting, when suddenly, the red, multi-eyed one opened its eyes and went berserk. He voiced his concerns. Indeed, at that scale, it could hold hundreds of thousands of monsters. Nicolo couldn't stop the fear from creeping into his voice as he looked at the scene. Lady Erin, do you know anything about this? She hesitated before speaking. Perhaps. It's related to the legend of the birth of the great tree forest? He immediately processed her words. If it's the legend of the birth of the great tree forest, then that's a story from when the world of the gods was about to end. The legend says the great tree forest was born under the protection of the mother goddess of life, Gaia. He stood beside her with some doubt. So, did Gaia create the great tree forest to seal the demonic army? Roxor suddenly stood up and walked away. But there are still a few points that bother me. Why would that be? He voiced his concerns. When Gaia created the great tree forest, there were still many gods in existence. Dealing with the demonic army shouldn't have been that difficult. Olsen added. The high priest's words. There's a high probability that what Gaia wanted to hide was not the demonic army. Elo, sitting lazily on her beast, said, Well then, we'll have to investigate quickly. She gave orders to everyone. Supreme Commander, you'll need others. Yes, like the spirits of thunder, ice, and light. Investigate quickly and return before dark. Understood. The special investigation team will consist of 10 people. Olsen and Professor Hubert went in one direction. A forest where you can't feel life force. Even though the life functions haven't completely ceased, it's truly strange. Elo, Nicolo, and the soldiers went another way. We've gone in quite deep, let's rest for a bit. He and Elo were now sitting down by a tree root to rest. Lady Elo, are you all right? Yes, Olsen. She looked over at her mother. But what is Lady Erin doing? Ah, with one look, he realized what her mother was doing. Right now, Mother is communicating with the forest. Specifically, she's trying to talk to the spirit of the forest. The spirit of the forest? She explained to him. Surely you know that besides the 4 main elements, there are many other types of spirits, right? For example, the spirits of thunder, ice, light, and darkness. She closed her eyes and said softly, The spirit of the forest is one of them. However, it's a bit different from ordinary spirits. Let me show you. She summoned countless small spirits like bright stars. Because their will is weak, they must gather together to use their power. Meanwhile, Alan, standing nearby, was curious. My goodness. To witness the spirit of the forest with my own eyes, it's unbelievable. She summoned an incredibly cute and tiny spirit. The 3 of them stared. It was like a small doll made of earth and leaves, so cute. Its eyes sparkled brightly. Benefactor, what do you think? He was quite surprised to hear Eo's voice coming from it. Lady Eo, that's your voice. They gathered around to look at the spirit. A spirit and one's own consciousness coexisting in one body, but I can't feel the spirit's will. She quickly returned to her own body. The spirits of the forest are much smaller than other spirits. This little friend was also formed from the combination of countless small spirits. Because their will is weak, they have to gather to use their power. A thought occurred to him. Asterisk. The method is different, but it's like projecting one's will to control something. Its overall structure is quite similar to a golem. Asterisk. Suddenly, she felt unwell. The spirits fought valiantly, attempting to scatter the encroaching black smoke. Undeterred, the reconnaissance team pushed deeper into the woods. Oliver couldn't shake the eerie feeling. The strange forest was growing stranger, the black mist thickening with every step. His soldiers scanned their surroundings, senses on a knife's edge. A sigh of relief escaped Oliver, thankfully. The 7th Legion wasn't here. They would have collapsed before they even knew what hit them. Abruptly, Oliver halted. They had reached their destination. A haunting purple light pulsed before them. A dense, impenetrable black fog still clung to the air, refusing to dissipate. Suddenly, an object dropped out of the violet glow. Ilo stared in disbelief. "Is that? Could it be another demon-sealing stone?" she stammered. "What is something like that doing here?" Nicolo's voice boomed. "Begin the investigation, now. We need to be back before nightfall, so move it." Just then, a grotesque sound emanated from the dome within. The ground trembled beneath their feet. "What was that?" someone cried. "It's a hecaton Shires." Another realized with dread. "I can't believe we're seeing a remnant of the Titanomachia in a place like this." He knelt, placing a hand on the earth to feel the terrifying vibrations. His expression turned grim. "Everyone, get back, now," he roared. As if on cue, a massive, sinew-laced arm erupted from the earth below. The creature it belonged to was a grotesque mutation, its 2 pairs of crimson eyes burning with malevolence. Oliver and the dwarf chieftain stared, utterly dumbfounded. This is absurd. A mountain? Did a mountain just sprout from the ground? But as his gaze traveled upward, the horrifying truth dawned on him. That's no mountain. It was a colossal, 2-faced monster. "It's alive!" everyone screamed, scattering in panic. Nicolo, his voice trembling, provided the horrifying context. That's a hecaton Shires, a relic from the Titanomachia. To think we'd see one here. The Titanomachia? Isn't that just a myth from a forgotten age? "It's real," Nicolo confirmed. "The hecaton Shires, a race that once craved dominion over this era. I've heard that even the dragons borrowed their power. If that thing gets loose, it will be an unimaginable disaster." An immense power radiated from the creature, washing over them in waves. "So, the thing Gaia was trying to conceal was—" "Exactly," Nicolo confirmed. "The Great Forest was never just a forest. It was a prison built for him. I can't believe something like this was sealed right beneath our feet." He stared up at the behemoth. "It's not just vicious, it's a beast that consumes all living things. If we let that monster escape, the consequences will be catastrophic." The protagonist felt the creature's roar resonate deep in his soul. "Good heavens, I can feel the sheer fury in that voice." "It's more than just fury," another added. "It's pure, unadulterated malice for every living being." Standing within a protective barrier, the hero yelled, "We have to stop it." His desperate cry echoed through the chaos. "Right here, right now, we have to stop it." He tried to rally everyone. "We have to do this." Amidst the pandemonium, one observer whispered in awe, "Truly extraordinary. He makes my wildest imaginings seem utterly pedestrian." "So it's not a titan, but a hecaton Shires?" one of the villains mused. Another monster cackled with glee. "Oh my, it's truly a divine advent. How marvelous, how utterly beautiful." The other creatures erupted in excitement. "This is the very apocalypse I've always dreamed of." From the shadows, a figure cloaked in dark mana emerged. "Cajon," someone demanded, "what are you doing here?" The figure sighed dramatically. "After all this time, your reaction is truly heartbreaking. And here I was, bringing you a present." "Cajon, why are you here?" the question was repeated. The dark figure replied with chilling indifference, his form nearly dissolving into the swirling black aura around him. "For such a long overdue reunion, your enthusiasm is profoundly disappointing, especially since I even brought you a gift." Hypnos's eyes widened as he spotted the object. "What is that?" The figure cut him off with a predatory smirk. "Exactly what you think it is. A demon-sealing linchpin. But this one is in a completely different league from the trinket used back at Tartarus." He spoke cryptically of the mastermind behind it all. "You should be thanking him times for this opportunity. And, of course, don't forget to thank me." Their eyes were glued to the artifact as the villain taunted Hypnos. "But tell me, do you have any idea what that little thing truly is?" Just then, stones began to rain down from above, and with a deafening crack, the seal was shattered. Vassal tried to calm his comrades, identifying the beast. "It's Briareus, a hecaton Shires from the age of the Titanomachia." The villain scoffed while admiring the monster's rampage. "Predictable. You only know one side of the coin. His name is indeed Briareus, Legion Commander of the Hecaton Shires. He is the very being who once drove the gods themselves to the very edge of annihilation." Meanwhile, Daria's disciples stared in horror at the unfolding nightmare. In stark contrast, the 2 cultists were savoring every moment of the destruction. "How pathetic," one sneered. The disciples of that witch who deserves to be burned at the stake. He plotted aloud, a cruel glint in his eye. Perhaps I should send her a little message, letting her know all her precious students have been slaughtered? Hypnos replied with a chilling smirk. I would very much look forward to that. The cultists continued to watch as the monster laid waste to everything around them. However, one mused, do remember that failure is not synonymous with death. Cutting back to Vassal's group, a tremendous explosion rocked the area as the falling stones finally broke the seal completely. Vassal tried to rally his team as Briareus took a thunderous step forward, each footfall sending shockwaves through the very earth. Everyone, do not give in to fear, Vassal commanded. The Tower Masters moved to encircle the behemoth. He must be weak after being sealed for so long, one of them shouted. They stood united. Whatever it takes, we stop him right here. Elo began to chant, fly, fly and come to me, conjuring a massive whirlwind. Someone called out, White Tower Master, are you okay? I'm fine, she replied, thinking to herself. Asterisk, it's an entity born from another Tower Master's faith, asterisk. Sir Vassal, Sir Niccolo, can you hear me? The vortex created by Ilo managed to ensnare one of Briareus's massive arms, but she was stunned to realize it wouldn't hold for long. With a roar, the arm tore free from her spell and slammed down. Dust and debris filled the air. Mo rushed to her side, seeing she was injured. White Tower Master, are you all right? I'm fine, she managed, thinking with frustration. Asterisk, he's a legendary being. I really thought that would have more of an effect. Asterisk. Tower Master Niccolo's voice cut through the chaos, drawing the attention of the dark-clad villain. Apologies for keeping you all waiting, Niccolo declared. He slammed his hands to the ground, chanting, Oh, Mother Earth, turned to a sinking swamp and collapsed beneath him. As the ground turned to quicksand, trapping the beast, he yelled to the others, Everyone, now is the time. The Tower Masters unleashed a coordinated barrage, striking a single point on the monster's body. For a moment, it was immobilized, smoke pouring from the wound. Meanwhile, Ilo and Mo were drawing on the forest's energy to heal their injuries. They commanded massive vines to grow, slithering towards them. Rise, they urged. The great creepers scaled the cliff face, wrapping themselves around Briareus. Oh, great spirit of the forest, lend us your strength. The monster struggled to maintain its footing as thick roots coiled around its legs. The entire forest seemed to tremble in agony. Unzen watched in disbelief, stammering, It can speak? Just as Briareus seemed ready to retreat, the Silver Tower Master shouted, No, you're not going anywhere. She cried out as Briareus effortlessly tore apart the forest's bindings. This level of power, it's not enough to defeat him. The beast caused his leafy opponent to explode in a shower of splinters, roaring in fury. Stop pestering me, you inferior beings. The sheer force of his scream made the allies tremble. Unzen, still in shock, repeated, It can really talk? Briareus sneered down at them with contempt. You disgusting insects. If you truly crave being devoured by me that much, then so be it. I will rip you limb from limb and enjoy every last piece. Niccolo let out a defiant laugh. Hey, now. It seems you've forgotten something important. On the other side of the battlefield, Vassal had finally completed his incantation, ready to unleash his ultimate attack. He winced, recalling their hasty plan. Asterisk, we'll buy you time, they had said, so prepare a spell powerful enough to finish him. Asterisk Briareus, however, was stunned by the energy gathering. This mana consumption, it's far greater than I anticipated. A grimace of pain crossed his face. Furthermore, the sheer power of this magic is overwhelming. Hiding in a secure location, Niccolo watched with a smile of pure admiration. To have reached this level of mastery in his 20s, having only just entered the 6th circle, it's unheard of. The White Tower Master smiled with satisfaction. Just as I thought. The Flame Tower Master clearly holds you in very high regard. Vassal hovered in midair, his eyes fixed on the point of impact where a section of the forest was now engulfed in flames. He thought to himself, Asterisk, the mana drain was even greater than I calculated. My body is aching from the strain. And because the spell was so overwhelmingly powerful, it caused significant collateral damage and sacrificed precision. Asterisk. Still, Vassal was certain of the outcome. Asterisk. But he took a direct hit. There is absolutely no way he's unharmed after that. Asterisk. But then, his expression froze into a mask of horror. He watched as the creature rose from the crater, bearing only a single, shallow cut on its massive frame. The other disciples gasped in unison. Him Hun Seong. Vassal's mind raced. Asterisk Him Hun Seong? What is that? Some kind of ancient artifact? Asterisk. But it was undeniable that was the only attack in this entire battle that had any effect at all. Asterisk. If we can just buy Sir Vassal more time. Even though we didn't expect to defeat it with a single blow. Asterix's vassal stared, unable to comprehend. How? How is he still in that good of a condition? Briareus's many eyes all swiveled to focus on a single target. That magic, it contains the power of a dragon. And that black hair, it growled. You. What is your connection to Him Hun Seong? Vassal was completely bewildered. Asterisk Him Hun Seong. Is that some kind of artifact? Asterisk. The beast began to move again. Ah, but it doesn't matter, it dismissed. You merely dredge up unpleasant memories. Then, with clear killing intent, it lunged forward to deliver a fatal blow. Now, perish, it roared. Unsen scrambled towards Daria. Master, get out of the way. That attack is too dangerous. As Vassal braced for the impact, Briareus was suddenly swarmed by the other mages. They were all confused by the name it had uttered. Alanpeth. What is he talking about? Even while grievously wounded, their minds raced, trying to find a way to defeat the monster. A desperate plea rang out. Someone, please help. Senior brother Unsen is severely injured. Vassal assessed his own condition grimly. Asterisk, I've sustained severe internal damage. If I had taken that hit head-on, I would have been vaporized. Asterisk, he heard Unsen's voice nearby. Master, are you all right? Senior brother Unsen? Vassal called out in concern. The older man coughed violently. Cough, cough, that monster. It's absolutely terrifying. That was far too close for comfort. Just then, the man from earlier rushed over. Is everyone all right? Sir Ichi, Vassal pleaded, please, you have to help. Senior brother Unsen is gravely wounded. Ichi knelt and examined Unsen. This is critical. It looks like his ribs and his entire chest have been shattered. In response, Unsen just managed a pained laugh. He brushed off his injuries as if they were nothing. Trying to build up my strength now would be a terrible idea. Can you do it again? Vassal considered it. If I aim for the wound that was already created. Sir Nicolo, are you all right? From across the field, while fending off Briareus's relentless assault, Nicolo yelled back, I'm fine. That's great to hear. Now, that spell you used before. Can you cast it one more time? Vassal responded, his voice filled with grim determination. If I target the wound you've already inflicted, I believe I can land a decisive blow. He paused, thinking through the risks. But that's only if I can hit it with perfect accuracy. He gritted his teeth in frustration. At my current level of mastery, I can't fully control the lightning vortex. Despite the odds, Vassal's fighting spirit blazed anew. He was determined to find a solution. What if we try a different approach? There might be another way to bring him down. Nicolo, still holding back the beast with his magic, echoed his words incredulously. A different approach? Yes, Vassal confirmed. It's just that. I'm going to need more time. Give me about 15 minutes. Nicolo immediately began directing the other tower masters, his eyes darting towards Vassal as the young mage began his new incantation, the divine spear that pierces through all things. Gungnir. The others took up the chant in unison. Vassal found a stable position to cast his spell, while the rest of the mages laid down a continuous barrage, desperately trying to wear down the monster's stamina. Right, Vassal muttered. The Onsen brothers should be safe from here. The spell's range won't extend any further. He closed his eyes, focusing inward. Asterisk. First, I need to replenish my exhausted mana. Asterisk. He allowed a part of his body to transform, tapping into his half-demon power, all while visualizing the single, or perfect strike that would end it all. The moment he began the incantation, the beast's attention snapped directly to him. The divine spear that pierces all. Graham. The beast stomped its foot in fury. You! It bellowed, its voice laced with ancient hatred. So you are the descendant of Kim Hyun Seong and that wretched demon sorceress. As it tried to move, a figure shot into the air after it. Oh no, you don't. You're not getting away. A chain of pure magic erupted from the ground, ensnaring its leg and halting its advance. With the monster momentarily immobilized, the White Tower Master seized the opportunity. Now is our chance, she screamed. The other Tower Masters unleashed their attacks in perfect sync. Flames of the Great Sama, one shouted. The beast growled in frustration. Arg, you miserable insects. It thrashed wildly as another mage joined the effort, his voice resolute. We must protect Sir Vassal, no matter the cost. Briareus roared in agony as yet another spell struck true. Ice, condense, and bind, a mage commanded. Another turned their focus to the ravaged woods. Oh, spirits of the verdant forest, please, grant me your strength. Every single one of them was united by the same desperate goal. Nicolo's face was pale with exhaustion and worry. They're all using grand-scale magic repeatedly. Everyone is reaching their limit. And we're still running out of time. The dark entity seethed, muttering, Ugh, you filthy insects. It thrashed about, cursing them relentlessly, Get out of my sight. It's my turn to use magic now. It then unleashed a devastating slash of dark power. It's over. Vassal, caught in the middle of casting his own spell, was completely defenseless against the incoming attack. Nicolo cried out in terror. This is it, we're done for. The others screamed in panic. Sir Vassal. Tears streamed down Elo's face as she whispered, My benefactor. A voice from her memory echoed in her mind. You already know the power you possess. You have to be the one to stop that attack. She stretched out her hand, desperately pleading, Someone, anyone, please grant me strength. Abruptly, all color drained from the world. Elo gasped in shock. Has time stopped? A voice resonated around her. You've possessed that power for a long time now. The silhouette of a girl materialized, adding, You just haven't accepted it yet. Ilo, completely bewildered, stammered, Who are you? What do you mean? The figure simply replied, You know exactly what power you hold. The mysterious girl continued to explain, To make the dragon's power truly your own, you must also accept the destiny that comes with it. If you embrace your life as both an elf and a half-dragon, you can never return to the way things were. Elo's eyes widened as she absorbed this revelation. Destiny. When she looked up again, the girl was gone. A blast of dragon's breath shot towards Briareus, which took the full force of the attack. The mysterious girl smiled as a blinding light appeared behind her. I knew you would make this choice. Time snapped back to normal, and a helpless cry rang out, Master! Vassal closed his eyes, the attack mere centimeters from his face. The sky was instantly shrouded in a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring whether the blow had landed. Briareus's eyes flew open in astonishment. Vassal had been saved by a colossal white dragon. Nicolo was dumbfounded. A dragon? The White Tower Master added, A creature not seen for 700 years. To think we'd encounter one here. The others stared in disbelief. What? Briareus roared with fury as it prepared another strike. You cursed lizard wench. It swung its attack, screaming, Don't you dare get in my way. The dragon remained completely unfazed. She simply replied, Even after 1,000 years, your violent nature hasn't changed a bit. She then unleashed her power once more, a beam of dragon's breath. As it shot towards Briareus, the beast remarked, You've grown much weaker. It then began to mutter while preparing a counterattack. First, I'll rip off your wings. It reached out. And then I'll devour your heart raw. However, a strange light halted its advance. The dragon, having landed only one blow, reverted back into Elo and began to fall. What? Briareus exclaimed in disbelief. That's the magic of a 6th-level mage. His spell is affecting this entire forest, now that my part is done. Vassal had finally completed his incantation. O divine power that pierces through every moment, come to my hand now. Brahmastra. The others looked up, completely in awe of this power. Whoa, the heat is unbelievable. It feels like a desert in the middle of a rainforest. The White Tower Master and the Imperial Tower Master shared the same look of astonishment as everyone else. So that was enough to buy him time. It's incredible that a 6th-level mage could cast such a spell. If that power wasn't contained within the form of a spear, this whole rainforest would have been vaporized without a trace. For a moment, Briareus faltered, muttering in disbelief. What? Was I just afraid? Then, as if to deny the very thought, it bellowed, Impossible. I am Briareus, Legion Commander of the Giant Gods. Vassal hurled the spear, and Briareus had no time to react. The creature thought the spear had only grazed it, but its body was already beginning to dissolve. Before its body could even collapse, Briareus gasped. Huh? Since when? Vassal then channeled a spell through his weapon. Eye of Arad. Another blast of energy erupted, blinding the creature before piercing straight through it. The onlookers cried out in shock. The Brahma Mantra, a chant to slay giant gods. Briareus let out a final, agonizing scream, Arg, as it spewed black fluid, muttering, Sealed for 1,000 years, all this suffering. As the creature's body finally collapsed to the ground, Vassal fared little better. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, thinking, The backlash is immense. This magic was clearly beyond my limits. No longer able to stay afloat, he let his body fall. Yet, Vassal thought with satisfaction, but even so, I managed to protect everyone. A system window appeared. Notification. You have completed the quest. Your reward. Complete happiness. Vassal smiled, recalling the battle with a sense of wonder. Is that so? He slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with a sharp pain as he tried to sit up. Ugh, this pain. Ilo entered, carrying a basin of water, and said gently, Benefactor, you're awake. Vassal immediately asked, Is everyone else all right? She explained carefully, Yes, Sir Unsen will need more time to recover, but the others are almost fully healed. Vassal smiled, relieved. Is that so? That's a huge relief. Ah, Elo cut him off, her face flushing as she explained. That day, I accepted the dragon's power, and I realized that we have been bound together by destiny. Vassal's eyes widened in realization. Come to think of it, was the dragon that protected me back then. You, Lady Ilo? She continued. Benefactor, do you know what that destiny entails? He answered honestly. I don't know the exact details, but if I were to guess. He connected it to what he knew from history. Long ago, the descendants of dragons served the Dragon Emperor. Perhaps the bond between you and I is something similar. Vassal then asked with concern, but, are you truly all right with this? After all, you're bound to me now. I have no idea how the dragon's power will affect you. Elo smiled reassuringly. It's not like that. I am still myself, still Elo. This was all my choice. She wanted to say more, but her hand tightened on her dress, holding the words back. She kept them to herself. And so much more. As she watched him, she thought, perhaps, I've always been waiting for this destiny. Whether my benefactor has a partner or not, the one who stays by his side the longest will undoubtedly be me. She then spoke aloud. In that case, I should call you Gatzel. Gatzel reacted with a flinch of surprise. Elo murmured the name to herself, Gatzel, Gatzel, Gatzel. She smiled, liking how much more intimate it sounded. All right then, I will call you Gatzel. She then said shyly. In that case, Master, he quickly suggested, why don't you just call me Gatzel? Sometime later, after Elo had left, Nicola was the next to visit. I hope you're resting comfortably, he began. I am truly grateful to you. If you hadn't been there, many more would have perished. He thought to himself, I heard he's still recovering from complete mana exhaustion. Gatzel smiled and replied humbly, I certainly couldn't have won on my own. Besides, he added, didn't you save me as well, Sir Niccolo? If you still feel indebted, just consider us even now. Niccolo had to agree with him. Is that so? He then asked, have the others come to visit you yet? Gatzel smiled. Yes, thankfully, everyone has already stopped by. Niccolo nodded in satisfaction. Sounds like this room has been quite lively then. Get some more rest. Later that night, Gatzel lay alone in bed and let out a long sigh. I'm exhausted. Then he sat bolt upright, muttering, all right, time to get back to work. He took out an item, the third golden mask, which he received after defeating Briareus. It helps maintain one's focus, aids in observation during calculations, and boosts resistance to mental magic, especially against dark mages who use curses and illusions. This one would combine well with the first mask, which aids in combat calculations, and the second mask, which specializes in defense. Vassal initiated the fusion process. I can't wear all three at once, so let's combine them. A blinding light erupted from the artifacts. A system notification popped up. The three masks have merged at a single point. Vassal's jaw dropped in amazement, a relic of his. This is extraordinary. He continued to observe the item, now named Solomon. All the abilities from the golden masks were now unified into a single entity. As the crown regained its true form, its original power was also enhanced. Long ago, during the Age of Myths, the Mage King Solomon founded the magical empire. Vassal was utterly stunned. A relic belonging to him? This is truly incredible. He kept looking at it, wondering to himself, but why is it so small? Could this be some kind of summoned familiar? Vassal smiled and said, what an adorable little king. Suddenly, the crown floated up and settled on his head, beginning to glow. Vassal felt a strange sensation. What is this feeling? It's as if I've been split in two, yet both halves coexist. He shifted his posture, trying to process the situation. He found himself in a strange, vast space where he felt tiny. Could this be a space inside my own mind? An entity to assist with my calculations? Vassal looked at his own reflection below him. A part of my consciousness now exists inside the crown, helping to compute the equations for magic circles. Is this what they call consciousness separation? He continued to observe for a moment before snapping back to reality, feeling a bit dizzy. A system notification explained the phenomenon, and as Vassal read it, he thought, an internal consciousness, huh? He realized the crown wasn't just for storing consciousness. It was a failsafe, a backup for a spirit tainted by a curse. The pristine consciousness would overwrite any corruption, restoring the user to their original state. Vassal gazed at the crown, a satisfied smirk on his face. While its full potential required more research, he now held a truly remarkable artifact. A few days later, Vassal stood on the training grounds. He unleashed his magic, a devastating rain of missiles, all converging on a single point with immense destructive power. His teammates were utterly stunned. Waking up after just 10 days was a miracle in itself, but this was something else entirely. Not only had his magical prowess skyrocketed, but his casting speed was now blindingly fast. Unsen beamed with pride, exclaiming, "That's my junior for you, a testament to pure hard work." Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a strange sight. A crimson gate had materialized a signal for a sparring match, perfect for aiding physical recovery. "I won't be using any magic," Vassal stated calmly. Unsen shrugged. "Suit yourself. But are you sure you're up for this?" Without another word, Unsen lunged forward, but Vassal parried the blow with ease. "Actually," Vassal continued with a grimace, "my bones feel a little out of place. I figure a few solid impacts should knock everything back where it belongs." He was determined to use this physical trial to complete his recovery. Their spar was cut short by the blare of an alarm. Both men froze, watching as soldiers scrambled with urgent purpose. "Look over there," Unsen said, his voice laced with confusion. "Something's definitely wrong. We've dealt with most of the monsters, so what could this be?" They took to the air for a better view and quickly spotted the source of the commotion. It was another red gate, but this one signaled a dire emergency. "Don't tell me." Unsen's eyes widened in horror. "The Empire has invaded." They assembled in the command tent moments later. Nicolo's face was grim. "Everyone's here. I have terrible news. The 13th and 21st Legions, under the command of Uun and Kago, have joined forces. They are marching on the Imperial capital as we speak. Grand Duke Bismarck. He's finally shown his true colors." Unsen's voice was tight with disbelief. "You're saying he's invaded Endymion?" Nicolo's reply was a single, chilling confirmation. "That's right," Nicolo elaborated. "5 of the magic towers, including Antigone and Kago, have sided with him." Vassal's blood ran cold. Antigone, the home of the Red Tower Master. Benjon Lagi, the very man who had once brought such disgrace upon his family. So, he was in league with the Grand Duke all along, Vassal thought, a bitter memory surfacing. He suddenly voiced his greatest fear. "Wait, my master and the Blue Tower Master are still in the Imperial capital. How could this possibly be happening with them there?" Nicolo's next words sent a shockwave through the room. "They've been neutralized." A heavy silence fell. "Master," Daria's disciple whispered in disbelief. Unsen slammed his fist on the table in a rage. "Damn it, all this happens the moment my back is turned." Vassal felt a knot of worry tighten in his stomach, but he refused to despair. His master wouldn't fall to the likes of them. If he had, the rebels would be shouting it from the rooftops to shatter their morale. The White Tower Master nodded in agreement. "I concur. Duke Bismarck must have used some sort of subterfuge. Our masters can likely only delay them for a short time." He continued his analysis. "If Bismarck's goal is the throne itself, then his primary targets will be the king and the princess." Nicolo's voice was heavy with concern. "His Majesty has the protection of Ser Gillian person, and the princess is guarded by the royal knights. But if one of the traitorous tower masters targets her, Hecate will be in mortal danger." His fists clenched. "We have to cross the Red Canyon at full speed and use the teleportation gate at the magic tower there. These traitors, I'll make them pay." The White Tower Master interjected. "I understand your anger, but even if we mobilized our forces this instant, we wouldn't arrive in time. Sir Hubert, what is our fastest route to the capital?" The knight considered for a moment. "The teleportation gate within the Imperial capital would be ideal, but that's almost certainly out of the question. The rebels would have locked it down to prevent any reinforcements from arriving. Then our only option is to traverse the Red Canyon at maximum speed and use the gate at the nearest magic tower," Hubert concluded. "Even then, it will take us at least a full day. We have no more time to waste. We must depart immediately." It was then that Vassal spoke up. "Sir Nicolo, permit me to return to the Imperial capital ahead of you." Nicolo looked at him, surprised. "What? Do you have a way to do that?" Vassal held up his hand, revealing a ring. The rings of Eros and Psyche. The wearer of one can instantly teleport to the other. The White Tower Master stepped forward. "It would be better to send one of us Tower Masters." But Vassal shook his head. "My apologies, but I am the only one who can use it. The rings are bound to their owners and cannot be transferred." Nicolo placed a firm hand on Vassal's shoulder, his eyes serious. "Very well, His Majesty has Sir Gillian watching over him. That means I'm entrusting the princess's life to you." Vassal met his gaze, his own determination unwavering. "Yes, sir, you can count on me." Without wasting another second, he began to channel the teleportation spell. A notification shimmered into Vassal's vision. New quest. Ensure the safety of Princess Hecate Rathmos. Objective. Protect the princess until the rebellion is fully quashed. Meanwhile, just moments earlier at the west gate of Genevos Palace, the remaining soldiers roared with defiance. "Annihilate the rebels. We will never surrender." Thompson watched them, his heart swelling with pride. "Your Highness." Hecate moved through the makeshift infirmary with a grace that defied the chaos. More hemostatic potions and bandages over here, now, she commanded. She knelt beside a wounded soldier, gently tending to his injuries. This is going to sting, but please, bear with me for a moment, Thompson. The soldier's eyes went wide. Princess. Your Highness, he stammered. How? How do you know my name? Hecate smiled softly. How could I not? You are all loyal subjects of Endymion, not disposable blades to be cast aside. Thompson was so moved he could barely speak. Your Highness. Suddenly, a runner burst through the doors. The city gate has been breached. Hold the line with your lives. A deafening explosion rocked the palace. Through the smoke and dust, a figure strode in casually. To think I'd have to intervene in such a petty squabble just to get my hands on a royal sword, he chuckled. It was Expelled Ergo, first disciple of the Red Tower Master. He locked eyes with Hecate, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Well, look who it is. Expelled gave a mocking bow. The Red Tower's Expelled pays his respects to the princess. Hecate's eyes flashed with fury. Shut your mouth, Expelled, she snapped. He sneered. Oh? Have I been stripped of my title as Sir? She shot back. The title of Sir is reserved for knights loyal to the crown. She rose to her feet, drawing her sword in a single fluid motion. You are a traitor. You are no longer worthy of such an honor. Expelled's gaze fixed on the blade in her hand. Ho? Is that erendite? The very sword gifted by the Lady of the Lake, the blade that felled the ancient fire dragon. He laughed, a greedy light in his eyes. To acquire a royal sword on this very day, it seems my luck has turned. The royal knights immediately formed a wall in front of Hecate. Your Highness, go now. We will hold him back. Expelled's sneer widened. Then die with honor. He unleashed a devastating attack, intending to wipe them all out in a single blow. But just as the attack was about to hit, a hand materialized out of thin air, weaving a complex spell. The deadly magic was instantly sucked into a swirling vortex of distorted space and vanished without a trace. Expelled froze, his eyes wide with shock. Space magic. Distortion. He stared fearfully in the princess's direction. Could that be the Black Tower Master? He quickly dismissed the thought, but the mere idea of Daria sent a shiver of pure terror down his spine. No. Impossible. That monster, she should be. A familiar voice cut through the tension. Sorry I'm late. Vassal appeared at Hecate's side with a reassuring smile. Hecate. Relief washed over her face. Vassal. Ahalum's shock turned to pure rage. I don't know how you opened a teleportation gate, you little rat, he seethed. But the Red Tower has suffered enough humiliation at your hands. I will personally deliver your head to the Duke. He barked an order to his men. Seize the princess. A corpse will do just fine. Expelled then turned back to Vassal, his voice dripping with contempt. Have you forgotten how to show respect to your senior? Were we ever on such friendly terms that I owed you an explanation? Vassal shot back. Expelled sneered, then gave his orders. I'll deal with this little pest myself. The rest of you. His disciples instantly charged forward. Get the princess. I don't care if she's breathing. Vassal quickly assessed the new threats. They're all 3rd and 4th circle mages. Everyone, fall back and summon your familiars. Just then, a fiery incantation rained down from above. Dwarves of the Flame, punish these traitors. Expelled redirected the fiery spell towards Vassal. To be so distracted in front of me? You've got guts, I'll give you that. Vassal instantly dodged, his mind racing. First, I need to draw him away from Hecate. Seizing the moment of Expelled's surprise, he closed the distance in a flash. Huh? Before Expelled could react, Vassal's fist, crackling with electricity, slammed into him. Lightning strike. The impact sent Expelled flying. Gritting his teeth in pain, Expelled realized Vassal's plan. The little brat is setting up a formation. Just as arrogant as his master. Expelled retaliated instantly. Fire cannon. Vassal threw up a defensive barrier just in time. The two spells collided in a massive explosion. Shielding his face from the blast, Vassal thought. His casting speed and raw power are incredible. He may not be a transcendent, but a Tower Master's disciple is still in another league. Expelled was having a similar assessment. His casting speed is impressive, but his spells lack punch. He must be cutting corners in the incantation to cast so quickly. A cruel smile touched Expelled's lips as dozens of magic circles materialized behind him. In that case, I'll simply crush him with overwhelming firepower. The fire coalesced into a gigantic serpent of flame that lunged at Vassal on Expelled's command. Vassal! Hecate cried out in terror. Elsewhere, under a sky choked with dark clouds, a sinister ritual was underway. Hooded figures chanted in a hidden cavern. A voice echoed with triumphant malice. Your arrogant student is certainly a nuisance. But Briareus was merely bait. My true target was always you. The voice cackled. Now, you will stand there helpless and watch Endymion burn. You'll even get a front-row seat to your precious disciple's demise. Vassal glanced down at his singed clothes and sighed. There goes another one of my favorite cloaks. He called out to the knights protecting Hecate. Your Highness, stay back, it's too dangerous. Vassal, she whispered, her voice filled with concern. Ashillam's disciples saw their chance. The princess is trying to escape. After her. Vassal remained focused. The royal knights can handle those grunts. Ashillam pressed his assault relentlessly. Brat, he roared, hammering Vassal's shields. Let's see how long you can keep this up, you fool. You can't win just by defending. Then, in a brilliant feint, Vassal allowed one of his shields to shatter. As Ashillam lunged forward for the kill, a spear of pure lightning materialized in Vassal's hand and pierced straight through the man's chest. Ashillam coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. Faking. A defense. To set up a counter? He gurgled. Vassal looked down at him coldly. Your arrogance made you careless. That is why you lost. Vassal turned his back, leaving a final, explosive spell that completely obliterated Ashillam's body. If he'd been more level-headed, the outcome might have been different. He then turned his attention to Ashillam's disciples, who were still battling the knights. The mages froze in terror when they saw him. What? Why is he here? Where is Master Ashillam? Vassal gave them a chilling smile as magic gathered in his hands. About that, he began, before unleashing hell upon them. Why don't you go and ask him yourselves? After dealing with the last of the traitors, Vassal approached Hecate. Your Highness, are you? Before he could finish, she threw her arms around him in a tight embrace. Vassal, she pulled back slightly, her hands scanning his body for injuries. If you hadn't come, I don't know what I would have done. You saved my life. Her hand gently touched his face. Was this the power of the ring you gave me? Vassal nodded. It was. But I've exhausted my mana. I won't be able to use it again for a while. As they held each other, Vassal glanced out the window, an uneasy feeling prickling his senses. What is this? Hecate followed his gaze. That's the direction of the main palace. It's where His Majesty is. Vassal's eyes narrowed, but he offered her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Sir Gillian Person is with him. He's holding the line, just as expected. He grew serious again. First, we need to regroup with His Majesty. Once word of Ashillam's defeat gets out, they'll send even more enemies. Hecate's expression hardened with resolve. In that case, she raised Erendite high, its blade glowing with a divine light. I, Hecate Rathmos, Princess of Endymion, command thee, divine sword. Bestow the courage of our founding king upon his loyal soldiers. A wave of golden energy washed over the battlefield. Vassal and the other soldiers felt a surge of vitality. What? Our strength. It's been fully restored. The immense power output caused Hecate to stumble, and Vassal caught her just as she was about to fall. Hecate, he cried out, his voice laced with worry. The legendary sword of the founding king had invigorated the troops. As a new wave of enemies approached, Hecate looked at her revitalized soldiers and managed a faint smile. For now, this is all I can do to help. He clasped her hand, continuing, Hecate, all glory to your highness. My loyalty lies with the Rathmos royal family. From outside, a sinister voice sliced through the air. I was wondering what was taking so long to handle a single Adenba. A crimson glow flashed from beyond, signaling an imminent attack from an uninvited guest. He swept Hecate into his arms and dashed away, shouting a warning to the soldiers. Everyone, get clear. The intruder launched an attack, issuing a cold command. Fall. Blades of fire rained down upon the castle as Ben strode calmly through the chaos. He offered a wicked smile, greeting him with false familiarity. It's been a while, Vassal. Ben watched as Vassal shielded Hecate with a barrier, thinking to himself, to withstand my magic, that can't be an ordinary barrier. It's unbelievable. Vassal, on the other hand, was reeling. The entire palace was torched in a blink of an eye. His power is absurd. He brazenly scanned the area, then continued. I don't see Ache Lung. I take it you've already dealt with him, haven't you? I did warn him his pride would be his undoing. Hecate screamed. Ben John Logie, why are you causing all this destruction? Her voice trembled with rage as she looked upon her slaughtered soldiers. Your target is obviously me, so why did you have to murder innocent people? He clutched his stomach, laughing mockingly at her words. How moving, your highness. If you ever took the throne, you'd undoubtedly be a benevolent ruler. His gaze hardened as he made his decision. Now then, are you finished with your final words? I have an appointment with His Majesty to keep. Vassal moved to shield Hecate, ordering, Stay behind me, Hecate, are you all right? Hecate felt a wave of relief as the arriving soldiers reported. We saw the castle collapsing and came running. His Majesty is secure, you don't need to worry. Ben clicked his tongue in annoyance. More people getting in my way. What a pain. He commanded his disciples hovering in the sky as the opposing soldiers braced for battle. Wipe them all out. A strike flew towards Ben, but he parried it with ease. He then addressed Vassal directly. Do you really think you can stop me, Vassal Diamond? Vassal's response was sharp and direct. You know I will. Ben scoffed. Humph. You look just like Daria right now. Your master gave me that very same look in her final moments. Vassal's mind flashed to his master's current state, forever trapped between the void and the shadows, with no hope of return. He was stunned. Asterisk. The boundary between the void and darkness. Asterisk. Ben lunged at him. So, let's see you dodge this. Vassal thought. Asterisk. The flow of time is fractured, allowing me to predict his moves. Activate. Asterisk. The attack slammed into the ground, erupting in a massive explosion. Ben was slightly taken aback. Asterisk. The Ragna blade is moving faster than the speed of sound. Asterisk. He pressed his assault, but Vassal deftly evaded each strike, shocking Ben even more. Asterisk. How can a mere sixth circle mage possibly dodge my attacks? Asterisk. Vassal's mind raced. Asterisk. The fractured time flow lets me predict his attacks. Just enough to dodge. But my allies are right behind me. If I evade this, they'll all be hit. Asterisk. He cast his spell. Asterisk. In that case, I'll just have to block it. Asterisk. The two powerful attacks crashed into each other, creating a blinding flash of light at the epicenter. Ben sneered. Are you trying to protect your companions? Such pathetic emotions are the quickest way to the grave. He launched another spell as he spoke. Allow me to teach you that lesson myself. Vassal moved to protect Heget and the other soldiers, raising a massive defensive barrier, the giant stone wall. Ben's attack slammed into the wall. While it held, the impact sent a powerful shockwave through the area, causing Vassal to cough from the strain. He continued chanting, deciding to push Vassal to his absolute limit. All right then, let's see just how much you can take. He unleashed another blast down at Vassal's position. Vassal coughed violently. Kk. Ben chuckled. You're still on your feet? I'm genuinely surprised. Ben remarked with a hint of admiration. If Daria hadn't gotten to you first, I might have even taken you on as my own student. Vassal gritted his teeth. His eyes locked on Ben as he calculated his options. Asterisk. He's frighteningly fast and powerful. They might both be tower masters, but he's in a completely different league from H. Lung. Asterisk. Heget rushed to his side. Vassal. He managed to reply, Heget, as she helped support him. Ben observed the scene and began to taunt them. What a truly pathetic sight. Are you two lovebirds? Well then, I'll be happy to send you both to the afterlife together. She screamed at him, Shut your mouth, you monster. In response, Ben began weaving a spell of even greater magnitude. The soldiers yelled, Your Highness, retreat! We can't hold out much longer. Ben was surprised to hear their voices, thinking, Asterisk, even the magic core has joined the battle. Asterisk, he cursed aloud. They're a pain in the neck at every turn. What in the world is the Archduke even doing? Vassal and Heget took cover behind a large boulder, the only thing left standing in the leveled landscape. Heget asked with deep concern, Are you okay? Yeah. I'm fine, he lied. He gritted his teeth in frustration, blood already trickling from the corner of his mouth. Asterisk, I can't hold on like this. I have to use the fusion. Asterisk. He then asked, Your Highness, may I have that necklace? She looked startled for a moment, then smiled as she began to remove it. The blue gem is a treasure the princess cherishes above all else. Quest. Obtain the princess's treasured necklace. He turned to her and asked gently, Heget, could I please see the necklace you're wearing? Heget touched it reflexively. My necklace? She quickly unclasped it, and as Vassal took it in his hands, she explained, It was a keepsake from my mother. He looked at her earnestly. May I borrow this necklace? She was taken aback, but then a smile touched her lips as she handed it over. You must have a very good reason to ask for it. He gave her a soft smile in return. Thank you for trusting me, Heget. A new message appeared from the system. Notice. You have obtained the princess's treasured necklace. Quest complete. When mana is infused, the necklace will reveal its true form, Vassal's new transformation. System alert. The power of the dragon scale can restore the original form. Do you wish to absorb the dragon scale? Vassal was puzzled. Asterisk. A dragon scale, not a horn? At this point, it doesn't matter. Asterisk. He immediately selected Absorb. Ben noticed the surge of power from behind their cover, wondering, Asterisk, that little brat. How can he be radiating such ferocious magical energy? Asterisk. What in the world is that? Ben cried out in disbelief as he saw Vassal's new appearance. What is that form? The system provided an update. Due to the power of the dragon scale, your body has been enhanced. Dragon fusion duration has been increased. Due to the power of the dragon scale, your body has been enhanced. The backlash from dragon fusion has been partially mitigated, Vassal thought with newfound resolve. Asterisk, like this. I can definitely beat him. Asterisk, this was his new state, dragon fusion. Ben, however, maintained his arrogant demeanor. So, the rumors about you possessing dragon's blood were actually true. He continued. Ache Lung. So that explains why that pompous fool lost to you. Vassal turned to Heget and yelled, Get back, Heget. Vassal surged forward, his strategy forming in his mind. Asterisk. Magically, he has the upper hand, but physically, I have the advantage. I'll use that to finish this in one blow. Asterisk. He lunged. Unleashing overheat, Ben parried the blow. Vassal immediately followed up with a massive barrage of the star lineage's Gaebulg. Ben's thoughts. Times his magical power is on par with my own. If I could make that power mine, no other tower master would ever stand a chance against me. Asterisk. Ben retaliated with a more powerful spell. Mantra. God. Slayer. Vassal thought grimly. Asterisk. I can't go down from an attack like this. Asterisk. He landed, one foot touching the ground, and stubbornly charged again with overheat. But he couldn't close the distance, even as he poured more power into his attack. He was blasted backward, and a follow-up strike forced him to retreat, bringing him to one knee. Asterisk. Is this all for show? Is this all I've got? What the hell is happening? Asterisk. I'll give you this much. Vassal, Ben spoke. He muttered. Your body has been altered as well. In terms of raw physical power, you're practically superhuman. In 10 years? No, I have to eliminate you right here and now. Vassal issued a defiant challenge, gripping his spear tightly as he charged. If you think you can, then come and try. His mind was focused on his strategy. Asterisk. Keep up the pressure until he shows an opening. Asterisk. The two clashed at incredible speeds. Vassal thought to himself. Asterisk. Just a little more. Asterisk. He screamed it aloud. Just a little more. Across from him, Ben seemed to be feeling the same strain. Vassal muttered. Now, and a golden light flared from the ring on his finger. His mind raced. Asterisk. The dragon fusion is about to run out, and Solomon's crown is at its limit too. Asterisk. He then summoned a volley of spectral blades. This is my final attack. He launched them at the airborne Ben, who gritted his teeth in irritation. The primordial triple magic flame. Ben altered his own body to withstand the blow. Vassal's attack made contact, culminating in a massive explosion. Vassal lay on the scorched earth, his thoughts fragmented. Asterisk. There's no strength left in my body. Everything is going dark. Asterisk. He struggled to focus. Asterisk. But I remember the reason I have to fight. Vassal. Asterisk. Vassal cracked a satisfied smile. This was the seventh circle. A bolt of lightning crashed down upon him. Blaine cried out, his composure completely shattered. This is absurd. Don't tell me you broke through to the next realm in the middle of our fight. Hypnos materialized beside Blaine, his voice dripping with mockery. Tower Master Fadic, you look absolutely pathetic. Seems you've been having a rather difficult time, haven't you? He continued. The Flame Tower Master, that wretched hag, managed to break the seal. But not to worry. I've sealed it up again, perfectly. Vassal's voice was laced with fury as he interrogated him. Was this your doing? What have you done to my master? Hypnos addressed him directly. Vassal Zaymon. We've spoken before, but this is our first time meeting face to face. He then sneered, referencing Vassal's father. It seems I'm destined to be the one who brings down both generations of the Zaymon family. Vassal's gaze sharpened to a razor's edge as he demanded, Were you the one who murdered my father? Hypnos feigned contemplation before replying. That's a tricky one. But yes, the hand that struck the final blow was indeed mine. Ben smirked, stepping closer as he laid out the truth. Before I check out, I'll give you one last gift. Your father lost his life because he uncovered the Grand Duke's grand scheme, along with our little arrangement with the dark cult. Vassal roared. You son of a witch. Hypnos carried on. I have a gift for you as well, so you might want to take a step back. He produced an artifact, chanting a 7th-tier spell. Contain all the plagues of the world. Catastrophic miasma. He cackled maniacally as he described its effects. I swear to you, even if you beg for the sweet release of death, you won't get it that easily. Just then, another power signature flared to life as Daria descended from the heavens, landing right beside Vassal. His master stopped him, before turning her attention to the fallen, commanding, Arise, my loyal army. Vassal smiled, a wave of relief washing over him. Master, are you all right? She looked at him with gentle eyes. I've kept you waiting far too long, my youngest child. Both Ben and Hypnos were struck with terror. Hypnos stammered. What in the world is this? I'm certain I sealed her away in Tartarus. How is this possible in the vessel of a mere mortal? Daria's presence intensified as she repeated his words with chilling gravity. "You dare to call us mere mortals?" She then launched her attack. That right there is the greatest mistake you'll ever make. Across the field, a brilliant blue pillar of light erupted, drawing a horrified shriek from the two villains. The Spear Tower Master escaped as well? Daria touched down gracefully beside Vassal. "Master," he began, but she cut him off. "Conserve your strength. This will all be over soon, my son." Daria's voice then turned to pure, unadulterated fury. "You wretched traitors. I will make you pay for forcing me to relive the memory of that day." The scene shifted to the past, where Daria had a bright, energetic son who declared, "Mother, one day I'm going to be a great archmage, just like you." She swept him up in her arms, her heart swelling with pride. "That's right. If you're my son, I know you can do anything." That night, I was hastily summoned by a secret order from the royal palace, and in that moment, my entire life was irrevocably altered. That order was nothing but a ruse, a trap set by the dark cult to lure me away. By the time I returned home, it was already far too late. She clutched his small, flame-ravaged body to her chest as he whimpered a final word, "Mommy." She forced a smile, whispering her last words to her child. "It's all right. My son is a genius, a true genius." Daria's life had lost all meaning, but the ones who pulled me back from the brink, who gave me a new reason to live, were my beloved disciples. Now, she gritted her teeth, a firestorm of rage in her eyes. "You dare orchestrate this? Don't even think you'll get away with it." Daria's voice boomed across the battlefield. "I warned you." She conjured a multitude of fiery orbs, an 8th-tier spell, flames of Muspelheim, true origin magic, fiery butterfly's dream. Her power was immense, overwhelming, and Ben could barely fend off the assault. She scoffed, unleashing another spell. True origin magic, rotten apple. He screamed in terror. "Wait," but was instantly swallowed by the inferno. Watching Ben turn to ash, Hypnos cursed under his breath. Damn it all. He stared at the wall of fire before him and made his decision. "If it's come to this, I have no choice. I'll join forces with the Grand Duke and we'll topple the king first." However, his escape was cut short. Vassal had wrapped a mana cord around his ankle. Frowning, he yanked him back. "And where do you think you're going?" Hypnos snarled. "You persistent little roach." He ready to counterattack, but Daria's voice echoed again. "I warned you." She conjured a storm of fireballs, every single one aimed at Hypnos. "Don't even dream of surviving this." They converged on him in a fiery torrent. In his final moments, Hypnos thought, "So this is the flame of the 8th circle. My power is nothing against it." Even at death's door, he still wanted to take them down with him. In that case, he channeled all his remaining mana to self-destruct, but a look of disbelief crossed his face as he remembered, "Impossible. I was sure I." Daria stood before him, her voice calm. "It's over, Hypnos. Confess everything, and I will grant you a painless death." He let out a series of ragged coughs before smirking. "Don't be so naive. This isn't the end. The true darkness has only just begun." He uttered his final prophecy before the flames consumed him. "The coming day will drown this entire continent in blood and shadows." Daria watched impassively, remarking, "A magical suicide. Such a stubborn fool to the very end." Elsewhere, a barely living Blaine was trying to crawl away from the chaos, muttering, "A complete and utter failure." He cursed in a rage. "This is what I get for trusting those idiotic fanatics. I need to go into hiding." And regroup. A figure stood before him. Blaine's eyes widened, mistaking him for Alex Zaman. He recalled in disbelief, "Impossible. I saw him die with my own 2 eyes." The figure charged, and only then did Blaine realize the truth. "Ah, you're his son." Vassal drove his sword straight through Blaine's chest. The man's last thought was, "So, you win after all, Alex Zaman." The chaos only intensified as soldiers screamed, "Zillion! Zillion has taken the city gate. Damn it, don't retreat. We have them completely outnumbered. Reinforcements, where are the reinforcements?" The Spear Tower Master's voice rang out, full of glee. "So, how does it taste, you traitors? Watching you scurry about is no different from watching ants." Daria's voice followed. "The fire tower has joined the battle. Ah, someone save me." From a vantage point outside the walls, the Duke watched the scene unfold, his face contorted with rage. Damn it all. How could they possibly turn the tables just as the city was about to fall? His face was beet red with fury. How were those monsters unleashed? And where are Blaine and Hypnos? Find them, now. Just then, 2 heads were tossed to the ground at his feet, stopping the old man cold. He gasped, "Are these?" Daria's voice answered, "They're a bit hard to recognize, I know, but I brought them to you personally. Your Majesty, Imperial Tower Master, can you handle the rest?" The Tower Master bowed. Yes, I will see to cleaning up the remaining filth. The Duke seethed, his mind screaming, my plan. The plan I spent decades meticulously preparing. Lady Channon, please do not worry. His Highness, Vassal, has just entered the transcendent realm. He is merely integrating the new core he has just obtained. The mid-tier spirit pepper has fully assimilated the fire dragon's power. The mid-tier fire spirit pepper is reborn as a complete fire dragon spirit. She then suggested, while helping hake it up, let's leave together. Vassal, as always, will surely overcome this. A red speck of light appeared on Vassal's body. A voice called out, Master. Vassal opened his eyes, thinking, this aura is. You surprised me, Pepper. A system notification appeared. Alert. The mid-tier fire spirit pepper has completely absorbed the power of the fire dragon. The mid-tier fire spirit pepper has been reborn as the fire dragon spirit. Alert. The contract with the fire dragon spirit pepper has been restored. You may now summon the fire dragon spirit pepper through the spirit gate. Night fell, and Vassal made his way to some deserted ruins to begin practicing his magic. He observed it, thinking, the seventh circle. Before I turned back time, I thought I'd never reach it in my entire life. And yet, not only have I grasped it, but I've also used this power to eliminate the very people who took my parents' lives right after my awakening. He continued, Pepper, can you shrink back to your previous size? It stared at him intently, growing even more powerful. He glanced around, sizing up the empty space. This should be more than enough room. He then began to calculate, even though Pepper could adjust its size before, it would be quite a hassle if that ability vanished after its draconic transformation. He cast the spell, summoning the spirit gate. Pepper, come here. A colossal red dragon was summoned forth. Vassal cheered with delight. Pepper. The dragon responded with equal joy. He continued, stroking its snout. It's been a while. I almost didn't recognize you. You look so much cooler now. Vassal observed Pepper. Its body had become semi-translucent like a spirit's. Its size was off the charts, and even its form had changed dramatically. He then gauged its power threshold. Its strength has reached the 7th level, on par with my own? So that's why you only awakened when I reached this realm. He spoke again. Pepper, can you shrink back down like before? It watched him attentively, letting out a few chirps after listening. It transformed in a slightly blinding flash of light, returning to its former tiny size. Vassal clapped in praise. Amazing. Just as I thought. You haven't forgotten. This made Pepper a little smug. He continued to tease. Well then, I'm impressed. Can you read my thoughts? It seems your telepathic waves have become much clearer too, adjusting your direction so freely at this speed. He pondered, calculating. Its flight capabilities have been significantly upgraded if it can fly this nimbly, even in its spirit form. Then Pepper suddenly transformed, startling Vassal. Pepper! It took the form of a cloak with dragon wings, leaving him in awe. Are you reading my mind? It seems your telepathic waves have gotten much clearer. He then launched himself forward. All right then, let's go. Vassal mused while testing it out. Though it's not as fast as when Pepper flies on its own, in aerial combat, I won't lose to any transcendent being. He said to it, Let's go, Pepper. 3 days later, they were all gathered in Vassal's room as he received his ennoblement. Archmage. Smiling, Vassal thought, it seems you still don't quite believe it. I can't blame you. Even I was completely taken aback. A duke is a title bestowed upon those deemed worthy of becoming part of the royal family. Throughout history, no one outside the Rathmos lineage has ever been granted the title of Duke. The founder of Endymion, an 8th Circle Grand Magus, and even the very first head of House Xymon, only ever reached the rank of Marquis. Hakit clapped him on the shoulder, smiling. It seems you haven't quite processed it yet. That's understandable. Even I was utterly shocked by His Majesty's decision. Daria added, when His Majesty made the announcement, everyone was so stunned that the entire hall felt like it was frozen for a moment. Hubert continued. But not a single person objected. They all acknowledge your contributions, Lord Archmage. Just take it in. Take it all in. Daria teased him. So, should we start calling you Your Grace, the Duke from now on? Vassal was flustered. Even if I've become a Duke, please don't use honorifics with me. Now that he was finally alone, he thought, all right then, and pulled out a scroll. Let's see what the mission reward is. His words warmed their hearts. Before I am a Duke, I am still Vassal Xymon. I am my master's student and your junior brother. Daria smiled. If that is what you wish, then we will do as you ask. Unsen slapped him on the shoulder enthusiastically. This is exactly why you've always been my favorite little junior brother. As night fell, Vassal looked out at the sky, now alone. All right then, he took out a scroll. Time to check the mission reward. It was a map, marking the location of the star stream. I was just about to start looking for this. Well, that saves me a lot of trouble. He examined the map, then gasped in astonishment. Wait a minute, this location is the Empire? He mused that while the Empire would be time-consuming and fraught with danger, there was one surefire option. Meanwhile, on a ship, as the Emperor lay gravely ill, the princes were locked in a fierce battle for the throne. Moreover, to even enter the Empire, one absolutely needs a certificate of identity. Vassal groaned and fell back onto his bed, muttering, "Why did it have to be the Empire? This is going to be a real pain." He gently pinched Pepper's cheek and continued, "Don't worry, Pepper. It's not like there's no way." He smiled. "It might take a long time and be full of risks, but there is one certain method." Elsewhere, aboard a ship, Muya was buzzing with excitement. "It won't be long now." "Heh, that brute." She gazed toward Endymion, letting out a hearty laugh. "I'm on my way." A voice rang out. "The king invites you to dine." Alfonso came to greet them, and Vassal, along with the White Tower Master, bowed deeply. "We greet your majesty. You have all traveled a great distance. You must be exhausted." He got straight to the point. "I have summoned you here to assign you the task of guiding the Elven and Beastmen delegations." Vassal thought to himself, "Time really flies. The rebellion had kept me on edge for so long." On the other hand, Muya was incredibly excited about the prospect of seeing him again. She was convinced that Duke Vassal would be assigned to the Beastmen. They all bowed their heads in unison. "We obey your majesty's command." The king continued, "Very well, let us discuss the upcoming schedule." However, Vassal was preoccupied with something else entirely. Muya's belligerence is a bit concerning, but as someone who's still recovering, surely she wouldn't demand a duel, right? He thought. But still, why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Meanwhile, Muya could barely contain her excitement at the thought of meeting him again. She thought to herself, "The moment I see that brute, I have to insist on a one-on-one fight." The other beastmen murmured amongst themselves. The Beast King seems to be in high spirits. This is her first time ever leaving the island. They took turns speaking. It's only natural for one's heart to pound in the presence of the continent's most powerful warriors. Besides, he is on the continent. He? Land? Ho. It's a bit. Aelin continued his teasing. "If your grace dislikes that title, then how about Lord Duke?" Vassal observed the large crowd that had gathered to see the beastmen. It made sense. To common folk, they were a race straight out of legends. He turned his head, sensing a familiar flow of mana. "Lord Alan." The man smiled, then explained, "By order of His Majesty, we are here to provide support. We will do our utmost to assist you." "Your Grace, the Archduke," he replied. "I thank you, but Your Grace, the Archduke, is a little." Alan interjected playfully, "If your Grace dislikes the title, how about we call you Lord Duke?" Vassal had no choice but to agree with Alan. That does seem more reasonable. The beastmen quickly disembarked. Vassal was on high alert. "Where is Muya?" She came charging over, shouting at the top of her lungs, "You brute!" Aelin was stunned. This battle aura, it's on par with a Tower Master, maybe even stronger. Vassal thought, "If I get hit, I'll just have to take it. Looks like this will have to wait for another time." Vassal started to speak, but turned to Muya first. After a hearty laugh, Muya purred, Well, it's been a while, you big male." Vassal replied dryly, "You haven't changed a bit." Muya shot back, "I'm always like this. You, on the other hand, have gotten a whole lot stronger. Your fighting spirit is overflowing, and that alpha scent of yours is stronger than ever. How about we throw down? Right here. Right now." He shot her down. "Give me a break, I'm still a patient." Her mood soured instantly. "A patient? Huh? Fine, I guess we'll have to save it for later then." Vassal went on. "But first, Muya, could you please retract your battle aura?" He glanced around, adding, "Everyone here looks like they're in serious trouble." Muya exclaimed in disbelief. "What was that? You want me to share the forest with those pointy ears? That was never mentioned before." Vassal explained. "Abed Forest is the largest in all of Endymion. There's more than enough room for both our tribes without any issues." She shot back. "No, that's not the problem. The problem is, they're boring." Vassal was taken aback. "Boring? What do you mean by that?" He thought to himself, according to Gichep, if the first Beast King, Fenrir, was, he then made an offer, "If you agree, I'll introduce you to a worthy opponent for a one-on-one duel." Her interest was instantly piqued. "Oh, is that so? You better keep that promise, male. But listen, if it's not you, they better be at least on this guy's level." Elaine was startled as she pointed at him. "Me?" Muya sized Elaine up, remarking, That's strange. His power level feels the same as the first time we met, yet I can't sense any alpha scent from him at all." Vassal was puzzled. "What do you mean?" He mused internally. Gichep theorized that the first Beast King, Fenrir, was a dragon hybrid. If that's true, then what Muya senses from me might be the scent of a dragon. Asterisk. As he observed her, he noted, Asterisk Muya is also a werewolf with ash-gray hair, just like Fenrir. If she carries Fenrir's bloodline, it's possible she has draconic elements in her, too. Asterisk, she caught him staring and teased. What's with the intense look? Got some ideas about mating, big guy? Vassal recoiled with a look of pure disgust. Absolutely not. Please, stay away from me. Arriving at Wrath's Lord Forest, Muya swaggered over, commenting, Well, look at that. Some of these long ears are actually pretty strong. Oh, I forgot to mention, the White Tower Master said. Thank you, and please, speak freely. Muya continued her assessment. This little female here. She's stronger than I expected. The White Tower Master bristled. You are unbelievably rude. Two elves appeared, adding, We will be neighbors from now on. A warm welcome to you all. Vassal called out, Lord Arin, Lord Ilo. They returned the greeting. It has been a long time, Lord of Wrath's Lord. Muya sauntered closer, remarking again, some of these long ears are actually quite formidable. Vassal sighed, Muya, how can you say that? She ignored him, pointing at Ilo. Hey, big guy, this pointy-eared girl. She has your scent on her. Ilo blushed, stammering, Your scent? Oh, how is that possible? Muya's eyes lit up with competitive fire. Looks like this little one is gunning for you too. That settles it, you have to duel me, big guy. Vassal cut in. Hold on. Our two tribes will live here together, but that doesn't mean we'll share everything. Given our different environments and cultures, conflicts are bound to arise. He continued. Therefore, let's use this tree at the forest entrance as a landmark. The northern side will belong to the elves, and the southern side will be for the beastkin. Is that acceptable? The elven representative replied, We are eternally grateful that you've even allowed us to borrow this land. Muya shrugged. Fine by me. As long as you don't forget that promise you made. Vassal then announced. Also, in 10 days, representatives from each tribe are to attend a reception prepared by His Majesty the King himself. Later, in a carriage on their way to the capital of Endymion, the elves asked, Lord Vassal, besides the audience with the king, are there any other special events on the schedule? He answered, Well, yes. Lady Muya will be representing the beastkin to receive a royal title. She scoffed, completely uninterested. I couldn't care less about that stuff. All I want is that duel with you, big guy. Vassal continued. There will likely be a ball held at the palace. It's also an opportunity for the kingdom to project its strength to other nations. Her ears perked up, and she turned to him excitedly. Does that mean I can drink and eat to my heart's content? But then, her expression shifted. Muya sensed something different, an overwhelming presence rapidly approaching their position. She continued her assessment. One of them. Their power feels completely insurmountable. Vassal calmly explained. They are both acquaintances of mine. In fact, one of them is my master. Muya was completely thrown. What? Why are you just now telling me something so important? Drool trickled from the corner of her mouth as she muttered. If it's your master, I have to make a good impression. So, how do I look? Do I look cool? They arrived moments later. Vassal disembarked first and called out, Master, Spear Tower Master, why have you both come all the way out here? They replied in unison. His Majesty ordered us to come and greet our esteemed guests personally. They then introduced themselves. Welcome to the royal capital of Endymion. I am the Master of the Spear Tower, Hemingway Melville. And I, the Master of the Flame Tower, Daria Snoweye. Muya beamed, Flame Tower Master. It is a true pleasure to see you again. I have never forgotten the favor you did for me. Daria turned to Elo. Daughter, I am all right. Vassal thought to himself, asterisk. The beast can always worship the strong, making the most powerful their king. Asterisk. Daria replied humbly, Think nothing of it. I was simply doing what was necessary. She then gestured towards Muya. And this person is? Muya became so flustered she started to stammer, I am the Beast King, Muya. No, wait, I am Muya, the Beast King. Ah, no, that's me. Vassal tried to calm her down. Beast King, there's no need to be so formal. Please, just speak as you normally would. Still tense, Muya sputtered. No, I am fine. No, I'm good. Vassal mused, asterisk, the Beastkin worship the strong. This is probably the first time she's ever met someone more powerful than herself, which would explain why she's so flustered. Asterisk. Daria's gaze shifted from Ilo to Muya and then to Vassal. A smirk played on her lips as she asked, Lady Muya, are you quite all right? She thought to herself, thoroughly amused by the situation. Asterisk, this youngest boy of mine. He always pretends to be so innocent. Asterisk. Asterisk. This ball is certainly going to be one for the books. Asterisk. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, Vassal reported, I have returned after completing the task your majesty entrusted to me. Alfonso replied, You may rise, Duke Vassal. Vassal's eyes swept over the grand hall. It's been a while. The part of the palace that collapsed has been completely rebuilt. Daria smiled, recounting, Niccolo and his apprentices worked so hard they barely slept a wink. Vassal immediately guessed, asterisk, they were definitely pushed to the brink to meet the deadline. Asterisk. She gestured towards the throne room. Well then, shall we go in? His Majesty is waiting for everyone. They proceeded inside in order of rank, announced formally. Presenting the Duke of the Kingdom, Vassal Zaman. Vassal knelt. Your Majesty, I have returned, having completed the mission you assigned. Alfonso declared, Rise, Duke Vassal. Your great contributions will not be forgotten. The elves performed a graceful bow before the king. Greetings to the ruler of Endymion. I am Emnor Aren of the Elven tribe, and this is my daughter, Ilo. He smiled upon hearing their words. On behalf of all the elves of the Great Forest, we thank you for your generosity in providing us with a new home. The king then replied, I hope that our new neighbors will be able to stay here in peace until the Great Forest has been fully restored. Vassal leaned over and whispered to Muya, Just say, I shall abide by your majesty's will. Muya stammered nervously, Your majesty, I shall abide by your will. Ah, no, wait. I was supposed to offer my greetings first. Vassal quickly intervened on her behalf. My apologies, your majesty. It's just that. The king waved it off. I understand. I am not particularly well versed in the culture of the Beastkin myself. Beast King, during the ball, I intend to hold a ceremony to grant you a title. Would that be acceptable to you? Muya was momentarily speechless. Vassal whispered to her again. Just say, I shall abide by your majesty's will. Muya repeated, Your majesty, I shall abide by your will. Your majesty. The king nodded. Thank you for accommodating our schedule. The thanks is all mine, your majesty. Vassal smiled to himself, thinking, asterisk, looks like I'll have to teach her some basic etiquette after all. Asterisk. 3 days later, Muya conducted herself with the proper decorum she had been taught before King Alfonso. After the formal title ceremony concluded, the celebration began. Muya then spoke, and while she followed the instructions given, she did so with the grace of a noble from the glorious kingdom of Endymion. The onlookers were taken aback. They never imagined a beastkin could possess such refined etiquette, completely shattering the savage rumors they'd heard. The king commenced the ceremony, his voice booming. I, Alfonso Rathmos, sovereign of Endymion, hereby bestow upon you the surname Lycos, and with it, the title of Count of this kingdom. Never forget the oath you have sworn this day. Muya responded with perfect decorum, My deepest thanks, your majesty. With the formal investiture concluded, the celebration began. Muya spoke up then. While I followed the instructions, I truly don't understand why all this fanfare is necessary. Vathsol simply replied, You've endured much. Elo then steered the conversation elsewhere. Lord Rathsol, tonight is a grand ball. If you wouldn't mind, might I have the honor of a dance? But Hikato cut in smoothly. Lady Ilo, allow me to make an introduction. She smiled graciously. This is Lord Lycos, and my name is Hegatrathmos. Elo's mind raced. Is she with Lord Rathsol? Muya also sensed something familiar. She has the king's scent. A female of his line, then. Hikato, your highness, you've arrived. She gestured for them to relax. Everyone, please, be seated. There's no need for such ceremony here. Rathsol tried to join them. In that case, I'll also. But Hikato firmly refused. No. The sheer pressure emanating from her forced him to concede as she added, This is a matter for women to discuss alone. Ah, very well. Meanwhile, Daria watched from the sidelines, munching on some corn and soaking in the drama. A complicated affair involving 3 different races, all centered on one man, she mused. How utterly fascinating. The group was then escorted to a private tea room where the princess's attendants were already waiting. Your Highness, you have arrived. She gestured for them to sit. Everyone, please, there's no need for formalities here. Make yourselves comfortable. As you wish, Your Highness. Once the 3 of them were seated, Hikato got straight to the point. I've arranged this private meeting because there is something I must ask the 2 of you. She took a delicate sip from her cup before asking, What are your thoughts on Duke Rathsol, my fiancé? Her question instantly flustered the other 2. That, well, Ilo was the first to find her voice. If you're asking about our feelings, I understand this is an uncomfortable position, and that's to be expected. Muya thought to herself, So, this is a warning. He is a male I'm drawn to, a powerful one at that. Hikato's expression remained unchanged. I see. It's just as I suspected. She continued. Wrathsoul is not like the other nobles. He is destined to be king, and such a man cannot take on mistresses. Her face was a mask of composure as she added, and I, for as long as I live, refuse to share him with anyone. Ilo thought. Her expression is grim. I understand. This was inevitable. Muya, however, was more defiant. Oh, a direct warning? From a frail human? But then she caught something. Wait a moment. Did you just say for as long as I live? Heikato simply replied. I did. After another sip, Heikato went on. Wrathsoul reached the transcendent realm while he was still in his 20s. She paused, then added, however, there is one thing I must make perfectly clear beforehand. A faint smile touched her lips. He also carries the blood of dragons. He will live far longer than a mere human like myself. I cannot bear the thought of Wrathsoul living out his long life in solitude after I am gone. She was entrusting her beloved to them. You are both beings who transcend humanity. All I ask is to be the only one in his life for as long as I live. That will be enough for me. Muya was completely taken aback. But, that. Heikato held up a hand. But there is one condition I must make clear first. She smiled, a hint of steel in her eyes. I am the first and primary wife, remember that. Now the only question is, which of you will be the second? Leaving them to ponder her question, she departed with a satisfied air. I trust you will inform me once you've reached a decision. As she descended the stairs, Heikato momentarily lost her footing with a small cry. Wrathsoul was there in an instant to catch her. Heikato! A blush crept across her cheeks at his touch. 3 months later, at the Flame Tower, she let out a soft sigh. Leaning into him, she continued, Wrathsoul, do you know the most effective way to handle your rivals? It's to make them focus on something else entirely. He took her hand, asking, My lady, what do you mean by that? She replied, a slight flush on her cheeks. I've had a little too much to drink, and I feel dizzy. She then smiled and suggested, May I rest in your room for a little while? Wrathsoul pulled her into an embrace, pleased. Of course, 3 months later, back at the Flame Tower, Daria sighed heavily. I thought things would finally settle down for a while. I can't believe you're embarking on another field research trip. You have informed Her Highness the Princess, haven't you? Of course, he replied. I requested her permission, and it was granted. Daria took a sip of her tea before warning him, You're just gallivanting all over the place. Your destination is a hub for unsavory business, the largest shadow nation on the continent. I'm only telling you this as a reminder. Wrathsoul just chuckled. I'm sure it won't be that serious. She looked over his itinerary. So this time you're heading to the third nation on your list, the Upper Nation? You are aware of what kind of place that is, I presume. Yes, the Upper Nation, he confirmed. A nation so small, it's more accurately called a city-state. Yet, it's a place where everything is legal, from gambling and the world's oldest profession to contract killings, money laundering, and even human trafficking. It's the largest shadow state on the continent. She pressed on. I'm only reminding you to be cautious. The darkness that festers in such a place runs deeper than you can possibly imagine. He simply smiled in response. Yes, master. I will take your words to heart. And with that, he prepared to depart. His ship drifted upon the sea, the sky obscured by a thick fog. And there, standing before him, was none other than Muya. A smile played on her lips as she looked at him. So, the male has found me. The fog allowed me to enter their waters undetected, Wrathsoul thought. The problem is, his gaze flickered to the side. This person. They've been tailing me ever since I left the port. He could feel them suppressing their presence and murderous intent. Definitely an expert. But a fight out here on the open sea is not ideal. But thinking he could just wait it out would be a grave mistake. He drew his sword, shouting into the mist, Show yourself. Who are you that dares to follow me? A figure emerged, smiling at him. So, the male has found me. Muya, Wrathsoul exclaimed in shock. Why are you following me? Muya answered, clearly irritated. What do you mean, why? She retorted. You promised me a duel when we returned to the capital, and then you vanished without a word. Of course I came after you. He let out a weary sigh. Muya, you must turn back. This place is incredibly dangerous. I've heard the rumors, she scoffed, but all I have to do is knock down anyone who gets in my way, isn't that right? Vassal then clarified that their previous stop was merely a stepping stone, as their true destination still lay ahead. A curious Muya asked where that could be. Vassal's response was grim. The home of Endymion's arch-nemesis, the Britannia Empire.